Chapter 1, Arrival in the Wilderness Survival World. Audience friends, the 50 warriors selected at random have already set off on their journey. Earth's resources are nearly depleted, and the arrival of the wilderness survival world is our last hope. With countries as factions, all players are randomly teleported. The country that survives until the end will restore 10% of its resources. The losers will become lost souls in a foreign land. This concerns the fate of our Dragon Nation, so let all our fellow citizens cheer for our 50 warriors. Inside the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, the nation's famous host Xiao Sa, pop diva Lu Fei, and botany professor Yuansen were introducing the wilderness world to the nationwide audience. Behind them, a large screen displayed nearly 10,000 live streams, showing the broadcast of each contestant's journey. That's right, each contestant has their own live stream. If you like someone, you can go to their live stream to support them, Lu Fei said with a smile, continuing, but this wilderness survival world is quite considerate. Contestants can actually decide when to start and stop their streams. Contestants always have moments when they need convenience or a bath. After all, they can't be streaming 24/7 globally, Yuansen replied. As Lu Fei and Yuansen chatted, Xiao Sao interrupted, ladies and gentlemen, after global database comparison, the identities of the contestants have been confirmed. Based on big data analysis, we have ranked the contenders for the championship. First place, James, beautiful country, 30 years old, Delta Force instructor. Second place, Chris, never setting sun country, 27 years old, Air Force team member. Third place, Joseph, Bear Country, 29 years old, KGB spy agency instructor. Fourth place, Matsuda Saburo, Cherry Blossom Country, 26 years old, Imperial Guard member. Fifth place, Kim Soo-hyun, Stick Country, 29 years old, Marine Corps member. 10th place, Xia Chen, 27 years old, Dragon Nation, Main Battle Force member. 9,500th place, Zhang Yu, Dragon Nation, 22 years old, unemployed, living on state benefits. Xiao Sa and the others looked at the rankings with grim faces, unsure whether it was the big data targeting them or the actual strength of the contestants. Weena, ha, poor Dragon Nation people, how pitiful. 2 of our beautiful countrymen are in the top 10, and you guys are stuck at the bottom. Xiao Zealand, Dragon Nation men are just not as good as our Cherry Blossom countrymen. This Zhang Yu even ended up last. Jin Jianxi, Dragon Nation should just accept being our Stick Country's satellite state. That way, maybe my Soo-hyun would even protect you. Rahul, why is it that no one from our Asan country is in the top 10? The big data must be faulty. In the beautiful country live broadcast room, General MacArthur, a 5-star general, smiled and commented, oh. Dragon Nation people? Not a threat. Cherry Blossom Country, Stick Country, and 2 Fur Country have completely embraced the Lighthouse of Freedom. Even some of Dragon Nation's allies have joined us. Truly, heaven blesses our beautiful country. Wah-ah. I long for freedom. Beautiful country is the lighthouse of civilization. Let me immigrate there, I would give up everything I have in Dragon Nation. A Dragon Nation netizen commented. In the Bear Country livestream, the comments were polarized. Dragon Nation is no good. Should we consider changing allies? Not necessarily, Dragon Nation is good at farming and building up slowly. They might rise later. This wilderness survival still depends on us white people. Those yellow people can only farm, they can't survive. In the wilderness world, after a dizzying feeling of weightlessness, Zhang Yu finally felt his feet on the ground. He slowly opened his eyes, carefully examining his surroundings. Endless, lush coniferous forests stretched as far as the eye could see, emitting a fresh fragrance. Above, white clouds floated in the sky, gently pushed by the breeze, drifting towards the distance. The sound of insects chirping was heard from all around. A gentle breeze blew by, causing the trees to rustle softly. In the distance, the lake was crystal clear, with the reflection of the white clouds gently rippling with the slight waves. The appearance of the beautiful scenery caused the livestream's viewer count to skyrocket to over 50,000. Did I get selected? A smile appeared on Zhang Yu's face. He is a traveler who crossed over to this world 5 years ago, a world drained of resources. He has lived on synthetic carbon rods every day, and when he steps outside, he is met with endless yellow sand. Not to mention animals, even wild grass is rare. This is a nightmare for him. In his past life, as a wilderness survival blogger, he could only survive on government assistance. As Zhang Yu was observing his surroundings, a mechanical sound suddenly came from his ear. Beep. All contestants are now in position. The wilderness survival world has prepared some essential survival items for you. Please choose 3 items from the following 10 as your initial supplies. 1. Pot, select X1. 2. 50m fishing line plus 20 fishing hooks. 3. Recurve bow X1 with 15 arrows. 4. 12x12m waterproof oilcloth. 5. Knife and axe, select X1. 6. Snare line, loop, X1. 7. 5 kilograms beef jerky. 8. Tent X1. 9. Solar flashlight X1. 10. 5 kilograms rice X1. In front of all contestants, these words appeared, and at the same time, a backpack materialized beside them. Zhang Yu didn't rush to choose. Instead, he opened the backpack and counted the items inside. Apart from a set of winter clothing, there were only 4 items: a flint, a block of solid salt, a watch, and a bundle of rope. He put the watch on his wrist and looked at the time, 10 o'clock. Basic living supplies are here, so I'll just choose hunting gear. With a thought, the recurve bow, fishing hooks, fishing line, and axe appeared beside him. At this moment, more than 50,000 viewers in Zhang Yu's personal livestream went wild. 3 hunting items? At least choose some food, or how will you survive the early stage? Not choosing a tent? How will you sleep at night? What if a hyena, like in those documentaries, comes and takes advantage of you? Dying of laughter, as expected of the last place, you guys from Dragon Country are too funny. How are you going to eat or drink without a pot? Didn't you know raw food and water are full of parasites and bacteria? Our big stick country show Hyun Appa at least chose a pot. Embarrassing, as a Dragon Country citizen, I strongly demand Zhang Yu be stripped of his nationality. Instantly, the livestream viewers started to leave in droves, leaving only a little more than 20,000. In the Sakura Country livestream, host Maria Mutu, this Zhang Yu from Dragon Country is going to make me laugh to death. Choosing 3 hunting items, it's no wonder he's in last place. Matsuda-kun, as expected from someone with the Emperor's Guard background, he chose the recurve bow, tent, and pot. First, he ensures food and shelter, then considers other things. Exactly, Matsuda-kun, I'll have your babies. Zhang Yu stood up, hung the bow and arrows on his backpack, and carried the axe in his hand as he walked toward the lake. He planned to first scout the lake area to see if there were suitable spots to build a shelter. In wilderness survival, water and food are both essential. If the shelter is near water, he wouldn't have to worry about the water problem. Walking toward the lake, the ground of the coniferous forest was covered with dead branches and rotting leaves that had accumulated for years, making it difficult to step on. From time to time, a rotten log covered in moss and lichens blocked the path. Creak. Squeak. The sound of footsteps crunching on dry leaves echoed and amplified in the quiet coniferous forest, and the deep forest made Zhang Yu feel as if something was following him, making him occasionally glance over his shoulder. It's been years since I last dealt with wilderness survival. Has my mentality worsened? He frowned. Although he knew all of this was just a mental effect, he couldn't help but think about it. This isn't going to work. I need to change my mindset. The further I go, the more important mentality becomes. Loneliness, frustration, fear, each one is a huge challenge. He thought about how he could find something to distract him and stabilize his mindset. If only I had teammates. Teammates? I don't have teammates, but I have a livestream. Zhang Yu suddenly had an idea. Just treat the viewers in the livestream as companions. How about doing it like a livestream? Introducing this world to the viewers? Not only would it distract me, but if I survive and get back, I could have a bunch of fans. In the future, doing live streams and selling products will ensure a carefree life. After all, the wilderness world rewards the country, but offers nothing to individuals. Alright. It's decided then. Chapter 2, starting with a chicken. In Dragon Kingdom's livestream, Little Saw turned to Professor Yuan-san beside him. As we can see, our contestant has already begun their journey. Professor Yuan, what do you think are the key things to pay attention to in wilderness survival? The professor, with slightly graying hair at the temples, showed a worried expression and said solemnly. The most important thing is the mindset. In the wilderness, it matters more than anything. Once the mindset breaks down, it's basically over. Additionally, I received news from a friend abroad. Countries like the beautiful country, Gallus Rooster, and the land of the sun never sets have already reached an alliance agreement, with the goal of first kicking us out, then competing internally. Once our players encounter those from these countries, their governments will immediately activate one off-field hint per player. Professor Yuan's expression grew even more serious, his worry for all Dragon Kingdom players evident. The key is, no one knows how many countries are in this alliance. Our players will not only face the challenges of the environment but also those from hostile nations. Professor Yuan's advice is very to the point. Our contestants face a huge challenge. Let's shift our focus back to the contestants, Little Saw interrupted timely. The international relations shouldn't be discussed too openly, as it would only increase the public's sense of crisis. Zhang Yu walked through the coniferous forest, moving through the gaps between the trees. Brothers, we're heading to the lake ahead to see if it's suitable to set up camp or if we can rest there temporarily. I really don't want to be dragged away by some animal while sleeping at night. He stopped, slowly lowered his backpack, and took off his bow and arrow. He pointed at a branch not far away and whispered. Did you see that? There's a wild chicken over there. He then knocked the arrow, stepped forward, stopped, and crept closer to the wild chicken. The livestream camera shifted to the direction Zhang Yu pointed at, and a wild chicken with feathers as colorful as a rainbow appeared on the screen. Holy crap! Is that the legendary wild chicken? It's so beautiful. The documentary said it's delicious, even better than farm chicken. Though I've never tasted farm chicken. But with how beautiful it is, I think the documentary is right. What's this streamer doing? An unemployed wanderer shooting arrows? I bet he'll miss. If he hits, I'll do a handstand and eat poo on livestream. Stop trying to scam food and drinks, buddy. You? Eat poo? It's all been gathered by the government to make fertilizer, keeping the last remaining oasis alive. In just a moment, the number of viewers in the livestream skyrocketed from over 30,000 to more than 200,000. If Zhang Yu knew, he would definitely marvel. Wild chicken really is delicious. Zhang Yu hid behind a large tree, slowly raised his longbow, his fingers hooked the bowstring, and he gently pulled it back. He closed his left eye, positioned his right eye behind the arrow, and aimed it at the wild chicken with deadly precision, adjusting his breath to match the frequency of his arm's movements. Whoosh! The arrow left the string, the dull sound of it slicing through the air was heard, and almost instantly it embedded into the wild chicken's body. The wild chicken fell to the ground, crashing heavily into the dry leaves, then became motionless. Zhang Yu approached, picked up the wild chicken, and shook it. Looks like we've got dinner tonight. That's a bit impressive. This is an unemployed wanderer? What does that make me then? I'm drooling here. Watching other contestants eat berries, I'm so envious I could die. This meat. I'm licking the screen. Just a lucky shot. Wait until our Matsuda-kun takes action, you'll be shocked by the power of our Sakura country. I just came back from the Indian livestream, their contestant Vera had me laughing to death. He picked beef jerky as his starting resource, then tripped and fell right into a pile of poo, and the beef jerky landed right on top of it. Skill system activated. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, archery LV3, 0 of 300. F***CK. Golden finger. The traveler never lies to me. Zhang Yu was instantly filled with wild joy. Although he had the experience from his previous life, he still knew his limits. Compared to those special forces and the like, his only advantage was experience. Other than that, he had no strengths. Now that the system had attached itself to him, the situation was completely different. After a quick look at the system, in short, it was just one word: grind. Ordinary grinding was useless, he must gain something from it. For example, to raise his archery experience, he had to actually hit prey. Whether hitting or killing, both would earn experience. Realizing this, he quickly adjusted his mindset, walking while carefully observing for traces of large beasts. Pushing aside the last bush, a lake suddenly appeared before him. The shore was covered with clusters of reeds. And from deep within the reeds came soft rustling sounds, followed by wild ducks flapping their wings and flying up, skimming across the lake's surface, leaving behind ripples. The lake water was clear and transparent. Sunlight shone on its surface, and as the breeze brushed across, waves of shimmering light danced gently. Zhang Yu bent down and tasted the water. Fresh water. At this time, in the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, the view had just switched to Zhang Yu's perspective. This scenery is so beautiful. It feels like a dream. Lu Fei stared at the view, deeply shaken. Yeah, it's stunning. But it seems we really underestimated Zhang Yu. This young man is not simple, Yuan-san said with emotion. Oh? Professor Yuan, what do you mean? Xiao Sa asked curiously from the side. Yuan-san pushed up his glasses with his right hand and slowly began to speak. We can see that he's acting just like he's really streaming, interacting with the audience. This is his way of easing his mental state. In such an environment, loneliness can drive a person insane. By doing this, he gives himself a psychological hint that countless people are watching him. This helps ease that sense of loneliness. Yuan-san took a sip of water, moistening his throat before continuing. Zhang Yu chose an axe, a bow, and fishing line with hooks. You all saw his archery skills, few contestants can surpass his level. And how many fish are there in the lake? With that fishing line and hook, as long as luck isn't bad, his basic food supply is secure. Meanwhile, Lu Fei frowned slightly at the screen, her tone carrying a bit of doubt. Professor Yuan, it looks like contestant Su Jin's live feed is very close to Zhang Yu's. There's the same lake right in front of her. Is Su Jin, the beauty, right next to Zhang Yu? Really? I compared both streams' perspectives, and it does look like they're not far apart. I just came back from the Sakura Nation stream, and it seems their Kakujiro is also nearby. Zhang Yu had no idea what was happening in the live chat. He was squatting down, handling a wild pheasant. These feathers are great material for making arrow fletchings. Gotta keep them. Then he shook the tail feathers in his hand and continued explaining. We don't have floats for fishing lines, but after trimming this a bit, it becomes the best float. Also, when traveling far in the wild, the most dangerous thing is getting lost. This colorful, bright tail feather makes the perfect marker. Making arrows? Are you that amazing? Do your family even know? Zhang Yu, from now on, you're promoted to Master Yu. Just a few words and you already call him Master? You Dragon Nation people sure have low standards. Our beautiful nation's Ackman has already found a cave with a deer corpse inside, food and shelter all at once. You Dragon Nation folks can only envy. The moment this was said, the whole chat instantly exploded with replies. Zhang Yu kept explaining to the audience while handling the pheasant. After finishing, he chose a sturdy reed from the cluster and tied it around the chicken's neck, then began searching for a place to build a shelter. After confirming there were no traces of large animals nearby, he finally picked a suitable spot to set up his shelter. Brothers, look here, building a shelter in this spot can save half the effort. The back leans against a small slope, and the top of the slope is over 2 meters higher than the ground. The height was just right. On both sides stood 2 big trees, saving us the time of digging holes to set up main pillars. And when I walked around just now, I found a patch of yellow bamboo in the east. It can be used not only to make cups and bowls, but even beds or floors. Zhang Yu looked at the time, it was 2 p.m., he glanced at the sun in the sky, and said, building a shelter is a long job. It can't be done in 3 or 4 days, so our goal today is just to dig a small hole here and make some protection. That way, we won't need to worry tonight. Chapter 3 Fishing, the first night in the wild world. At dusk, the sun was setting in the west. The afterglow of the sunset dyed the lake's surface red like fire. Under the burning clouds at the edge of the sky, a flock of birds flew past from time to time. The float on the water suddenly sank sharply and went underwater. Fish is coming, fish is coming. Are we going to see the legendary fish again in Brother Yu's livestream? Zhang Yu suddenly stood up, lifted both hands forcefully, and a huge pulling force came from the fishing rod made of a branch. This fish is not small. After several tugs, feeling the time was right, he used all his strength and pulled the fish directly onto the shore. A fish of about 2 pounds was flapping on the ground. Several small lines appeared in front of Zhang Yu's eyes. Fishing skill has been recorded. Recorded skills: Archery LV3, 0 out of 300, Fishing LV1, 0 out of 100. LV1? Zhang Yu stared at those glaring words, and a wave of frustration rose in his heart. Did I learn fake fishing in my past life? All those lessons from Master Dang were for nothing? You fake system. Zhang Yu put another piece of chopped chicken heart on the hook and threw it into the water again. Then he cleaned the fish, scraped a bit of salt from the solid salt block, spread it evenly over the fish meat, poked it with a branch, and set it beside the campfire. He turned over the wild chicken and kept fishing again. Fishing skill experience +1. Fishing skill experience +1. Fishing skill experience +10. After several empty catches and catching another fish. When Zhang Yu caught another fish, the live stream suddenly became lively. Brother Yu, have mercy, give me one bite, I want to eat fish too. Brother Yu, hang on till the end. When our dragon country recovers its resources, I'll spend everything I have to buy one of those fish to eat. Haha, you think dragon country can win? Daydreaming. Victory belongs to our beautiful country. Zhang Yu stretched his body, quietly looking at the gorgeous burning clouds in the sky, lost in thought. Surviving in the wild was hard, but also full of beauty and surprises. Only by enjoying the moment could one keep going. Are you sure this is wilderness survival? Isn't this more like a vacation in nature? I bet even rich people before the resource collapse lived like this at best. Yeah, starting by a heavenly lake with chickens and fish, while the players from Gull next door are all starving. Some of those from India even started eating you know what. That beautiful girl Sujin next door is also staring at the scenery like Brother Yu, only she's starving. Really wish Brother Yu could share some with her. The chat in the live room was getting fiery. Zhang Yu picked up the roasted wild chicken. Brothers in the live room, you eat first. Did he just talk? Come here, I swear I'll treat you to a fight. Since you won't eat, I'll have to accept it myself. Zhang Yu smiled, ignored the heat, and took a bite. Beautiful country player Ackman has died, remaining players, 9,499. A cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in Zhang Yu's ears. Someone got eliminated already. Zhang Yu sighed a little but didn't feel much excitement. Haha, where are the ones who said Ackman was amazing this afternoon? Why so quiet now? My wife was watching Ackman's stream just now. He was happily eating meat when a tiger jumped from behind and bit him to death. Professor Yuan said that hole was a tiger's den. Ackman must have thought tiger meat wasn't enough and went to deliver himself as food. time passed little by little, and during that time, he caught another pike. His fishing experience rose to LV1, 27/100. The last light of the sunset faded away, and the sky turned dark black. The stars emitted a dazzling light, and a magnificent galaxy stretched across the entire sky. Is it 10 o'clock? I should head back. Zhang Yu remembered the time when night fell. The wilderness at night was full of dangers. From now on, whenever I travel far, I must always leave enough time for the return trip. Back at the shelter, Zhang Yu immediately started a campfire, then quickly made a simple smoking rack and hung the fish on it to begin the smoking process. What's he doing? Is he really roasting fish that high up? Could it be to stop other small animals from stealing it? In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, Lu Fei looked confused. Professor Yuan, what is Zhang Yu doing? Is he roasting meat? Professor Yuan shook his head, denying it. If I'm not mistaken, he's smoking the fish. Food is hard to preserve in the wild, but smoking can dry it out and form a protective layer, so the meat can be stored for a long time. Zhang Yu hung the fish and then started working on the shelter. He already had a blueprint in his mind. The highest priority was the enclosing structure. As for the interior, he could take his time with that. The night had deepened. The campfire cast a faint light, driving away some of the darkness. From deep within the dense forest, sounds of grass and trees being disturbed could be heard from time to time. In the distance, the howling of wolves and the shrieks of unknown animals echoed one after another, endlessly resonating in the quiet and vast environment, making Zhang Yu's nerves tighten. It would be a lie to say I'm not scared. In the dark, no one knew what might be hiding deep inside it. How could anyone say they weren't nervous or afraid? Impossible. He checked the time. It's almost midnight. Zhang Yu added some more wood to the campfire. He grabbed his backpack, crawled into the small hole he had dug, poking his head out halfway, and firmly blocked the entrance with the wooden planks he had cut. Curled up in the cramped hole, the sounds of unknown animals' cries kept ringing in his ears. The rustling of animals passing through the grass and shrubs kept drawing Zhang Yu's attention, making it impossible for him to settle down. But as time passed, exhaustion and uncontrollable drowsiness took over. Accompanied by the gentle breeze, which stirred the trees with a soft shoo sound, Zhang Yu finally drifted into a deep sleep. In the Sakura Kingdom's live stream. Ah! No, Kiritada-kun. Run! Inside the tent, Kiritada Kojiro was trembling in fear, curled up in the corner, shaking all over, only wearing a pair of shorts. Outside the tent, a pack of giant wolves stared with glowing eyes, watching Kiritada Kojiro inside the tent. No! No! Please, great wolves, don't harm Kiritada-kun. Go after the Dragon Kingdom people next door instead. But their pleas had no effect. A wolf's howl came from afar, and it seemed as if the giant wolves had received some kind of command. They charged toward Kiritada Kojiro. In an instant, the tent was torn apart, and Kiritada Kojiro was fully exposed to the claws of the wolves. Then, it was a feast. Sakura Kingdom contestant Kiritada Kojiro has died, remaining contestants, 94-98. In the Big Stick Country livestream, Duminchi cautiously held a dark red wild fruit, treating it like a treasure, his face full of excitement. It smells so good, the wilderness world is amazing. Back on Blue Star, I wouldn't even get to see, let alone eat something like this. After saying that, he eagerly began to bite into the wild fruit. But after eating only half, Duminchi's face suddenly changed, his eyes widened, and his hands clutched at his throat. Foam started to pour from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Big Stick Country contestant Duminchi has died, remaining contestants, 94-97. In the Beautiful Country livestream. In the A3 Country livestream. The same scene played out in different livestreams. Some were poisoned by snake bites and died, some were slapped to death by bears, while others were. Chapter 4, Shelter Construction. In the morning, Zhang Yu was awakened by the crisp sound of birds chirping. What the hell? Over 180 people died in just one night? Only 9,312 contestants left? Even Dragon Kingdom lost one. He was a bit dazed as he woke up. I thought not many people would die on the first night? Master Yu is sleeping like a dead pig. Yesterday, the live streams from all over the world were in chaos, with cries of misery everywhere. The worst part was the one from Sakura Country, Matsumoto Tsubasa. A bunch of bugs I don't even know what they were just gnawed him to the bone. It scared me so much I couldn't look, but I couldn't help sneaking a peek. Baguyalu, your Dragon Country players can only rely on luck. Sooner or later, they'll be eliminated. Our Sakura Country players just lacked a little luck. Climbing out of the cave, the campfire had already burned out. The simple makeshift grill had dried out the smelt, giving off a faint fruity wood fragrance. Zhang Yu casually plucked a soft twig from the bushes and chewed on it, then scraped some salt with the chewed-up stick and used it to clean his teeth. Then, he lit a fire again, placing the already cooked fish from yesterday onto the flames to reheat it. The air is really fresh. He closed his eyes and stretched lazily. After eating half of the grilled fish, feeling only half full, he grabbed his axe and began chopping trees. 180 people died overnight. There must be danger here. Today, I have to get the outer walls of both sides ready. Zhang Yu encouraged himself. In Su Jin's live stream, over 1.3 million viewers were anxiously watching her climb a tree. She was carefully climbing the tree trunk, slowly making her way toward a bird's nest ahead. The hunger from her stomach spread throughout her body, and as she looked at the bird eggs in front of her, saliva unconsciously began to form in her mouth. A strong gust of wind blew, shaking the tree violently. Ah! A loud scream echoed through the woods as Su Jin, frightened, closed her eyes and clung tightly to the tree trunk, not daring to move. Ah, Su Jin, beautiful lady, be careful, don't let go. After the strong wind passed, the shaking tree trunk gradually steadied. Su Jin calmed herself, though her eyes still showed fear. She suppressed the terror in her heart, her gaze becoming firm as she continued inching toward the bird's nest with her slender body. In the never-setting sun country livestream, Chris was leisurely fishing by the lake, tying his fishing line with both hands. Suddenly, the fishing line was pulled straight. A fish is here. God bless the never-setting sun country. As expected from our never-setting sun empire's elite, truly strong. Chris stood up and yanked the fishing line with all his strength. An unexpected surge of power came through the fishing line, pulling it taut. It wrapped tightly around his hand, embedding deep into the flesh, and blood immediately began to pour from the wound. Ah! Chris screamed in pain, his face full of terror. He became frantic, desperately trying to pull the fishing line free, but it had already dug deep into his flesh, wrapping around his bones. Suddenly, a giant creature in the water started to struggle violently, swimming towards deeper waters. The tremendous pull from the fishing line surged into Chris' hands, dragging him step by step into the deep water. Never-setting sun country's Chris has died. Remaining players, 93-11. At this moment, the never-setting sun country's viewers began to rage with furious insults. How did someone like Chris even make it into the special forces? Our never-setting sun was once the ocean overlord, and he can't even fish? Even the most underestimated player from Dragon Country, Zhang Yu, knows how to use a twig as a fishing rod. How brainless is Chris? Embarrassing. I'm going to apply to immigrate to beautiful country tomorrow. I knew the data was wrong. How did this Chris manage to rank second? Our India country isn't even in the top 10? In Dragon Country's livestream, Xiaosao looked at the latest news handed to him by the staff, his face filled with joy. Latest update, the second-ranked Chris from the never-setting Sun Empire is dead. Our Gao Chen has moved up one spot to 9th. And the most surprising part is Zhang Yu, whose new ranking according to the latest data is 7,832, a jump of over 1,000 spots. As soon as this was said, the audience erupted in excitement. Big joy for all, a celebration for the whole world. Big data definitely has a problem. How can my big brother Yu only rank over 7,000? I say he has what it takes to win the championship. Hearing that Chris was eliminated, Zhang Yu didn't show any emotional reaction, still chopping wood by himself. If the shelter isn't finished soon, he could very well be the next cold number in the broadcast. He glanced at the pile of wood next to him, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Almost there, we still have 2 smoked fish and half a roasted fish. We won't be hungry today. Though just eating fish isn't enough, without carbs and fats, the body can't hold up. But it won't be a problem for a short time. Zhang Yu took a break, stood up, and started building the shelter. I'm not worried about carbs, I saw some berries on the way, and the roots of the reeds by the lake can help. Though it doesn't taste great. The main concern is fat. I'll have to see if I can find any animals. The shelter was built quickly, in just over 7 hours, both sides were done. Looking at his masterpiece, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction. That's it for today, the rest can wait until tomorrow. Let's head east for some exploration today. Zhang Yu strapped on his bow and arrows, grabbed his axe, and set off toward the east. He had come from the western starting point all the way here, and the south was a huge lake. Now, only the east and north were unknown. Though he had explored a bit yesterday, it was mostly to check for large carnivores, and the range wasn't very large. Zhang Yu moved quickly. He didn't walk straight ahead. Instead, he turned in different directions from time to time, walking a bit and then continuing east, occasionally marking trees with his axe. Spruce and larch made up about 80% of the trees, and the rest were some unknown small trees. He walked east for about 2 kilometers. It took nearly an hour just for these 2 kilometers. Just as Zhang Yu was thinking of turning back, he heard a faint sound of flowing water not far away. Let's go, brothers, there's the sound of water ahead, let's check it out. Zhang Yu kept going forward, the ground covered in dark green moss, pushing aside low shrubs that blocked the way. A great yellow figure appeared by the creek, crouching down, eyes cold, ready to pounce at any moment. Mountain lion. Zhang Yu was shocked, his hairs standing on end, a rush of instinctive fear flooding his body. The viewers in the live broadcast were startled when they saw the mountain lion, all worrying about Zhang Yu. It's over. Yesterday, the contestant from Baba Yang's team encountered this. Professor Yuan called it a mountain lion, and it ended up being bitten to death. UGE, don't run. Professor Yuan said running is more dangerous, you have to scare it off face to face. Ha, now Dragon Country also has its day, go mountain lion, bite the Dragon Country person to death. Chapter 5, Killing the Mountain Lion. Zhang Yu instinctively wanted to run, but immediately realized and stopped himself. I can't run. He forced himself to calm down, thinking of a plan. I can't just charge at it. Even if I kill it, a scratch or a bite in this environment could be fatal. He desperately tried to remember the strategies for dealing with large predators from his past life, Bear Grylls, Dave Canterbury, and survival shows about living alone in the wild. The man and the mountain lion stood there silently, facing off. I can't show any fear. The mountain lion is too fast. The bow and arrows might not be effective. I need to scare it off. Zhang Yu scanned his surroundings, and an idea came to him. He slowly moved his backpack to the front of his chest and took out his bow and arrows. His eyes locked onto the cold gaze of the mountain lion. What the hell? Is UGE really going to face the mountain lion head-on? At this moment, in the Sakura Country livestream, the host, Maria Mutu, was grinning as she watched this scene unfold. This guy, Zhang Yu from Dragon Country, has used up all his luck. Now it's time for him to face the judgment of the wilderness. Relying on luck alone won't get you far, you must have strength. But our Matsuda-kun has both luck and strength. Only Matsuda-kun can survive in this dangerous, wilderness world. Zhang Yu secured his backpack across his chest, adjusted his mindset, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. He strung his bow, knocking an arrow, and shouted loudly at the mountain lion. Go away! The loud sound echoed through the forest, startling the mountain lion, which jumped back a step. It then turned around again, crouching slightly with its back legs tense like a bow, ready to strike at any moment. Damn, that didn't scare it off. Zhang Yu cursed in his mind, imagining countless expletives flying through his thoughts. The man and the lion once again faced off, but the mountain lion started to slowly step forward, testing Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu immediately responded. He quietly moved towards a large tree beside him, then with quick, nimble steps, he climbed up to a height of over 3 meters. He raised his bow and looked down at the approaching mountain lion. Come up! Come up here! Perhaps Zhang Yu's retreat triggered the lion's hunting instinct and boosted its confidence. It circled the tree twice, then with a powerful push of its hind legs, it leapt up the trunk and headed straight for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu wasn't afraid. Calmly, he aimed his bow at the mountain lion. Whoosh! The arrow shot out. A dull thud followed. Before the lion could react, the arrow pierced its eye like a sword drawn from its sheath. The lion's body stiffened and it fell from the over 2-meter-high tree, crashing to the ground. After a few struggles, it lay still, silent forever. Skill acquired, Archery LV3, 150/300, Fishing LV1, 27/100. The mountain lion had increased Zhang Yu's archery skill by 150 experience points. In Dragon Country's livestream, both the host and the audience erupted in excitement. As soon as Zhang Yu encountered the mountain lion, the livestream switched to his perspective, and the audience's tension and the host's strategies revealed their concern for Zhang Yu. But at this moment, Zhang Yu completed a counterattack, and this was the first time in the competition that any contestant, from any country, had killed a large predator. How could they not be proud? Soon, they flooded into other countries' live streams to boast about Zhang Yu's achievement. Damn it! Dragon Country, don't celebrate too soon. Survival in the wilderness has only just begun. Everything will be clear later. Dragon Country, get out! This is our country's live stream, and you are not welcome. The foreign viewers were furious, especially those from the beautiful country. 2 of their top 10 ranked competitors performed worse than a bottom-tier contestant from Dragon Country. 300,000, 400,000. In just a short time, Zhang Yu's livestream reached over 1 million viewers. At this point, Big Data had already bumped Zhang Yu up to 3,507th place in the rankings. Zhang Yu had no idea about this. He stowed his bow, climbed down from the tree, and stood next to the mountain lion's corpse. We don't need to worry about food for the next week. Although they say the meat of these things isn't tasty, tough and dry, at least it's meat. Now, we must quickly deal with the mountain lion's body. I took a quick look around earlier, and this creek has a lot of large animal tracks, especially bear tracks. Bears like fish, and they usually hunt near shallow creeks like this. So we need to move fast. Zhang Yu spoke to the livestream while raising an axe and squatting down to begin butchering the carcass. First, he carefully cut open the belly, then slowly worked his way around, slicing and pulling at the skin. This fur is valuable. Once it's dried, I can sleep on it at night. After an hour of effort, he finally removed the mountain lion's fur. He stood up, lifted the hem of his shirt, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and panted heavily. This work is really tiring, and you can't damage the fur while doing it. You can't hurt the flesh, otherwise if fresh blood seeps out and stains the fur, it won't be good. After resting for a while, he took off his clothes, pants, shoes, and socks, leaving only a pair of big shorts. Brother Yu, calm down, don't act on impulse. If you really want to do something, at least turn off the live stream first. Brother Yu, don't, if you really want it, you can come find me when you get back. Brother Yu, don't be like that guy next door. They can go for a lizard, but you can't. Luckily, Zhang Yu couldn't see the comments in the live stream, or he would have laughed himself to death in anger. Dragging the mountain lion's corpse into the stream, Zhang Yu stood directly in the cold water. The icy current stung his skin, but it was still bearable. With one swing of his axe, he split open the mountain lion's belly, pulled out the organs, cleaned them, and set them aside. When handling a corpse in the wild, try not to let blood stain your body, or the smell of blood may attract carnivores. Zhang Yu spoke while working. Ah. My bad, I misunderstood, I thought. Soon, the body was cleaned. Zhang Yu threw the intestines straight into the stream, they were too filthy and too time-consuming to deal with. He went ashore, turned off the live stream, changed clothes, and turned it back on again. Looking at the dismembered corpse before him, it was clear that carrying it all back at once was unrealistic, and his body would surely get blood on it. So, he moved the mountain lion meat up into the trees and started carrying it back in batches. After 3 trips, working until past 5 o'clock, he finally brought all the meat back to the shelter. Exhausted, Zhang Yu collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, not wanting to move an inch. After a short rest, brothers, this is a lot of meat, almost 60 or 70 gene. It must be smoked. Otherwise, it'll spoil within a day. I also need to build a storage place for food. He finally got up, started building a temporary smoking rack, and thought about how to store the smoked meat. It had to be well ventilated and secure, otherwise carnivores like wolverines might come at night to steal the meat. Chapter 6, Contestants Meet. Dear audience, the Wilderness Survival Challenge has been going on for more than a day. Each contestant's situation is different, some have plenty of food, some are still searching, and some are lying down hungry. Among all of them, the most surprising is contestant Zhang Yu. With his skill and strategy, he successfully killed a mountain lion and achieved food freedom. Professor Yuan, what do you think of this contestant? The host's clear and formal voice sounded. Contestant Zhang Yu is truly shocking. Every move he makes shows his own thinking, and he's clearly well versed in wilderness survival rules. Yuan-san took a sip of water and continued. For example, when he dissected the mountain lion, he made sure not to let any blood touch him for safety reasons. Now he's building a smoking rack to prepare smoked mountain lion meat. We all know food can't be preserved long before it rots, but smoking, an ancient method, can greatly extend its shelf life. Zhang Yu is truly incredible. If it were me, I couldn't do better. Lu Fei nodded, face full of joy. Zhang Yu has given us so many surprises. I also hope our other contestants from the Dragon Nation will keep working hard. That's right, now let's turn our view to contestant Xiachen. On the screen, a man with bronze skin and a strong, lean body smiled broadly, holding a dead wild rabbit in his right hand while removing the snare wire from its neck with his left. Then, not far away, he set up another trap in the grass. Our contestant Xiachen also has a wild rabbit. The place where he set his traps is carefully chosen. The grass there is clearly bent and split, showing that animals have passed by. And Xiachen keenly noticed this detail. Yuan-san explained with excitement. Oh no! James from the beautiful country and Choi Susan from the stick country met together, and even teamed up. Someone said this in the livestream chat. Seeing this comment, the director instantly switched to James's personal live room from the beautiful country. There, James and Choi Susan were standing together, talking about something. Then, both of them suddenly closed their live rooms at the same time. In the Dragon Country, in the capital, the Great Elder was watching the live broadcast with the think tank. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned together. The Great Elder sat at the end of a long table, wearing a Zhongshan suit, his temples gray, his face serious. Everyone, speak your thoughts. He frowned slightly, but his tone remained calm. A middle-aged man stood up and said, I think the stick country must have used an outside reminder. They must have told their player something, so. But before he could finish, the Great Elder glanced at him coldly and interrupted. I don't want what you think, I want a result with reason and evidence. The meeting room fell into silence instantly. After a moment, an old man stood up and said in a deep voice. According to previous intelligence, among the countries allied with the beautiful country, the stick country is one of them. And based on what we know about the beautiful country, they would never use their own reminder chance, so they must have pressured the stick country to use theirs. As for closing the live rooms, they must be talking about some secret matter. Seeing the great elder nod in agreement, the old man continued. And since the reminder has a word limit, they must prioritize the most important things, like which countries are allies, or which opponents need to be targeted. After hearing this, the great elder's face stayed calm, only his slightly furrowed brows eased a little. Another person stood up to add. I think Oldley is right. At this point, trying to teach wilderness survival skills isn't realistic anymore. And based on our think tank's observation and comparison with big data, we've already generated rough maps of some regions in the wild world. According to our observation, our player Xia Chen and the Camel Country's player Fahid are quite close, about 10 kilometers apart. Our player Zhang Yu and Su Jin are about 7 kilometers apart. The most dangerous one is Su Jin, who is less than 5 kilometers away from the Sakura Country's player Kakujuru. Because of this, our think tank argued all afternoon about whether to send a reminder to Su Jin. The great elder fell into deep thought, weighing all the gains and losses in his heart, then shook his head slightly. Not for now. Send people to closely monitor this Kakujuru. If he shows any behavior that could threaten Su Jin, report immediately. Later I'll contact the president of the Camel Country and have them use their reminder chance. In the wild world. The sun was setting behind the western mountains, and the afterglow of the evening light spread across the land, giving off its last bit of brightness. Zhang Yu looked at the mountain lion meat being smoked by fruitwood in front of him, along with the other ingredients roasting over the campfire, and nodded with satisfaction. It's done. No fish tonight. Tonight we'll have lionheart berry soup, then roast some lion liver and lion whip. Animal organs are good stuff, but they must be cooked and roasted thoroughly, otherwise they'll have parasites inside. After saying that, Zhang Yu grabbed the roasted lion whip and started eating happily. Hiss a bit hot. Eating barbecue while drinking soup made the livestream viewers cry with envy. Whoa, I want to eat too. Go you bro. Try to help our dragon country recover 10% of resources. Maybe we'll have a chance to eat that too someday. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhang Yu hung his wet big shorts by the campfire. Then, with a blade of grass in his mouth, both hands behind his head, he lay on a wooden board, enjoying the sunset glow. This barbecue tastes much better than carbon bars and nutrient liquid, but without chili and spices, it still feels like something's missing. You bro is so relaxed. But today many of our Dragon Country players had good harvests too. Xiachen caught a wild rabbit with his traps. Today, Goddess Su Jin also laid 4 bird eggs, and many people started trying to eat berries. Unfortunately, Sun Zhongyan ate some berries that might be poisonous, and now he's lying on the ground with a pale face. Sigh. There's nothing we can do, today is already the second day. If we don't find something to eat soon, we will starve to death. Just bad luck, I guess. So, it's still those contestants who chose food at the start, they only need to solve the water issue and they can comfortably build their shelters. But it's not so simple, right? Without hunting tools, once the food runs out, we're doomed. I'd say everyone has their own strengths. The audience in the live stream was passionately discussing. After 2 days of live streaming, relying on Zhang Yu's solo interaction, fishing, and battling the mountain lion, the live stream room now has over 3 million regular viewers. Though it's not the largest, it's still in the upper middle range. As the sun set, Zhang Yu slowly got up, added more firewood to the drying racks, and walked into the cave to rest. Food is not a problem for now. Tomorrow we'll work harder, finish building the shelter, and find a place to store this dried meat. Chapter 7, Catching the Snow Fox Cub. Night is always filled with danger. There were occasional rustling sounds around the shelter, which kept Zhang Yu in a half-sleeping, half-awake state, constantly grabbing his axe to check outside. Plus, the continuous reminders of contestants dying kept disturbing his nerves. It wasn't until late at night that he finally fell into a drowsy sleep. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, a low animal wail, mixed with the sound of branches snapping, woke Zhang Yu up. He quickly pulled out his axe and listened carefully to the noise outside. After confirming it wasn't a large carnivorous animal, he let out a sigh of relief and crawled out of the cave. What he saw was a small, snow-white fox, its hind leg caught in the branches of the drying rack, constantly struggling to free itself. The little fox, seeing Zhang Yu, shrieked in fright, showing its teeth and snarling at him, trying to scare him away. Looking at the cute and silly little fox, Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. What a greedy little thing. Luckily, the bonfire is out, or you would have become roasted fox by now. What should he do with this little fox? Forget it. You're lucky to meet me. I'm kind of bored, so I'll keep a little fox as a pet. Maybe if we run out of meat later, I can. Zhang Yu made up his mind. He wrapped the little fox in some cloth, made a collar with rope, and tied the other end to a tree. The little thing immediately tried to escape as soon as Zhang Yu let go, darting this way and that. But its neck was tied, and no matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. Finally, it could only lie down by the tree, its eyes cautiously watching Zhang Yu. The sky was starting to lighten, showing a faint gray. Looking at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock. Forget it, I won't sleep. I'll eat some meat and start working. At the moment Zhang Yu caught the snow fox, the number of viewers in the live stream room skyrocketed. Wow, what a cute fox. With those innocent little eyes, I just want to hold it and kiss it. Upstairs, you can't kiss the fox, but you can come kiss me. I'm even better than the fox. I suddenly realized that Brother Yu is amazing. Other live streams are either about hunger or danger, but in our Brother Yu stream, it's like he's on vacation. After washing up, he started stewing the lion meat. At this moment, the snow fox stood up, wagging its tail, looking at Zhang Yu with a mix of anticipation and fear in its eyes. Haha, little guy, you want to eat? Zhang Yu laughed when he saw the snow fox's expression. He walked up to the fox, crouched down, and waved the meat in his hand. Perhaps because humans hadn't appeared in the wilderness world before, or maybe because this snow fox was only a few months old and wasn't too afraid of people, it became even more excited when it saw the meat. It lifted its head, its eager little eyes fixed on the meat in Zhang Yu's hand. His mouth was wide open, saliva dripping from it. Zhang Yu placed the meat on the ground, and the snow fox immediately lowered its head to devour it. At this moment, he also reached out, tentatively stroking the snow fox's back. The snow fox, its full attention on the meat, paid no mind to Zhang Yu's touch. Ha ha! Seeing the little one eating so happily, without resistance, Zhang Yu couldn't help but pat it more, occasionally even scratching its head. After petting the fox for a while, Zhang Yu, satisfied, withdrew his hand and began eating the lion meat soup. Perhaps due to the feeding earlier, the snow fox seemed to have dropped its guard around Zhang Yu, or maybe it just didn't know what it meant to be wary. After finishing the meat, the snow fox trotted over to Zhang Yu's side, silently watching him eat, its face full of anticipation, but it didn't make a sound. Seeing this, Zhang Yu was amused, reaching out to stroke the little one's head, and tossing it another piece of meat. After the meal, the shelter construction began. Wow, the fox is so cute. I declare, I'm going to raise a fox. Who here wants to become my fox? A burly man or a mature, composed lady? The former can stay downstairs, but for the latter, I'm good with. At that moment, James from the beautiful country and Choi Suksan from the stick country still had their live streams turned off. They moved through the forest, heading westward. James looked at Choi Suksan, who was dripping with sweat and panting heavily, and said indifferently, "Take a break." Choi Suksan, as if granted a pardon, looked at James gratefully, nodding eagerly, and then sat down on the ground. Are you sure the Olatov from Bear Country is in this direction? James asked, furrowing his brow. Choi Suksan quickly nodded, yes, our president from Stick Country gave me this tip, telling us to go after the Bear Country contestant first. James, with a blank expression, glanced at Choi Suksan sitting on the ground and said coldly, I hope you're not lying to me. Just one morning, Zhang Yu had finished building the shelter. A small wooden house, about 2 meters high, with moss covering the sides and top, was now complete. Looking at his masterpiece, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Brothers, with this, we won't have to worry tonight. The moss and dirt will protect us from mosquitoes and also serve as natural camouflage. Of course, Zhang Yu had one thing he hadn't mentioned. He planned to dig a secret tunnel under the bed. That way, even if someone or a predator blocked the door, he could escape through the tunnel or even launch a counterattack. Naturally, this secret plan would have to wait until the evening when the live stream was off, so he could dig slowly. Zhang Yu walked over to the snow fox, teasing the little one. Little one, are you hungry? The snow fox, as if it understood, looked at Zhang Yu with eyes full of expectation. This time, Zhang Yu didn't just toss the meat to the snow fox but held it in his hand, waiting for the fox to come take it by itself. This was a move to deepen their trust. Since he had decided to raise the snow fox, it was important to build their bond. The little fox stood still, looking at the meat in Zhang Yu's hand, clearly wanting to come closer but still a bit scared. Seeing that Zhang Yu wouldn't drop the meat on the ground, it anxiously scratched the dirt with its front paws. Zhang Yu remained unmoved, crouching down, extending the meat towards the fox, signaling it to come eat. After a moment of hesitation, the fox's hunger won over its fear. Slowly, it leaned forward, grabbed the meat from Zhang Yu's hand, and ran off to eat it happily. Zhang Yu smiled as he watched the snow fox eat, walking over to stroke its back. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai seemed to understand, turning its head to call out twice. In the beautiful country's livestream, General Mikasar was filled with excitement, his face full of energy. People under the shining beacon of freedom, there is an uplifting piece of news, but for now, I can't share it. But, believe me, everyone will know soon. The warriors of the beautiful country will raise high the flag of freedom, letting the whole world know the power of freedom. General Mike, stop keeping secrets, or I'll kick your ass hard with my shoe. God will punish those who only speak half their words. Is our James about to make a big move? Chapter 8, Player's First Kill, Hidden Rules. Bear Country player Sergey has died, remaining players, 8,713. Congratulations to Beautiful Country player James for completing the first kill. Reward, Survival Supply Choice Pack ×1. Reward, Beautiful Country Resource Recovery increased by 1,000th. Punishment, Bear Country land area decreased by 1%. The moment this message appeared, it caused a huge stir all over the world. Persian netizen, is Beautiful Country already starting to eliminate its rivals? I suggest all countries unite and eliminate them first. Stick Country netizen, even if you all attack together, so what? Beautiful Country and our great Stick Country are allies. Besides, James has always been with our Appa Choi Susan. Our Appa must have helped a lot. Bear Country, head Beautiful Country only knows how to sneak attack, many bullying few. And why is our land decreasing? Why is their resource recovering? There's a cover-up. In the real world, a corner of Bear Country's border suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed at all. Meanwhile, within the Beautiful Country, several long-dried rivers suddenly came alive with water flowing again. On some barren mountains and deserts, trees and flowers began to grow, with insects and butterflies flying around. Oh my God! The river appeared out of nowhere, and there are fish swimming inside. God! God bless my beautiful country. Oh my heaven! I saw butterflies. And flowers. Those only appear in documentaries. James, you are our savior. This event made every country immediately hold top-level meetings. In the capital city, the Council of Elders and the think tank gathered together. This should be a hidden rule of the wilderness world, something we must discover ourselves, said a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses firmly. The seventh elder frowned slightly. Then why did so many players die before, yet no land was lost? Different in nature, said the grand elder calmly, setting down his teacup. Beast kills are considered trials. Player kills trigger rewards and punishments. His gaze turned to the end of the long table. Elder Li, tell us your conclusion. Li Guodong slowly stood up and said in a deep voice. Killing a player from another country grants a 1,000th resource reward. Being killed costs 1% of national land. He paused, looking around at everyone. The reward is tiny, but the punishment is heavy. It encourages killing, yet prevents cheating through great cost. Think about it, if the death penalty were small, what would happen? Beautiful Country only needs to kill 1,000 people to fully restore its resources. Then, under their pressure, weaker countries might stop resisting, even offering their players willingly. That would no longer be a competition but a war between real nations. The conference room fell silent, with only Professor Li's last words echoing in the hall. The military representative thought for a moment, then raised his head and looked at the Grand Elder calmly. So that means, we would rather kill ourselves or die by our own hands, but never be killed by players from other countries. Then he seemed to think of something and spoke softly. Can we perhaps contact some small countries and let them make a little contribution? After hearing this, the Grand Elder waved his hand and stood up. That's enough for today's meeting. Everyone, leave. People looked at each other, but no one objected. Just as the fourth elder, who was in charge of espionage, was about to leave, the Grand Elder's voice sounded again. Fourth elder, stay. After everyone left, the Grand Elder spoke calmly. The out-of-world prompt authority of the wilderness world is in the hands of the Grand Elders of each country, but according to the think tank's analysis, once a Grand Elder meets an accident, the authority will be passed on to the second elder. After pausing, the elder half squinted his eyes. Second Mao over there should get ready, once the timing is right. A clever scheme. Zhang Yu's face turned dark. Using 1,000th of the resources as bait to lure us into killing each other, what a brilliant strategy. Under such temptation, individual desires seem ridiculously small. The most basic trust between people has become a luxury. Everyone cannot be trusted anymore. Faced with such huge benefits, personal will can no longer decide one's thoughts. A directive from the state, who can oppose it? The safety of family and the ties of reality are the ropes that bind them. Understanding this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This might not be a bad side. In the wild survival, only one country will emerge victorious. How can allies from different countries be willing to die? How interesting. We can't wait any longer, the trap must be made immediately. He stood up and patted the snow fox beside him. Xiaobai, let's go to the bamboo forest. Zhang Yu planned to cut some bamboo to make traps. Bamboo has strong flexibility. Whether it's a small trap for catching wild rabbits or mountain chickens, or a deep pit that can seriously injure a person, bamboo is almost the perfect material. Zhang Yu swung his axe swiftly and steadily. The hollow bamboo stalk was crisp. Usually, with the right angle, it could be cut in 1 or 2 powerful strikes. In no time, a pile of bamboo poles had formed beside him. The snow fox tied nearby was sniffing and scratching the ground with its paws. Xiaobai, let's go. Zhang Yu was about to carry the bamboo when he noticed the snow fox was digging at a hole in the ground. He stepped closer to observe the hole carefully. A bamboo rat burrow? Zhang Yu immediately became happy. Maybe I can change my taste. With the snow fox, he rummaged through the bamboo forest and found more than 20 burrows. He cut a section of fishing line, made a few sliding loops, and cut the bamboo into slices to create a triggering device. He set traps at several obvious burrows and covered them with loose soil and leaves. After finishing the work, he left with the snow fox. The trap was set. Now, it was all up to time and luck. At this moment, in the think tank of Long Nation's capital, this Jusalang is suspicious. Look, even though he keeps circling around, he is getting closer to Su Jin's direction. A young man in the think tank suddenly stood up, holding a pen in his right hand, pointing at the screen, his voice shaking as he spoke loudly. Immediately pull up Jusalang's trajectory map and the video. The think tank leader, Li Guodong, had a very serious expression. Every Dragon Nation player's life and death concerned the nation's future. He couldn't afford to be anxious. Look, Jusalang is heading east. Although he has turned a few times, after each turn, he quickly continues east. It's obvious he does not have an interest here. He is probably trying to confuse us. Li Guodong frowned, constantly spinning the pen in his hand. Team 1, keep a close eye on Jusalang. Once he approaches Su Jin or closes the livestream, report immediately. Chapter 9, The Kill in the Storm. Mouse Mushroom Soup. Xiao Rui happily looked at the big pot boiling in front of her. Even though the process of killing mice was too bloody and made her feel nauseous, she had been hungry for almost 3 days, so she couldn't care about that anymore, her eyes filled with longing for food. She casually picked up 2 twigs from the ground and began to stir the pot. Hiss, hot, hot. The mouse meat danced at Xiao Rui's fingertips. She puffed up her cheeks, breathing out continually, a few strands of hair blowing up. Ah! Xiao the superstar is so cute, just hold on a little longer. This mouse soup looks so tempting, I want to eat it too. In the live stream, over 30 million viewers laughed and cheered, no matter where they were. The beauty is always the focus of everyone's attention. As the sky darkens, the gray-white clouds grow heavier, as if they are about to collapse at any moment. Zhang Yu stopped his actions and looked at the lightning flickering in the distant clouds. Is it going to rain? Fortunately, the shelter is built. But it seems that many people are going to suffer. In the wilderness, the threat of heavy rain is much greater than that of predators. Once drenched, if the cold seeps in and one catches a cold, it's almost a death sentence in a place without medicine and where food and shelter cannot be guaranteed. Zhang Yu began to move supplies, making several trips to bring the smoked meat, lion skin, and some dry firewood into the wooden house. Then, holding Little White, he walked toward the lakeside. After eating meat and organs for several days, there was no shortage of protein and fats. But the body needs more than that, it also requires dietary fiber and carbohydrates. Upon reaching the lakeside, the dim clouds seemed to connect with the water. The strong wind stirred the lake water, waves crashing towards the shore. The reeds swayed in the fierce wind, making a rustling sound. Zhang Yu bent down, continuously searching through the reeds. Watching Zhang Yu's actions, the viewers in the livestream expressed their confusion. What's Yu doing? It's about to rain, why is he looking for something here? I don't know, rain is great. Our Blue Star hasn't seen rain for so long, I really hope to play in the rain. Most live streams are about to rain, but there are still some unfortunate ones where the sun is shining bright. How pitiful. Rain is rarely seen on Blue Star, and they have no idea about the dangers of wild heavy rain, naively thinking that rain is a good thing. Zhang Yu pulled out some fresh reed roots. Brothers, these reed roots are great. They can be eaten and also used to make tea. They are rich in dietary fiber and carbohydrates, exactly what I currently lack. I'll gather some to make tea. The rain came quickly, with heavy raindrops accompanied by the hurricane, causing the whole coniferous forest to rustle. Occasionally, branches couldn't withstand the onslaught of the wind, breaking and falling. A contestant from Asan country, Raju, excitedly stripped off his clothes and dashed into the rain, spreading his arms wide, letting the storm batter his body. From time to time, he opened his mouth, greedily drinking the rainwater. A contestant from Yage country, Mohammed, knowing the dangers of rainwater, curled up and hid under the tree crown, using dense leaves to block the rain. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, a bolt of lightning sliced through the night sky. It struck the big tree where he was hiding. The blinding light slowly faded, leaving behind only a pile of charred remains in human shape. Yage country contestant Mohammed is dead, remaining contestants, 8712. Most people were like Mohammed, but luck was not on their side. Zhang Yu and Little White were leisurely enjoying tea in the wooden house, quietly watching the storm outside. The traps we set are probably ruined, I wonder how many contestants this rain will take away. Holding the smoked fish in hand, he teased Little White. After a day of familiarity and feeding, Little White had noticeably grown closer, squatting by Zhang Yu's feet, occasionally rubbing against his pant leg. The Dragon Country livestream was broadcasting Zhang Yu's perspective. Little Saw looked at Zhang Yu's relaxed demeanor and was deeply moved. Zhang Yu really surprises people. Who would have thought he could live so well in the wild world? Yuan Sen nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu's performance is truly astonishing. Who would have expected that the contestant ranked last by big data is currently surpassing everyone? While others are still busy finding food, Zhang Yu can sit leisurely in the wooden house, eating meat, drinking tea, and playing with his pet. Oh no, the live stream of Jiro from Sakura Country has been shut down. Did Sakura Country give a hint and prepare to copy the beautiful country strategy? As the barrage of comments erupted, everyone's brows furrowed tightly. The commotion caused by the beautiful country had not yet settled, and now the Sakura Country contestant had also closed their livestream, prompting deep reflections. In the Sakura Country livestream room, everyone was caught in a frenzy. Is Kichiro-san closing the livestream to prepare for something big? Kichiro-san is ranked 103rd, born from the self-defense forces. His closing of the livestream surely indicates he aims to fight for a brighter future for our Sakura Country. Go for it, Kichiro-san. You are the pride of our Sakura Country. The host, Maria Mutu, glanced at the barrage, her face tense as she struggled to control her rising smile. Please don't think too much, Kichiro-san might have just gotten wet from the rain and is changing his clothes, hence the livestream closure. Su-jin curled up in a corner of the tent, hugging her legs, her stomach growling with hunger, body shaking uncontrollably. The tent swayed perilously in the battering wind and rain, and all she could do was close her eyes and pray. It had been almost 3 days since she arrived, and hunger and loneliness loomed over her, tormenting her will. She had once considered giving up, but a sense of mission and responsibility urged her to keep moving forward. Dragon Country 1 sent a message: Sakura Country contestant is approaching, close the livestream and leave quickly. 10 kilometers east by the lake, find Zhang Yu. Be cautious of beautiful country, Sakura Country, Stick Country, Neversets, and Agra. Trust in Camel and Vila. Good luck surviving. Word limit 50, punctuation not counted. Suddenly, a message appeared before Su-jin, visible only to her. Seeing this message, her original despair transformed into a flicker of joy, a smile creeping onto her face. Yes, you are all watching me, I must fight to survive. She was not frightened by the Sakura Country contestants, her expression grew more determined. Closing the livestream, she shouldered her bag, grabbed her machete, and walked into the depths of the forest without looking back. 20 minutes later. Kichiro, sheltered by the wind and rain, quietly approached Su-jin's tent. But upon opening the tent, he found it was completely empty. Kichiro bent down, staring at the footprints in the muddy ground, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, his eyes cold. So Dragon Country has discovered me, but it doesn't matter, you cannot escape. Chapter 10, Killing Kichiro. Rain poured down like a dam bursting, fiercely cascading. Large raindrops formed curtains in the air. Darkness enveloped the entire land as Su-jin stumbled forward through the needle-leaved forest. The rain soaked her clothes, clinging tightly to her skin. Coldness, fear, and darkness eroded her will like deadly poison. I cannot stop. Whenever thoughts of giving up crossed her mind, she silently cheered herself on. The outside message from her country gave her endless courage. She knew that a contestant from Bear Country had died, resulting in a loss of 1% of the territory. Yet, despite this, her country still used precious 5 words encouraging her to hang in there. Using the brief flashes of light from the lightning to readjust her direction. She was aware that the Sakura Country contestant was closely pursuing her from behind. She had to escape quickly, for herself and for Dragon Country. In the Dragon Country livestream room, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive, with fewer comments appearing. Yuan Sen and others looked grim, even though they didn't know the exact situation. They sensed something was off with both Kichiro and Su-jin closing their livestreams. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Xiasa drew on her professional hosting skills, speaking out. Although we do not know what is happening, the good news is that there has been no report of Su-jin being eliminated. Sakura Country is really inhuman, unable to play fair, bullying women, and even resorting to sneak attacks. Bakayaru, you Dragon Country people only blame others for defeat. In the wilderness world, the weak are prey to the strong, and that is the way it is. Many foreign viewers gathered in the live stream room, focusing. Due to differing camps, heated insults erupted above the bullet screen. In the early morning, Zhang Yu felt a fluffy and heavy object pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. With a groan, he opened his eyes to find a snow fox lying on his chest. He smiled and reached out to pat the snow fox. You little guy. Zhang Yu got up and pushed open the door. The dark clouds had scattered, birds were singing joyfully, and raindrops weighed the leaves down. Stretching and breathing in the fresh air, he felt very comfortable. As usual, Zhang Yu carried his bow and held an axe as he walked to the lakeside to wash up. The clear lake water sparkled like a blue gem, and he could even see a few fish jump out of the water, splashing around. In the distance, a rustle in the reeds startled some water birds into flight. This moment alerted Zhang Yu. What is it? An animal or a person? His brow furrowed, he lifted his axe and quietly approached the sound. Su Jin stumbled into the reeds, followed closely by a lean middle-aged man, who walked leisurely, clearly able to catch up but seemed unhurried. Su Jin ran helplessly ahead, the reeds cutting into her delicate skin, leaving streaks of blood. Her soaked clothes clung to her skin, and the cold and fear filled her with despair. She could hear the man's measured footsteps not far behind her. Her body reached its limit, each step now requiring immense effort and will. Finally, she exhausted her last bit of strength and fell heavily to the ground. Can't keep going. Su Jin forced a bitter smile, using her last ounce of strength to prop herself up on the muddy ground. She gripped the machete tightly, her gaze determined as she watched Juziro approach her. Even if I die, I will absolutely not become a scapegoat for the country. Zhang Yu hid deep in the reeds, quietly watching as Juziro advanced towards Su Jin. The Dragon Country livestream showed Zhang Yu's perspective. Lu Fei was almost in tears. Zhang Yu, what are you doing? Hurry up and save Su Jin. Professor Yuan-san had a grim expression. Although he wanted Zhang Yu to hurry to rescue her, he objectively pointed out. Zhang Yu is just an ordinary person, while Juziro is a member of the Sakura National Self-Defense Force. The strength gap is too large, it's difficult for Zhang Yu to save Su Jin. The best method is to hide. In the live stream, the Sakura Country audience erupted in excitement. I knew Juziro closing the live stream meant he had something big planned. Go, Juziro. Kill those two from Dragon Country and restore resources for Sakura Country. Dragon Country people are really useless, they don't dare to touch our Juziro. Now no one can say we Sakura Country took advantage of the weak. Juziro, holding a machete, slowly approached the collapsed Su Jin, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. Running? Why aren't you running anymore? Faced with death, Su Jin surprisingly laughed calmly. Ha, Sakura people, do you think you can kill me? Even if I die, it will never be at your hands. Saying this, she resolutely raised the machete in her hand, preparing to strike her own neck. Sakura person? Seeing this scene, Zhang Yu knew he could wait no longer. He raised his bow, aimed at Juziro, and shot an arrow directly at him. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the layers of reeds, piercing through Juziro's neck, blood immediately gushing out, staining the nearby reeds. The sudden change made Su Jin's eyes widen in disbelief, stunned in place. But soon, joy from her narrow escape surged in her heart, and she hugged her legs, crying out loud. She knew it had to be Zhang Yu who acted. Sakura Country contestant Juziro has died, remaining contestants 8711. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Zhang Yu for the kill. The reward for Dragon Country is a recovery of 1,000th of resources, while the punishment for Sakura Country is a reduction of 1% of land area. As soon as the announcement came out, the viewers in the live stream room exploded with rage. In the live stream of Sakura Country, everyone was in despair, fiercely blaming Zhou Xi Lang. How could they? Dragon Country people have no honor, only know how to ambush. If they have guts, face us head-on. Zhou Xi Lang is a sinner of our Sakura Country. I suggest expelling his entire family from the country. Ah! The Four Directions Island disappeared. I saw it vanish into thin air just like that. The wilderness world is still too merciful. I say, why not just wipe out the entire Sakura Country? In contrast, the Dragon Country livestream was filled with laughter and joy at that moment. Professor Yuan-san excitedly slammed the table, making loud sounds. Good, good. Zhang Yu, you did well, showcasing the might of our Dragon Country. Even the highly professional Xiao Sa was so excited that he stumbled over his words. That's right, Zhang Yu has made a significant contribution to Dragon Country. Not only did he save Su Jin, but also restored 1,000th of resources for us. The audience in the livestream was equally excited. Yu Yi is indeed the man I believe in. I want to have your babies. What about those who were shouting about immigrating to beautiful country? Hurry up and go, Dragon Country doesn't welcome you, our resources are for true Dragon Country people. A river appeared at my doorstep, clear and transparent, with plenty of fish in it. But our village chief doesn't allow us to catch fish, saying the nation needs to allocate resources uniformly for sustainable development. I went into Yu Ye's livestream, focused on learning things. If I am chosen in the next round of wilderness survival, I can also take off. In just a moment, a massive number of people flooded into Zhang Yu's livestream, raising the online viewership to over 10 million, directly shooting it into the top 10 audiences. Chapter 11 Domestic and International Reactions. Zhang Yu brought Su Jin back to the wooden cabin. Exhausted, Su Jin fell asleep immediately. This left Zhang Yu speechless. Does this girl trust me this much? Her long hair was damp, sticking to her neck, her clothes were soaked, almost transparent, clinging to her body, outlining her perfect curves. The skin that was cut was oozing blood, revealing a tragic kind of beauty. Zhang Yu shook his head in helplessness. To prevent her from catching a cold, he could only light a campfire beside her. Stepping outside the cabin, he checked his system panel. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills: Archery LV4, 0 out of 400, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100. By killing a Zhou Ci Lang, he receives 200 experience points, raising his archery skill directly to LV4. Zhang Yu raised the bow and arrow in his hand, feeling a sense of familiarity from the arrow shaft, a feeling he had never experienced before. 40 paces away, southeast wind, adjust left by 1 degree. A sensation originating from the depths of his muscles and soul triggered automatically. Is this LV4? What will LV5 be like? Zhang Yu's heart ignited endless curiosity. After several previous experiments, no matter how he practiced, the proficiency didn't increase, perhaps it would only rise when there was a clear target. Zhang Yu returned to Zhou Ci Lang's corpse, pulled off the clothes and watch from him, and set him ablaze to turn to ashes. This wasn't cruelty, the body could attract predators, and the wooden cabin was too close to hear. Zhang Yu counted the supplies left by Zhou Ci Lang. In addition to the initial fixed supplies, there was also a machete, a roll of trapping line, and over 3 pounds of rice. Thank you for nature's gifts. Zhang Yu was quite happy, development was still too slow, killing and looting was truly the fastest way to get rich. He had an extra set of clothes, so he didn't have to worry about getting torn or wet anymore. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhang Yu started busy making traps. The benefits of killing competitors from other countries were simply too great, even if the competitors themselves didn't want to take risks, they could only yield under the pressure of national will. Especially for those small countries with no hope of winning, hunting becomes the only hope. In this situation, a shelter can easily turn into a living target. So, the defense of the shelter becomes of utmost importance. Now, it is not only necessary to set traps, but even the escape routes inside the shelter must be prioritized. Zhang Yu sat in the wooden cabin, making trap components while thinking about future plans. He was troubled about how to arrange Su Jin. Food was not an issue, a mountain lion's meat weighed nearly 100 pounds, and after being smoked, it could only be preserved for about a week. Having one more person would hardly matter within a week, but the key was how to meet food needs after that week. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Yu decided to wait and see for now. A groan came from the wooden bed. Zhang Yu stopped his movements. Little Bai also perked up its ears and turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw the woman on the bed had woken up and was trying to sit up. But as soon as she exerted her arms, a sharp pain shot through her arm, causing her to collapse back down with a muffled groan. She closed her eyes, preparing to face the impact. At that moment, a warm and steady hand timely supported her back. Su Jin's body trembled, and then her face flushed instantly. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Zhang Yu's gaze. Her already flushed face turned even redder. Su Jin steadied her heart and focused her gaze on Zhang Yu's face, her hoarse voice emerged, "Zhang Yu?" Zhang Yu felt a slight confusion in his heart, then remembered something and spoke in a low, steady voice. "It's me." These 2 words broke through the crumbling defense in Su Jin's heart like a flood. Feeling wronged, lonely, and hopeless surged up like a tide, she slumped into Zhang Yu's arms and cried out loud. The relentless chase by Zhou Ci Lang did not let her shed a single tear. Now, after being rescued, the emotion she had suppressed for so long finally erupted, like a child who had been lost for a long time finally finding their family. Zhang Yu held her tightly in his embrace, gently patting her back. "Okay, don't cry." After Su Jin's emotions settled, Zhang Yu withdrew his hand, standing beside her with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. "Although you know who I am now, I still don't know your name. According to the rules, shouldn't you introduce yourself?" Hearing this, Su Jin first froze, then reacted, wiping her tear-stained eyes, taking a deep breath to steady her voice. "Thank you for saving my life. My name is Su Jin." She paused and said firmly, "I am from Long Country. Last night, I was chased by people from Sakura Country. At a critical moment, my country reminded me to find you. To be honest, I was already prepared to end it myself, but thankfully you appeared in time." She choked up again as she spoke. Zhang Yu reached out and held Su Jin's delicate little hand. "Hello, Su Jin, my name is Zhang Yu." At that moment, Zhang Yu had almost accepted Su Jin, a person who could put their life on the line for their country, surely wouldn't be too bad. At this time, in the Long Country live broadcast room, the scene of Zhang Yu and Su Jin shaking hands was being played. Lu Fei's eyes were red, trying hard to calm her emotions. "Great, Su Jin is saved, finally reunited with Zhang Yu." Her tone mixed with sobs. "I'm sorry. I'm too emotional." She lowered her head, wiping away the tear marks at the corners of her eyes, trying to collect herself. Seeing this, Xiao Sa took the stage, his tone passionate. "At this moment, not only is Lu Fei emotional, I believe the compatriots across the country are also extremely excited. We have witnessed a miracle. At the moment Su Jin's life was in danger, fate guided Zhang Yu to appear by her side. He saved not only Su Jin but also saved Long Country. Similarly, when Su Jin faced a life-threatening situation, she did not choose to give up. Even in the face of death, for her country, she chose not to die at the hands of the enemy. Her indomitable spirit and willpower are a symbol of Long Country. It is this spirit that allowed her to hold on until the moment Zhang Yu arrived. The live chat was instantly flooded with comments. So touching, whether it's Zhang Yu or Su Jin, they bring tears to my eyes. Long Country will be eternal, Long Country will be indomitable. Suddenly shipping their couple, wondering if they will spark love in the future. Only sneaky attacks from Long Country people. I Matsuda from Sakura Country will teach you how to behave. IP address Sakura Country. Kikuzu is too focused on the spirit of the samurai, that's why he was careless and was defeated by your Long Country's lack of chivalry. IP address Sakura Country. Among the comments, there were a few filled with doubt and hostility, but they were soon overwhelmed by more supportive voices. Yuan-san watched the rapidly scrolling comments, calming his excited heart, and said, "The meeting is just a beginning, the challenges that follow are the real tests. The problems they face are still very severe. Food is always an unavoidable hurdle, the road ahead is still rough, but we believe they will overcome all difficulties and seek a future for Long Country." Chapter 12, Su Jin was shocked. Is this survival? Zhang Yu led Su Jin out of the wooden house. As soon as they stepped out, Su Jin froze in place, her eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. Her gaze swept over the piles of smoked meat hanging on the rack, her voice full of incredible shock. This, how do you have so much food? Su Jin's eyes focused on the mountain lion skin, her mouth slightly agape, the shock in her eyes deepening. This is a lion? You killed a lion? Zhang Yu secured the snow fox and calmly looked at Su Jin. It attacked first. What the hell, it attacked first? Mountain lion, is this my fault? Ha, Su Jin goddess is dumbfounded, Yugo is too funny. The audience in the live chat couldn't help but laugh at Su Jin's shocked expression. Su Jin's gaze kept switching between the mountain lion's skin and Zhang Yu's face, and after a long time, she finally sighed deeply. She finally understood why the country sent her to find Zhang Yu. In this wilderness, Zhang Yu was the real hunter. Stop dazing, food won't come to you. Zhang Yu handed her the bamboo pole he had sharpened. Next, he would teach Su Jin how to make traps and fish. In wilderness survival, food was always a crucial hurdle. Taking the trapping ring found in Kikuzu's backpack, they headed to the bamboo forest together. After a night of wild winds and rains, the bamboo forest had changed, almost all the traps set yesterday had disappeared. Angle, pay attention to the angle. The bamboo rat can get through from below, what's the point of your trap? The circle is too small, what, do you want to catch baby bamboo rats? What's the use of your trap? The traces around are so obvious, do you think bamboo rats are stupid or blind? For more than an hour, under Zhang Yu's nearly strict requirements, Su Jin's hands were covered with marks from pulling. After multiple failures, she did not give up. Finally, when a trap was truly completed, an unprecedented sense of achievement surged within her. And the audience in the live chat was laughing crazily. Ha, Yugo really doesn't know what it means to be gentle with the fairer sex. Look at Su Jin goddess's resentful little eyes, it's killing me with laughter. Exactly, I feel like Su Jin goddess is about to cry. But this time I support you, Gu. To survive in the wilderness, you must rely on yourself. You Long Country men really don't know how to cherish a beauty. How can you treat such a big beauty like this? If it were our men from A3 country, they wouldn't bear to do it. IP address A3 country. The lizard said, right, you are right, I deserve to be unlucky. After supervising Su Jin set up the trap, Zhang Yu took her to the lakeside again. He tied the fishing line to a bamboo rod, then tore off some mountain lion meat to hang on the hook. Watch closely. Zhang Yu cast the rod, and the hook sank steadily into the lake, disappearing beneath the water's surface. Adjusting the float is a skill, you need to change the depth based on the fish's behavior. Never mind, that's still too hard for you. Just find the bottom and adjust the float accordingly. Zhang Yu shook his head and didn't say much more. Fishing mostly relied on the fish's mood and luck. In his past life, he loved fishing so much, learning a set of techniques from various fishing masters, but a pilot would still remain a pilot. Okay. Su Jin nodded in agreement and then followed Zhang Yu's guidance to adjust the float for fishing. Why aren't there any fish? How long do we have to wait? Su Jin couldn't help but whisper. Just wait a little longer, fishing requires patience. Zhang Yu leaned against a rock, stroking the snow fox with one hand, speaking softly. After waiting for more than an hour, just as Su Jin was about to give up, the float began to bob up and down. Fish on, she exclaimed softly, about to pull with both hands, when Zhang Yu gently covered her hands with his own. Slow down, this is just the fish testing the bait, it hasn't fully taken it yet. Suddenly, the float disappeared beneath the water. Zhang Yu steadied Su Jin's hands and exerted his arms, but the tremendous force on the rod prevented him from pulling it up right away. He changed his strategy, starting to tire out the fish. For larger fish like this, we must be careful, we can't just rely on strength, otherwise, the fishing line will snap under the strain. We need to play it smart. Zhang Yu explained to Su Jin while maneuvering the fish. MHM. Su Jin nodded obediently, her expression a mix of understanding and confusion. A few minutes later, feeling the fish's energy had decreased significantly, Zhang Yu decided to exert his strength and pulled it up in one go. A shimmering, silver salmon, weighing about 3 to 4 pounds, was caught. Looking at the fish flopping on the ground, Su Jin couldn't conceal her excitement. She dropped the fishing rod and quickly ran to squat beside the fish. Gazing at the fish in front of her, she poked at it repeatedly with her finger. She looked up at Zhang Yu, her face blooming with a radiant smile. I caught it. Su Jin's voice was filled with excitement and a hint of disbelief. Yes, you caught it. Zhang Yu nodded, encouraging her. Remember this feeling, from now on, the big responsibility of fishing will be yours. With such a simple sentence, Su Jin's smile grew even brighter. She raised her small face and nodded vigorously. MHM, from now on, it'll be up to me. Alright, you keep fishing, I'll handle this fish first. Zhang Yu checked the time, it was already nearly 5 o'clock. After a day of labor, Zhang Yu felt somewhat tired. He lifted the fish and walked to the lakeside, skillfully gutting it, setting the swim bladder aside for later use. Then, he built a campfire and began to roast the fish over the flames. Su Jin sat by the lakeside, quietly watching Zhang Yu start the fire, expertly chopping the meat into pieces to put into the bamboo filled with lake water, then placing the fish on the fire. The aroma of the grilled fish mixed with the fragrant broth made Su Jin feel a whirlwind of emotions inside. Throughout her journey, she had exhausted herself. To find something to eat, she had climbed trees, risked eating berries, and even tried unknown insects. But looking at Zhang Yu, it seemed he had endless meat. Wilderness survival for him felt like a vacation. Fishing, and keeping a snow fox, a life unimaginable on Blue Star, he had achieved in this wild world. What kind of person was he? In the Longwa live broadcast room, the audience watched the scene before them and couldn't help but feel moved. Ah, this is the man fishing and the woman cooking we see in documentaries. Don't make stuff up. This is clearly a match made in heaven, complementing each other, with strengths and weaknesses balanced. Chapter 13, Unlocking Traps, Joining the Camel Kingdom. 5th day in the wild world. Zhang Yu and Su Jin woke up from bed. Of course, there are 2 beds. After a heavy rain, the weather has obviously become much colder. Zhang Yu tightened his clothing. He briefly looked through last night's system report. More contestants had been eliminated, leaving only 8,320 participants. In just 4 days, over 1,200 people had been eliminated. This was just the beginning, the real test had yet to come. Su Jin lit a campfire and cut a piece of mountain lion meat to roast. The aroma of meat and fruit would rose instantly. Su Jin picked up a larger piece of meat and handed it to Zhang Yu, then tore off a small piece to feed the snow fox before finally taking her own portion to eat. Should I go fishing again today? Su Jin squinted her eyes, enjoying the food, while looking at Zhang Yu with some anticipation. Since she caught fish yesterday, she had come to love that delightful feeling of harvest. Zhang Yu ate the meat without answering, seriously thinking in his mind. He now had 3 solid blocks of salt. It was time to salt some meat and prepare for winter supplies. After we finish eating, let's first check the bamboo forest for any harvest, then you can go fishing. Zhang Yu quickly finished the meat in his hand, stood up, and took down the axe and bow and arrows. He had a good habit of always carrying his weapons wherever he went, so he wouldn't be caught off guard in case of danger. With Su Jin, he walked towards the bamboo forest. In the few days since arriving in this wild world, they had hardly run out of meat, and after several days of running around, Zhang Yu could clearly feel a significant improvement in his physical fitness. He used to feel a bit short of breath when reaching the bamboo forest, but now it was almost without effect. Su Jin followed closely behind Zhang Yu, panting heavily. Before even getting close to the bamboo forest, Zhang Yu already heard the struggling moans of a bamboo rat. Sure enough, beneath a bamboo stalk, a fat bamboo rat was trapped and struggling helplessly, constantly making chirp-chirp sounds. Su Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly stepped forward and picked up the bamboo rat. What a big bamboo rat, she said, weighing it in her hands and happily looking at Zhang Yu. Let's continue checking other traps, maybe there will be more harvest. Zhang Yu nodded, took out a rope from his backpack, and tied the bamboo rat to hang on it, then continued towards the next trap. However, luck did not favor them, and the next few traps were empty, until only the last trap remained. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded, Archery LV4, 0/400, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Traps LV1, 0 out of 100. Seeing the system's prompt appear, Zhang Yu knew that the last trap had yielded something. But then a question came to mind. Why wasn't the trap system recorded when I caught the first bamboo rat? He thought carefully and, watching Su Jin untangle the bamboo rat from the trap, he suddenly realized. Could it be that the first trap was made by Su Jin, and the system didn't count it? Understanding the system's function, Zhang Yu took Su Jin to the lakeside. Watching her awkwardly tie the fishing line and attach bait, he returned to the wooden cabin. As the hidden rules appeared, the competition among contestants would be greatly advanced, and the defenses of all wooden cabins needed to be strengthened. He directly closed the livestream, walked around the wooden cabin, selected a few suitable spots, and began to lay traps. At this stage, digging pits was still the most useful, so he decided to dig a few large pits first, then set sharp bamboo sticks at the bottom, and finally cover the traces with some dry branches and leaves. With his mind made up, Zhang Yu took the axe and machete and started digging the pits on the ground. With the tools in hand, digging deep pits was almost impossible, but a pit about 1 meter deep was still doable for him. He relied not on trapping people in the pit, but on the sharp bamboo at the bottom piercing through enemies when they fell in. He spent more than 3 full hours digging. Finally, he dug out 2 big pits. As he was digging the third pit by the lake, he unexpectedly dug up a sticky, grayish-white clay. Zhang Yu put down his axe and grabbed a handful of the soil, rubbing it in his hands. Clay. Pure clay. Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly brightened, and he quickly continued to dig. Finally, at one spot, he found clay with fewer impurities. In his past life, as a wilderness survival blogger, he certainly knew the process of making pottery. He had even made pottery himself during survival situations. The quality wasn't perfect, but it was still usable. To make pottery, both the right kind of soil and high temperatures are essential. First, the clay needs to be purified, removing excess impurities, and then shaped into a clay form to air dry. It needs to be baked at a temperature above 600 degrees Celsius. Zhang Yu examined the purer clay in front of him. Purification can be skipped for now, air drying takes too long, so I'll just use a low flame to slowly bake it and remove excess moisture. The failure rate might be higher, but there's a lot of it, and surely some will succeed. With this in mind, Zhang Yu immediately got to work, digging up the clay and transporting it back to the wooden house. Without tools, he used the oldest method of building with clay coils. He first rolled the clay into even strips, coiling them round and round, then smoothed out the seams between the clay. Thus, a simple clay bowl was completed. Zhang Yu continued to make more, following the same method, creating over a dozen. Then, he lit a bonfire and carefully placed the clay forms slightly away from the fire, so the flames could evaporate the moisture without burning or cracking them. More than 18 million people were gathered in Su Jin's livestream, with even think tanks from various countries focusing on it. Zhang Yu's act of closing the livestream made them panic. There was James and Choi Sushan, who closed their streams to ambush a Russian player, and then there was Sakura Country's Chikuro, who closed his stream for a night raid on Su Jin. Now, Zhang Yu's closing of his stream made them think he was also preparing for a similar assassination. Is Master Yu going on the offensive too? Are there other country players near him? I don't think so. Master Yu is just an ordinary person. Going on the offensive is too risky. It's better to stay with Su Jin and grow together. Ordinary person? Have you ever seen an ordinary person who can kill a mountain lion? Have you seen an ordinary person kill a member of Sakura Country's self-defense force? Inside the White House in America, President Trump was furiously scolding his think tank. You bunch of useless people, all claiming to be Ivy League professors, geniuses who come once in 1,000 years, but at a critical moment, you can't even analyze the movements of a little kid. What good are you? A young man stood up, his voice full of grievance. We based our analysis on big data. There are no players from our country or our allied countries near Zhang Yu. He might have closed his livestream to go take a shower or use the restroom. In Dragon Country's livestream, a Dragon Country man was shaking hands with a Middle Eastern man. Professor Yuan Sen's face turned slightly red, clearly happy. Our Dragon Country player, Xia Chen, has successfully met with the Camel Country player, Fahd, and they will form an alliance to face the crisis together. Chapter 14, The Brutal Murder by Yage Country, Pottery Making. Run. Ahmad. Tal, XXXXX. Yage, you've gone too far. Almost every country's livestream was focused here. They saw the muscular Yage Country player, Tal, madly chasing the Canaan Country player, Ahmad. Ahmad fell to the ground, supporting himself with his hands, constantly retreating. Tal, holding a bow and arrow, slowly approached, watching Ahmad mockingly, like a hunter savoring the desperate struggles of his prey. Then, he shot an arrow directly through Ahmad's palm. Watching Ahmad curl up on the ground, trembling in fear like a worm. Desperate Ahmed, an unhealthy joy appeared on Tal's face. Run, you bug from Canaan. Tal kicked Ahmed's shoulder with one foot, knocking him down to the ground. He drew his bow, aiming at Ahmed's head, looking down at him from above. Aren't you Canaan folks good at running? Keep running. Seeing Ahmed collapsed silently on the ground, perhaps tired of the cat-and-mouse game, Tal shot an arrow, exploding his head. Canaan contestant Ahmed has died, remaining contestants 8,303. Congratulations to Agar contestant Tal for completing the kill, rewarded resources recovery of Agar by 0.1%, punishing Canaan by reducing land area by 1%. In the coniferous forest, Zhang Yu felt emotional as he listened to the prompt sounds in his ears. In just one day, he not only completed making clay pots and bowls but also set up 5 traps around the wooden house. This day had indeed exhausted him. But it was good to have Su Jin, at least he didn't need to cook food himself. As he approached the wooden house, he saw the campfire flickering with a bit of light. "You're back." Su Jin came forward, putting down the roasted fish she was holding. Zhang Yu smiled. "Caught 2 fish today?" Su Jin nodded with a smile, quickly handed him a well-cooked, fragrant fish. Catching 2 bamboo rats and 2 fish in one day truly made her extremely happy. Compared to her previous life of having food only sometimes, this was simply paradise. Zhang Yu took the roasted fish and started eating. At that moment, Xiaobai, who was squatting beside and teasing the bamboo rats, immediately ran over sparkling with joy, affectionately rubbing against his pants, utterly adorable. Tearing off a small piece of fish to feed to Xiaobai, Zhang Yu also continued to munch on the fish, and within no time, the 2 to 3 kilos of fish was completely gone. Seeing Zhang Yu finish eating, Su Jin put down her fish, pointed at the clay pots by the campfire, and asked, "What are you making? It looks like pots and bowls. Are you going to dry them for use? I could have done this next time." Zhang Yu shook his head, picked a thin grass from the ground, and picked his teeth. "I'm preparing to make pottery. I'll get a simple kiln soon. You go chop some firewood, then kill and cure the bamboo rats." After saying this, Zhang Yu stood up and dug a small pit with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of 40 centimeters. Then he placed the firewood Su Jin had chopped at the bottom and carefully set the already dried clay pots on the wood. After that, he covered it with another layer of firewood and dirt. Of course, to allow ventilation, he intentionally left a few small holes. Zhang Yu clapped his hands, looking at the simple kiln in front of him, nodding in satisfaction. "Is this enough?" Su Jin looked on with curiosity. She had been assisting throughout the process but still didn't understand Zhang Yu's intentions. "Yes, next is to light the fire for firing. By tomorrow, when the kiln cools down, it should be ready." Zhang Yu nodded, picked up a bamboo tube, and cleaned the dust off his hands. He lit the firewood inside through the ventilation holes, and the kiln made crackling sounds. The enclosed space would slow down the burning of the firewood, and the air holes would continuously supply the missing air inside the kiln. Next came a long wait, waiting for the high temperature to fire the clay pots into pottery. Scraping a bit, he began to evenly apply it on the skin and inside the belly of the bamboo rat, not missing any spot. The salt not only enhances flavor but also dehydrates, suppresses bacteria growth. After marinating, smoking can preserve the food for a long time. Watch closely, don't miss any parts, every area must be touched, Zhang Yu taught Su Jin while marinating. In the future, this kind of work will definitely be handed over to her, currently, as a maid, and later, as a master. In front of Master Yu, beautiful Su Jin feels just like a little student. Before you is, a born mountain lion hunter, the end of famine, killer of the cherry blossom country, dragon country Master Yu. In the live broadcast room, over 3 million viewers laughed heartily at Su Jin's appearance. In the live room of Guk, all Gxin cried out, "Woo! I want to go back, who will save me?" After 5 days of wilderness survival, she had recklessly eaten all the beef jerky she picked, and after fishing all day on an empty stomach, she didn't catch a single fish. Without control, she started to cry loudly. The viewers in the live room felt heartbroken for her. "Woo! God bless, give Gxin a fish, so heart-wrenching. Gxin, don't cry, believe that you can catch one." After crying for a while, she had to pick herself up again because she knew crying was useless. Perhaps the audience's prayers moved the heavens, and suddenly, the fishing line sank. She had caught a fish. Gxin instantly became excited, gripping the fish pole made of branches tightly, pulling with all her might. The fish struggled desperately in the water, but she still managed to hard pull it onto the shore. "Ha ha! I caught a fish. Finally, I won't go hungry." She rushed to grab the fish with both hands. But her action stimulated the fish, which began to struggle wildly. Its slippery body started to slip out of Gxin's embrace little by little. The joy on her face quickly turned to visible panic. "Ah!" With a scream, a fish weighing over 3 pounds jumped from her arms, falling straight into the river. Gxin stood there in shock, her face full of disbelief. Perhaps because of the intense emotional fluctuation of gaining and losing, Gxin still kept her arms wrapped around, looking down at her empty arms, then up at the river's surface. A bloody taste surged up her throat, and she fell straight down. After a moment of silence in the live broadcast room, it erupted. "Blood? What's wrong with you, Gxin? Don't scare me." "No. Gxin, hold on." But then, a contestant from a sand country suddenly appeared from the dense forest, looking at Gxin lying on the ground, revealing a hint of evil smile. Chapter 15, The Wolf Pack Attacks. In the deep night, the sky was dotted with stars. Zhang Yu and Su Jin were chatting in the wooden house, while the live broadcast room viewers were dozing off during their conversation. Outside the shelter, the sound of insects was loud. Suddenly, the little white creature lying on the ground perked up its ears, then curled its body into a ball, shaking continuously. Zhang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, whispering, "Don't speak." Then he got up, took his bow and axe, and opened the door a crack, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Seeing this, Su Jin instantly woke up, her drowsiness gone. Anxious, she pulled the little white creature into her arms, grabbing the knife beside the bed, her little face turned pale. Outside the wooden house, the flickering light of the campfire illuminated the surroundings, driving away some darkness. The grass around kept trembling, as if something was hiding within. Zhang Yu observed carefully. Suddenly, a pair of ghostly green light spots appeared in the woods, slowly walking to the open space in front of the wooden house. Wolves? No. Zhang Yu frowned, suddenly realizing something was off. Wolves generally wouldn't act alone and appear so boldly within his sight. Suddenly, a chirping sound came from beside the wooden house. Wolf pack. Zhang Yu's body stiffened, a chill instantly swept over him. He suddenly understood. The wolf in front is just bait, the rest of the pack has long been ambushed around the wooden house. Once they step outside, they will be immediately torn apart by the wolves. The live stream chat exploded in an instant. What the hell, is that a wolf? Isn't it just one wolf? It's nothing for Lord Yu, he has dealt with mountain lions before. Just as Xiao Sa and Lu Fei looked relaxed, Professor Yuansen frowned, his tone revealing worry. According to records, wolves usually operate in packs and are highly intelligent. A single wolf cannot match a mountain lion, but a pack of wolves is nearly invincible in the forest, even bears cannot stand against them. Once these words were spoken, the live chat stirred in a frenzy. What? A pack of wolves? No way, how could Lord Yu and the rest be so unlucky, just forming a team and encountering such a big crisis? I don't think what Professor Yuan said is entirely true. Can't you see there's only one wolf outside the wooden house? Zhang Yu can solve it with just one arrow. Ha, foolish dragon country people, your good days are over, the wolves will tear your contestants to shreds. IP address, Sakura Nation. What? Did you forget your guy in Kuan was just torn to pieces by wolves? He was only wearing big shorts. The discussions in the live stream were incessant, but Zhang Yu found himself in a crisis. He tightly closed the door, showing no signs of panic on his face. Wolf pack, first start a fire. Zhang Yu lowered his voice, wolves are very smart and know the ways of hunting. They may not be able to break the wooden walls, but if they dig around, that would be dangerous. Su Jin showed no hesitation, putting down Xiao Bai and directly pulling out the chopped firewood from beneath the bed, lighting the campfire. The flames rose, dispelling the darkness in the wooden house and easing the unease in both of their hearts. A whoa! A howl from the wolves came from the dense forest not far away. The sound of sharp claws scratching the wall echoed in Zhang Yu's ears. Su Jin was so scared that her hair stood on end, her hands tightly covering her mouth, afraid of making even the slightest sound. The continuous scratching sound surrounded them, but the walls remained sturdy. Seeing that they could not break the walls, the wolf pack began to circle around the walls, searching for relatively weak spots. This is bad. Zhang Yu felt an impending sense of doom, these wolves were indeed too clever. Sure enough, moments later, wanting to relieve the current crisis by killing the Wolf King? That is simply lighting a fire in an outhouse. Amid Su Jin's astonished gaze, Zhang Yu opened the door a crack again, threw the torch outside, and knocked an arrow. With LV4 archery skills, he quickly aimed at the old wolf, gripping the bowstring tightly with 3 fingers as the recurve bow was drawn back. Whoosh! A sound of slicing through the air echoed. In an instant, the sharp arrow pierced the old wolf's eye. Archery experience plus 100. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, Archery LV4, 100 out of 400, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Traps LV1, 0 out of 100. Wow, so cool. Uncle Yu's archery skills are simply unmatched in the world. Uncle Yu's archery is invincible in a wilderness world without firearms. A whoa! A high-pitched wolf howl sounded in the dense forest. Instantly, all the wolves gave up their attack on Zhang Yu and Su Jin, retreating swiftly into the thicket. But the crisis was not over, those wolves lingered outside the firelight, instead not leaving, but quietly crouching in the grass, their ghostly green eyes flashing in the darkness. Su Jin's face turned pale, gripping a machete as she stood behind Zhang Yu, her voice trembling. They won't leave, what do we do next? Zhang Yu glanced at the time, 1 a.m. With more than 5 hours until dawn, as long as they could hold out for these hours, they would be temporarily safe. Tonight, we'll take turns keeping watch, you take the first half of the night, and remember, don't let your guard down. Zhang Yu instructed solemnly, then walked to his bed, hugging the little white creature and lying down fully clothed. Save the matches, if anything stirs, wake me up immediately. Chapter 16, Making Traps and Reinforcing the Cabin. Day 6 in the Wilderness World. Xia Chen and Fad were working together to build the shelter. Fad rubbed his empty belly and complained while standing to the side. Xia Chen, is it really necessary to rush the shelter? We should focus on finding food right now. Xia Chen frowned at Fad. They had just finished a rabbit leg in the morning, and it hadn't even been an hour before he started complaining again. He almost wanted to reprimand, but then thought about their alliance and swallowed the words, sighing. Let's just bear with it for now and focus on work. We'll check the traps in a bit. Fat pouted, his eyes showing a hint of complaint, then he reluctantly picked up the axe and started chopping at the trees aimlessly. In the live stream of the Warring States country, all the viewers were furiously cursing. Is this beautiful country treating our brother Cui Xiushan like a dog? Clearly, it was brother Cui Xiushan who caught the fish, yet others are stealing it to eat? We strongly protest James's bad behavior. Our Warring States country is a developed nation, the #1 in Asia, and how dare James treat our brother Cui Xiushan like this? We must protest diplomatically. On the screen, James was sitting by the campfire, enjoying fragrant grilled fish, while Cui Xiushan could only silently swallow his saliva, gazing longingly at the grilled fish. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, Xiaosao looked at the data report and couldn't help but smile widely. Fellow citizens, according to the latest analysis from our big data expert, our Dragon Kingdom contestant Xia Chen has climbed up to 4th place in the rankings, behind only James from the beautiful country, Joseph from the bear country, and Matsuda Saburo from the cherry blossom country. What surprises us the most is contestant Zhang Yu, who has risen to rank 99. Now, there are 2 contestants from the Dragon Kingdom in the top 100. Really? Zhang Yu really made it to the top 100? Lu Fei's face showed shock, her voice trembling slightly from excessive excitement. Really? The data just updated, I just checked, Zhang Yu is indeed ranked 99. This is not easy. Finally, there are 2 contestants from the Dragon Kingdom in the top 100. However, in my opinion, 99 is not good enough for our Uncle Yu, he should at least be in the top 10. You people from the Dragon Kingdom are too self-excited, but then again, it's understandable since you've been weak for so long. But our beautiful country has 2 contestants in the top 10. The top 100 even has 5 names. Meanwhile, in the wild world, Zhang Yu finished processing the old wolf. Then he marinated the wolf meat and hung it on a rack to smoke. Beside him, Su Jin was drowsily trimming bamboo. Last night's wolf attack frightened her all night, and she only felt relieved when the wolf pack left at dawn. Did those wolves really leave? Su Jin asked, her expression somewhat stiff and her voice low. Zhang Yu was silent for a moment. Whether they have left or not, we need to strengthen the shelter. Wolves are animals with a strong sense of revenge, and they have a strong sense of territory. Since the wolf pack has appeared, this must be their territory. Coupled with their vengeful nature, it's better not to see blood, but if blood is shed, it must be repaid in blood. But he did not tell Su Jin, as doing so would only increase her unease. After hearing Zhang Yu's words, Su Jin perked up and worked harder to reinforce the shelter. Zhang Yu had a plan in his mind for how to strengthen the shelter. The biggest problem with the entire shelter was one above and one below. The issue above was easy to solve, it just needed some spikes added to the roof. That left only the underground issue. Zhang Yu quickly walked to the now cooled kiln, gently pulled out the dried soil blocks, and carefully swept away the ashes. One by one, the pottery lay quietly at the bottom of the kiln. Zhang Yu glanced at the pottery at the bottom of the kiln. There were 12 clay pieces in total, 6 completely broken, 4 cracked, and only 2 intact. He carefully picked up one of the intact bowls. There were no cracks, no deformities, but it looked a bit ugly, like it had been crawled on by a dog. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded: Archery LV4, 100 out of 400, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Trapping LV1, 0 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100. Indeed. I unlocked a new skill. The first recorded skill, and the second successfully increased by 50 experience points. In the live stream. Damn, I was wondering why Master Yu was playing with mud all day yesterday. I thought he still had a childlike heart, but it turned out so awesome. Previously, the people from the Stick Country kept mocking Master Yu for not choosing cooking pots, but then Master Yu proved them wrong by saying he didn't want cooking pots? No, I want to make my own bowls. Ha, the competitors from A3 country and the non-alliance players were drinking raw water coolly a few days ago, but now they've been rolling on the ground holding their stomachs every day. I estimate they won't last long. I really hope our country's players can find them soon and give them a quick end. Seeing this, Su Jin also came over, looking at the pottery bowl with curiosity all over her face. Zhang Yu's joy came quickly and left just as quickly. His gaze shifted to the failed pottery in the kiln. He casually picked up those failed bowls and threw them to the ground. The moment the bowls hit the ground, they shattered, and the sharp, pointed edges of the broken pieces glinted coldly in the sunlight. Zhang Yu's gaze wandered back and forth between the wooden house and the shards on the ground. Seeing this, Su Jin immediately understood his thoughts. Are you planning to bury these shards in the soil around the wooden house? Zhang Yu nodded. With their cooperation, they dug a shallow trench around the wooden house, then placed the pottery shards with the sharp side facing up all around the house, and spread a layer of topsoil over the shards. Finally, they slanted sharpened bamboo stakes into the ground at a 45-degree angle and covered the roof with bamboo spikes as well, completing the entire defense system. Seeing this scene, Professor Yuansen in the Long Country livestream turned excited. This is simply an amazing idea. The edges of the pottery shards are sharp. If the wolf pack comes again, they will pay a painful price. Little Sa nodded in agreement. That's right, this gives us all a vivid lesson. Knowledge can change everything. Meanwhile, the competitor from A3 country, Ajay, finally opened his livestream after half a day. He wore a satisfied expression, slowly putting on his clothes, while beside him, a disheveled woman with tangled hair was crouched on the ground, quietly crying. The glaring rabbit made it hard for people to open their eyes. Ajay was a bit impatient with the crying, kicking out and cursing. Bitch, why are you crying? Just now you were enjoying it, and now you're crying for whom? Quan Jishin fell to the ground, half a rabbit exposed, pouting, with a face full of grievance, softly sobbing. You promised me, you would give me food. Don't worry, follow me, I guarantee you won't go hungry. Ajay tidied his clothes and said contentedly. Damn Ace and country. Our great Bangzi country will impose comprehensive sanctions on you. Dare to tarnish our goddess, we will burn down your embassy. Chapter 17 Making Soap. Finally comfortable. By the lake, Zhang Yu finally took a good bath, the first time in nearly 6 days since he arrived in the wilderness world. The only regret is that there is no soap. Zhang Yu said, touching his still greasy and flat hair, but then he lifted his spirits. No soap, can't I just make it myself? Making soap is very simple, all you need is animal fat and alkali water filtered from plant ashes. The wolf killed yesterday was thin and old, but there was still some fat, all the materials were ready. Realizing this, Zhang Yu walked toward the shelter with a refreshed mind. Sizzle. In the clay bowl, meat oil constantly bubbled with steam. Back in the wooden house, Zhang Yu put the fat from the wolf into the clay bowl to start rendering the fat. The whole shelter was filled with the unique scent of fat. Squeak! Squeak! Little Bai rushed around Zhang Yu in a panic, so greedy. Seeing the fat was almost rendered, Zhang Yu took out the oil residue and casually threw a few pieces to Little Bai. Su Jin, standing nearby, was also drooling but felt embarrassed to ask for some. Seeing this, Zhang Yu handed all the oil residue to Su Jin. Look at you drooling, eat some, the rest we will mix with some reed roots to stir-fry for dinner. Then he dissolved the plant ashes in water, filtered out the ashes, and mixed it with the fat at a 1-to-1 ratio to start cooking. What are you doing? Wasting good fat like this? Su Jin stood aside with a pained expression. Preparing to make some soap, although it's missing lime, it won't solidify, but even liquid soap can wash normally. Zhang Yu explained. The saponification reaction is when oil and alkali water collide, a chemical reaction occurs, generating soap and glycerin. Without lime, the soap has a hard time solidifying and mostly exists in liquid form. Really? Hearing this, Su Jin's eyes lit up, full of surprise, overjoyed. 6 days without washing her hair had almost clumped together, which was unacceptable for any girl, especially since she was a beauty. What's going on? Is Master Yu really that amazing? First hand making pottery, now making soap in the wild? This is a shining moment of human wisdom, we are witnessing the miracle of Master Yu. Zhang Yu kept a low fire, stirring constantly with a twig. For 2 whole hours, the liquid in the clay bowl became uniform and thick, finally solidifying into a rich pale yellow paste. Zhang Yu knew it was done. After cooling it down, he poured it into a bamboo tube. Let's take a look at the traps in the bamboo grove to see if there's any gain. Zhang Yu placed the bamboo tube down and said to Su Jin. Today's traps had a good harvest, catching 2 bamboo rats. This also gave Zhang Yu's LV1 trapping skill 50 experience points. Of course, one was caught by a trap set by Su Jin, and the experience wasn't counted for Zhang Yu. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded: Archery LV4, 100 out of 400, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Trapping LV1, 50 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100. Looking at the panel, Zhang Yu did not let Su Jin set the traps this time, he personally handled all the traps. The benefits of leveling up archery were obvious, and he wanted to see what rewards trapping would bring when it upgraded to LV2. However, this also made Su Jin a bit depressed and sad. The satisfaction brought by the harvest of these past few days gave her an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, and suddenly being stopped made her feel a little lost. Today, we eat 1 bamboo rat, stir-fried with oil residue and reed roots, and also pickle another bamboo rat for storing as food for winter. Zhang Yu tied up the bamboo rat and began walking towards the shelter. Zhang Yu's words instantly caught Su Jin's attention, and she became curious in an instant. Winter? Is it almost winter? Zhang Yu nodded. Yeah, the weather is getting colder, and more leaves are falling in the forest. It won't be long before winter arrives. In the wilderness, judging the arrival of winter is a matter of life and death. If one cannot stockpile enough supplies before winter, death awaits. In the coniferous forest, many signs can indicate the approach of winter, such as the needles of evergreen trees like spruce and fir turning darker and deeper, and the needles of larch turning golden and falling off in large numbers. Even moss shows some changes. The changes in nature's seasons can always be observed, as long as you know how to read them. In the Yagoo Country Tayer live broadcast room, many netizens from Canaan Country had gathered to curse, but it did not affect them at all. In fact, the audience from Yagoo Country watched their rage as if it was a spectacle. On the screen, Tayer was munching on the beef jerky he had seized, walking forward. He was not planning to build a shelter or catch prey. The initial 5 kilograms of beef jerky in the beef jerky seized from Canaan Country were enough for him to survive for a while. His current goal was to search for contestants from other countries to hunt, satisfying his inner desire for killing, while also plundering their supplies. The sky was getting darker. Tayer chopped some firewood, lit a bonfire, and prepared to rest. Hee, how shameless, no one says anything about killing, but one should not torture. IP address, Dragon Country. If I can't win, it's my fault? If you're not as good, you deserve to die. Dragon Country people? Killing the garbage from the island and still acting so arrogant? Just wait, when we find your contestants' whereabouts, we will hunt them one by one. By the bonfire, Su-jin was holding a bamboo tube filled with soap, looking at Zhang Yu, wanting to say something but hesitating. She raised her head a few times to say something, but shyly lowered it again. Seeing this, Zhang Yu directly asked. If you have something to say, just say it. No need to be so secretive. Su-jin raised her head, then lowered it again. After struggling back and forth several times, she finally mustered up the courage, her face full of shyness, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I want to take a bath. Zhang Yu was completely confused, looking bewildered. Take a bath? Then go wash, why tell me? Su-jin was suddenly speechless, and then her face turned red, shouting at Zhang Yu. I'm scared, can you accompany me to go? Okay, I'll go with you. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Lu Fei suddenly burst out laughing. Zhang Yu is going to make me die of laughter. Su-jin's hint is so obvious, yet he still doesn't understand. No wonder he's single. Professor Yuan-sen also had a smile on his face. This cannot be blamed on Zhang Yu. He relied on social security to live in Dragon Country and probably hasn't met any girls. However, if he survives and returns to Blue Star, there will probably be a long line of girls wanting to chase him. Zhang Yu is so cute, if he comes back, I must chase him. Up there, a big man picking his feet, would Yu Ji even like you? Don't dream. Hope Yu Ji and Su-jin don't close the live broadcast room then. Of course, it's not that I want to see that kind of scene, I just want to see how comfortable it is to bathe in a natural lake. Life is hard. Chapter 18, Ambiguity, Wolves on the Way. By the lake. Zhang Yu held the torch high, with his back to the lake. Under the moonlight, a graceful woman was barefooted, lightly touching the lake water. The icy sensation made her shiver involuntarily. Like a beautiful mermaid, she submerged into the lake. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall across the surface of the lake. The moonlight passed through the water's surface, clearly reflecting on the pair of round, snowy whites. She cupped a handful of clear water in her hands, letting it cascade down her black hair, water droplets hanging in a line, gently caressing her snowy skin, flowing down from her neck. Listening to the alluring voice behind him, Zhang Yu's heart was filled with torment. Is this what a person does? Is this a test for a leader? Which leader can withstand such a test? Zhang Yu forced himself to observe his surroundings, trying to distract his attention. How did the axe fall on the ground? Should I pick it up? If it's not in hand, it might be too late when danger comes. Zhang Yu stood straight and bent down 180 degrees. So white. A sharp female scream shattered the silent night sky. In the personal live broadcast rooms of Zhang Yu and Su-jin, all the viewers were both gloomy and full of gossip while staring at the black screen in front of them. Do you think Su-jin and Zhang Yu will have any real progress? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su-jin is mine. She is my real-life fiancée, how could she possibly be with someone else? A man slumped in his chair, his eyes filled with despair, mumbling impossible. Impossible. To the one upstairs, my condolences, but our Yugu really is too charming, and who can resist the story of a hero saving a beauty and falling in love over time? On the way back to the cabin, Zhang Yu opened the live broadcast room. The atmosphere between the two was extremely awkward. Su-jin's wet long hair fell loosely on her shoulders, her face shining like jade with a rosy glow. She was blushing and kept her head down, following behind Zhang Yu. Occasionally, when their eyes met, they immediately darted away as if they were electrocuted. Zhang Yu could feel Su-jin's gaze quietly watching him. Upon returning to the shelter, after a quick tidy up, they lit a campfire outside and then entered the wooden cabin. The two sat on their respective beds, facing each other. Su-jin's top was wet from the water running down her hair, a pair of rabbits vaguely visible. The sounds of insects around seemed to have disappeared, with their heartbeats and breathing sounds infinitely amplified. The atmosphere was awkward yet filled with a hint of ambiguity. Su-jin kept her head down, her hands unconsciously playing with the little white rabbit. How should we say it tonight? Should we sleep together, or separately? Su-jin shyly said. What the hell? It developed this way in just half an hour? How is Su-jin's fiancé doing? Is he holding up? Su-jin's words ignited a frenzy in the live broadcast room. Zhang Yu was also left stunned by this question. Sleep separately? Whoever sleeps separately is a dog. Zhang Yu said with an unusually determined expression. Let's sleep together. Su-jin raised her head, her shyness receding, and with a hint of questioning on her face, asked. Aren't you afraid of the wolf pack coming tonight? Don't we need to take turns keeping watch? Ha ha. So that's what sleeping separately means. Yuji's gloomy expression is truly magnificent, you can rest assured for now, fiancé. Then let's sleep separately after all, you guard the first half of the night, and I'll guard the second half. Zhang Yu suppressed the fluttering in his heart and turned to sleep without responding to Su-jin. At this moment, Su-jin first froze for half a second, then immediately understood the ambiguity in the words, her face instantly flushed red. The night was dark as ink, time flew quickly. As it approached the latter half of the night, a sound of shoo, shoo came from outside the wooden cabin, followed by dense, heavy footsteps. Su-jin was instantly terrified, her sleepiness completely gone. She clutched the machete tightly and called Zhang Yu awake. Outside the wooden cabin, there were even more wolves than last night, silently prowling in the darkness, surrounding the wooden cabin. Through the wooden wall, Su-jin could clearly hear their claws scratching against the ground. The wolf pack still carried on with last night's strategy. But then a series of painful howls rang out outside the wooden cabin. The wolf pack's claws got cut by the shards of pottery buried in the ground, and they were bleeding. Zhang Yu picked up his bow and arrow and walked to the door, pulling Su-jin behind him. Various country live broadcast rooms switched to Zhang Yu's perspective. In the Sakura Country live broadcast room, Maria Muda had a beaming smile on her face. According to our experts' research, wolf packs hold grudges. The people of Longwood killed a wolf, and now the wolf pack has it in for them. They probably won't live much longer. In the Yage Country live broadcast room, the comments were filled with ridicule towards Longwei. Hee hee, Longwa people keep mocking. I want to see how your two contestants get torn apart by the wolf pack. Go, wolf pack. It's a pity these two from Longwa did not die at our hands, we lost 2/1000 of our resources. I think we can take down Canaan Country right now, recovering resources would be a lot more. In the beautiful country live broadcast room, 5-star General Mike Asa sipped water, looking mockingly. Longwei is truly full of disasters. Only one contestant made it into the top 100, and now they're about to fall. But that's also how it is, their national luck is the same. Every time they start to rise, they fall back down. They can only blame themselves for not believing in God. A wolf howl echoed from the dark forest. The wolf pack outside the wooden house stirred, as if they received a command. All the wolves backed away, lowering themselves and whimpering, as if to show submission. In the dense forest, a tall, strong figure slowly walked out from the darkness. The Wolf King's ghostly green eyes were filled with coldness, quietly staring at the wooden house. Wolf King. Zhang Yu immediately knew the Wolf King had appeared. Only the Wolf King could make so many wolves submit. The Wolf King slowly paused at the door, just a door away from Zhang Yu. He could clearly smell the foul odor on the Wolf King. The Wolf King's nostrils flared, followed by another wolf howl. An old wolf immediately sprang into action, reaching the wall outside, ignoring the hurt from the shards of pottery, starting to dig. Inside the wooden house, Su-jin listened to the noises outside, her face pale. The overwhelming fear made her grasp Zhang Yu's collar tightly. But even in fear, she did not loosen the machete in her hand. Make a fire, hide by the fire. Zhang Yu frowned, his face full of worries but not panicking. Going out now would surely mean death, but if the wolves came in from digging, he was not afraid. The old wolf's paw was cut and bloody from the shards, dirt mixed with blood stuck to its paw, but the old wolf completely ignored it, digging furiously. Finally, the hole was dug through, and beneath the wall of the wooden house, a hole appeared, with a dusty wolf head poking in. Swoosh! The wolf that just appeared was shot through the eyes, let out a cry of sorrow, and fell silent. Archery experience plus 100. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded, Archery LV4, 200 for 400, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Trapping LV1, 50 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100. Chapter 19 LV5 Archery, in the same room. The death of the old wolf seemed to drop a bomb in the calm lake. The wolf pack erupted like a detonated bomb. All the wolves howled sharply. Under the command of the Wolf King, they charged towards the hole. But beasts are still beasts, even if they have some brains, they can never compare to humans. In just a moment, Zhang Yu had killed 3 wolves. Archery experience plus 100. Archery experience plus 100. Archery experience plus 100. 3 consecutive system prompts sounded. Ding, congratulations, host's archery level has reached LV5, Ultimate. Unlocking entry, 100 steps to hit, within 100 steps, every shot hits true. Instantly, Zhang Yu felt an indescribable strength surge within him, as if the knowledge of archery was uncovered by a mysterious power, deepening his understanding of archery even more. At the same time, his perception sharpened a bit more. Zhang Yu was suddenly overjoyed. He drew his bow, fingers tight on the string, aiming at the hole. Swoosh! Another wolf was shot in the eye and died, but the system did not issue any more experience increase prompts. Su Jin hurriedly dragged the wolf carcass into the house, clearing the tunnel. The continuous deaths of 4 wolves. Other wolf packs were surprisingly scared at this moment, standing frozen in place. After howling a few times, the Wolf King had no wolves daring to move forward. Seeing this, the Wolf King seemed to lose the last bit of patience, letting out a long howl as it dove into the cave. But an unexpected scene appeared. The narrow cave entrance actually got the Wolf King stuck. Although its upper body rushed into the wooden house, its lower body was firmly trapped in the hole. It frantically twisted its body, its sharp claws digging up the dirt and causing it to fly everywhere as it tried to break free. Ha ha! Zhang Yu watched the scene in front of him, his heart filled with joy. Is this dumb creature really the Wolf King? Zhang Yu put down his bow and arrow, picked up the machete, and with one slash, ended the Wolf King's life. The remaining wolves, seeing their king had died, instantly scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing into the dense forest. At the moment the Wolf King died, a panel appeared in front of Zhang Yu. Skill learned, Swordsmanship LV1, 0/100. Host, Zhang Yu. Learn skills, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Phrase, Hitting the Bullseye at 100 steps, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Trapping LV1, 50 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Swordsmanship LV1, 0 out of 100. Not bad, an unexpected bonus. If my swordsmanship levels up to the max, I might be able to rival those masters of blade techniques. Everything happened too quickly. From the Wolf King getting stuck, to Zhang Yu killing it with one blow, it all took just 2 or 3 seconds. Su Jin covered her mouth, watching the scene in front of her. Is this all resolved? She said, filled with disbelief. What else? Zhang Yu shot Su Jin a sideways glance, then stepped forward to pull the Wolf King out of the cave. Why are you just standing there? First, block this hole with some wood. Su Jin quickly got to work, running back and forth to block the entrance with the wood she had chopped from underneath the bed. The benefits of being elevated allowed Zhang Yu to enjoy some perks that other perspectives couldn't offer. He dragged the wolf's body to the cave where he stayed on the first night in the wild, then sprinkled some dirt over the corpse to cover up the bloody smell. Wow, Yugu is amazing, he dealt with the wolf pack in just a few moves. Where are those people who said Yugu was going to die? Come out. In this society, Yugu makes everyone kneel, no matter who you are. Goddess Su Jin has faced danger nonstop for the past 2 days with Yugu, but she doesn't have to worry about food and drink. But fiancé bro, we should just give it up, this Yugu has me so confused, not to mention women. The night was deep. When Su Jin finally blocked the last hole with a piece of wood, her tense nerves finally relaxed. Zhang Yu added some firewood to the campfire outside, then returned to the wooden house. The wooden house still exuded a faint smell of blood, along with the foul odor from the wolf's body. Su Jin could no longer hold on and lay down on the bed, slipping into a shallow sleep. Looking at Su Jin curled up holding the little white creature, Zhang Yu gently wiped the blood from her face, then covered her with the mountain lion skin. He hugged the machete, leaning against the door. Though the threat from the wolf pack had been resolved, the smell of blood inside could still attract other predators. Before dawn, someone had to stay on guard. Zhang Yu listened to every sound outside, the hooting of owls, the rustling of unknown animals passing through the grass, and the whispering of the breeze through the treetops. These sounds came together, forming a wonderful melody unique to the forest. Competitor Tal from the Yage country was lying in the tree sleeping, the night wind blowing coolly past, causing him to shiver. Suddenly, he was awakened by the sound of an animal rapidly running beneath the tree. Wolves? He saw a wolf running wildly into the distance. Tal didn't bother much and continued to sleep with his clothes on. When the first rays of morning light broke through the forest and illuminated the earth, a new day began. Outside the wooden house, the traces of last night's battle had been cleared, the wolf meat was salted and hung on the trees, and 6 wolfskins were spread out on the ground. Zhang Yu strung his bow, feeling the power within his body, and the understanding of archery in his mind. My physical fitness has improved a lot. Being able to defeat two versions of myself from yesterday probably means I'm not much different from a special forces soldier. Zhang Yu carefully felt the changes in his body, filled with joy. I originally thought the proficiency system would just turn skills into data, allowing me to level up more quickly, but I didn't expect there to be surprises at LV5. Looks like I need to find a way to quickly raise my other skills to LV5 and see if there are new rewards. However, upon glancing at the various LV1 skills, he instantly felt helpless again. Inside the wooden house, the sunlight shone through the door onto Su Jin's face. Her eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she woke up from her dream. She got up and suddenly felt something sliding off her body. Looking down. Lion skin? Su Jin froze for a few seconds, instinctively reaching out to touch the lion skin. Then she turned her gaze to Zhang Yu, who was busy outside. In that moment, it felt like her heart was filled with something, and a bright smile appeared on her face. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, Lu Fei's eyes sparkled, her lips curling upwards, showing a face full of admiration for the gossip. Ah, being able to see such wonderful gossip so early in the morning, I love watching them spark off each other. Little Sa could no longer hold back and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Our Dragon Kingdom competitors, Zhang Yu and Su Jin, help each other and support each other through various difficulties. I believe they can definitely bring victory to the Dragon Kingdom. Professor Yuan-sen nodded in agreement. That's right. Looking at the combination of Zhang Yu and Su Jin now, aside from the fish and bamboo rats, just those 6 wolves are estimated to weigh over 400 pounds. With so much meat preserved in salt, I'm sure they won't have to worry about food for the next 2 months. Oh no, Su Jin smiled, she's completely fallen for him. What about the fiancé? You can really cry this time, Su Jin can't escape from Aryuya's grasp. Chapter 20, Inventory of Supplies. Su Jin walked out of the wooden house against the sunlight, sweetly looking at Zhang Yu. What are you doing? Do you need my help? No need, you wash up first, then we'll count the supplies. We've gathered quite a lot these past few days. Zhang Yu said. Although food was not too lacking anymore. How could he do this to another man? In a room in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, a man was crying with his face covered as he watched the live stream. Fiancé bro, can we let go? You can't compete with Master Yu. Our Master Yu saved the beauty at a critical moment and protected Su Jin in various crises afterward. Anyone could fall for him, even I am drawn to Master Yu. Upstairs, big guy picking his feet, would our Master Yu look at you? Just focus on shipping Master Yu and Su Jin's couple. Zhang Yu sat on a wooden stump, looking at Su Jin who was still squatting down and said. Right now, we lack medical supplies the most. At the very least, we need some basic hemostatic medicine. What should we do then? Su Jin still supported her chin with both hands, looking puzzled. Zhang Yu sighed, hoping for help from Su Jin was not reliable. However, looking at her expression, he felt a bit of joy inside. In the ancient prescriptions of the Dragon Kingdom, there are herbal medicines, but we don't understand them. However, dried fish bladders ground into powder do have some hemostatic effect. Zhang Yu stood up, then suddenly remembered something and shouted to the sky. Experts of the Dragon Kingdom, please collect as many ancient prescriptions for hemostasis and cold treatment as possible, or herbal medicines. If necessary, I will notify you outside. Upon hearing this, hosts and live streams from various countries showed different expressions. In the American live stream, General MacArthur was laughing so hard that tears flowed down his face. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yu is going to kill me with laughter. Dragon Kingdom ancient prescriptions, herbal medicines, how ridiculous is this, herbs can cure diseases. In the Yage Kingdom livestream, the bullet screen was filled with crazy mockery. Relying on your Dragon Kingdom's witchcraft is not as good as believing in God. However, in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom livestream, there was a different scene. Maria Wuting looked serious. The ancient prescriptions of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed useful. I hope our experts can quickly decipher the ancient books we transported from the Dragon Kingdom. Although Blue Star does not have those herbal medicines, there are plenty in the wilderness world. We can definitely research them. In the capital city, in the think tank meeting room, the elder asked. Can what Zhang Yu said be done? Yes, but we need to study those ancient texts, the think tank leader Li Guodong stood up and said. According to Zhang Yu's idea, it is completely feasible. Based on our research, the wilderness world is expected to enter winter in about half a month. Cold and illness will be a huge challenge. If successful, it will significantly reduce the elimination rate due to illness. At this moment, Li Guodong changed the subject and continued. Elder, last night in the Yage Kingdom contestant Tao's live stream, a wolf appeared. The elder looked at Li Guodong in confusion. What's so strange about a wolf appearing? He then seemed to remember something and his expression turned serious. Are you saying, it appeared near Zhang Yu? Li Guodong nodded and said solemnly. Yes, after an overnight comparison and analysis, the wolf that escaped from Zhang Yu's side is confirmed. Based on the time of appearance, we predict it to be about 4 kilometers away from Zhang Yu, but it's hard to determine the exact direction. However, there's a 60% chance it's to the north. The elder furrowed his brow and thought for a while. According to Zhang Yu's request, we need to find suitable herbs and prescriptions for colds and hemostasis, and we must hurry. If there's a crisis, we must immediately send out a warning. Zhang Yu led Su Jin to explore towards the north of the wooden house. Unlike other places, the terrain to the north gradually rose, and the trees grew taller, with many trees entwined with vines. Above the trees, birds and squirrels occasionally hid in the dense foliage. In less than half an hour, a sound of flowing water penetrated the barrier of the forest and reached their ears. Could it be the river east of the wooden house? Zhang Yu guessed in his heart. The two exchanged glances and followed the sound. They pushed through a cluster of bushes, and a small creek less than 2 meters wide suddenly appeared before them. The stream was clear, and one could see the bottom, where a few fish swam freely. Various pebbles covered the stream bed. Su Jin instantly became excited, quickly jogging to the edge of the stream, scooping up water and splashing it in the middle, startling the fish, which quickly scattered away. There are so many fish here, I'm going to catch some for lunch. Su Jin turned to Zhang Yu with a smile on her face. Zhang Yu nodded. Okay, you stay here, I'll go ahead and take a look. He then continued walking northward. As he walked, he suddenly stopped. He crouched down, parting the weeds, revealing a patch of tender green leaves shaped like saw teeth, which were wild vegetables. Shepherd's purse. Ha, we can improve our meal tonight. Chapter 21. Su Jin is kidnapped. Tal, a contestant from Yegegwo, moved through the dense forest. The sound of gurgling stream water came from afar. Stream? Tal passed through the forest, walking toward the direction of the sound. There is someone. As he neared the stream, he saw an Asian woman happily playing in the water. Tal instantly became happy. Ha, I found prey again. He carefully approached the woman from the forest. Ha, this woman seems to be from the Long Kingdom, her name is Su Jin, right? That's right, Tal, go for it. Kill Su Jin to restore resources for Yegegwo, you are a hero of our nation. The Yegegwo chat room instantly erupted, with some feeling excited, while others worried. Tal, be careful, there is another contestant from the Long Kingdom not here, so be sure to be cautious. It's bad, we already used the outside hint opportunity when killing the Canaan country contestant, what to do now? In the Long Kingdom live broadcast room. Su Jin, goddess, be careful, run away quickly. What a pity, Su Jin is in danger, we have already used our outside hint opportunity, now we need to see if Master Yu can turn the tide. In a conference room in the capital city. Everyone looked anxiously at the screen, which showed the 3 perspectives of Tal, Su Jin, and Zhang Yu. If this continues, Su Jin will definitely get into trouble, should we activate the outside hint opportunity? A man from the advisory group suggested. The commanding officer pondered for a moment and asked. How is the data on herbs prepared? It's all ready, Li Guodong replied, handing over a piece of paper. Good. The commanding officer glanced at the paper and nodded, then directly activated the outside hint opportunity. Yegegwo Tal is here, Su Jin is in danger. There are cattails by the lake, their pollen can stop bleeding. Ginger, mint, wild scallions, and dandelions boiled in tea can drive away a cold. Good luck, it may be unwise, protect yourself. Zhang Yu, who was searching, suddenly saw the national outside hint text in front of him. Su Jin is in danger? Zhang Yu frowned instantly, his pupils contracting. How many days has it been? He has already encountered so many contestants. Zhang Yu strapped the axe to his back, picking up his bow and arrow. He wasn't too worried, at least with his LV5 archery skill, he could protect himself without issue. After preparing everything, he swiftly turned around and stealthily made his way back in the direction he came from. At this moment, Su Jin was rolling up her pant legs, barefoot in the stream, trying to catch fish. Haha, where are you running to? Su Jin stood up, holding a. Completely ignoring that the stream soaked her clothes. Seeing this, Tal immediately laughed, his face showing happiness, mockery, and greed. You don't think you can deal with me using that stone in your hand, do you? In the live broadcast room of the Yage country, the host was beaming with joy. Dear viewers, look at our contestant Tal, the gentleman, still having a friendly conversation with a woman from Longwa. I believe the woman from Longwa will soon be charmed by our Tal's gentlemanly demeanor and willingly come to him. Ha ha. It's really possible that they women from Longwa, even from Philian, many are eager to marry over. That's right, I believe our Tal will have a very different night. Aren't you being too optimistic? The Longwa contestant Zhang Yu is already rushing over here. I've seen his archery skills, they are really terrifying. You upstairs, are you still one of us from Yage? How could Zhang Yu possibly compare to Tal? In the Longwa live room, Lu Fei was filled with terror. Tal, how could Tal from Yage country be here? Zhang Yu, hurry and save Su Jin. Professor Yuan-sen had a gloomy face, his tone worried. Su Jin is in danger. I don't know what news the country sent to Zhang Yu, but the best plan is for Zhang Yu to escape quickly. If he confronts Tal head-on, it would be disastrous if Tal uses Su Jin to threaten Zhang Yu. In the wild world. Tal shot an arrow, the arrowhead piercing through the grass on the riverbank beside Su Jin. Then he threw out a bundle of ropes. Don't move. Bind yourself up carefully, maybe I can let you off. Tal mockingly scrutinized the retreating Su Jin. She stood in the cold stream, her soaked clothes clinging to her delicate skin. She held the smooth stone tightly in her right hand, continuously praying in her heart. Zhang Yu, where are you? I can't hold on much longer. Seeing Su Jin unmoved, Tal finally stood up, a cold smile creeping on his lips as he stepped into the stream. Is it really too late? Su Jin's heart was filled with despair. This time she did not retreat anymore. Her eyes fixed stubbornly on Tal, her gaze filled with determination. She raised the stone in her hand, but this time, she aimed the stone at her own temple. Even if I die, I will never become a sinner of the country. After saying this, she lifted her hand and smashed it hard against her temple, shocking everyone in the live room and Tal. No. Stop. In that moment, both the Longwei audience and Yage audience screamed in unison. However, while the Longwei audience truly worried that Su Jin would die, the Yage audience regretted losing 1/1000th of the resources. Just as the stone was about to hit her forehead, Tal threw his right hand, a shadow flew quickly and struck Su Jin's wrist. The stone instantly slipped from her hand, flying alongside her cheek. She clutched her hurt wrist, suddenly looking up, her eyes fixated on Tal, filled with flames of hatred. Bastard! Where is Zhang Yu? Where is he? Come quickly! Lu Fei cried out sobbingly in the Longwa live room. At this moment, the only one she could rely on was Zhang Yu. Seeing this scene, the originally terrified Yage audience instantly felt relieved. Thank goodness, the resource didn't escape, otherwise Tal would really become the sinner of our Yage. Tal also let out a long sigh of relief, then furiously shouted. Enough, monkey from Longwa, thinking of suicide? Dream on. Chapter 22, Embrace for Help. Zhang Yu's figure moved through the trees. The clear sound of Tal's angry roar resonated in his ears. Thinking of suicide? Dream on. I actually intended to have some fun with you. Now just go die. Hearing this, Zhang Yu quickened his pace even more. The extraordinary perception brought by LV5 archery allowed him to accurately avoid the dry twigs and rotten leaves underfoot, quietly stalking like a leopard. Through layers of leaves and bushes, he saw Tal with his back to him, holding a machete, approaching Su Jin. Su Jin did not cry, his eyes stared tightly at Tal, filled with anger and a hint of despair. Tal raised the machete in his hand, striking down towards Su Jin. At this moment, the Dragon Country livestream was filled with wails, Xiao Sa and Professor Yuan-sen's faces turned ashen, their bodies trembling with rage. Lu Fei even covered her eyes with her hands, unable to watch. Is Su Jin going to die? Where are you, Master Yu? No. Just wait until our Master Yu returns. In the Yage Country livestream, all the audience erupted. Ah. Tal, you are our hero. Kill the Dragon Country people, add resources for our Yage Country. Dear audience, this is the era of Yage. We are about to restore 2/1000ths of our resources. The host shouted loudly. Who besides our Yage Country can restore 2/1000ths of resources? Even the beautiful country has only restored 1/1000th. Experts excitedly slapped the table, almost breaking it. This is our Tal, a perfect hunter. This chop will be remembered by the whole nation. Just as the machete was about to hit Su Jin, the livestream cried out. Wait, what's behind Tal? Damn it! It's an arrow. Zhang Yu is coming. Despicable. Sneak attack. Disgusting monkey. Under the watchful eyes of viewers worldwide, the arrow accurately hit Tal's head. Tal froze in place, then fell straight down. Yage Country contestant Tal is dead, remaining contestant 7703. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Zhang Yu for the kill, reward Dragon Country a 1/1000th resource recovery, punish Yage Country with a 1% land area reduction. Impossible, this can't be. I don't believe it. The Yage Country host stared blankly, collapsing to the ground, mumbling. In the White House of the beautiful country, surrounding advisors and officials trembled in fear and did not dare to speak. Useless. Good for nothing. What are those contestants doing while the Dragon Country takes the lead? He swept a cold gaze over the advisors, grabbed a cup, and smashed it on the ground. You advisors are a bunch of useless trash. After such a long time, you haven't even figured out the positions of those enemy country contestants. If it comes to it, call the Sakura country and the Stick country to go scout the routes. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country livestream exploded with comments. That arrow was truly awesome. He made it. He really made it. Everyone stand up. Long live Dragon Country. In the northwest desert of Dragon Country, with yellow sand everywhere, a biological survey team was moving forward against the sandstorm. Captain, look. A young team member pointed ahead, incredibly excited. On the barren Gobi, countless green shoots broke through the earth, quickly becoming towering trees, and a spring emerged from the ground, soon forming a lake. It's Zhang Yu. He has brought a glimmer of hope for our Dragon Country. Captain Liligua fell to his knees in excitement, tears streaming down his face. In a rundown village by the South China Sea, an old fisherman looked at the dark sea surface, unable to help but remember the once azure waters. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his finger trembled unconsciously, pointing at the blue sea with extreme excitement. Mazu has shown her spirit. The sea has turned blue again. Long-extinct fish leapt out of the water in droves, splashing water everywhere. Then, as if remembering something, he bowed deeply to the sky. It is those kids fighting hard in the wilderness who have returned the sea to us. At the Dragon King's think tank base in the capital. The elder looked at the aerial photos in his hand, his hands trembling slightly. On the gray-black earth, patches of green were clearly visible. With a choked voice but undeniable, protect these places, designate them as restricted areas, we must leave a glimmer of hope for the future generations. While the world was immersed in shock, Zhang Yu in the wilderness remained extremely calm. He kept the bow drawn, his gaze sweeping around like a hawk. After confirming there were no other threats, he walked to Tal's side, confirming that he was completely dead. With his left foot pressing down on the head, he pulled out the arrow forcefully with his right hand. A sound of friction between the arrow and flesh erupted, and the arrow was pulled straight out. After cleaning it, he walked to Su Jin's side and asked, "Are you okay?" These simple 3 words made Su Jin burst into tears uncontrollably. Fear, despair, and the joy of surviving overwhelmed all her defenses. Woo! Zhang Yu, I. She suddenly threw herself into Zhang Yu's arms, clutching his clothes tightly with both hands. Despair and the joy of surviving made her speechless, and she cried out loud, soaking Zhang Yu's chest with tears. It's okay now. Zhang Yu reached out to embrace Su Jin, feeling her softness press tightly against his chest. He softly comforted her, gently patting her slender back with his right hand. Su Jin didn't reply, only cried even louder. After a long while, her crying finally began to calm down. But then, she suddenly realized what she had done, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she panicked, trying to pull away from Zhang Yu's embrace. Don't move. Zhang Yu continued holding Su Jin, saying, your legs are still trembling. Su Jin could only bury her burning cheeks deeper, softly responding with a no longer struggling. Only then did Su Jin realize that her whole body felt weak, her feet powerless, unable to muster any strength. Su Jin felt even more embarrassed, her cheeks blazing, burying her head in Zhang Yu's embrace and responding softly. After a moment, Zhang Yu looked down at her long black hair and blushing ears, asking, are you feeling better? Much better. Su Jin didn't dare to look up, just gently nodded, her voice as light as snow. In the Dragon Country livestream, the topic suddenly shifted from the joy of surviving to the excitement of resource recovery, starting to gossip about the couple. They hugged. Hurry up and kiss. This pair, even an old man like me can't help but feel girlish. Hope they can survive to the end and hold a grand wedding after returning. My Su Jin goddess, you can't do this. Another day of heartache for the fiancé, I wonder how he is. In the A3 country livestream, it was dominated by the Stick country. All the viewers from the Stick country were breaking down, madly cursing the A3 country. On the screen, the live broadcast showed a 3 country player Ajay behind Quan Jixin, grinning with a lewd smile, staring at Quan Jixin. Chapter 23, Trap LV2. Zhang Yu half-supported Su Jin and walked toward the wooden house. The setting sun gilded the wooden house with a layer of golden light. Su Jin was almost half lying on Zhang Yu, partly because of exhaustion and partly due to fatigue. Before reaching the wooden house, they could hear Xiaobai excitedly scratching at the door from inside. Pushing open the wooden house, the familiar smell and scene calmed Su Jin's mind. Xiaobai circled around their legs, continually spinning, while Zhang Yu helped Su Jin sit down on the wooden bed. First drink some water and rest. Zhang Yu filled a ceramic bowl with a cup of cooled boiled water and handed it to Su Jin. Then he half-squatted down, lifted Su Jin's hand, and carefully examined the bruise on her wrist from being hit. Su Jin's face instantly flushed again, her eyes helplessly looking at Zhang Yu, her eyelashes fluttering. Zhang Yu's hand gently touched Su Jin's white skin, the sensation felt like a slight current which left her flustered, her heart racing uncontrollably. He could feel her pulse beating rapidly, like a frightened little deer. In this moment, the air in the wooden house became thick and ambiguous. Fortunately, the bone isn't hurt, just rest for a couple of days. Zhang Yu stood up and walked outside, saying, "You rest, I'll go check the traps set yesterday." The afterglow of the setting sun outlined Zhang Yu's handsome profile. Su Jin curled up on the wooden bed, her gaze following his figure. Just as Zhang Yu was about to step out the door, she ultimately couldn't hold back and parted her lips, her voice soft as a feather. "Be careful." Zhang Yu paused, glanced back, nodded, and then left directly. Su Jin buried her burning face deeply into the mountain lion's skin, tightly gripping with both hands, shyly tapping the lion skin. At the same time, Zhang Yu did not immediately head to the bamboo forest. He hid atop a big tree, quietly observing for over 10 minutes, until he was truly certain that no one was following him. Then he finally turned around and walked towards the direction of Tal's death. His LV5 archery skill brought him strong perception, allowing him to clearly feel the wind and movement within 10 meters around him. While observing his surroundings, memories of soft skin and Su Jin's delicate features unconsciously surfaced in his mind. He shook his head to suppress this restlessness. Now was not the time to think of such things, as the crises brought by Jikuzu and Tal constantly reminded him. Next, he had to face not only the threats of the wilderness but more seriously, the competition among the contestants from various countries. After burying Tal's body underground, he then counted the supplies he had obtained. About 2 kilograms of beef jerky, a bow and 13 arrows, a machete, a pot and 2 sets of seasonal clothing for winter and summer. It seems this person has killed before. That should be Tal from the Yage country. After all, there were only a few reports about such killings now. Zhang Yu shouldered the supplies and continued on his way to the bamboo forest. Before he reached the bamboo forest, he heard the sound of flapping wings. A wild chicken? Zhang Yu's gaze sharpened. His extraordinary perception allowed him to recognize the creature just by its sound. He hurried forward. Sure enough, a wild chicken was trapped in a snare, flapping its wings desperately, trying to break free from the trap. Trap experience plus 50. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching trap level LV2. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Attribute, Aiming 100, Trap LV2, 0/200, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skill LV1, 0 out of 100. Securing the wild chicken to his back, and after repairing the trap, he checked around for other traps, but unfortunately found nothing. Viewers, our food is currently sufficient, and we might even waste some, so we won't kill this wild chicken. Let's see if we can raise it. After all, it won't eat much. Did I hear that right? Didn't Yugu stop caring about us after Su Jin appeared? Forgetful of his friends. Tired of the old brothers, let's ignore him and make him reflect deeply. He must recognize his mistakes. Well, but Yugu is so handsome, I just can't help wanting to pay attention to him. No. You all upstairs are missing the point. Yugu is starting to raise chickens. If he catches more, once they survive, chicken lays eggs, eggs produce chickens, a cycle, an endless supply. You upstairs, can you be a bit more grounded? Where are you getting all these wild chickens? And this is a wild chicken. Documentaries have recorded that they can hardly survive when raised artificially. Zhang Yu walked along while observing, setting traps in some seemingly inconspicuous bushes and near animal tracks. Just as the barrage said, he wanted to try raising some wild chickens. Although they are hard to raise, trying it out couldn't hurt. Back at the wooden house, Su Jin had already fallen into a light sleep on the bed. The sunset was about to set, and looking at the time, it was 21:09. It looks like the sunset is coming early again. He remembered that the sunset on the first day he arrived in the wilderness world was at 10 o'clock, and according to the current situation, the sun would nearly set completely around 9:30. As the sun was about to set, a chill quietly seeped into his clothes. He tightened his jacket and looked towards the sky, tinged red by the sunset, with a grave expression. Days short, nights long, winter is coming. He murmured, a hint of worry in his voice. The cold of winter is deadly, catching colds, hunting and gathering difficulties, and predators frantically hoarding food before winter. These are all big problems. Looking at the simple wooden house. I must find a way to improve its insulation. Zhang Yu simply built a wooden cage next to the wooden house and put the wild chicken inside, then paid it no more mind, letting it crash around in the cage. First, let's wear down your wildness. Zhang Yu murmured to himself, then prepared to light the bonfire. This time, Zhang Yu chose to ignite the bonfire inside the wooden house, aiming to use the enclosed space to reduce light dissemination. Little White watched the wild chicken excitedly jumping around beside the cage, scratching at the walls from time to time. As soon as the bonfire was lit, Su Jin woke from her slumber, stretched lazily, and looked at Zhang Yu with a sweet smile. Back again? You rest first, I'll get up to cook. Then she heard a commotion outside and asked in confusion. What's wrong with Little White? Why is it making such a fuss? It's nothing, I caught a wild chicken. Let's see if it can survive. Zhang Yu replied. Wild chicken? Where? I've never seen a live wild chicken before. Su Jin excitedly stood up and ran outside. Hey! Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly, not expecting the allure of a wild chicken to attract both a fox and a beauty at the same time. The orange-red flames flickered in the room, dispelling some darkness and bringing warmth. Zhang Yu sat beside the fire, contemplating future plans. With winter approaching, the wooden house needed to increase its insulation. Tomorrow, he would start collecting moss and dry leaves to mix with mud and cover the wooden walls. His gaze finally landed on the bottom of the wooden bed, where some clutter was piled up. Behind the clutter was a small hole, dark enough to only barely allow one person to pass through. This hole must be dug out as soon as possible. In case something blocked the door, this would be the only lifeline. The soil dugout could also be used to reinforce the wooden house. Chapter 24, Closing the live broadcast at night. At 10:09 p.m., the wilderness sky became clearer, with stars shining brightly above. From the forest came occasional animal calls and the chirping of unknown birds. Inside the wooden house, the burning bonfire dispelled the cold. A man, a woman, and a snow-white fox sat around the bonfire, quietly enjoying dinner. This wolf meat isn't very tasty, it's a bit tough and somewhat sour, Su Jin frowned and complained, then smiled again. Earlier, she had desperately tried to make do with tiny scraps of food. Now, she was starting to complain about whether the wolf meat tasted good. That's normal, after all, it was an old wolf with little fat, tough meat, so it's okay if it's a bit chewy. Zhang Yu said while eating. If you can't get used to it, we can have bamboo rat meat or mountain lion meat tomorrow. Su Jin puffed up her cheeks and shook her head as she swallowed her food. No need, I'm already satisfied just to have meat. There's no need to keep switching. Don't worry about waste, mountain lion meat can only be stored for 2 or 3 days. If we don't eat it, it would also be wasted. Zhang Yu quickly finished all the meat in his bowl and looked at Su Jin. You eat slowly, I'll go outside and chop some wood. Okay, you go ahead. I'll finish eating and come to help. Su Jin nodded, hastening her eating pace. He pushed open the wooden door, and a cool night breeze rushed in. The wild chicken in the cage had perhaps tired itself out and was curled up in the corner, not moving. Zhang Yu glanced at it but didn't linger, heading towards the cedar forest with his axe. As winter approached, the wood needed to be dried before use, so he had to take advantage of the last of the decent weather to chop and store as much wood as possible. Moreover, the secret tunnel he was about to dig also required wooden support, otherwise, being buried inside would be disastrous. He selected a cedar tree as thick as a barrel, took a deep breath, and then swung his arm to chop it down. Bang, bang. The rhythmic chopping echoed through the forest. Zhang Yu struck precisely at the previous notch each time, achieving high efficiency, and within minutes brought down a large tree. The fall of the tree sent vibrations through the woods, startling various small animals hidden within to scatter in all directions. Before long, Su Jin finished packing her dishes and came out. She did not disturb Zhang Yu, but instead picked up the fallen branches and gathered them together. These branches were also materials for fire. The two did not talk much, but they coordinated very well. In the live broadcast room, viewers began to discuss the scene. When a couple works together, they can achieve anything. This CP is getting hot. Wait, why are they cutting trees at night? Don't they fear attracting predators or enemy players? I think they might be in a hurry. After all, experts say that winter is coming soon. The night was deep. Zhang Yu looked at the logs on the ground, nodded in satisfaction, and said to Su Jin beside him. All right, let's call it a day. Su Jin looked up, checked the time, and asked with confusion. There's still some time, you go rest first, and I will finish these up. After placing the last log, Zhang Yu shook his head. No, rest now. By the way, turn off the live broadcast. Su Jin paused, her face flushed. She unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes tightly. Lowering her head, her eyes couldn't help but sneak a peek at Zhang Yu, her heart pounding like a rabbit. Her voice was as light as a feather, almost inaudible. The live broadcast suddenly went black, and the chat exploded. Is there something we shouldn't see? Do I lack this bit of traffic? Hurry and turn it back on. I want to learn. This time, the fiancé really is going to get a green hat, a big green hat. The host, Xiao Sa, coughed twice, feeling embarrassed. It seems our contestants need some private space. Let's switch the camera to other contestants. The broadcast switched to the perspective of Xia Chen. Compared to the carefully built wooden house of Zhang Yu, the wooden house built by Xia Chen and his team looked very simple. The walls were assembled from tree trunks of varying sizes, with gaps of all sizes everywhere. As the cold night wind blew through, it swayed the bonfire inside. The wooden house was empty, with only 2 wooden beds laid with some dried grass. Xia Chen and Fahad, a player from Camel Country, gathered close to the bonfire, looking eagerly at half a rabbit and a bowl of berry soup cooking over the fire. Fahad picked up a makeshift tool that barely resembled a spoon, scooped some berry soup, and brought it to his mouth, smacking his lips. Xia, next time we should put more berries and no salt. Berry soup tastes better sweet. A gust of cold wind blew in, and Xia Chen moved closer to the bonfire, took down the roasted rabbit, and handed half to Fahad, saying, "Since the last rain, the weather has been getting colder. It won't be long until winter comes. We must start storing supplies for winter, and this wooden house needs to be improved, or we won't survive the winter." Fahad, enjoying his meal, paused and turned to Xia Chen, a worried look on his face, complaining. "Xia, aren't you mistaken? It's normal for temperatures to drop after rain. And it's not that cold right now. Our priority should be storing supplies. We can reinforce the wooden house later when it really gets cold." Xia Chen frowned, his gaze sweeping over Fahad. "Can you afford to wait? Do you think the cold will give you time to prepare? Once the temperature drops suddenly, this drafty house could cost you your life. Tomorrow, you go gather berries, gather more and dry them. I'll check the traps, and then we can reinforce the wooden house together," Xia Chen said in a commanding tone. He felt very disappointed in Fahad, who was practically useless, entirely a burden. Beside the wooden house, Little White still circled around the cage, scratching at it continuously. Su Jin's ears were flushed, her head lowered, following Zhang Yu into the house, feeling at a loss. The bonfire flickered, casting the shadows of the two on the wall. Su Jin stood behind Zhang Yu, her eyelashes trembling slightly, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, rising and falling with her hurried breaths. "Go," Zhang Yu pointed to the bed with his chin and said to Su Jin. "Ha? Is it starting now?" Su Jin's face turned even redder, and her hands anxiously tugged at her clothes on both sides of her body, speaking softly. "What else? The live stream room is closed. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can sleep." Zhang Yu looked at Su Jin with a hint of confusion. Su Jin gently nodded, unable to meet his gaze, staring down at her toes as she walked to the bed, sat down, closed her eyes, and pursed her lips. The slightly trembling eyelashes revealed her inner unrest at this moment. Chapter 25: Preparation for Raising Wild Chickens. On the morning of the 8th day of survival in the wilderness, Zhang Yu's live stream room suddenly lit up, and the comments flew across the screen. "Yugu, honestly confess, what exactly did you do last night? Zhang Yu, you bastard. How dare you touch my fiancé? I will kill you." "Calm down, fiancé brother, let's just find another one." In the dim morning light, Zhang Yu was next to the wooden house, drying the firewood he had chopped last night. At that moment, Su Jin walked out of the house, her long black hair loosely tied at the back, with a few strands falling beside her ears, gently swaying with her steps. "You're awake. The lion meat reed soup is in the pot." Zhang Yu placed the last piece of firewood and walked over to Su Jin. Seeing Zhang Yu approach, Su Jin's face flushed red again. She recalled the scene from last night. After entering the wooden house last night, her heart was filled with anticipation, shyness, and a bit of shame as she sat on the wooden bed, thinking Zhang Yu would. But instead, Zhang Yu said, "What are you doing? Get up and move the bed." She was stunned, staring blankly at Zhang Yu. The reality was that they spent the entire night digging a hole. Su Jin responded, quickly finishing the last sip of meat soup in the earthen bowl before getting up to collect moss and dry twigs and leaves. And Zhang Yu mixed the materials Su Jin collected with dirt. Then, the two of them worked together to smear the muddy mixture of moss and twigs onto the exterior of the wooden house. Before long, a rather ugly but practical exterior of the wooden house was completed. Zhang Yu looked at the wooden house in front of him, feeling quite satisfied. The thick mud acted like an insulation layer for the house, effectively preventing temperature loss and ensuring the indoor warmth as much as possible. Moreover, the mud mixed with moss formed a natural camouflage, making it nearly impossible to spot from a distance. Looking at Su Jin beside him, Zhang Yu was suddenly filled with a playful thought. He lightly slid his muddy finger across Su Jin's snowy white cheek. "What are you doing?" Su Jin playfully retreated a half step, her ears turning bright red in the sunlight. "There's a bug, let's go wash up and check the traps." In the live stream room. "Yugu, you've turned bad. Not satisfied after a whole night, showing off your affection early in the morning. You won't turn off the live stream by the lakeside, right? You won't indulge in broad daylight. I think it's very likely, maybe a couple's bath, then a date while checking the traps." At the lakeside, Su Jin knelt half down by the shore, cupping a handful of clear water with both hands, gently splashing it on her cheeks, occasionally stealing glances at Zhang Yu. "Let's go, time to check the traps." Zhang Yu stood up, seeing that Su Jin was almost done washing, he called out. Although the beauty was enchanting as she groomed herself, at this moment, Zhang Yu was more concerned about whether the traps he set could catch wild chickens. It was next to impossible to raise only one wild chicken, a certain number was needed to stabilize it. To achieve a sustainable meat supply, they had to catch more chickens. The two of them moved forward, one after the other. Jin, whether shy or for another reason, always kept a distance of 2 or 3 steps from Zhang Yu, neither moving away nor getting closer. Her gaze occasionally fell on Zhang Yu, then quickly darted away to look at the grass beside the road. Zhang Yu could feel Jin's movements but did not point it out, just slowly slowed down his pace. Suddenly, Zhang Yu, who was walking ahead, stopped in his tracks. He quickly walked to the nearby grass and examined it carefully. "What's wrong?" Jin, feeling shy but unable to hold back, nervously asked Zhang Yu from behind. "There are footprints, fresh ones. These tracks should belong to some kind of deer." Hearing this, Jin let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a predator, everything was fine. "So, should we go find this deer?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "There's no need. Let's continue checking the traps." Currently, the food supply in the shelter was already quite abundant, so there was no necessity to hunt more animals. What was important now was the path of sustainable development. If they could catch wild chickens or rabbits, once bred successfully, it would provide a continuous food source. In fact, Zhang Yu had considered raising bamboo rats before, but he gave up because they were hard to raise and needed special food. Now that he had the chance to raise wild chickens, he wouldn't miss this opportunity at all. The two checked the traps but found nothing until they reached the 7th one. There, entangled in the trap, was a wild chicken. Seeing Zhang Yu approach, the wild chicken panicked and flapped its wings, rustling the fallen leaves on the ground. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed the wild chicken's wing with one hand, and untied the trapping loop. "It's a hen." Zhang Yu felt very happy inside. If they raised this chicken well, it would be even more useful than catching 10 roosters. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs produce chickens. Once successful, there would be a sustainable source of meat. Of course, having just 2 was still not enough, they had to work harder. Trap experience plus 50. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded: Archery LV5, Ultimate, Trait, Hitting Target at 100 steps, Trapping LV2, 50/200, Fishing LV1, 27 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 0 out of 100. Zhang Yu had become too lazy to care about this proficiency system. Besides archery, upgrading other skills was just too exhausting. He wouldn't consider raising skill levels until the shelter was fully completed. At this moment, Jin was also drawn over, her face beaming with joy as she cautiously reached out her hand to gently touch the wild chicken, admiring its bright feathers and sighing, "So beautiful." "Yeah, we're lucky. Let's take it back and raise it," Zhang Yu said as he tied the wild chicken's wings and handed it to Jin. "Be careful, don't let it peck you, it hurts a lot. Let's go and check the rest of the traps. Hopefully, we will have more luck." Jin felt a bit nervous. After taking the wild chicken, she carefully cradled it and quickly caught up with Zhang Yu. This time, she closely followed Zhang Yu and no longer deliberately kept her distance. In the next few traps, some weren't triggered at all, while others were triggered but yielded nothing. Until they reached the last trap, where Zhang Yu stopped beside a dense thicket. "What's wrong?" Jin whispered as she held the wild chicken. Zhang Yu didn't answer. He lowered his body and pushed aside the bushes in front of him. A wild chicken suddenly appeared before them. This chicken's feathers were even more vibrant and it looked smaller. Trap experience plus 50. Trapping LV2, 100/200. It's a rooster. Zhang Yu moved quickly to tie it up again and then reset the trap to its original state. To catch 2 wild chickens in one day, 1 male and 1 female, their luck was simply incredible. Zhang Yu looked at the 2 wild chickens and felt even happier. "Great. Now they won't be lonely," Jin said with a radiant smile, as if she could already see flocks of wild chickens around their future wooden house. "Yeah, let's make sure to raise them successfully, and then we'll have eggs to eat," Zhang Yu replied in a great mood. Now, with the one in the wooden house, they had 3 wild chickens, which was already a decent start. However, the small chicken coop they made yesterday was no longer sufficient to hold them. They needed to build a larger coop. Chapter 26: Daily Fishing. In the live broadcast room of Fejo country, contestant Jose Santos was helplessly collapsed on the ground. His lips were cracked, and his cheeks were sunken. His once robust body had become thin under the torment of hunger. His eyes were vacant, staring intensely at the wild grass in front of him. Hunger drove him, and he trembled as he extended his right hand. He pulled up a handful of grass, not caring about the dirt, and stuffed it into his mouth. The grass seemed like a rare delicacy to him, his eyes tightly closed as he chewed, showing a look of satisfaction. The live chat was filled with worry and despair. "Oh God, please bless Jose, bless our fine monkey country. He deserves this. I said on the first day, he should have chosen beef jerky. Look at the other contestants who chose beef jerky, they are still living comfortably. I just came from the Dragon Country livestream, and their contestants are even raising wild chickens because they have excess food. And our Jose, the gap is too big." Jose stuffed more grass into his mouth again. Suddenly, his face turned pale, his body curled up on the ground, retching. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and he fell straight to the ground, never to make a sound again. The same scene played out in live streams from various countries. Those who chose food at the start were living relatively well. But those who did not choose food at the beginning, some like Jose, started to eat grass. Jose Santos from Phi Monkey Country has died, remaining contestants, 7402. In just 8 short days, over 2,000 contestants died in the wilderness. This terrifying death rate filled everyone with fear. Hunger, illness, wild beasts, and even contestants from other countries, each of these could easily take a life. Hearing this report, Su Jin, who was making a large chicken coop, stopped her movements. Behind those cold numbers were vibrant lives. Thinking back to the hardships of searching for food, the pursuit by the Sakura Country contestant Juro, and almost being killed by the Accord contestant. The shadow of death had brushed past her several times. She instinctively looked at Zhang Yu. A mix of relief and dependence surged in her heart. If it weren't for this man, she would have surely died at the hands of the Sakura Country contestant, and even faced deep humiliation before her death. Now, having a place to stay, even without worries for food and clothing. All of this was because of this man. Her eyes unconsciously showed gratitude, and a hint of affection. Zhang Yu's extraordinary perception instantly felt someone watching him. He looked up, just in time to meet Su Jin's big, watery eyes filled with complex emotions. He was slightly taken aback. Why was she looking at him with those eyes? Could it be that she was scared by the death report of the Phi Monkey Country contestants? He walked to Su Jin's side, his voice much gentler. Are you okay? Are you scared? Su Jin shook her head, her voice slightly choked. No, it's really good to have you here. After saying this, her face flushed with shyness. She lowered her head to continue building the chicken coop, but her slender hands were trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was startled, falling silent for a moment. He reached out and patted her shoulder. Don't think too much. Although we are doing well now, we must not slack off. Let's survive together and safely return to Blue Star. Let's survive together and go back. Some things need no more words. Viewers in the live stream saw this scene and felt they were fed a mouthful of dog food, complaining. Help! This atmosphere is so strong. I've been fed a mouthful of dog food again. Damn it. They didn't even have any intimate interactions. Why do I always feel offended? After a brief silence, Zhang Yu looked at the almost finished wild chicken coop, his tone returning to calm. The chicken coop is well made. Once it's finished, just lay in some dried branches and leaves. Su Jin nodded. But isn't winter coming soon? Won't the wild chickens freeze to death in there? And what will they eat? Don't worry, as long as we keep the coop dry and avoid the wind, there won't be any problems. Zhang Yu was cutting the last horizontal bar with a knife. When it gets cold, just build a low wall with mud on the northwest side. He suddenly stopped, looking at the beech trees in the distance starting to turn yellow. We also need to prepare food. We must gather more berries before they fall. Dried and stored. After saying this, he installed the last horizontal bar, and the chicken coop was finally completed. Then, he put the 3 wild chickens together into the coop. Su Jin's eyes brightened. This gathering work suited her very well, and she said, "The berries by the lake are ripe. If we don't go soon, the birds will finish them all. How about I go pick some now? Let's go together and fish while we're at it. Eating lion meat and wolf meat every day, it's time to change it up." The two continued on their way, and at the calm bay of the lake, they split up. Zhang Yu attached bait to the fishing hook, swung it hard, and cast it into the lake. Su Jin was carefully picking berries, the purplish-red fruits filling the bottom of her backpack. Little Bai, on the side, happily flapped at butterflies and flying insects. When the fishing line jolted violently for the 3rd time, the fish swim bladder suddenly submerged under the water, and a pull transmitted from the bamboo pole in his hand. Soon, a plump pike was dragged to the shore. Due to the approaching winter, these fish were crazily feeding, storing up the fat needed for winter. Fishing experience plus 10. Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded: Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, hits from 100 steps, Traps LV2, 50/200, Fishing LV1, 37 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 0 out of 100. Zhang Yu looked at the system panel and felt a bit speechless. Only 10 points of experience for catching a fish, but just getting a bite gives 1 point of experience. When will he ever level up fully? Here, this is wild green onion and wild ginger. Aren't I smart? I understand once I'm taught. Su Jin hurried over after seeing the fish caught, holding a few bunches of bright green wild onion and 2 pieces of wild ginger covered with wet mud. Although the fish here was very delicious, these freshwater fish always had a hint of earthy taste. Since Zhang Yu taught Su Jin how to identify these plant seasonings, their food flavors have improved a level. As the two were talking, another shiny pike was caught. Fishing experience plus 10. Fishing LV1, 47/100. Zhang Yu looked at the experience points inside. The road is long and winding. Can't see the end, can't see the end, when can he max out his fishing level? Just as he was daydreaming, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. He turned to see Su Jin half squatting by the lake, washing her hands, quietly scooping a handful of clear water and splashing it at him. The water trickled down his neck into his clothes, bringing a hint of coolness. What are you daydreaming about, big fisherman Zhang? Su Jin giggled, her eyes crescent-shaped, emitting a silver bell-like laughter. You're getting bolder. Zhang Yu snapped back to reality and pretended to be serious. After saying that, he pretended to stand up. Su Jin softly called out, laughing as she stepped back, but accidentally stepped on a smooth stone by the shore, her body tipped, and she fell backward. Zhang Yu reacted quickly, leaping forward to wrap his arms around her waist. Their reflections were mirrored in the lake water. The sudden closeness connected their bodies, and they felt each other's touch and warmth, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Zhang Yu was the first to let go, gently pushing Su Jin's hair aside, pretending to casually pick up the fishing rod from the ground. Be careful. Su Jin lowered her head, pretending to fix her clothes, but the corners of her mouth subtly lifted. Chapter 27, Digging the Shelter's Secret Passage. For everyone urging an update, here's an additional chapter. Think tank base in the capital. On the screen, a self-drawn map of the wilderness world was displayed, but large areas remained blank. Li Guodong stood in front of the screen, pointing to it and said, with the day and night efforts of the think tank and its subordinate departments, we have initially drawn a map of the wilderness world. Then he pointed to the blank areas. Although there are still many missing places, the basic outline has become clear. Our country has 48 remaining contestants. Currently, the positions of 32 contestants have been marked on this map. There are still 16 contestants whose positions cannot be determined. But this is also a good thing, as it indicates that no contestants from other countries have been found nearby. The most critical situation currently is with Jiang Shuang and Wu Jun, Li Guodong said seriously. The position of Jiang Shuang. Within a 10-kilometer radius, there is a competitor from Zhan country and one from Gul country. Meanwhile, beside Wu Jun, there is also a competitor from Sakura country and one from Stick country. Currently, the best situation is for Zhang Yu and Su Jin's group, as well as Xia Chen and Fod's group. The former has not yet discovered any enemy competitors nearby, and they have sufficient supplies. As long as they proceed step by step, there is a high probability they will survive until the later stages. As for Xia Chen and Fod's group, the biggest problem they are facing right now is the lack of supplies. If this issue isn't solved, things will get very troublesome later. The elder took off his reading glasses and pressed his fingertips against his swollen temples. It seems that the decision to have them two meet up was a wrong one. Fod is lazy and useless, except for consuming Xia Chen's supplies, he has almost no value. The second elder spoke. You can't blame yourself for that. At that time, the beautiful country's competitor James and Stick country's competitor Choi Seo-san teamed up and directly killed the Russian Bear country's competitor. Under such pressure, having Xia Chen and Fod meet was the best option. The elder shook his head. Don't try to comfort me. A mistake is a mistake. Are there any solutions right now? Xia Chen still has one more off-field hint opportunity left. Li Guodong responded. About 10 kilometers to the west of Xia Chen, there is a competitor from Babayang country, Iqbal. From our observations, he is an active soldier from Babayang country, with certain wilderness survival abilities and impressive hunting skills. If they meet up, it could greatly reduce Xia Chen's pressure. The elder pondered for a moment. The internal situation of Babayang is very delicate. There are two factions within. One faction is pro-us, while the other, under the constant influence of the beautiful country, has a wavering attitude. Now, letting a competitor whose stance is unclear team up with our key player, Xia Chen, is too dangerous. In the wilderness world, the moonlight cast a silver-gray glow, and the cold wind made the trees rustle. Inside the wooden house, the campfire flickered, casting warm light. Zhang Yu and Su Jin turned off their livestream. He, shirtless, curled up inside the narrow cave, using an axe as a shovel, constantly banging and digging at the dirt layers on the wall. Behind him, there was a simple support made of tree trunks, firmly holding up the cave ceiling. When the dirt piled up, he used a homemade wooden shovel to scoop it into Jiao Zilong's backpack. Su Jin, however, was not shirtless. She wore a top and knelt at the cave entrance, taking the backpack in relay. Every time she did, she would wipe the dirt off Zhang Yu's face with her sleeve. The dirt that was carried out was mixed with water by Su Jin, then shaped into mud blocks, piled next to the chicken coop to act as a windbreak. The sounds of tapping echoed in the cave, and the aroma of grilled fish and the clear scent of fish soup drifted from the campfire. Su Jin washed her hands carefully, then moved the pot of fish soup from beside the campfire to a nearby wooden post. She then used broad tree leaves to place the grilled fish beside her. She walked to the cave entrance, leaned down, and shouted. Zhang Yu, take a break, come out and have some late-night snacks. Zhang Yu fumbled and crawled out from the cave entrance, his body drenched in sweat, his clothes caked in dirt. When he saw the carefully roasted fish and the fish soup, his eyes lit up. He didn't expect Su Jin to have the potential to be a good wife and mother. Her cooking skills had improved again. Just the smell made his appetite surge before he even took a bite. Su Jin poured 2 bowls of fish soup, handing one to Zhang Yu and placing the other in front of herself. The little white dog, who had been sleeping on Zhang Yu's bed, jumped down when it smelled the delicious scent. It circled around Zhang Yu, constantly pawing at his pants. "Has little white been fed?" Zhang Yu asked, seeing the dog's behavior. I fed it a big chunk of mountain lion meat around 6 o'clock, Su Jin replied, standing up and tossing a piece of mountain lion meat to little white from the roof of the wooden house. "Feed it more lion meat. A few pieces are already starting to smell." "I buried them underground outside," Zhang Yu said. Zhang Yu nodded, took a sip of fish soup, and then said, "By the way, don't throw away the rotten meat, tomorrow I'll find a place far from the wooden house to hide it." Su Jin looked a bit puzzled. "It's all gone bad, it's fine to just throw it away, why hide it?" "Ha ha." Zhang Yu laughed heartily. "You don't understand. That meat is a treasure. As long as it's stored well, we won't worry about food for the wild chickens for a short time." Seeing Su Jin's more confused expression, he patiently explained. "Rotten meat produces maggots, and that is the favorite food of wild chickens. It is much more nutritious than berries." Su Jin froze in place, and then suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. I'll go dig out the meat and clean it up right away. You boil some hot water, I'll continue digging the cave. I've already done more than half, and tomorrow it will basically be finished." Zhang Yu raised the axe in his hand and once again plunged into the cave. In the live broadcast room of the Bear Nation, Freika wiped the cold lake water from his body and grinned at the lake. "Comrades, this wild world is truly refreshing. Clean streams, free-spirited living, everything is so heartening." He bent down and pulled out a fat trout from the stone-made fish trap. After coming ashore, he quickly walked back to his shelter. He stuffed white birch wood into the burning stone fireplace, then hung the fish over the fireplace to grill. Then he sat on the bed made of dead leaves and said, "Dear Dawarishi, I must live until the end for you, to save our country." The live broadcast host excitedly said, "Freika is fully utilizing his skills as a construction worker. Look at this shelter, it's incredibly sturdy on the outside and extremely comfortable inside. Everyone can see several dried fish hanging above the wooden house. Our Freika is definitely a favorite to win." "Exactly. That big data teacher definitely has issues, just like that Zhang Yu from Dragon Country, who was originally at the bottom of the rankings, but now look. Our Freika is only ranked over 1400, that's absolutely unfair. With this sturdy wooden house and rich food, who can compare to our Freika except for Zhang Yu from Dragon Country? The most disgusting thing is that Choi Sukhyun from Stick Country. Ever since he teamed up with Beautiful Country's James, his ranking shot up to 1379. Absolutely, it's a disgusting combination, but they seem to have suddenly moved south." Chapter 28, Discovery of Hot Springs. On the 9th day in the wild world, Zhang Yu awoke to the sounds of birds and the flapping of wild chickens. He glanced at Su Jin, who was still fast asleep, and stroked the little white creature curled up in his arms, also sleeping soundly. He quietly pushed open the door and stepped outside, conveniently opening the live broadcast room. Little White was startled awake, blinked its eyes, and hopped after Zhang Yu out of the wooden house. Zhang Yu grabbed a handful of berries and tossed them into the cage. The 3 starving wild chickens immediately began to fight for the food. "Are you awake?" Zhang Yu looked back toward the wooden house, where Su Jin, looking very tired, seemed still not fully awake, stretching and yawning as she walked over. "MHM." Su Jin squatted down beside Zhang Yu, watching the wild chickens fighting over food, a hint of a smile appearing on her weary face. "They seem spirited. I was tossed around all night last night." As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room erupted. "Woo-woo, dog couple. Curse you, dog couple. Su Jin, you filthy slut, how could you throw yourself into someone else's arms behind my back? We shouldn't watch Fiancé Brother anymore, let's switch to another broadcast room, or else you'll cry every day." "Ha? I feel like Fiancé Brother is acting strangely, he seems a bit too into it. Does he have a special interest in NTR? If you hadn't said it, I really wouldn't have noticed. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit like that." Zhang Yu felt something was off, but he couldn't figure it out. Su Jin's words weren't entirely wrong, these wild chickens seemed either unaccustomed to the new environment or were rejecting each other. It wasn't until dawn that the noise finally calmed down. "I'll go prepare breakfast. What do you want to eat? Lion meat or wolf meat?" Su Jin asked. "No need, I'll tear off a bit of lion meat to eat on the way. You just focus on your own breakfast," he replied. "Where are you going? Aren't you taking me with you?" Su Jin felt a bit excited, as since the events with Josie and Tal, she had unconsciously started to rely on this man in front of her. She instinctively thought that he found her useless and wanted to leave her behind. There are a lot of things to do below, and I'm planning to scout further east. You can take care of the matters here by yourself, Zhang Yu explained. First check the traps we set up yesterday, and those furs need to be washed with soapy water and dried, Zhang Yu instructed. Natural fur, without proper tanning, is very stiff. It must be treated to some extent, but without better conditions, all they could do was use soap for simple treatment. Okay. You go worry-free, I'll take care of the home, Sujin said, relieved. Zhang Yu picked up his machete, slung his bow and arrows over his back, and headed east. He wove through the coniferous forest, carefully on guard against his surroundings. The sunlight was blocked by the dense treetops, casting dappled shadows on the ground. As time passed, he walked about 2 kilometers and came across a river. This was the place where he initially killed the mountain lion. The bloody scent had long since disappeared, and even the blood and some internal organs that were left behind had vanished. He waded through the cold stream, moving toward the more unfamiliar east. After passing through a dense forest of larch and spruce, he continued eastward. The further he went, the taller the trees became, and a pungent sulfur smell filled the air. After advancing for about 5 kilometers, he chopped through a thick bush, and a wave of warm wind met him head-on, revealing a clear view ahead. A gorge about 7 meters deep appeared before him. White mist swirled in the gorge, hiding several hot spring pools of various sizes within it. What surprised him even more was the lush plants near the hot spring pools, where he could even see several fruit trees bearing some red fruits. Zhang Yu didn't go down immediately. Holding his bow and arrow like the most patient hunter, he quietly concealed himself at the edge of the gorge, carefully observing. Only after confirming there were no enemy competitors or large predators did he climb down a not-too-steep cliff. Reaching a hot spring, he squatted down to test the water temperature, which was around 50 degrees Celsius, slightly hot but bearable. Then he reached out to touch several other pools, finding that most were of similar temperatures, except for a smaller hot spring, which was much hotter, estimating it to be over 70 degrees. Zhang Yu's heart instantly filled with happiness. This discovery was significant. Although the original shelter was well prepared, nobody knew how cold the winter really gets in this wild world. But seeing the surrounding spruces and larches, which are cold-resistant plants, he believed that the winter temperature here must not be too low. If they set up another shelter here, they could use the geothermal heat and hot springs to maintain a controllable temperature. He stood up and walked around the gorge, finally stopping near a slightly sunken mountainside. Carefully observing, a blueprint suddenly formed in Zhang Yu's mind. This sunken area is about 5 to 6 square meters, completely enclosed by the mountain except for the front. We just need to build a door to live in directly, Zhang Yu decided in his heart, planning to build an emergency shelter here next. After 2 successful hunts and enough show effect, his online viewer count had reached 11.23 million, already accounting for 1/10 of the Dragon Country's total population. As soon as the bullet comments started flowing in the live chat, in an instant, it was covered by the next barrage of comments. Damn! Is this a hot spring? What luck for Brother Yu, there's no need to worry about winter now. This place is simply a heavenly spot for winter. According to Professor Yuan's research, based on the plants here, the winter temperature can drop to -20 or 30 degrees. This is bad. Brother Yu will definitely come to soak in the hot springs with Goddess Su every day. What should our fiancé do? Hee, if they forget to turn off the live stream while soaking in the hot spring, just like in the country of Asan, that would be great. Everyone upstairs, shut up. This couple of adulterers. When they come out, I'll take care of them. In the live stream, Xiaosa and Lu Fei were very excited, but only Professor Yuan had a worried expression. Xiaosa asked in confusion, Professor Yuan, did you discover something? Professor Yuan shook his head and hesitated for a moment. I hope Zhang Yu doesn't move the shelter here. Lu Fei, curious, asked, Professor Yuan, you said the winter in the wilderness world is coming, and the temperature is very low. Why can't he move here with the hot springs? Professor Yuan replied. That's true, but don't forget that the wilderness world has countless large predators. Once winter comes, the outside temperature drops and the water sources freeze. Where do you think those large predators will go to warm up and drink? As soon as these words were said, the excitement of all the viewers instantly turned cold, like being covered in frost. Xiaosa tried to smooth things over. What Professor Yuan said makes sense. Let's focus on Zhang Yu and see if he will move the shelter here. I don't think so. A smart guy like Brother Yu wouldn't do that. Who knows? No one would refuse the opportunity to soak in hot springs every day. Chapter 29, Grizzly Bear Attacks. Around the hot spring, mist swirled. Zhang Yu leaned against the wall of the pool, eyes closed, enjoying the hot spring's warmth. The tense muscles that had been strained for days began to relax, and the fatigue of many days was completely relieved. Suddenly, 50 meters away, near the entrance of the canyon, the bushes shook violently. An adult grizzly bear, with heavy steps, trampled through the bushes, heading towards the hot spring pool. With extraordinary perception, Zhang Yu instantly sensed the breath of danger. His body tensed up immediately. Bear! Oh no! Zhang Yu looked at the robust grizzly bear, which was less than 30 meters away from him, feeling a sense of dread in his heart. Mind racing to think of a solution. He glanced at the bow and arrow and the machete that were more than a meter away, cursing himself madly in his heart. Days of smooth sailing had made him a bit lax, and the weapons he always kept close had been tossed aside when he saw the hot spring. Now thinking of getting the weapons, it seemed too late. What should he do? A moment of silence filled the livestream chat. Everyone was stunned by the presence of this grizzly bear. Then, panic erupted like a dam breaking. Damn! What am I seeing? A grizzly bear. Run, brother Yu. The grizzly bear is coming. Initially thought discovering the hot spring was a good thing. Now. 3 pure ones, Shakyamuni, Jesus. No matter what God, please protect our brother Yu. Don't be afraid. Our brother Yu has killed mountain lions, why fear a little grizzly bear? Ah, Dragon Kingdom people, your luck has turned upside down. The grizzly bear will take away your country's contestants and bring your country bad luck. IP address, Yage country. The grizzly bear continued approaching Zhang Yu, its foul smell unmistakable even from more than 20 meters away. At this critical moment, Zhang Yu calmed down instead. The more panicked, the faster the death. Just as the bear's massive body fully revealed itself, less than 30 meters away from the hot spring, Zhang Yu made his move. He did not run away, nor did he advance to confront the bear head-on. Instead, he made an unexpected decision. He took a deep breath, dove down, and sank completely into the water, leaving only a trail of bubbles behind. He was ready to use the hot spring as a cover, hiding his shape in the water and concealing his breath. Through the water's surface, Zhang Yu could see the blurred and massive figure of a grizzly bear approaching step by step. His heartbeat quickened a bit, his body pressed tightly against the edge of the hot spring, hands gripping the protruding rocks in the pool, ready to spring out at any moment. Once the grizzly bear spotted him and jumped into the pool, he would instantly spring to the shore and fight it with his bow and axe. Everyone in the livestream held their breath, their hearts racing along with Zhang Yu's intense beats. Yuan-san suddenly slammed the table, his reading glasses sliding to the tip of his nose. Good. Zhang Yu's decision is definitely the best so far, using the hot spring water as cover. Look at his actions. His body is tight like a bow, hands and feet pressed against the pool's walls. Once the grizzly bear enters the water, he can escape right away. Little Sa expressed concern. The worst fear is if the grizzly bear doesn't enter the water and just stays on the shore. That way, Zhang Yu will be in danger, he can't hold his breath for long. The grizzly bear walked to the edge of the pool, its massive head gazing around, nostrils flaring as if questioning why the earlier scent had disappeared. Then it lowered its head to sniff the pool water, a sulfuric smell making it sneeze. Zhang Yu tensed all over, a sharp, choking sensation rising from his lungs. He knew he couldn't hold his breath much longer. After a few seconds, the grizzly bear seemed to lose interest, turning around with heavy steps, slowly walking to the other side of the valley, its figure fading into the dense vegetation. Seeing this, both the Dragon Nation livestream and Zhang Yu's personal livestream's viewers instantly let out a sigh of relief. Little Sa patted his chest, his tense shoulders instantly relaxing. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The grizzly bear has finally left. Shit. You Dragon Nation people really have good luck. If that bear had stayed for one more minute, your contestant would have met God. IP address, beautiful country. Agreed. But God won't always favor you Dragon Nation, next time, it will be your contestants meeting Satan. IP address, bullfighting country. He. We're just lucky, what can you do? Infuriating you, what can you do about it? Zhang Yu still endured the sharp choking feeling, staying underwater without resurfacing. It was only after another half-minute that he slowly floated to the surface like a water ghost. He wiped the droplets from his face, his expression gloomy, staring intently at the direction where the grizzly bear had gone. Crawling out of the pool, he put on his clothes and grabbed his weapons. He scanned this warm yet dangerous valley. There are still many things to do if I want to settle here, he murmured to himself. This place is very livable, but equally fraught with danger, just like that grizzly bear. This is only now, once winter comes, it will be even more dangerous. If this biggest problem is not solved, I can't settle here at all. Moreover, although this hot spring valley is good, the terrain is low. If it is occupied by enemy contestants on the high ground, he will become like a turtle in a jar, only able to be passively beaten and unable to fight back. If he wanted to take control of this place, he must not act rashly, he had to make complete preparations. Zhang Yu's face was serious as he stood on the high slope, deeply looking back at the misty valley in the direction the grizzly bear had left. Tools and supplies are in the wooden house. As Zhang Yu hurried, he thought in his mind. I should first return to the wooden house, prepare everything, and then come back here. Viewers from various countries poured into Zhang Yu's personal livestream. What a coward. Such a good place, and your Zhang Yu actually ran away. If it were our James, he would definitely kill that grizzly bear. IP address, beautiful country. He. Your James is probably still starving. It seems he's been reduced to eating berries and grass for almost 2 days, soon, he might not even make it. That's just our James having bad luck, not encountering this grizzly bear, otherwise, he would be fine. Whenever it appears in front of James, I would have long since slaughtered and eaten it. Look. I bet Master Yu is already planning how to deal with this big guy. Ha ha. Let it be destroyed. Doesn't that dog of a man like to toy with other people's wives? I wish for him to be played with to death by a brown bear. Chapter 30, the Cherry Blossom Nation begins to act. As they raced along, the wooden house drew closer. Just as Zhang Yu approached the wooden house, the cheerful calls of Xiaobai reached his ears, and Su Jin also noticed Zhang Yu's arrival. With an anxious face, she picked up a nearby ceramic bowl and came forward. Inside the bowl were some deep blueberries. You came back just in time, I found this under the larch tree in the west. I've never seen it before and don't know if it's edible. Zhang Yu took the fruit, gently pinched it with his fingers, and the skin burst open, releasing blue-purple juice. He put it in his mouth to taste and nodded. It's blueberries, not toxic, tastes much better than those berries, rich in vitamins, just right for a fruity craving. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Su Jin's face, and her eyes lit up immediately. Really? There's a large patch over there, but I wasn't sure if it was toxic, so I didn't dare to pick too much. Let's go and pick more as fruit. Zhang Yu then followed Su Jin to go. Seeing the blueberries, the live stream audience felt envious. The resources on Blue Star were exhausted, and hardly anyone could eat any fruits. Master Yu is indeed amazing, he is like a walking encyclopedia. Su is so comfortable following him. Learn something new again. Blueberries, I've never even seen them in reality. I want to eat fruits. Who in the real world can even eat fruits? Wilderness survival, I see as wilderness enjoyment. Those upstairs, enjoyment? Only Master Yu can be like this, look at the other contestants. Which one can be this comfortable? Arriving under the larch tree Su Jin mentioned. A low patch of blueberry bushes stretched out, deep blue fruits hanging in clusters on the branches and leaves. The two crouched down and began to skillfully pick them. Before long, they filled a pot and returned with plenty. Dinner became particularly abundant. In the ceramic pot, lion meat soup was being cooked, while the cleaned blueberries were placed on a nearby wooden stump. The two of them enjoyed the warm meat soup by the fire, and when they grew tired of it, they grabbed a few blueberries to cleanse their palates. Did you discover anything while exploring today? Su Jin put down her ceramic bowl, wiped her tender little mouth, and looked at Zhang Yu and asked. Zhang Yu put down his ceramic bowl. I found a good place to the east, roughly 7 kilometers out. There is a canyon with a hot spring below. That place is very hidden. Su Jin's eyes brightened, and she excitedly said, a hot spring? Can we take a hot spring there? And in winter, wouldn't it be? Yeah. Zhang Yu understood her thoughts and explained. That place is good for spending the winter, but the terrain is low and easy to attack, difficult to defend. Once someone occupies the surrounding high ground, we can only wait to die below. Also, once winter arrives, with the hot spring being warm and the surroundings cold, it easily attracts some large predators. Today I encountered a brown bear there. Ah. Are you okay? Let's not go there in the future. Su Jin suddenly stood up, and her ceramic bowl fell to the ground. She grabbed Zhang Yu's arm tightly, looking at him with concern. Zhang Yu patted her delicate hand reassuringly, don't worry. Then he reminded. First, shut down the live stream. The audience in the live stream saw the suddenly blackened screen and erupted into a torrent of question marks. Damn, you two still leave a way out. Daylight debauchery? Talking so nicely then can drive? Now, we don't know how cold the winter here really is, so we must make alternative preparations. He then picked up a branch from the ground and drew a simple terrain map. Though it's easy to attack and difficult to defend, it's not impossible to manage. He pointed at the drawn map on the ground and continued. With my archery skills, even if they hide on the high slope, as long as there are no fixed cover, it's of little use. I have looked at it above, just need to set some traps in these few places and along these essential paths to initially ensure our safety. Zhang Yu marked several points on the ground and smiled. If we can't even guarantee the temperature in this shelter during winter, do you think anyone can walk here to the canyon? So, what do you mean? Su Jin asked softly, a bit confused. As the night deepened, the coldness grew stronger. Zhang Yu stood up and added some firewood to the fire. We may not necessarily go over, but we must prepare for both options. Looking back, if we had conducted a systematic inspection of the surroundings before, we wouldn't have missed the blueberries until now. So, we need to increase patrols to ensure our safety and determine the distribution of supplies. Similarly, the canyon side is also necessary. Secondly, we need to build a new shelter by the hot spring. This way, if unexpected situations arise, we won't be helpless. Su Jin listened quietly, the orange flames reflecting on her snowy white face. Suddenly, she felt that Zhang Yu had an indescribable aura. If she were to use one word to describe it, it would be security. As if everything would be fine as long as he was there. Got it, so what should we do next? Su Jin asked. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. Continue digging at night. As for tomorrow we'll set a few traps, hoping to raise a flock of wild chickens, so we can have more guarantees in winter. Beijing Capital Think Tank Base. The elder had just finished his conversation with the president of Gallus, immediately calling all members of the think tank for a meeting. I just spoke with the Gallus president on the phone. They promised not to follow the beautiful country's request for action against our Jiang Shuang for the time being. However, according to reliable intelligence we received, the Sakura country and the Stick country have already reached an agreement. They plan to eliminate our Wu Jun first. Upon hearing this, Li Guodong immediately pulled up the wilderness map where Wu Jun was located and projected it on the screen. What is Wu Jun's current situation? The elder asked. He is currently building a shelter, and he has completed about half of it. He has also gathered some food, placing him among the top contestants. Li Guodong brought up Wu Jun's personal livestream on another screen. Wu Jun could be seen in his half-finished shelter, roasting fish. What about the competitors from Sakura country and Stick country? The Stick country competitor, Jin Zhengshang, is still at his location, but the Sakura country contestant has already shut down his livestream. However, based on the route he took before shutting down, he seems to be heading toward the Sakura country contestant. Should we notify Wu Jun? A young member of the think tank asked. The elder did not speak but turned to look at Li Guodong. Li Guodong frowned. This is their open conspiracy. The Sakura country is using off-site hints first. If we use off-site hints, then the Stick country will use off-site hints too. So what is the opinion of your think tank? The elder asked in a deep voice. Chapter 31, Heavy Rain Approaches. On the 10th day in the wilderness, morning. The sky was gloomy, dark clouds covered the sun, and the wind howled through the coniferous forest. Little White curled up in Zhang Yu's arms, shivering. Zhang Yu pushed open the wooden door, and a gust of cold wind hit him, making him shiver. Heavy rain is coming. Zhang Yu frowned. This heavy rain completely interrupted his plans from yesterday. Su Jin followed closely behind, squatting beside the chicken coop, looking very worried. What about the wild chickens? I'm afraid if we leave them here. If it were just rain, it would be fine. What she feared most was the strong wind. Su Jin worried that the chicken coop wouldn't withstand the wind's fury. The wild chickens seemed to sense the change in weather, flapping nervously in the coop. No need to panic, this chicken coop is sturdy. Just a little reinforcement, and we can't move it indoors. Zhang Yu did not want to move the wild chicken inside. On one hand, there was a bad smell, and on the other, there was Xiao Bai. Though it was still young, it was a fox after all, and eating chickens was in its nature. The two quickly reinforced the chicken coop and together moved the firewood and furs that were drying outside back inside. Xiao Bai seemed to sense the change in weather and anxiously circled around their feet. The sky grew darker, and at 10 a.m., it looked like night. The wind howled in bursts, and the once calm lake was now rippling with waves half a meter high, constantly crashing against the shore. Splash! Just as Zhang Yu moved all the supplies indoors, large raindrops finally began to pour from the sky, and the wild chickens panicked, huddling together and freezing in place. The fierce wind swept the raindrops towards the wild chickens through the gaps. Suddenly, a strong wind hit, and the chicken coop was blown out of position. Seeing this, Zhang Yu secretly thought it was bad. He pushed open the door, bracing against the wind and rain as he quickly walked to the chicken coop. After carefully observing for a moment, he turned around and shouted to Su Jin, "Bring me the rope and machete." Zhang Yu thrust the machete deeply into the hillside, then used the rope to securely tie the chicken coop to the machete's handle. This should be fine now. Zhang Yu rushed back into the house, completely soaked. The icy rainwater made him shiver. Su Jin was also drenched, her clothes clinging to her skin, barely concealing anything. "Sir, fire. Change your clothes to avoid catching a cold," Zhang Yu said, wiping the rainwater off his face. The bonfire was burning, with two bamboo poles leaning against it, holding clothes on either side. The orange flames chased away the chill. Zhang Yu and Su Jin sat by the bonfire, trying to warm up, but Su Jin's face was flushed, hugging her legs, squatting on the ground. Nobody spoke, and the atmosphere was awkward. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening rumble of thunder echoing through the woods. Xiao Bai was startled, curling up in Zhang Yu's arms, afraid to move. What are we having for lunch? Su Jin broke the awkward silence. Bamboo rat, I guess. Zhang Yu replied. Okay. Su Jin got up, cleaned the marinated bamboo rat, and cut it into pieces, preparing to cook soup when Zhang Yu suddenly grabbed the bamboo rat and said, "Today we are having wild onion stir-fried bamboo rat." He then hung the pot over the bonfire, adding some fat left from making soap, and when the oil heated up, he added a bit of wild onion and wild ginger. In an instant, a strong savory aroma wafted from the pot, filling the entire wooden house with fragrance. Su Jin quietly studied nearby. She did not want to rely entirely on Zhang Yu. Leaning on others will fall, leaning on a wall will collapse. Only by constantly learning and improving, showing her abilities, can she keep up with Zhang Yu's footsteps. She watched Zhang Yu's movements, focused and serious. Occasionally, he would look up, and her gaze would unconsciously drift towards him. Focusing on cooking, Zhang Yu appeared especially dedicated and charming. Though his handsome face was slightly tanned by the sun, it radiated a sunny aura. It was as if his presence provided a sense of security. Only then did she notice that Zhang Yu's chin was covered with a layer of longer stubble, making him look a bit more worn. This was indeed unavoidable. After wandering all day in the wilderness, and without the right tools to shave, he could only let it be. A thought suddenly flashed through Su Jin's mind. She stood up, grabbed the machete hanging on the wall, and walked to Zhang Yu's side, carefully observing his beard, pondering where to start. Zhang Yu poured the bamboo rat meat into the pot, stir-fried it, and added clean lake water. As he turned around, he suddenly saw Su Jin holding the machete, staring at his neck with a strange expression. "Oh no!" Zhang Yu was startled, but he quickly calmed down and just quietly watched Su Jin to see what she wanted to do. Seeing this, Su Jin hurriedly explained. "Don't misunderstand, I think your beard is too long, and I want to help you trim it." Hearing this, Zhang Yu was a bit confused. It was the first time he saw someone use a cleaver to shave a beard. He then touched his chin and found it indeed a bit prickly, and then pointed at the cleaver in Su Jin's hand. "With this? Are you planning to shave my beard, or are you planning to perform surgery on me?" Su Jin's cheeks instantly turned red. She realized how absurd her suggestion sounded. However, as a woman, her pride wouldn't let her back down in such a situation, and she mumbled softly. "I just wanted to help you with your long beard. Why can't you recognize a good intention?" The audience in the livestream instantly burst into laughter. "Ah, our Su is so cute. How did she come up with this crazy idea of using a cleaver to shave? Using a cleaver to shave, is Su planning to murder her husband? But I suggest switching to a bow and arrow, it might be more effective, Doge." "Wow. Master Yu is really just sitting there, he truly believes in our Su." Zhang Yu sat on the ground, looking up. Su Jin lowered her head, one hand lifting Zhang Yu's chin, while the other slowly brought the cleaver to his face. This position made their faces very close to each other. "Wait." Zhang Yu suddenly spoke up, startling Su Jin so much that her hand trembled. "How about I do it myself?" "You're shaking too much." Su Jin looked unconvinced. "I'm just startled by you. If you didn't scare me, I'd definitely be fine. What if I slip? I could lose my looks. What if I can't find a wife? You'll have to support me for life." This made Su Jin's ears even redder, but she insisted, "Trust me just this once." She held her breath, focused, and slowly moved the blade against Zhang Yu's skin. To Zhang Yu's surprise, her hand was very steady, her movements gentle yet precise. Zhang Yu quietly gazed at Su Jin's face, close enough to feel her warm breath. In that moment, it felt as if the raging storm outside had calmed, leaving only the heated air between the two of them. After a moment, Su Jin took a step back, looking satisfied at her work. "Perfect." Just then, a sudden announcement appeared. Long Kingdom contestant Zhang Xuan has committed suicide, with 7,122 contestants remaining. The Long Kingdom is punished with a loss of 1,000th of resources. Chapter 32, Contestants Under the Heavy Rain. In the capital city, at the think tank's base. Bang! The teacup was smashed heavily onto the ground, hot tea splattered everywhere. The old man's face was ashen, a rare display of fury. "John Nation. Gallant nation." He seethed, squeezing out those words between his teeth. The meeting was dead silent, everyone held their breath. The old man's rage was too frightening, making people feel afraid. Li Guodong quickly stepped forward to report the situation. Last night, the John Nation contestant Malfoy kept his livestream closed, unexpectedly going directly to Jiang Xuan's area. It was our mistake for not considering this thoroughly. Jiang Xuan was ambushed in her sleep. Although she reacted midway, she was still hurt. For the country, she ultimately chose to. The old man slowly regained his calm, his fingers tapping on the table, making a sound of thud, thud, thud. "Stop it immediately. No, matters of the wilderness world must still be resolved in the wilderness world. Blood debts must be repaid in blood." He stood up, walked to the screen, his icy gaze locked onto the area where the John Nation contestants were. "What's the update on Wu Jun?" "He has already been notified, he has closed the livestream." This way, Sakura Nation and the Stick Nation won't be able to locate us through the live broadcast, Li Guodong said. Locate all Zhang Nation contestants' positions, find out the positions of our allies nearby. We will not rest until we avenge this. Our country has faced too many difficulties, being here is not to endure humiliation. I will never allow those robbers to shit and urinate on us again. In beautiful country, an old man with blonde hair lazily lay on the sofa, talking on the phone with Queen Elizabeth of Zhang Country. Haha, you Zhang Country did very well this time. I want to see how Dragon Country will face this. Queen Elizabeth elegantly replied, Zhang Country has always been beautiful country's most steadfast ally. Of course, our alliance has already included 17 countries. Although on Blue Star, Dragon Country can resist us, this time I want to see how they can cope in the wild world. After the call, the blonde old man walked to the window, looked outside, and muttered to himself. It's time for those allies to start moving. In the wild world. The heavy rain showed no sign of weakening, instead, it worsened. The strong wind swept through the coniferous forest, making the trees sway violently, and from time to time, branches snapped and were blown into the sky. Rainwater merged into turbulent torrents on the hillside. Mark, the contestant from Monkey Country, set up his shelter in a gully to reduce construction difficulty. As a result, the flood directly destroyed the shelter, and the resources he had accumulated for days were drowned in the water. He stood in the wind and rain, looking at the ruined shelter, with despair all over his face. His body was already soaked by the rain, and the icy sting spread throughout him. A strong gust swept by, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. He looked at the large tree nearby and its dense branches and leaves. He no longer hesitated and quickly climbed up the thick trunk, finding a place between the branches to sit down. Just as he steadied himself against the trunk and prepared to rest for a moment, a fierce wind suddenly hit him like never before. The entire tree shook violently, and the branches swayed up and down like floating duckweed. Mark felt his body become light, and the next moment, he lost control and flew into the air. He struggled to grab the swaying branches in front of him. But it was all in vain. He was swept high into the sky by the fierce wind, spinning uncontrollably. He felt the ground below spinning and gradually moving away. Mark from Monkey Country has died, remaining contestants, 7121. Ibrahim, the contestant from Kangaroo Country, had successfully set up his shelter, and it was even halfway up the mountain. After waking up in the morning and seeing the storm outside, he decided not to go out anymore, happily lying in his wooden bed, picturing the miserable faces of those contestants who hadn't built their shelters. Suddenly, he heard the news of Mark from Monkey Country's death, and he burst into laughter. I'm so smart. The first thing I did was build a shelter. How could those monkeys understand the deep foresight of us noble white people? I hope this heavy rain takes more lives. In the live broadcast room of Kangaroo Country, the host was vigorously praising Ibrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, in the wild world, prioritizing the construction of a solid shelter is the absolutely correct choice. Ibrahim directly demonstrates the wisdom of our people's Kangaroo Country, which sharply contrasts with those unprepared contestants. The live chat began to heat up. Well said. The wild world is a survival of the fittest, all countries are opponents. Our contestant Ibrahim is definitely among the best. Look at the top-ranking contestant from beautiful country, James, who is hiding under a tree, already drenched. Ibrahim lit a campfire and lay down on his bed, imagining the hero's treatment he would enjoy after helping the country win, along with the embraces of beautiful women. Just as he was lost in this wonderful fantasy, a dull rumble, like thousands of horses galloping, came from outside, and then the shelter actually began to shake. Ibrahim instantly froze in place, the smile on his face stiffening. Then, a mudslide, carrying trees and giant stones, suddenly crashed down on his shelter, submerging him completely. No. Ibrahim's hope in his eyes was replaced by fear, and he let out a sharp scream, stretching his hands upward, trying to break free. The mudslide surged like a furious beast, engulfing both him and the house in an instant. Just a second ago, the audience in the Kangaroo Country live broadcast room was engaged in lively chatter, but now it fell into dead silence, trapped in a grave stillness. The host stood frozen, pale-faced, with wide eyes, unable to utter a word. Kangaroo Country contestant Harris has died, remaining contestants 7120. Some contestants were smarter, hiding in trees, but they securely tied themselves to the trunks with ropes, remaining steady despite the raging wind and rain. However, this decision hid another fatal crisis. Beautiful country contestant Tom Dale was hiding in a tree, tied to the trunk with a rope. Cold rain beat down on him, soaking his clothes and continuously lowering his body temperature, while the fierce wind stripped away the last of his warmth. At first, Tom could grit his teeth and persevere through sheer will, but as time passed, his temperature kept dropping. He began to shiver uncontrollably, his face turning pale, and his consciousness started to blur, leaving him clinging desperately to the rope by instinct. Perhaps at this moment he wouldn't die, but he certainly couldn't hold on much longer. Chapter 33, After the Storm, the Brown Bear Attacks. Canaan country contestant Mohammed has died, remaining contestant 7119. Northern baseball country contestant Kim Jong-chung has died, remaining contestant 7118. Bamboo country contestant Zhang Xiuxi has died, remaining contestant 7117. Gull country contestant Jack has died, remaining contestant 6781. The storm raged for a whole day, only beginning to calm down in the early morning of the next day. In just one day, over 400 contestants had dropped out, some blown away by the wind, some swept away by flash floods, and others frozen to death by the cold. When the sky brightened, Zhang Yu got up and walked out of the wooden house. The coniferous forest had changed dramatically, with standing water and broken branches and leaves scattered on the ground. He carefully observed the wooden house and the chicken coop, letting out a sigh of relief. The main structure of the wooden house was basically intact, only some insulation mud had been stripped away by the fierce wind. In the chicken coop, the few wild chickens, although lacking their previous vitality, curled up in the corner looking listless, but at least they were still alive. Scattering a handful of berries, he picked up his machete, slung his bow and arrows on his back, and prepared to check the spot where he hid the rotten mountain lion meat. He carefully navigated through the forest, avoiding branches and puddles underfoot, his gaze alertly scanning his surroundings. The air was filled with a comforting scent of mixed soil and rainwater. When he finally approached the meat hiding spot, his steps suddenly halted. A large figure was facing away from him, head down, focused on devouring the pile of rotten mountain lion meat. This must be the brown bear that appeared at the hot spring. Zhang Yu tightened his grip on the machete, carefully observing the brown bear. His heart raced with thoughts. Facing the bear head-on was a certain way to die. An adult had almost no chance of winning against a brown bear without a firearm. But if he retreated now, he could leave safely, yet allowing the bear to continue feeding would pose a significant disaster for him and Su Jin, making outdoor activities a constant worry of bear attacks, with no peace at all. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Yu's gaze sharpened, firmly gripping the machete in his hand. I cannot let this bear leave. He crouched low, using the trees for cover as he began to adjust his position, trying to circle to a more advantageous spot. He took down the bow and arrows from his back, his 3 fingers tightly gripping the bowstring, moving quickly. At this moment, the only thing he could rely on was his LV5 archery skill. This was also his strongest ability right now. At this time, all the live streams from different countries switched to Zhang Yu's perspective, and everyone was talking about it, some gleeful while others showed some concern. In the Dragon Country's live stream, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Little Saw gripped his hands tightly, his voice trembling with tension. Dear audience, it seems Zhang Yu is preparing to attack the brown bear. This is too crazy. Professor Yuan-san calmly analyzed. This move is indeed very risky, but it also shows Zhang Yu's judgment of the situation. This bear has seriously threatened the safety of Zhang Yu and Su Jin. If this bear hunts again, then their everyday outings will face huge dangers. Zhang Yu's choice to take the initiative is precisely using the opportunity when the brown bear is feeding. Everyone knows his archery skills. If this works, then the crisis will be completely resolved, and even the crisis by the hot spring will be considered eliminated, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Fei bit her lip tightly, worry visible in her eyes, unable to say a word, nervously watching the live broadcast beside her. Meanwhile, other countries' live streams were mocking wildly. The host of Beautiful Country's livestream, 5-star General MacArthur, spoke with blatant sarcasm and schadenfreude. Hey, foolish dragon people, do they really think of themselves as gods? They have no idea how terrifying an adult brown bear is. Their luck ends here. In John's country livestream, foolish dragon people, a typical arrogance. Today we will witness the most brutal slaughter in the wilderness world. In the Bear Country livestream, the host actually showed admiration and agreement. Davalishi. The Dragon Country Zhang has guts. He is a real man. Facing a strong enemy and daring to fight back, this is a true warrior. Go, brothers of Dragon Country. In the Arctic Fox Country livestream, this is too brutal. Why do it like this? I hope both the brown bear and he can be safe. The bullet comments exploded, reactions in various languages scrolling wildly. This is really seeking death. Waiting for the Dragon Country to suffer casualties. IP address, Elegant Country. I bet 2 nutrition bars that this dragon person can't last a minute. IP address, Philippines Monkey Country. God bless, of course, bless the brown bear. IP address, Pasta Country. Get lost. RUE has a history of killing cougars, a small brown bear, what can it do? IP address, Dragon Country. The comments were frantically discussing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's face was calm, his heart like a deep well without waves. He was fully focused, with only the brown bear not far away in his eyes, everything else was thrown to the back of his mind. He stopped behind a sturdy spruce tree, slowly exhaled, adjusting his state. The bow in his hand was like a full moon, the arrow tip pointing straight to the ground, his gaze gradually sharpening, full of killing intent. Now is the time. He suddenly turned around, the arrow tip pointed directly at the feeding brown bear. Whoosh! The bow released, the arrow shot. This arrow was fast, fierce, and precise. The arrow pierced the air, shooting straight toward the brown bear's eye. This arrow gathered all the strength of his LV5 archery skill. In the live stream, tens of millions of viewers held their breath at this moment, their eyes locked on the screen, waiting for the result to appear. At the moment the arrow was about to pierce the brown bear's eye. The brown bear seemed to sense the danger and, at this critical moment, raised its head. Hiss! The arrow entered the flesh, blood bursting forth. But it did not hit the brown bear's eye, instead, it slid past its eye and buried itself in its shoulder. Roar! A sharp pain stimulated the brown bear, enraging it, letting out a deafening roar. Then, it stood up, its blood-red eyes locking onto Zhang Yu, burning with vengeful anger. This is bad. In the Dragon Country livestream, Professor Yuan Sen's face turned pale with shock. This arrow almost hit, just a little bit. Failed to kill it with one strike. It's angry now. We're done for. Quick, you, run. It's coming after us. We can't outrun it. We can only climb a tree. Climbing is our only hope to survive now. Ha, catch up and bite him to death. IP address, Beautiful Country. In the Beautiful Country live broadcast, MacArthur laughed heartily. Ha ha. Looking for death, this Zhang Yu is doomed. Truly foolish. In the Cherry Blossom Country live broadcast, Maria Wooting also laughed. Ha ha. The Dragon Country is always like this. Every time they're about to rise, they fall to the bottom, whether in history or in the wild. Unable to kill in one hit, Zhang Yu's heart sank immediately, but he hesitated not for a moment and turned to run. The injured brown bear, moving on all fours, used all its strength, barreling through bushes and small trees like a tank, charging toward Zhang Yu. Life and death, only a moment apart. Chapter 34, Killing the Brown Bear. Zhang Yu weaved through the dense forest. With the brown bear hot on his heels, it paid no attention to the pain from the arrows sticking in its body, only focused on Zhang Yu who wounded it. No! Seeing this, Zhang Yu frowned. If this continued, it would surely catch up to him. In this critical moment, he quickly scanned his surroundings, his mind racing. Suddenly, he spotted a complex area with towering boulders to his right. Without hesitation, he changed direction, making a sharp turn toward the rocky area while quickly pulling out 2 arrows from the quiver on his back. Without looking back, he knocked an arrow and shot, relying solely on his extraordinary instinct. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 arrows flew almost simultaneously, aimed at the brown bear. This blind shot was nothing short of miraculous, causing a flurry of gasps in the live chat. Wow! What is this? Shooting while looking back? Is the bear going to dodge? Wow! The power in his waist and abdomen. No wonder Susu is so obsessed with you. The brown bear is stunned. Is this how you play? That bear is going down. It's precarious. As the saying goes, archers are lucky. I estimate he won't hit the bear. While the chat exploded with excitement. The brown bear displayed an unexpected agility for its size, ducking to evade the first arrow. However, the second arrow struck directly into its right front leg. Blood splattered. Roar! The intense pain made it even more enraged, causing its speed to increase at that moment. At this point, Zhang Yu had already darted into the rocky area, using the boulders for cover, constantly changing his position. But once the brown bear entered the rocky area, its speed was forced to decrease as its massive body scraped against the jagged rocks. The pain spread throughout its body, making it increasingly frantic. Boom! Boom! The brown bear grew more furious and frantic, its huge paws slamming down on the ground, sending debris flying. Zhang Yu held his breath and hid behind a boulder, focusing all his attention as he tried to determine the bear's position by sound. Extraordinary perception played a significant role once again. The sound of wind, rustling leaves, and the buzzing of wings nearby on the rocky surface. He took out an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, pulling it back like a full moon. In the live chat, some were anxious while others were gleeful. What's you doing? Why isn't he moving? Doesn't he know bears have a keen sense of smell? It's over. It's over. You, run. Don't stand your ground. Trust you. He must have a plan, he can't fall here. Acting mysterious. The people of Dragon Country love to create illusions, I think he's just scared. IP address, John Country. At that moment, Zhang Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide as he shifted his aim. Whoosh. The arrow flew through the air, but instead of aiming at the brown bear, it struck a rocky wall over 4 meters high behind him to the left. Buzz. The arrow hit a honeycomb on the rocky wall, knocking it down. Ha! The people of Dragon Country really got scared, shooting wildly. IP address, Cherry Blossom Country. Ha ha. The bear is still not dealt with, and now he's stirred up the beast too. This is really something. Damn. You is still that invincible you. He actually thought of using that beehive. Using a weapon to kill. No. At this moment, it's using bees to kill a bear. Who can match this? Shit. Luckiest people from Dragon Country. Why is there a beehive here? God. Why do you favor dragon people so much? In the Dragon Country live broadcast, Xiao Sa was extremely excited, his voice shaking slightly. Ladies and gentlemen. Did you see that? This is Zhang Yu. This is our Dragon Country contestant, who can stay calm in a dire situation and find the best solution. Professor Yuan Sen's worry had not completely faded, still holding some concern. This arrow represents Zhang Yu's observation of the environment and his grasp of timing, reaching a remarkable height. But we cannot relax now, the crisis for the brown bear is not over. I hope Zhang Yu can be cautious. Lu Fei's eyes were brimming with tears. It's really not easy. In this situation, Zhang Yu could think of such an unexpected way to break the deadlock. He is truly amazing. In the beautiful country live broadcast, General MacArthur looked stiff but tried to maintain composure. I must admit, contestant Zhang Yu has indeed brought us a great surprise. But the brown bear has tough skin and thick flesh, the swarm of bees cannot cause it too much harm. So his danger has not ended. In the Sakura Country live broadcast, host Muto Maria's face was pale. This Zhang Yu always has such luck. If it weren't for this beehive, he would have already been dead. In the Bear Country live broadcast, host Ivanov laughed heartily. Dear Eastern Davarishi, well done. This Dragon Country brother is a powerful warrior, and with such allies, we should be happy. Hooray! At this moment, Zhang Yu drew his bow again, slowly knocking a second arrow. This time, the arrow was still aimed at the only weakness of the brown bear, its eyes. Whoosh! The arrow flew with a sharp sound, cutting through the swarm. This time, the brown bear didn't have time to react, and the arrow accurately struck its eye. The brown bear let out a painful cry, then its body began to convulse. In just a few seconds, that massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Yu slowly lowered his bow, standing straight, his eyes looking downward, his posture resembling that of an ancient, unparalleled swordsman, calm with a hint of victorious pride. He gently raised his chin, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. This arrow, isn't it cool? Before the live broadcast audience could react, they burst into laughter. Tonight, let's celebrate. Chapter 35, Reactions from All Countries. At this moment, no matter which country's live broadcast room, everything was completely boiling. In the Dragon Country live broadcast, Xiao Sa was full of excitement, having lost his usual composure, almost jumping out of his seat. He did it! Zhang Yu did it! By himself, relying on extraordinary courage and superb archery, he successfully hunted down an adult brown bear. Professor Yuansen also rarely lost his composure, vigorously waving his fist, speaking excitedly. Wonderful! Truly wonderful! This hunt not only showcases Zhang Yu's extraordinary archery skills, but this is more than just a demonstration of his comprehensive strength. From the initial baiting of the enemy, to using the terrain for flanking, and employing swarms for distraction, until finally delivering the last blow. The entire process is a textbook-level wild hunt. I believe in the future, the nation will use this hunt as an educational model to promote. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with admiration, expressing her awe. Zhang Yu is truly amazing, so captivating. The barrage of comments surged like a tsunami, rolling across the screen. This arrow, it's just too cool. This is the divine battle of Master Yu. The whole Dragon Country congratulates Master Yu on achieving divinity. Master Yu is awesome. From today on, I am your ultimate fan. Responses in international live channels varied widely. In the beautiful country's live stream, General MacArthur looked devastated, as if drained of all energy, slumped in his chair. Incredible. He actually did it. But I believe if James were in this situation, he would do even better than Zhang from Dragon Country. In the Zhang Country live stream. Alright, we must admit, this arrow is indeed flawless. In the Bear Country live stream. Yura. I just ask you guys, is this a real man? When Zhang from Dragon Country comes out, I will spend my whole fortune to treat him to a shot of Little Bird vodka. In the Stick Country livestream, the host's face was filled with shock, then excitement surged as he said. Incredible, this is simply a miracle. Zhang Yu is so powerful, he must have our Stick Country's bloodline. Our country must rescue Zhang Yu back, he must want to return, but he is definitely being held back by those people from Dragon Country. Here we have the best beauties and the best kimchi. In Dragon Country, at the Think Tank Command Center. The elder sat in his chair, watching Zhang Yu stand proudly on the screen, his usually calm face showing a look of satisfaction. All the members of the think tank in the command center stood up, erupting into warm applause. As the applause gradually calmed down, the elder spoke. The think tank must immediately create a teaching video of Zhang Yu's entire hunting process for special analysis. We must thoroughly study his decision-making during crises, his strategies using the environment, and then promote this knowledge to everyone. This has significant guiding importance for all of our military and civilian survival in the wild. After all, no one knows if there will be another wild survival situation. In the pile of rocks, Zhang Yu had been sitting aside, waiting. Only after the bees had completely gone far away did he slowly move forward, approaching the brown bear. He drew out a machete, examining this hard-won trophy, starting to figure out where to strike. After thinking for a moment, he moved, the machete glinting in the sunlight. He crouched down, pushing the brown bear to expose its belly. Zhang Yu took the machete and made a cut in the chest and abdomen, the softest part, his movements extremely skillful. Skinning must be done while warm. Once the body cools down, it will be difficult to handle, he explained as he skinned the bear. The blade slid between the fur and fat, the entire process flowing seamlessly. In less than an hour, the entire bear's skin was completely removed without a single tear. Master Yu's technique is just too professional. Could it be that his ancestors worked in a slaughterhouse? Did some secret art get passed down? I now suspect if Master Yu is some kind of real-life assassin? His technique is so adept. Once he finished skinning the bear, he started to break down the bear meat. The bear paws must be cut off separately. After all, I must taste the flavor of that bear paw from my previous life. Then, the front legs and hind legs were neatly removed, the tenderloin and ribs separated, and the internal organs were carefully extracted for future use. Brothers, look, this brown bear has such thick fat. It's obviously storing up for winter, but now it's benefiting me. I won't be lacking for oil. Zhang Yu introduced to the audience in the live stream while cutting the meat. In less than half an hour, he completely sorted the bear meat. He tossed the difficult-to-handle guts directly to the place where he had hidden the rotten mountain lion meat. Eat my mountain lion meat. You will turn into mountain lion meat. Zhang Yu chopped down a few slender trees to make a simple wooden frame, and then placed the bear skin, over 300 pounds of meat, and the guts all on the frame, starting to walk towards the log cabin. In front of the log cabin, Su Jin had already lost count of how many times she anxiously looked out at the door of the cabin. The fire pit beside her had gradually burned down, with steam still rising from the pot above it. After getting up, she hadn't seen Zhang Yu. At first, she thought Zhang Yu had gone to the lake to wash up as usual and would be back soon. So she began preparing breakfast, hoping to have a warm meal when he returned. But the meat soup was ready, yet he still had not come back. She searched all around and called his name countless times, but all that responded to her were the cool mountain breeze and the chirping of birds in the forest. The sun had gradually risen higher, time reached noon, and the meat soup had boiled to mush, yet Zhang Yu was still nowhere to be seen. She began to feel restless, and various bad thoughts floated in her mind. Did he encounter some wild beasts, or meet the contestants from enemy countries? Or has he decided he doesn't want me anymore? Abandoned me? An unprecedented panic spread in her heart, and she didn't know what to do, only able to wait anxiously and pray by the cabin. At that moment, she saw that familiar figure appear on the forest path, along with the obvious meat and huge bear skin on the wooden frame behind him. She froze completely, her pupils unconsciously dilating, her mouth open wide enough to fit an entire egg. As Zhang Yu got closer, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Finally realizing, her heart was a mix of joy and worry. She quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Did you go bear hunting?" Zhang Yu threw the heavy wooden frame down to the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and tried to speak in a calm tone. "I happened to run into it on the way back, so I brought it back." Happened to? Coincidentally? Su Jin was a bit stunned, circling around the massive bear skin and staring at the mountain of meat on the frame. Then, as if she remembered something, she instinctively grabbed Zhang Yu's arm, her face full of worry. "You're not hurt, right?" "I'm fine. You think it could hurt me?" It was still a bit tender. Zhang Yu patted the bear paw. "Tonight, we'll have a feast. Let's taste this bear paw." The livestream audience was also amused by Su Jin's reaction. "Ha, look how shocked Su is. We want to know the current psychological shadow area." "No, wait. It's the area of psychological admiration. Master Yu show off, I give it a perfect score. Coincidentally, tonight's feast. So damn awesome." Chapter 36, Bear Meat Feast. The afterglow of the sunset shone upon the coniferous trees, the cold wind took away some warmth, and the temperature had dropped to around 10 degrees Celsius. Outside the cabin, the campfire gave off a bit of warmth. The two sat around the bear meat, processing it together, and the mountain of bear meat had truly required a lot of effort from both of them. Look at this meat, it's well marbled, making barbecue skewers will definitely make people drool. Zhang Yu said while rubbing salt on the meat, looking at the tender and juicy pieces beside him. An adult brown bear, with several hundred pounds of meat, even with many scraps and guts already discarded in the rocky area, still had about 400 pounds of meat left. If not processed in time, it would only be a matter of time before it spoiled. Should we make some grilled meat tonight? Su Jin looked at the alluring bear meat, drooling, unable to help but suggest. Of course. With such fresh and top-quality ingredients, if we don't take advantage of it, it would be a waste. Let's make some grilled meat tonight and a bear paw dish. Zhang Yu affirmed with a smile, then said. With so much meat, just the two of us won't finish it before it spoils. We must hurry to marinate and smoke this meat. Good. Su Jin immediately sprang into action, her movements swift and without hesitation. She directly began to slice the meat with a knife, evenly sprinkling salt over each piece before marinating it. Zhang Yu picked up a bear paw, examining it closely before his eyes. This bear paw was large and thick, but covered with a thick layer of hard shell and rough, coarse hair. This is the legendary delicacy of the mountains. However, it's a bit troublesome to prepare. I need to figure out how to remove this hard shell and the hair first. Tonight, we'll have roasted bear meat and stewed bear paw. He placed the bear paw directly over the fire, beginning to roast the hard hair on top with flames. The process was incredibly difficult, as he had to ensure the hair was burned clean while making sure the meat didn't get cooked through, which took Zhang Yu a long time to complete. Next came cleaning and scraping off the thick skin from the bear paw. The viewers in the livestream had their eyes sparkling, mouths watering. In the resource-scarce Blue Star, when would they ever see such high-end goods? I'm already getting hungry, Yugu, Su, your quality of life is shooting up. Steamed bear paw, steamed flower duck, could these dishes described in the crosstalk finally be seen? Zhang Yu placed the bear paw on a wooden stump, using the back of the cleaver to repeatedly pound on the thick skin. We need to loosen this hard shell first, then it'll be easier to handle after we pour boiling water on it, he explained to Su Jin while pounding. Upon hearing this, Su Jin quickly set up an iron pot to boil water, knowing exactly what to do. While waiting for the water to boil, Zhang Yu began preparing the roasted meat. He chose some branches and cut the fatty and lean bear meat into chunks, threading each piece onto skewers. The grease glistened temptingly under the light of the fire, and the snowy patterns on the meat were clearly visible, making anyone watching drool. If only we had chili and cumin. Zhang Yu lamented inwardly, barbecuing without these ingredients would lose more than half its flavor. He placed the skewered meat over the fire, and a fragrant aroma instantly rose. At that moment, the water was also boiling. Su Jin carefully poured the boiling water over the bear paw, and Zhang Yu immediately started scraping with the cleaver. After pouring hot water, the hard shell became very soft, and even the skin was scraped off in one go. Once the bear paw was cleaned, Zhang Yu directly placed it into the pot, adding some wild spices he could find, and started stewing it. Now we just have to leave it to time. Zhang Yu clapped his hands and began to flip the roasted meat. Soon, the first batch of roasted meat was ready. He handed Su Jin a skewer and took one for himself, while tearing off some roasted meat to toss to Xiao Bai, who happily gobbled it down. The outer layer was crispy and fragrant, while the inside was tender and juicy. The unique rich flavor of bear meat burst in the air. Although it lacked seasoning, it still tasted delicious and juicy with just salt's touch. So delicious. Su Jin squinted her eyes in satisfaction, enjoying the food. As night deepened, the pot steaming with bear paw constantly exuded an enticing aroma, mixing with the charred fragrance of the roasted meat, making one drool uncontrollably. It's about done. Zhang Yu lifted the pot lid, and a wave of steaming hot vapor rushed towards him. He gently scored the bear paw with a knife. The once tough texture had now turned soft and springy. Su Jin handed him 2 ceramic bowls, and Zhang Yu filled them with bear paw, handing one to Su Jin before indulging himself. This texture, simply unbeatable. Su Jin savored it carefully, her eyes filled with surprise. This was the best, most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. In the Dragon Country livestream room, the director split the screen into multiple small screens showing the perspectives of competitors from various countries. The American competitor James and the South Korean competitor Choi Soo-san were struggling to dig out roots. The John Country competitor Ian sat beside the fire. The face was thin, full of longing as he looked at the pot-boiling tree bark in the fire. The contestant from the Black Alliance, Zab, squatted in the grass, staring blankly at the empty trap. Little Saw watched the two on the screen indulging in a feast, along with the hungry expressions of contestants from various countries, and couldn't help but exclaim. Ladies and gentlemen, while Zhang Yu and Su Jin enjoy this bear meat banquet, we can see many contestants from other countries worrying about a meal. Some contestants have been hungry for days, and we don't know how much longer they can hold on. Professor Yuan Sin chimed in. This stark contrast highlights the experience and skill of our contestant Zhang Yu. In the same environment, he not only built a sturdy shelter but also kept a plentiful supply of food while protecting Su Jin. This is the embodiment of strength. Lu Fei nodded, a look of pride in her eyes. Yes, but we must also recognize the immense effort Zhang Yu has put in behind this striking contrast. From killing the mountain lion to battling the wolf pack, and now outsmarting the brown bear, he has been teetering on the edge of life and death at every step. He deserves all of this. What Professor Yuan and Lu Fei say is true, this is not luck but a representation of strength. In the wilderness, Zhang Yu shows us through his strength that a true strongman fears no challenge. Little Saw summarized. This comparison is really heart-wrenching. The director is so mischievous to make such a comparison. When watching Yu Yi on a regular day, it doesn't seem like much, but with this comparison, the gap suddenly appears. While others are fighting for survival, my Yu Yi is on vacation. What is called a dimensionality reduction strike, this is a dimensionality reduction strike. Our Su Su is just so comfortable. This is the benefit of choosing to follow our Yu Yi. Is this the legendary bear paw? Even though there's a screen in between, I can still feel its deliciousness. After finishing dinner, Zhang Yu walked carefully to the bear bile, handling it with care. Bear bile is a rare medicinal material. It has strong heat-clearing, detoxifying, calming, and vision-restoring effects, and can be used to treat severe throat swelling, heat poisoning, and other inflammatory conditions. This is a significant strategic material for Zhang Yu. In the wilderness, suffering from inflammation can be a fatal matter. Although bear bile has great medicinal value, handling it is quite a hassle. First, the impurities on the bear bile must be cleaned out without damaging it in the slightest, or else the bile will flow out. Then it needs to be placed in a ventilated, shaded area to dry in the dark. Any contact with open flames or exposure to sunlight will significantly reduce its medicinal effect. Chapter 37, Handling Bear Skin. The night was deep, and the cold was growing stronger. The fire flickered, dispelling some of the chill. Su Jin carefully hung the bear bile under the eaves of the wooden house, where it could be shielded from the sun and had good ventilation, making it the best place to dry the bear bile. At this moment, Zhang Yu was busy around the large brown bear skin. The brown bear skin lay flat on the ground, its dark brown fur glistening in the firelight. Although Zhang Yu had already carefully skinned it among the rocky debris, there were still many fatty pieces of meat adhering to the skin. These fat and meat pieces must be cleaned off, otherwise, the good piece of skin would be ruined. As Zhang Yu reached for the nearby machete, he carefully began to remove the residual fat and meat from the skin, muttering to himself. This big guy is really hard to deal with. Handling bear skin requires both strength and patience. The skin is thick and tough, and if too gentle, it won't be cleaned properly, but if too heavy-handed, it could tear the fur. So it must be done with utmost care and precision. Every stroke of the blade requires full concentration, even for Zhang Yu. After a series of operations, it was a bit exhausting. In the Dragon Kingdom live room, Xiaosao looked at the scene before her and spoke. We can see that contestant Zhang Yu has already started processing this precious bear skin. This thing is priceless in the wilderness world. Having it underneath you in bed during winter will be very warm. But if not handled well, it would be a waste. However, with Zhang Yu's ability, I believe there will be no problem at all. That's right. The key to processing bear skin lies in the cleaning and preserving steps. You must thoroughly remove the fat and other sticky substances from the skin, otherwise, bacteria will rapidly multiply, leading to the entire skin rotting away in the end. Professor Yuan Sun continued. Cleaning and preserving alone are not enough. Tanning is also necessary to make it soft and durable. There are many methods of tanning, and I believe contestant Zhang Yu will do well in this. After all, he did a good job tanning the mountain lion skin and wolf skin before. Lu Fei, standing nearby, looked full of admiration. Once the bear skin is processed, when winter comes, Zhang Yu and Su Jin will each have a mountain lion skin and a brown bear skin, plus so many wolf skins. By the way, we must also count Kakujiro and Tao, as well as the clothing of the Canaan contestant killed by Tao. And with so much meat, these supplies have already surpassed all the other contestants. Live room bullet chat. Hearing Lu Fei say this, I really want to see the wilderness world rush into winter quickly, then our Yu Yi and Su Su can enjoy a white-knuckled life in the shelter with all these supplies. Don't mention it. I was worried about what would happen if the contestants couldn't survive after winter. Now I just hope it gets cold soon, that the other contestants get eliminated, and that Yu Yi and Su Su can win with their abundant supplies. After thoroughly cleaning the fat and meat scraps, about an hour had passed. All the scraps and fat that were cut off turned into little bite snacks. Su Jin was also busy on the side, rendering the bear fat into oil, adding some wild onions and wild ginger during the process to enhance the aroma of the oil. Huff, finally done. Zhang Yu straightened up, rubbing his waist non-stop. The long hours of bending over had put a heavy burden on his waist, causing it to ache badly. Next was washing and tanning. At this moment, Su Jin came over, massaging his arms and shoulders, and said, Let me wash the bear skin, you can take a break. Zhang Yu shook his head, let's go together, it's not safe when it gets dark. The two held torches and carried the bear skin all the way to the lakeside. Zhang Yu plunged the bear skin into the water completely. The originally clear and transparent lake water instantly became murky. Dark red blood and impurities quickly spread out. The lake water was very cold, and the two did not enter but instead held long bamboo poles, continuously stirring the bear skin. The bear skin rolled up and down in the lake water, even attracting some small fish to come over, constantly nibbling on the scattered scraps of meat and fat. After much effort, the bear skin was finally washed clean. Zhang Yu pulled it out and, with Su Jin's assistance, shook off the water on it. Next came the most crucial step, tanning. This time, Zhang Yu did not use his usual method but instead employed the oldest method, the grease tanning method. He took the solidified bear oil that Su Jin had rendered and kneaded it in his palm before evenly applying it onto the cleaned bear skin, explaining to Su Jin while doing so. Repeatedly applying this way allows the grease to penetrate into the fur, making the bear skin soft and less likely to crack. Okay, let me try too. Su Jin said as she rolled up her sleeves, grabbed some oil, rubbed it in her hands, and began to apply it to the fur. Her proficiency matched that of Zhang Yu, and he looked at Su Jin in slight surprise and asked, "Have you done this before?" Su Jin shook her head, her voice playfully light. "No, this is my first time." "How? Am I skilled?" After applying the grease, Zhang Yu grabbed the edge of the bear skin and began to stretch it repeatedly like kneading dough. This is a process that loosens the fibers and promotes grease absorption, which is extremely physically demanding. Su Jin also joined in to help. The two held each end, working together to tan the hide with force. Seeing that it was almost done, Zhang Yu put down the bear skin and said to Su Jin, "Tomorrow, place it in a ventilated area to air dry slowly. Remember, this type of grease tanning must never be exposed to direct sunlight, it will cause the fur to crack. After that, it needs to be regularly kneaded to prevent it from hardening." Hearing this, Su Jin curiously asked, "Then, didn't the mountain lion and wolf skins need to be kneaded?" No, they used another tanning method, which is much simpler but not as effective as grease tanning. As the night deepened, the campfire crackled. Zhang Yu rolled up the initially processed bear skin, carefully tying it with a bark rope and hanging it in a ventilated spot under the eaves. "Starting tomorrow, we need to knead it every day." He dusted off the grease from his hands, at least for 7 days, until the hide fully absorbs the grease. Su Jin looked at the hanging bear skin and suddenly thought of something. "By the way, what about the bear meat? I'm afraid there won't be enough room in the house." Hearing this, Zhang Yu was taken aback. Yes, with so much wolf meat, now there's a few 100 pounds of bear meat, it really isn't suitable to hang it all indoors. It's time to build a storage room. Okay, tomorrow I'll build a storage room next to the cabin, and we also need to set up a smokehouse. This simple smoke rack is a bit inadequate. Zhang Yu checked the time, it was nearly 11:30 p.m. He clapped his hands together. "Let's go wash up and get some rest." After packing up the scene, it was already deep into the night. Both were incredibly tired, but their hearts were full of satisfaction. Zhang Yu looked at their hard-earned results. Although exhausted, he felt very happy. With these, even if winter comes, we will have confidence. Su Jin looked at his profile and nodded vigorously. In this treacherous wilderness, every bit of accumulation means a bit more hope. The firelight illuminated his profile as he nodded firmly. In this perilous wilderness, every bit of effort accumulated represents more survival hope. Get to bed early, we have busy work tomorrow, and we still need to set up over by the hot spring pool. The next few days will be packed. Chapter 38, Su Jin soaks in the hot spring. The morning sun broke through the horizon, waking up the wild world. Zhang Yu opened his eyes, looking at the sleeping Su Jin. She lay on the hay-covered bed, a few strands of black hair resting against her fair skin. Zhang Yu's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he got up and pushed open the wooden door. The morning chill invigorated him. First, he carefully checked the bear skin he processed last night. Then, he walked to the chosen spot for building the storage room and began his day's work. To build a good storage room, a solid foundation is essential. Unlike a shelter, it needs ventilation, shade, and the ability to bear weight. So, the foundation must be sturdy. Moreover, he not only wanted to build a storage room but also planned for a cellar. That way, in winter, the cellar will have a slightly higher temperature, allowing for categorized storage of various supplies. Zhang Yu crouched down, measuring dimensions while mentally planning the blueprint. The storage room foundation must be deep, so that when the cellar is dug, the storage room will not become unstable and collapse, Zhang Yu muttered to himself, marking the outline with a stick on the ground. At this moment, Su Jin came out with Xiao Bai, looking at Zhang Yu with a pout, complaining. "Why didn't you wake me up? I could help more. This work is pretty dirty, I can handle it." Zhang Yu continued digging the pit with the axe without standing up. "You always do this." Su Jin sighed softly. They rolled up their sleeves and helped build the storage room. With their combined efforts, the construction of the storage room went quickly. In just one morning, they completed the surrounding walls. On top of the walls were filled with small holes, which Zhang Yu intentionally drilled for ventilation. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, lighting up the storage room. Sujin wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the building before her, her eyes filled with excitement. It's going much smoother than I imagined. She clapped her hands and looked at Zhang Yu, who was digging a cellar, curiously asking, "Why are you digging a pit in the storage room? Are you planning to make a secret room?" Seeing Sujin with her curious baby face, Zhang Yu had a mischievous thought and deliberately showed a lewd smile. I'm digging a secret room to lock you in. Then. Sujin also pretended to be scared, elongating her tone. Oh. I'm so scared. The audience in the livestream watched the interaction between the two and couldn't bear to look. Damn it, every day feeding us dog food? Are they afraid we'll starve? But what does dog food taste like? Look at the lewd smile on Uncle Yu's face and Susu's exaggerated acting, the stark contrast. Suddenly, the atmosphere became so strange, but if Uncle Yu really does that, Susu would have no way out. Hope to see that scene. Zhang Yu was amused by her exaggerated performance and took on a serious expression again, continuing to dig. I plan to set up a cellar to store some ready-to-eat foods in winter, using the geothermal heat to prevent these foods from freezing solid. The two kept busy until around 3 in the afternoon. The storage room was taking shape. The seemingly simple project actually contained much survival wisdom. Whether it was the mortise and tenon structure or the simple ventilation system, they all reflected Zhang Yu's accumulated experience from his past life. Let's take a break and clean up. I'll take you to a good place. Zhang Yu put down his tools and called out to Sujin. What's wrong? The storage room just needs a roof to be completed. Why not push through today? Sujin put down her work, looking at Zhang Yu with some confusion. I'll explain when we get there. Though she had questions, there was more trust. She quickly packed up her tools, then grabbed Little White and followed closely behind Zhang Yu, heading east. The two walked on, crossing streams and weaving around bushes, spending around 2 hours before suddenly opening up to reveal a hidden hot spring nestled in a canyon. Sujin looked at the various hot springs before her, her eyes wide with shock. This is the hot spring you were talking about? Sujin asked. Although Zhang Yu had mentioned it, it was her first time here. Even on Blue Star, she had never seen such a scene. The exhausted resources of Blue Star were completely different from this wild world. The world of Blue Star was left with only barren yellows and endless sands, devoid of any green. Meanwhile, the wild world was filled with lush pines, vibrant scenery, and abundant resources, but it was fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to death. Sujin looked at the faint white mist swirling around the canyon, a surge of uncontainable impulse bubbling up in her heart. She wanted to rush down immediately and throw herself into that hot spring, to experience something she had never felt before. This is a hot spring lake? Sujin's tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. The scene before her was more beautiful than anything she had ever seen. The milky blue water was constantly steaming, and the mist enveloped the canyon like a fairyland. Yes, let's go down together, Zhang Yu said. Then he first walked down a more gently sloped path, turning to extend his hand to help Sujin. Seeing this, Sujin placed her delicate, fragile hand in Zhang Yu's. Following him, her steps were light. They reached the bottom of the valley. A unique smell of sulfur suddenly rushed to the nose. Sujin squatted next to the nearest hot spring pool, eagerly reaching her hand into the water. So comfortable. The warm touch on her fingers made her unable to help but let out a soft sigh. She immediately turned around, her eyes sparkling, filled with expectation as she looked at Zhang Yu. That little look almost made Zhang Yu lose control. Zhang Yu also tested the water temperature and said to Sujin, "You wash first, I'll go set traps and help keep watch for you." He of course knew what Sujin meant. Who could resist the charm of a natural hot spring? Sujin unexpectedly took off her shoes and socks on the spot, dipping her fair, delicate feet into the hot spring. That warm sensation made her squint her eyes in comfort, unconsciously swinging her feet like a cat being petted. Seeing her relaxed and content look, Zhang Yu's mouth slightly curved up, then he prepared to head to the high slope to check the terrain. Oh, wait. Zhang Yu suddenly turned around, looking at Sujin who was happily taking off her clothes, quickly reminded her, "Don't forget to turn off the livestream." Sujin's actions froze, her face instantly burning up. She hurriedly said, "Dear viewers, see you next time." In Sujin's personal livestream, over 20 million viewers instantly wailed in despair. "UGE? What are you doing? You can't affect me drinking soup while you eat meat. What the heck? I already took off my pants. What are you telling me? Zhang Yu? I won't share the same sky with you. Scoundrel. I vow to take your dog head." Chapter 39, Wu Jun is chased. While Sujin soaked in the hot spring, all the viewers across Blue Star focused on Wu Jun's livestream. Since the outside alert, he had kept the livestream closed and fled overnight, but he never expected that Ichiro Sato from Sakura Country was a master tracker. No matter how he changed his route, Sato seemed like a hunting dog, always able to find his precise position, following closely behind. He knew that this couldn't go on, so after creating a bit of distance, he actively opened the livestream, revealing his location to lure the Korean player, In Sanchuan, into providing an outside alert opportunity. He hid among the trees, watching the two approaching players in the distance, praying not to be discovered by them. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps drew closer. Wu Jun held his breath, hiding deep in the tree crown. Through the gaps in the leaves, he saw two figures searching their way closer. Sakura Country's Ichiro Sato was lean and muscular, his sharp eyes gave a sense of gloom. He held a samurai sword, leading the way while occasionally looking down to search for something. Behind him followed a panting man, wielding a machete. This man was the Korean player, In Sanchuan. The two stopped right under the tree where he was hiding. Ichiro Sato crouched down, carefully examining the traces on the ground. He went that way. Sato said bluntly, pointing in a direction. Then hurry up, don't let that Dragon Country guy escape. In Sanchuan urged, quickly getting ready to run in the direction pointed by Sato. The traces were intentionally left by Wu Jun to lure them. Wu Jun felt a flicker of joy in his heart, praying they would leave quickly. Then, at the moment Sato stood up and prepared to leave, his caution, or rather, his instincts urged him to look up at the big tree. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and grabbed In Sanchuan, who was trying to leave. Seeing this, Wu Jun's heart sank to the bottom. He realized he had been discovered. Although he didn't know how he was found out, Sato's actions indicated everything. Sato remained silent, only slowly lifting his head, those cold eyes, like a venomous snake, precisely locked onto Wu Jun hiding in the tree crown. Their eyes met. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Sato's eyes revealed a mocking smile, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Little mouse, I've found you. In the Sakura Country livestream, host Muta Maria was unusually excited, her voice trembling with a mix of excitement and thrill. Ladies and gentlemen. Did you see that? This is the wisdom of our Yamato people. Sato-kun is like a true ninja, no prey can escape his tracking. Today, Sato-kun will personally defeat the clown from Long Country, which is the highest honor of a samurai. He will bring resources to Sakura Country and contribute to the future of the Yamato people. As soon as the words came out, the live stream's comments exploded. Ah, truly, the Long Country monkeys really do hide in the trees like monkeys. Sato-kun is the best. Let them from Long Country see the power of our Bushido. Sato-kun, don't delay. Quickly finish him off and restore resources for our Sakura Country. No doubt he is a true master of tracking. Does that Long Country person really think he can escape? But Sato-kun should not let his guard down, especially watch out for the player from the Stick Country nearby. Don't let them steal his head. In the Long Country livestream, Xiaosa angrily pounded on the table, throwing all his professionalism aside, his eyes were filled with fury. Shameless. This is brazen and disgraceful. Two countries practicing against our Wu army's one player, how can they still have the face to do this? Professor Yuansen squinted, suppressing his inner anger as the muscles on his face twitched. He slowly spoke. This is something we can't avoid. As I said on the first day, the alliance led by the beautiful country has opened its bloody jaws, showing its fangs, hunting us from Long Country. Our think tank must start considering to repay blood with blood, to repay tooth for tooth. Strike first to avoid being struck multiple times. Lu Fei was already in tears, pointing at the two on the screen, scolding. How can they do this? Wu Jun is all alone. Fuck those little devils and those little stick men. I want to go to their country and kill them all. What kind of skill is it for two people to fight against one? If you have the guts, come face me in reality. Ha ha ha. If you come out to mix it up, you must pay the price. Zhang Yu and Su Jin, you both hunted our Tal, how could you not expect that you would have this day? IP address, Yage Country. Exactly. God will not always protect you, Long Country. Although Zhang Yu has been favored, Wu Jun must pay for it. IP address, Beautiful Country. On the screen, Sato Ichiro was smiling coldly, his voice filled with chill. Long Country person, will you come down by yourself, or will we come up? Wu Jun knew he couldn't escape. He showed signs of struggle. Suicide could save territory, but the country would. Stir up the suspicion between the two. This plan may be crazy, but it is currently the most likely way to break the deadlock. His face instantly showed a look of terror, and his voice trembled slightly, expressing a desperate feeling of being at the end of his rope. I only have one life. Which one of you will kill me? Chapter 40, Infighting in the Cherry Blossom Country. Sato Ichiro and In Sanchuan stood several meters apart, weapons in hand, watching each other warily. Wu Jun's words instantly sparked caution between the two, and the already fragile alliance was now at a freezing point. If there was still an opportunity for external hints, perhaps the two countries would still discuss completion in real life and hint at the players. But now, neither of them had any external hint opportunities and could only rely on themselves. This was Wu Jun's scheme. He had considered this step before reaching this point. First, he started a live broadcast, exposing his position, forcing them to use their last external hint, thus completely cutting off outside influences. If the Cherry Blossom Country and the Stick Country had discussed the distribution of heads ahead of time, then Wu Jun could only consider himself unlucky. In Sanchuan, I clearly saw from the tree a moment ago that Satoichiro was looking at you with a murderous look, Wu Jun said, seeing the two grow wary of each other, his heart filled with happiness but still maintaining a fearful expression, continuing. Did you not notice that this Satoichiro was standing right behind you just now? I saw he had already predicted attacking you. This way, the Cherry Blossom Country would instantly regain 2/1000 of their resources, while your Stick Country would lose 1% of your territory because of you. In this case, you would be the sinner of the entire Stick Country, and you would be despised by all of Stick Country, and your family would also be unable to face the citizens of Stick Country because of your failure. Do you guess what their consequences would be? Wu Jun spun his mind wildly, pouring out every word he could think of to provoke them. Whether it succeeds or not depends on this move. Wu Jun carefully observed the expressions of the two under the tree. Satoichiro looked as if his thoughts had been exposed, his face full of gloom, a murderous intent spreading in his eyes, tightly gripping his samurai sword. Meanwhile, In Sanchuan was like a gas can about to explode, his entire face twisted in rage, his body shaking as he breathed heavily, panting. His bloodshot eyes, filled with anger, continuously swept back and forth between Wu Jun and Satoichiro. It worked! Wu Jun secretly rejoiced. He knew that his plan had succeeded halfway. The next step was to make the two start attacking each other and how he would wrap it up himself. In the Stick Country's live broadcast room, host Jean Mincho's smile instantly froze, panic rising. Wait! In Sanchuan Appa, you must stay calm. This is the Dragon People's trick, we must eliminate the Dragon People first. The audience in the Stick Country was both angry and worried. Damn! This cunning dragon person actually dares to use our Stick Country's 36 tricks. Disgusting! In Sanchuan is such a fool. What is he doing? Ready to attack his ally? The beautiful country won't forgive us. The Dragon People are so despicable, using such lowly tactics. But our intelligence teams from the Cherry Blossom Country and Stick Country didn't consider the distribution of heads? Why would the Cherry Blossom Country dare to take our heads? In the Cherry Blossom Country's live broadcast room, host Wu Tang Maria exclaimed in shock. Sato-kun, be careful. That Stick Country idiot is going to attack you. You must fight back and kill him to regain our Cherry Blossom Country's resources. The bullet comments were filled with anger. Damn! The cunning Dragon People and the foolish Stick People are going to die. Then, Sato-kun, don't hold back anymore, eliminate both of them. Ha ha. I think this is actually better. This way, the responsibility for killing the Korean player isn't on us. After all, our Sato-kun is the descendant of the samurai, killing two weaklings is a done deal. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, host Chaosa suddenly stood up, his face full of excitement. Good. 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 Everyone, do you see this? Wu Jun, the player, remains calm in the face of danger and finds a glimmer of hope in a hopeless situation. Using his wisdom, he successfully ignited conflict within the enemy's ranks. Now, the chance of Wu Jun surviving has greatly increased. Professor Yuan-san also breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression remained serious. Wu Jun really opened our eyes. This is truly a brilliant psychological battle. He accurately grasped the biggest issue between the two, the conflict of interests. He successfully turned their weapons against each other. Meanwhile, the bullet screen in the live stream, which had previously been filled with despair, was now full of surprise. Wu Jun is amazing. This move is so slick. It's making me dumbfounded. If Wu Jun can survive this, I would gladly call him Wu Yi. Together with Yu Yi, they should both be Yi. Oh ho. Don't look down on Wu Jun's move. It may seem simple, but it contains many strategies from our Dragon Kingdom's ancient texts, like the golden cicada shedding its shell, sowing discord, one peach killing two warriors, and more. Wu Jun was just an ordinary food processing worker. He usually earned a small salary by making nutrition bars. He didn't have a strong body, but luckily, he had a rather clever mind. At this moment, he chose not to climb down from the tree, staying hidden on the trunk. Compared to Satoichiro, the samurai descendant, and the strong Yun Chanho, he had no confidence at all. He planned to wait for the two of them to fight among themselves first, then decide whether to climb down or not based on the situation. He had already made up his mind, if the strategy of sowing discord failed, then he would choose. Every inch of land in the Dragon Kingdom was earned by our martyrs with their lives. No inch of it is unnecessary. Even if he dies, he would never be the sinner who betrays his country. Yun Chanho, look. Satoichiro's eyes, he's ready to strike. You're still not making a move, are you waiting for him to look at your head? Wu Jun continued to sow discord. And those words seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ah, damn it. Satoichiro, die. Yun Chanho completely exploded. He knew who his biggest enemy was. Wu Jun, with his small frame, was no match for Yun Chanho, the fitness coach. But Sato Ichiro was a different story. The news about him being a samurai descendant had already been passed to him through off-field tips from the Koreans. If he wanted to gain all the benefits, he had to get rid of Sato Ichiro first, and then slowly deal with the damned Dragon Kingdom player. Yun Chanho swung his weapon, no longer paying attention to Wu Jun on the tree. He used all his strength to slash at Sato Ichiro. At that moment, Sato Ichiro was both surprised and angry. He hadn't expected Wu Jun to be so devious, and he hated this Korean player, Yun Chanho, for being such a fool, so easily falling into his trap. Facing the incoming slash, he reacted quickly and raised his samurai sword to block. Clang! The harsh sound of metal clashing rang out. The two were now entangled in battle, with no time to spare for Wu Jun on the tree. Now is the time. Wu Jun immediately moved in response. Sato Ichiro was once again surprised and furious. He hadn't expected Wu Jun's ploy to be so vicious, and he cursed Yun Chanho for being such a fool, falling for the trick so easily. Facing the swinging stone axe, he had no choice but to raise his sword to block. Clang! The screeching sound of metal and iron clashing exploded. The two immediately became locked in battle again, no longer able to focus on Wu Jun in the tree. Now is the time. Chapter 41, The Fall of the Samurai Spirit. Sakura Country's player, Sato Ichiro, has died. Remaining players, 6,780. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's player, Wu Jun, for the kill. Reward, Dragon Nation resources restored by 1,000th. Punishment, Sakura Nation land area reduced by 1%. Player Yun Chanhun of Stick Nation has died, remaining players, 6,779. Congratulations to Dragon Nation player Wu Jun for completing the kill. Reward, Dragon Nation resources restored by 1,000th. Punishment, Stick Nation land area reduced by 1%. Two messages appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and all were shocked. In Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, everyone cheered wildly, while in the Sakura Nation and Stick Nation broadcast rooms, people looked as if they had lost their souls. In the Sakura Nation's live room, host Maria Muto's face was pale, her lips trembling. She tried to speak several times, but her mouth seemed sewn shut with needle and thread, unable to say a single word. The screen was frozen on the image of Ichiro Sato falling to the ground and not getting up. Maria Muto, like she had lost her soul, kept shaking her head, murmuring, "Impossible, impossible, this must be fake. How could our Bushido heir Ichiro Sato be killed by a Dragon Nation man?" After a moment of dead silence, the comment barrage completely exploded. Baka Yoru. Damn Dragon people, just like before, we had absolute advantage. We could have completely taken Dragon Nation, but we still failed. Is the wild world the same? Sato, this useless trash, Bushido. What damn Bushido? We lost part of Kyushu, it just vanished into thin air. In the Stick Nation's live room, host Kim Min-soo burst into loud crying, her carefully drawn makeup covered by tears. She shouted curses. Aish! Yun Chanhun, you idiot, you destroyed the hope of our great Stick Nation. The Stick Nation expert's face turned dark as iron. He took off his headset, threw it hard to the ground, and left without a word. Then the comment barrage began to flood crazily. Yun Chanhun, the dumb fool, should be nailed to the pillar of shame in Stick Nation history. Cursed and despised by generations. We were toyed with by dragon people? This is the shame of our country. We must include the 36 strategies created by our ancestors as a required lesson. Look at Dragon Nation, they stole our culture in books, yet made them greater. Those little devils. How dare they fight back? Are they not afraid of our great Stick Nation? We must pull Pretty Nation to join us and punish them together. Unlike the sorrow and rage in the Sakura and Stick Nation live rooms, Dragon Nation's live room was exploding in celebration. Little Saw jumped up excitedly, pulled off his tie, and roared madly. Brothers! This is the backbone of our Dragon Nation. Wu Jun has shown the whole world with his actions. Don't mess with Dragon Nation, for whoever offends us, no matter how far, will be punished. Professor Yuan Sen's old eyes were full of tears. He wiped them with his sleeve, his voice choked with emotion. I am proud of our Dragon Nation lads. Whether it's Zhang Yu or Wu Jun, or the others, they are all our pride. This is the blood that our dragon sons should have. Even if there are 10,000 men, I will still go forward. The comment barrage had already turned into an ocean of celebration. Wu Jun. Hero. From now on, after Master Yu, I will call you Master Wu. Now I finally understand the true meaning of sadness and joy never decreasing, only shifting. Today sadness moves to the stick and ghosts, joy comes to us. Everyone stand up. Salute to the hero. Tonight. While the barrage kept rolling, Little Saw heard a notice from the central command in his headset. He quickly adjusted his emotions, stood up, and regained his usual professional host demeanor. According to the highest command's notice, today a portion of rice will be taken from the national cold storage to cook rice porridge. Tonight, street workers will distribute it door to door to celebrate this great victory. In the wild world, Wu Jun collapsed weakly on the ground. Looking at the two dead bodies before him, his heart surged with endless relief. His thoughts scattered, he remembered the critical moment back then. Wu Jun hid in the tree, always stirring up trouble between Sato Ichiro and In Sanchuan. In the end, In Sanchuan was provoked, imagining the cheering crowd and the possible rewards from the country for a girl group when he returned to the real world. With determination, he raised the machete in his hand and charged at Sato Ichiro. Seeing this, Wu Jun's eyes lit up, the feigned panic disappeared in an instant. He crept down from the tree like a cheetah ready to pounce, moving lightly and quickly. And the two fighting had no idea of Wu Jun's movements. He did not join the battle but used the cover of the trees to hide aside, observing the situation. He was waiting for the best moment for a deadly strike. He held the axe in his hand, quietly lurking like a cheetah. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits behind. Today, Wu Jun would be the last oriole. On the battlefield, Sato Ichiro clearly had the upper hand, pressing In Sanchuan backward. Even though In Sanchuan had the advantage in strength, he had no skill at all, while Sato Ichiro was a practitioner of Bushido and had systematic training. Before long, In Sanchuan was covered in wounds, retreating step by step. Seeing this, Wu Jun knew he could not wait any longer. Once Sato Ichiro killed In Sanchuan, he would be next. And how could he, an ordinary worker, compete with a warrior like Sato Ichiro? So, he lifted the axe and charged in, shouting loudly. In Sanchuan. Let's work together. I'll help you take down this devil. You can have the head, but afterwards, you must let me go, we won't interfere with each other. These words were like a bomb thrown onto a calm surface of water. Sato Ichiro was greatly shaken, and for a moment, he was forced back a few steps by In Sanchuan. In Sanchuan, who had been at a disadvantage, calmed down amidst the pain, deep regret flashing in his heart. Why did he offend this calamity? Realizing he was about to lose his life, surrendering flashed through his mind. Hearing Wu Jun's words, In Sanchuan suddenly became spirited, wielding his machete with even fiercer intensity, completely fighting with his life on the line, responding loudly to stabilize Wu Jun. Good. Dragon Kingdom person, let's join forces to kill this little devil. I promise not to kill you afterward. Wu Jun sneered coldly inside. Such nonsense could not deceive even a 3-year-old. He did not believe a word of this person's assurances. He raised the axe and charged forward, but his movements were very slick. He did not confront from the front but, like a ghost, kept moving around the battlefield. Every time Sato Ichiro was fully engaged with In Sanchuan, his axe would strike like a venomous snake from an unexpected angle, forcing Sato Ichiro to defend himself. With their cooperation, wounds began to appear on Sato Ichiro, retreating step by step. Baka! You two shameless bastards! Sato Ichiro roared in fury but could do nothing but exhaust himself dealing with them. His proud Bushido sword technique could not be executed at this moment. Before long, he had several more wounds on his body, blood gushing forth, staining his clothes. Sato Ichiro's heart was consumed by despair and humiliation. He could feel his strength being drained little by little. Baka! How can I, a warrior of the Yamato people, die such a humiliating death? He roared bitterly inside, a resolve surging in his heart. He knew he could hardly escape death today, but even in dying, he had to take someone down with him. To wash away this shame with the enemy's blood and uphold the last dignity of Bushido. He glanced between Wu Jun and In Sanchuan. Good. It's you. He had made up his mind. Then, like a warrior from ancient times, he charged forward. He took off his upper garment, held the knife with both hands, completely gave up on defense, and resolutely launched an attack. Chapter 42, Revenge of Two Country Contestants. Ichiro Sato had completely abandoned defense, his eyes fixed fiercely on Yun Shanhun, rushing towards him with a samurai sword. He locked his final target onto Yun Shanhun. If it weren't for this fool, the outcome would not have been like this, nor should it be. As for Wu Jun, as an opponent, he actually felt a bit of admiration. To think of such a method under such disadvantage, he felt inferior. But Yun Shanhun, this shameless scoundrel, must die here today. With determination set, the samurai sword drew a silver arc in the air, and Ichiro Sato charged forward, ready to embrace death. Yun Shanhun was startled by this sudden life and death charge. He hurriedly retreated. But during his retreat, he stumbled over a tree root, falling to the ground. He could only watch helplessly as the sword light approached. Ichiro Sato's face was ferocious, his veins bulging, and his muscular arms aimed at Yun Shanhun's head, swinging down. Not good. Wu Jun, who was nearby, also changed his expression dramatically. This scene had exceeded his expectations. His original plan was to let both of them suffer, and then leisurely take the spoils. If Ichiro Sato killed Yun Shanhun with this strike, he would also be in danger. I must act immediately. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jun made a decision. He no longer waited encircled, but charged forward like a cheetah. His target was not Ichiro Sato, but Yun Chanhun. Just as Ichiro Sato's samurai sword was about to cut through Yun Chanhun's skull, Wu Jun kicked up a foot, fiercely hitting Yun Chanhun. Then his axe drew an arc in the air, straight down towards Ichiro Sato. Thud! The sound of the samurai sword piercing flesh echoed, and Yun Chanhun collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain. Thank goodness! Wu Jun sighed in relief. At the last moment, he kicked Yun Chanhun away, and the samurai sword almost grazed Yun Chanhun's ear before penetrating his shoulder blade. At almost the same time, Wu Jun's axe also heavily struck Ichiro Sato's back heart. Ha ha! The samurai sword pierced through Yun Chanhun's shoulder blade, pinning him against the tree behind him. Almost simultaneously, Wu Jun's stone axe also struck deep into Ichiro Sato's back heart. Thud! Ichiro Sato spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't care at all, revealing a gruesome smile, tightly gripping the knife handle, using all his last strength to twist the blade, wanting to make one last contribution for the Sakura country before he died. Yun Chanhun let out a pig-like scream, blood flowing like a river. Let's go to hell together! Ichiro Sato yelled, his gaze fixed fiercely on Yun Chanhun, completely ignoring Wu Jun by his side. Seeing this, Wu Jun calmly picked up the machete that Yun Chanhun had left on the ground, and struck straight at Ichiro Sato. Bang! A heavy chopping sound rang out. Ichiro Sato let out a short scream, his eyes darkened, and he fell heavily to the ground, losing all vitality. On the other side, Yun Chanhun lay on the ground, still in shock, watching Wu Jun, like a god of death, kill Ichiro Sato. Then he walked towards him without stopping. Yun Chanhun hurriedly adjusted his expression, showing some flattery. We won, don't forget we can be allies. Your dragon country has a saying that a promise is worth 1,000 gold, you don't want to go back on your word, right? Wu Jun wiped the blade with his sleeve and nodded. That's right, our dragon country values credit, saying one thing is doing one thing. As previously stated, after we teamed up to kill Ichiro Sato, let me leave. Upon hearing this, Yun Chanhun let out a long breath, instantly relaxing. That's good. You should leave quickly. He felt lucky that this dragon countryman was so easy to deceive. He was a big fool. Once he recovered from his injuries, he would immediately chase him down and kill him. There was no joy or anger on Wu Jun's face, only calmness as he nodded lightly and said, I'll leave now. Before the words even finished leaving his mouth, he made a move to turn around. Just as Yin Sanchuan felt a secret joy rising in his heart, Wu Jun's right hand holding the knife drew a sharp arc, and the blade struck directly across Yin Sanchuan's neck. Puff! The sharp blade slid across his throat. The smirk of secret joy on Yin Sanchuan's face hadn't even faded before his head had already separated from his body, rolling to the ground. Without any expression, Wu Jun wiped the blade clean on Yin Sanchuan's body and said faintly, "What a pity. I said I would leave, but I never agreed to let you leave." Seeing this scene, live broadcast rooms from all over the world exploded into chaos. In the Sakura Nation's live room, host Muto Maria had been mourning over Sato Ichiro's death, but when she saw Wu Jun mercilessly slash down the contestant from the Stick Nation, Yin Sanchuan, a twisted pleasure appeared on her once sad face. Ha 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 ha. Damn Stick Nation scum. Well done. This is the price of betrayal. Ha 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 ha. Though Sato-kun perished like jade, to see that vile Yin Sanchuan die with my own eyes, it's truly delightful. But the comments in the live chat carried a strange tone. Though it's frustrating, watching that beast from the Stick Nation die feels so satisfying. Sato-kun, you were a true warrior. Rest in peace. That bastard from the Stick Nation has gone down to join you. In the Stick Nation's live room, host Kim Minsu let out a miserable scream, trembling all over as she pointed at the screen and cursed. Ah, damn it. That Dragon Nation player Wu Jun is a treacherous villain. How dare he treat our great Stick Nation player like this? They clearly said they'd form an alliance, yet that Dragon Nation man used such despicable, shameless tricks to kill Yin Sanchuan Appa. Our great Stick Nation will never forget this blood debt. You Dragon Nation people will pay for this in blood. Ah. Damn Dragon Nation people, not only do you steal our land, you even steal our culture, and now you've stolen the resources that belong to our great Stick Nation. Wu Jun, may you die a horrible death. I curse you to be struck by lightning the moment you step outside. But in contrast, the Dragon Nation's live room was filled with joy and laughter. Host Xiao Sa, after a brief moment of shock, jumped up, his face flushed red. My god. Everyone, did you see that? Wu Jun just showed us in the most direct way what Dragon Nation wisdom truly is in this wild world. To turn defeat into victory like that, this isn't the same as Zhang Yu's perfect archery. Wu Jun used the peak of intelligence. The comments in the live chat went completely wild. Wu Jun. You're a total beast. The whole nation sends congratulations. Wu Jun is now titled Master Wu. The second player to earn the title of Master. 2-on-1, yet he killed both. So weak, huh? Don't even know how to play, maybe go back and practice more. Ha, I just came back from the Stick and Sakura Nation live rooms. They were so arrogant before, now they're totally humiliated. 3 live rooms, 3 different moods. Wu Jun's extraordinary wisdom and the cold sight of him wiping his blade were deeply carved into the minds of viewers all over the world through the broadcast. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wilderness world, Zhang Yu was standing on a high slope, watching Su Jin completely naked and soaking in the hot spring below. Chapter 43, Traps in the Hot Spring Canyon. Zhang Yu stood high above the canyon, observing the entire landscape, his mind planning how to arrange things so that the canyon would fall under his full control. But when his eyes unintentionally swept over the mist-covered hot spring pool, all his thoughts froze at once. His gaze was unconsciously drawn in, completely captivated. There, Su Jin was soaking in the pool, facing directly toward him. Her black hair hung wet and heavy over her white, smooth shoulders. Her fair hands gently stirred the water, occasionally lifting it to create small splashes, letting the droplets slide down her graceful. The smooth neck slipped away. Zhang Yu gasped, instinctively glancing around. But then he remembered, this was the wilderness world, and there wouldn't be any other people. He continued to gaze ahead, admiring the beauty. Sato Ichiro from Sakura Country has died, and there are 6,780 players left. Congratulations to Dragon Country player Wu Jun for completing a kill, rewarding Dragon Country with a resource recovery of 1,000, and punishing Sakura Country with a 1% reduction in land area. Ian Sanchuan from Banana Country has died, and there are 6,779 players left. Congratulations to Dragon Country player Wu Jun for completing a kill, rewarding Dragon Country with a resource recovery of 1,000, and punishing Banana Country with a 1% reduction in land area. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, like a cold bucket of water poured over him, waking Zhang Yu from his dreamy state. In an instant, he processed the system's information, murmuring to himself with approval in his tone. Wu Jun, well done. Double kills meant that Dragon Country's resources would recover by 2,000ths. With his own recovery of 1,000th, and the 1,000th deducted due to Jiang Xuan's suicide, Dragon Country's resources had recovered by 3,000ths. Dragon Country's territory is vast, even 3,000ths is a remarkably large number. This meant that in reality, Dragon Country gained a tremendous advantage and more room for error. But it also meant that the remaining players, especially those from enemy nations, would feel a stronger sense of crisis and urgency. This would drive them to quickly team up and launch a frenzied blockade against Dragon Country. He narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious, and looked again at Su Jin in the hot spring, his gaze now entirely different. We must accelerate the building here. Without defensive measures, this place is too dangerous. Zhang Yu made a firm decision in his heart, he needed to quickly turn this area into a strong fortress, giving him and them a truly safe shelter. He no longer hesitated, turning and hastening away to start laying traps. He carefully sharpened each spike, setting up every trap. His movements clearly sped up, what he originally planned to complete in 2 hours, he finished in less than 1 hour. He set up several tripwire traps along the main road to the hot spring. Once triggered, the traps would instantly flip a person upside down, causing the side stakes to sweep out and deliver a swift blow to intruders. These traps could not only defend against people but would also work against large predators like brown bears. When Su Jin finished soaking in the hot spring and walked refreshed to Zhang Yu, she was stunned by the sight before her. In just over an hour, several traps had been laid all around the canyon entrance. These? She looked shocked at the sharp wooden spikes still waiting to be hidden beside the trees, unable to suppress a gasp of cold air. Zhang Yu set down his work and said to Su Jin, "Follow me for a lap, remember the trap locations. One wrong step." He tossed a branch onto a trap, and in an instant, the ropes retracted, triggering a series of trap sounds, as a line of stakes flew out from the side, smashing down where the trap was triggered. Su Jin turned pale, instinctively stepping back half a step, nodding quickly. I remember. I won't go wrong. Just remembering isn't enough, it needs to be instinctive. Zhang Yu spoke with an undeniable tone. Now, watch carefully, and remember it in your heart. He took Su Jin on a tour around the trap areas, introducing as they walked. This is a gravity trap, with spikes below, covered with loose soil and leaves. If someone steps on it, they will immediately fall. See this? There are fishing lines below, connected to falling rocks above. You cannot walk between these 2 trees. Here are the caltrips. Stepping on them will. Zhang Yu meticulously explained the position of each trap, their triggering mechanisms, and their lethal ranges to Su Jin. Su Jin listened intently, trying hard to remember every word Zhang Yu said. Only after Su Jin confirmed the positions of all the traps multiple times did Zhang Yu cover them with dry branches and leaves. Alright, let's head back for now. We need to perfect this place in the coming days. Only then can we settle in with peace of mind. As the clock approached 6, Zhang Yu called out to Su Jin to start making their way back to the wooden cabin. The setting sun cast golden rays on the forest path, laying a golden carpet for their return. Zhang Yu and Su Jin carefully walked along the way they came. On the way back, Su Jin repeatedly replayed the positions of the traps and key points in her mind. So much so that she stumbled and fell twice, but thankfully Zhang Yu was quick on his feet and caught her in time. The two of them spent nearly 3 hours on the journey, returning to the shelter after 9, just as the sun had completely set. Upon arriving at the shelter, they began preparing dinner. "Are we having roasted bear meat again tonight?" Su Jin asked. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and shook his head. "No, we're having hot pot tonight. You go make soup with the bear bones. I will prepare the ingredients." Having been in the Blue Star and Wilderness world for many years, Zhang Yu missed the taste of hot pot. Although it lacked some spiciness, having a clear broth was still acceptable. Su Jin lit the bonfire and started boiling the bear bones for the soup. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu sliced the bear meat into even pieces, then chopped the bear's innards, getting them ready to go into the hot pot for cooking. After preparing everything, Zhang Yu went straight to the unfinished smoke rack from the day before. Using the firelight, he continued building it. He checked the stability of the main structure, then started weaving a grid that would hold the meat strips, ensuring the smoke could cure them evenly. "Su Jin, bring over the marinated bear meat," Zhang Yu called out to her. Using pine cones and pine wood for fuel, the smoke should carry a bit of pine scent. The flavor should be pretty good. The two sat around the fire, a pot of bear bone soup steaming vigorously. Zhang Yu picked up a big chunk of bear meat and dipped it into the soup. Su Jin was equally eager, grabbing a large bear shank and biting into it heartily, making everyone in the live stream drool. As night deepened, the area in front of the wooden cabin remained a busy and harmonious scene. Little flames from the smoking rack flickered, casting a warm orange glow, while the shape of the storage room was already taking form, giving a sense of thriving prosperity. In this perilous wilderness, they were building the foundation of hope, brick by brick with their own hands. Chapter 44, Building the Fireplace. 12th day in the wilderness world. In the morning, Zhang Yu was jolted awake by a thick cloud of smoke. The cabin was filled with a light haze, making visibility low, and the air was pungent with the scent of poorly burned firewood. "Cough, cough, cough, what's going on?" Su Jin was also awakened, coughing violently. Zhang Yu immediately got up and saw Little White scratching at the door, clearly suffering from the dense smoke as well. He quickly opened the door, and the smoke rushed outside, as if it had found a way to escape. Squinting his eyes, Zhang Yu looked towards the embers in the cabin that were still emitting white smoke. He glanced at the pile of firewood in the corner that was still clearly not dry, quickly realizing the problem. The firewood. The firewood that burned last night hadn't completely dried, producing a large amount of smoke when burned. In this semi-enclosed space of the cabin, it accumulated, leading to this situation. This was very dangerous. Breathing in large quantities of smoke could severely harm the lungs and might even cause carbon monoxide poisoning, which could be fatal. Fortunately, nothing like that happened last night. After explaining to Su Jin, she patted her chest and said with lingering fear, "It's too dangerous. What should we do in the future? If we don't light wood, it might be very cold, but if we do, there is no dry wood. After that heavy rain, there is no dry wood left at all. There is no time to sunbathe now." Zhang Yu walked outside, took a few deep breaths of the cool air, and then looked back at the smoky wooden house, saying in a deep voice, "This can't go on. Everything else can wait for today, we must build the fireplace and chimney." He had always planned to do this, but he put it aside because he needed to prioritize food and storage issues. But now, this smoke crisis forced him to prioritize this matter above all. "Fireplace? What is that, and how do you build it?" Su Jin asked with a hint of curiosity. Hearing Su Jin's question, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered that in the resource-scarce blue planet, traditional heating facilities like fireplaces had long been eliminated. More efficient and energy-saving heating technology had appeared in every household. So fireplaces pretty much only existed in historical records. Zhang Yu picked up a branch, drew a diagram on the ground, and explained patiently. A fireplace is simply a fixed bonfire pit made of stone, with a pipe on top going outside. This pipe is called a chimney. This way, we only need to ignite the fire in the fireplace, and the smoke produced by burning the wood will flow out through this chimney instead of filling the room. We can enjoy the warmth of the flames without being choked by the thick smoke. Also, building a fireplace is safer and more efficient for heating compared to a bonfire. While Su Jin was watching the diagram on the ground, she listened to Zhang Yu's explanation, and her eyes gradually brightened. She instantly understood the principle. "So how are we going to build it, and have we chosen a location?" Zhang Yu replied. "The steps aren't too complicated, mainly, we need to prepare materials. We need a lot of clay and stones to build the fireplace. As for the chimney, we can build a pipe with wooden boards and then cover it with a layer of clay. As for the location, let's choose the side near the chicken coop. That way, the wild chickens can also get warm." Then he detailed the construction, the flue, angles, and other key points to Su Jin. Su-jin listened very attentively and asked questions from time to time whenever she didn't understand. It took the two of them quite some effort to trim out a few usable wooden boards. Zhang Yu no longer got tangled up in his thoughts. In such an environment, anything usable was good enough, and he didn't pursue high quality. Originally, he wanted to encircle the chimney with the roof and connect it to the outside. This way, they could fully utilize the heat from the smoke to warm the interior. But the conditions simply wouldn't allow it. He could only make a small hole in the side wall to connect the flue and direct the smoke outside. Then, Zhang Yu took the prepared clay, mixed with chopped dry grass, and evenly smeared it in circles over the flue, completely sealing the gaps between the wooden boards. The entire construction process amazed the hosts and viewers from various countries. This skill, in ancient times, would definitely make him a master craftsman. He could make a living from this. Is Yi so versatile? What can't he do? I'm starting to suspect he's a walking artificial intelligence. I'm already looking forward to the moment the fireplace is lit. With this fireplace, even after winter comes, we won't be afraid. If there's no wood, we can just go chop some. We aren't afraid of smoke at all. When the last bit of clay was finished, the sky was nearing dusk. A rough but complete fireplace appeared in the corner of the wooden cabin. The fireplace was filled with some dry grass, and Su-jin held a fire starter, standing beside Zhang Yu, his face full of anticipation. Zhang Yu checked again carefully and nodded at Su-jin. Light it, let's give it a try. Su-jin took a deep breath and struck the fire starter with force. Chur up. A few sparks flew into the hearth piled with dry grass. After a brief wait, a wisp of blue smoke rose, and then the dry grass quickly caught fire. Zhang Yu watched the fireplace intently. He exhaled in relief as he saw the smoke flowing smoothly from the flue out of the chimney. We did it! Su-jin couldn't help but cheer, his face beaming with excitement as he jumped into Zhang Yu's arms. Chapter 45, The Bear Country Competitor Kills the Pretty Country Competitor. Non-United Nations competitor Saluka is dead, remaining competitors, 6777. Bear Country competitor Sokolov is dead, remaining competitors, 6776. Dumpling Country competitor Tereshkova is dead, remaining competitors, 6529. As Zhang Yu and Su-jin sat around the warm fireplace, enjoying a steaming bear mixed hot pot, a series of alerts rang out, like death's toll, appearing one after another before everyone's eyes. The Bear Country competitor hid in a makeshift shelter. The campfire had dwindled to a few flickering flames. Wrapped in clothes soaked from the rain 2 days ago, he succumbed to his feverish torment alone. The Noodle Country competitor curled up in pain, rolling on the ground, ultimately dying with regret. The Maple Leaf Country competitor turned pale, foaming at the mouth, surrounded by colorful poisonous mushrooms. In other countries' live streams, sighs filled the air. Hosts and audiences wore heavy expressions, filled with sadness, anger, and complaints about their own competitors. Of course, there were occasional remarks about Zhang Yu's luck as well. In Dragon Country's livestream, Xiaosao watched as Zhang Yu picked up a slice of bear liver and placed it in Su-jin's bowl, speaking with emotion. Dear viewers, when we see Zhang Yu and Su-jin enjoying such a sturdy shelter and abundant food in the wild world, even sitting around the fireplace to enjoy a hot pot, let us not forget the dangers of the wilderness. Everything they enjoy is earned through their extraordinary courage and wisdom. Professor Yuan-sen added. As you can see, unlike many other livestreams, Zhang Yu and Su-jin have achieved food freedom. This stark contrast just validates the huge gap in strength. They have completed the basic facilities of the wilderness world through planning and construction. I believe that even after winter comes, they can still live very well. Outside, the cold wind began to rise, whistling through the treetops. Inside the house, however, it was a different scene. The flames in the fireplace continued to radiate heat, illuminating the room warmly. In the pot, the bear bone soup was bubbling, emitting an enticing aroma. This bear meat tastes really good when cooked quickly. Su-jin sighed out a breath of hot air, a rare look of relaxation on his face. Yeah, the broth is good too, Zhang Yu said as he drank a mouthful of the thick soup made with bear bones and wild onions, feeling warm all over. Little Bai lay beside the fireplace, gnawing on the meaty bone Zhang Yu had thrown to it, its tail swaying contentedly. Just as Zhang Yu and Su-jin were enjoying their meal, the live stream of Ivan Petrov from Bear Country suddenly fell into darkness, clearly indicating that he had voluntarily shut it down. Inside the Bear Country livestream, host Vasily, seeing the black screen, not only showed no panic, but instead revealed a knowing smile. Ha, it seems our player Ivan is about to get serious. I wonder who will become the target of his actions. The special guest, former Special Forces Commander Nevsky, also chuckled. A true warrior is never on the passive defense. Our warriors from Bear Country advocate for offense, only offense is the best defense. Eliminating threats means safety. Clearly, our player Ivan is a true warrior. The comments section exploded. Yura! Ivan is going to give those hidden pests a taste of their own medicine. Who is the target? Hopefully, it's beautiful country. The previous hatred will forever be remembered by us Siberian bears. Reforge the mighty spirit of our Bear Country. We've been silent in the wilderness world for too long, so much so that the world is almost forgetting our strength. This time, we must succeed. In the beautiful country livestream, 5-star General MacArthur's face was grim. He had already received news from his think tank in his earpiece. Just 5 kilometers west of Ivan's location was their country's player, Wilson, and Ivan's action was almost certainly targeted at Wilson. Citizens of the free country, Ivan from Bear Country is almost certainly preparing to target our player Wilson. We have already used our off-field hint opportunity, but Wilson is just an ordinary unemployed person. Bear Country is going too far. If they have the guts, they should target our James. Not trouble an ordinary civilian. We must impose sanctions on them. It's time for our beautiful country's flag to rise on Siberian soil. That's right. To save resources, our aircraft carrier fleet has been idle for too long. It's time to take a look around Siberia. If we don't act, they will really take us for soft persimmons. Darkness is the best cover. Ivan's large body moved quickly through the dense forest. This hunter from Siberia was rapidly heading towards the marked location of the off-field hint. Wilson, after receiving the hint, did not take it seriously. When did the citizens of beautiful country need to fear others? He did not close the live stream. Instead, holding his axe confidently said to the stream, "Ha, I didn't go looking for that Bear Country person, he dared to come find me instead, heh. When he arrives, I'll send him to meet Satan." But before his words fell, a wooden spear whizzed through the air, grazing his throat, embedding itself into the rock wall beside him. In an instant, he froze in place, his body trembling involuntarily. The bravado he had just shown vanished in an instant, fear flooding his heart. "Ivan!" James exclaimed in terror, looking around. Ivan stepped out from behind a tree, playing with another spear in his hand. "Beautiful country's rookie, your adventure ends here." "Wait. We can cooperate." Wilson hurriedly retreated. Ivan grinned, showing his white teeth. "We big bears have a tradition, we never negotiate with prey on the dining table." Seeing this, Wilson realized that negotiations were impossible. He took a deep breath and charged with his axe, wanting to get close to prevent Ivan from using his spear. But in that moment, Ivan easily sidestepped, gripping Wilson's wrist with his strong arm. The sound of bones cracking echoed as the axe fell to the ground. Too weak. Not even a warm-up. Ivan sighed as he twisted the prey's neck. American contestant Wilson has died, remaining contestants 65-28. Congratulations to Russian contestant Ivan Petrov for completing the kill, rewarding Russia's resource recovery 1,000th, punishing America's land resources decrease 1,000th. Instantly, the Russian live broadcast room erupted with victorious cheers. Host Vasily jumped up excitedly. "Let's cheer for our brave hunter Ivan. He has declared to the wilderness world that Russia is still that invincible great power." This time it was American Wilson. Who will be next? Second Mao country or cherry blossom country? Chapter 46 Mushroom Picking. That night, Zhang Yu slept particularly sweetly. The steady warmth from the fireplace drove away the wet cold of the wilderness night, and the carefully built chimney ensured fresh air inside the house. Without the trouble of smoke and the worry of cold, he sank into a deep and comfortable sleep. In his dreams, he and Su Jinjian built a big manor. The originally messy open space and woods were turned into fields, growing with lush crops, heavy fruits swaying in the wind. Inside the fence made of wooden fences, wild chickens roamed in groups, and wild chicken eggs were found everywhere in the grass. Zhang Yu woke from his beautiful dream, and not long after, Su Jin also woke up. The two sat on a tree stump eating breakfast. "What plans do we have for today?" Su Jin asked softly. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and replied. "The top priority today is to build the storage room, then move the meat over. It's not good to leave it in the house. Then we'll set some traps. Wild chickens are social animals, the more they are, the better their chances of survival." For a whole morning, the two used the felled spruce as the main beam for the storage room, firmly secured with vines and mortise and tendon joints. At the same time, they covered the roof with purlins, then spread a layer of clay and moss for waterproofing. Finished. Zhang Yu jumped down from the roof, brushed off the dirt on his hands, and looked at the simple but functional storage room with satisfaction. After a simple lunch, the two began their journey to set traps. The traps they had set before had already been washed away by the heavy rain, not knowing where they had gone. The two brought tools and weapons, setting traps in the previously discovered areas where animal footprints were dense. The air in the forest remained exceptionally fresh. Zhang Yu walked among the bushes, occasionally setting traps on the paths regularly trodden by animals. Although unsure which path had been walked by animals recently, they decided to set traps along all likely animal paths. That way, they would surely gain something. "Zhang Yu, come quickly." Su Jin's urgent call came from afar. Zhang Yu went over to see Su Jin squatting beside a fallen tree, observing carefully. "Look, so many mushrooms." Zhang Yu walked over. Sure enough, around the tree and even under the fallen leaves, various sizes of mushrooms had grown, some dull in color, while others brightly colored, like a colorful little umbrella. Be careful. Zhang Yu immediately warned. Many mushrooms are poisonous. Su Jin nodded, but then she showed a look of regret. It's a pity I can't tell which ones are edible and which ones are not. After all, eating the wrong ones can be life-threatening. Zhang Yu smiled and patted Su Jin. You may not know, but I do. Let me handle this. These are mountain delicacies, delicious, especially great with wild chicken soup. But we can't touch the wild chicken for now, let's wait. Tonight, we can use bear meat for the soup, just as good. Su Jin was a bit surprised, looking at Zhang Yu. You know this too? Is there anything you don't understand? Haha, what's so strange about knowing this? Zhang Yu squatted down, pointing at the grayish-white fan-shaped mushroom. Look at this, this is the Pleurotus ostritus, it's edible, but just average in taste. And those brown ones, shaped like little umbrellas, are chicken mushrooms, very delicious, we can gather more of those. And those, that's called jianshou qing, the flavor is extraordinary. The two began to carefully harvest these edible mushrooms, mainly focusing on Pleurotus ostritus and chicken mushrooms, while jianshou qing was picked much less. Zhang Yu used a knife to cut at the base to avoid damaging the mycelium, so they could continue to grow later. Su Jin watched and carefully imitated Zhang Yu's movements. Soon, they had gathered a full layer of mushrooms. Such a harvest was a huge shock for the audience on the resource-depleted blue planet. Host Xiao Sao looked at the screen filled with mushrooms, his voice excited. Did you see that? So many mushrooms. In my memory, I have only seen this many in National Ecological Conservation Labs. Even the mushrooms in those labs are not as abundant as this wilderness world. Professor Yuan-sen was shocked, but his expression carried a hint of worry. It's hard to believe. Nature is truly marvelous, to grow so many kinds and quantities of mushrooms in an untouched, natural environment. These mushrooms are high-quality food, but we have seen many contenders from various countries eat mushrooms and die from poisoning. Just now, our mushroom experts reported that among the 3 types of mushrooms Zhang Yu harvested, Pleurotus ostritus and chicken mushrooms are edible, but jianshou qing is highly toxic. Mild cases can cause dizziness and hallucinations, severe cases can lead to immediate death. As soon as this was announced, the bullet screen exploded. It's over. Universe Master, hurry up and stop. That jianshou qing is poisonous. What to do? There's no chance for outside hints now. Boo-hoo. I can't watch anymore. Universe Master is human, not a god. Humans make mistakes, but I don't want to see him die. Ha ha. You Dragon Country people are doomed. Dragon Country Zhang is such a foolish and arrogant person, pretending to understand when he doesn't. Just wait to watch him die. IP address, beautiful country. God will not always watch over you Dragon Country people. The gaze of Satan will always find a crack. Embrace Satan, Dragon Country Zhang. IP address, elegant. In the beautiful country's live broadcast room, 5-star General MacArthur crossed his arms, a hint of contempt on his face. Oh? It seems this wilderness master from Dragon Country is ready to begin his adventure. Eating mushrooms? Sounds more like Russian roulette, gambling his life on that slim chance. Our contestant James would never take such a reckless risk. In the Cherry Blossom Country's live broadcast room, host Muda Maria covered her mouth slightly, letting out some laughter. Dragon Country Zhang really has a spirit of exploration. He dares to touch those brightly colored mushrooms, such a gamble with his life. Perhaps this is the character of their nation. In comparison, our Yamato Nation contestants are clearly more cautious. Let's look forward to their dinner results tonight. Let's hope the system announcement doesn't disappoint. In the Stick Country's live broadcast room, Jean Minxiu also had a face full of schadenfreude. Ah, she. It seems that the luck of the Dragon Kingdom's contestant has come to an end, picking up a piece of food and forgetting everything. How foolish to dare to casually collect such mushrooms, truly the ignorant are fearless. Chapter 47, the ranking is updated again. Inside the wooden cabin, the flickering fire in the fireplace dances, and a pot sits on the fire, simmering with bear meat broth, bubbling away. Su Jin carefully adds the cleaned maitake, chicken of the woods, and the poisonous mushroom into the broth, and an aroma instantly fills the air, enveloping the entire cabin. Next, Su Jin places a smooth stone slab beside the fire and starts slicing the remaining poisonous mushroom. The mushroom slices quickly show a unique blue-green color upon exposure to air. She prepares to stir-fry a piece of poisonous mushroom as Zhang Yu requested. In Zhang Country's live stream room. Look at this color, it definitely contains deadly poison. Are these Dragon Kingdom people indifferent to dying? Why not throw it away? Ha, last century's documentaries recorded that Dragon Kingdom people would risk their lives for food, whether scorpions, poisonous snakes, etc. I used to think it was a smear, but it seems those documentaries were true. Just waiting for the Dragon Kingdom contestant to be eliminated, what a shame for so much food. But they insist on touching that deadly mushroom. Su Jin evenly applies the melted bear fat on the stone slab, and once the oil is hot, she places the poisonous mushroom on top. Sizzle. The contact of the mushroom slices with the hot oil instantly releases a strong and unique fragrance, overpowering the aroma of the broth in the cabin. She patiently flips each slice of mushroom, ensuring they are evenly cooked. Zhang Yu reminds her from the side, cook for a bit longer, at least half an hour. Don't worry. Su Jin is fully focused on stir-frying, you can go rest for now, I got this. Time flies quickly as Zhang Yu teases Xiaobai, and soon half an hour has passed. Su Jin brings out the bear meat and mushroom soup along with the stir-fried poisonous mushroom. The two enjoy their dinner with the delicious mushroom soup. Truly delicious. Zhang Yu praises sincerely after taking a bite of the poisonous mushroom, and then continues to eat several slices. Seeing this scene, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom instantly feels relieved. Xiao Sa lets out a long breath and excitedly says, "Did you see? This is the power of experience and knowledge." Contestant Zhang Yu successfully transforms poison into delicacy, making wilderness survival feel like a vacation. That's right, it looks like our worries were unnecessary. Their process of handling the poisonous mushrooms is very meticulous, using long cooking time to break down the toxins, allowing them to enjoy the meal with peace of mind. Such delicacies are treasures in the breeding labs of Blue Star, wanting to eat them is like a dream. Honestly, I'm a little envious of Zhang Yu and the others. Professor Yuan Sen reflects. Lu Fei pats her chest, with a hint of lingering fear on her face. I was really scared just now, I thought. But now, I just want to say, Zhang Yu is amazing. The other countries' livestream rooms, which were originally anticipating Zhang Yu's elimination, are now silent, as if the atmosphere is controlled. All the hosts look grim and remain speechless. The bullet screen also features a brief moment of silence. Dragon Kingdom Data Center. Just as Lu Fei finishes speaking, the Data Statistics Department erupts in excitement, bursting into cheers. The rankings have been updated, an excited data analyst stands up, pointing at the central screen showing the rankings and loudly cheering. Everyone's attention is instantly drawn to the big screen. First place, James, beautiful country, 30 years old, Delta Force instructor. Second place, Chris, sun never sets country, 27 years old, air traffic command member. Third place, Xia Chen, 27 years old, Dragon Kingdom main combat troop member. Fourth place, Ivan Petrov, bear country, 30 years old, Siberian hunter. Fifth place, Luxon, John country, 26 years old, Air Force member. Sixth place, Matsuda Saburo, Cherry Blossom country, 26 years old, Imperial Guard member. Seventh place, Ode Biao, non-aligned country, 29 years old. Legendary racer. Rank 8, Heinrich Heine, Chariot country, 32 years old, member of the main combat unit. Rank 9, Kim Soo-hyun, Bamboo country, 29 years old, member of the Marine Corps. Rank 10, Anderson, beautiful country, 29 years old, former Navy SEAL instructor. Rank 77, Zhang Yu, Dragon country, 22 years old, unemployed drifter. Rank 996, Wu Jun, Dragon country, 28 years old, worker. On the global player rankings given by Big Data, Zhang Yu's name shot up like a rocket, from the original 99th place directly to 77th place. And Wu Jun, who achieved a double kill, leaped from over 4,000 to enter the top 1,000, ranking at 996th place. The player Xia Chan rose from 4th place to 3rd place. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Xiao Sa received the latest data from the back end, becoming extremely excited, almost shouting out. Dear viewers, breaking news. According to the latest Big Data assessment, our player Zhang Yu, relying on his comprehensive survival ability, has leaped to the 77th place. He paused and continued. And our player Wu Jun, demonstrating wisdom and courage in extreme adverse conditions, has achieved an astonishing double kill, skyrocketing over 3,000 places, successfully ranking in the top 1,000 at 996th place. As for our player Xia Chen, who has always been a seed player for Dragon Country, has also made progress, now ranking 3rd. This is the moment for our Dragon Country, a recognition of the strength of our players by Big Data. At this moment, the bullet comments went completely crazy. 77. Brother Yu is amazing from the last place at the start to now 77th. How can one express my excitement with just one wow? Wu Jun is great too, already in the top 1,000, this ranking is like riding a rocket, explosive. Xia Chen also did not have it easy, starting from 10th, then to 4th, now making another leap to 3rd. In the ASEAN Country live broadcast room, the host's face turned dark as he looked at the leaderboard where their highest-ranked player could only reach 780th place. A wave of frustration surged within him. He suppressed his anger, forcing a stiff smile at the camera. Dear viewers, I seriously doubt the authenticity of the leaderboard given by Big Data. Our ASEAN Country players are only ranked over 700, this is an insult to us. Why do the people of Dragon Country get to climb so high? Our ASEAN Country players have demonstrated unique survival resilience globally, achieving such high results in this wilderness world. And just look at players from certain countries, all they do is chop trees and build houses, how do they deserve to be in the top 100? I strongly request the organizing committee of Big Data to reveal their algorithms. There must be a problem behind this. We need a fair ranking. That's right. This ranking is targeting us. Even the bamboo country's Gene GXIN has to rely on our players to survive. Why are we ranked so low? I suggest our ASEAN country withdraw from this rating and create our own Big Data rating. Exactly. Look at the Dragon Country player Zhang Yu. All he knows is to flirt with beautiful women. How does he get to 77? Look at him, groping that beauty again. Chapter 48, Transporting Squirrel Winter Supplies. 13th day in the wilderness world. In the early morning, the temperature dropped severely, hovering around 5 degrees Celsius. Light mist surrounded the forest, lingering without dispersing. Visibility was less than 50 meters. Zhang Yu and Su Jin tightened their clothes, carrying tools and weapons, heading to check the more than 20 traps they set yesterday. The first few traps were empty, not knowing if there were no animals or if animals did not pass by here. Almost all were intact. Zhang Yu moved them to a different position, waiting to check again tomorrow. When checking the 7th trap set by the animal path, they finally had their first catch. A plump snow rabbit was tightly caught by the hind leg. When Zhang Yu arrived, it was still struggling in vain, trying to break free from the trap's bindings. Trap experience plus 50. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, archery LV5, ultimate, term, aiming for the bullseye, trap LV2, 100/200, fishing LV1, 37 out of 100, pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, knife skills LV1, 0 out of 100. Zhang Yu was momentarily dazed upon hearing the system notification. This really is a useless system. Zhang Yu looked at trap LV2, 100/200, with some speechlessness, thinking about those novels from his past life, where the system panel was so easy to upgrade, yet it was so difficult for him. Catching one animal gives 50 experience points. How many does he need to catch to reach the top LV5? Then he looked at knife skills LV1, 0 out of 100, and fell into deep thought. Since archery grants experience points for shooting to kill, could he gain experience by using knife skills to kill animals? Although he had tried killing fish before and it didn't work, that doesn't mean it wouldn't work for animals. Let's do it. Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward and cleanly ended the snow rabbit suffering with one swift knife. Knife skills experience plus 10. Knife skills LV1, 10 out of 100. 10 experience points? Oh no. How long will this take? Forget it. As long as there's improvement, it's fine. Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly, placed the rabbit into his backpack, and led Su Jin towards the next trap. However, bad luck struck again. They encountered empty traps all the way until the 17th trap, where there was finally a change. There was a pit originally prepared for capturing some medium-sized animals that had been triggered, but inside the pit was only a pool of fresh blood that hadn't congealed yet, some coarse brown fur, and deep scratch marks on the pit walls. It's a wild boar. Zhang Yu squatted by the pit and carefully examined the traces, then turned to Su Jin and said, "It's quite large, injured a bit, but managed to escape." Zhang Yu pointed in the direction of the bloodstains through the thick fog and said, "We need to be careful. An injured wild boar is very aggressive and dangerous. Remember to stay close to me." Su Jin felt a bit nervous upon hearing this, closely following behind Zhang Yu, one hand tightly grabbing the corner of his clothing, unwilling to let go. This discovery cast a shadow over the following journey, and both of them gripped their weapons more tightly. Fortunately, there were no incidents along the way, but the traps continued to yield no rewards. The sun gradually rose, dispersing the thick fog in the forest, and visibility improved significantly. While checking the 22nd trap along the road, near a large forest, Su Jin accidentally bumped into a loose stone while going to the bathroom. The stone shifted, revealing a small hole hidden beneath the fallen larch leaves. Oh! Su Jin crouched down curiously to investigate. Inside the hole, he found it was filled with all kinds of nuts and shriveled berries, a variety so plentiful it filled the entire tree hole. Is this a pie from the sky? Su Jin began to laugh, calling out loudly for Zhang Yu. This is a squirrel's nest. Zhang Yu gently poked the hidden items in the hole with a stick. Inside were pine nuts, acorns, hazelnuts, everything, and he immediately realized this was food the squirrels had stored for winter. So ha. Su Jin's eyes sparkled, the meaning obvious without saying a word. Well, we'll share, but we can't take everything, let's just take half. What if we run out of food in winter? We can still come back and maybe catch this little squirrel, Zhang Yu said. Su Jin nodded, reaching into the hole to pick out the plump nuts, then scooping them out into the backpack. The fragrance of pine nuts and the fullness of hazelnuts uplifted both their spirits. Quickly taking out about half of the nuts, the backpack was stuffed to the brim. Zhang Yu covered the hole slightly with some dry leaves and stones, leaving some provisions and a bit of camouflage for the unseen squirrel. Let's go, there are still a few traps to check. Zhang Yu readjusted his backpack and picked up his weapon again. Zhang Yu's personal livestream audience had stabilized at over 47 million, ranking him 19th in the global livestream audience rankings. The chat in the live stream was filled with joy. The squirrel sky has fallen. What? I have worked hard for half a year, and now I am back to square one in one day? Are you even human? These nuts look so delicious, I have never tasted them before, I could cry from wanting them. Master Yu has made a killing, a snow rabbit and a bag of nuts. How come they find rewards as soon as they go out? The Asen country is nearly in tears. At the same time, in the live stream of Asen country, the atmosphere was bleak. The host forced to smile, dryly explaining, our contestants are performing an ancient ritual, praying to Vishnu, showing their sincerity by reducing food. This is a sign of devotion. In the picture, a skinny contestant from Asen country crouched in the bushes, cautiously licking the rainwater accumulated on the leaves. His lips were cracked, and his eyes were vacant. What kind of contestant did the wilderness world pick to compete? How can one win looking like this? Damn it, the contestant from the dragon country is already eating nuts, the meteor ones are also overflowing, what about us? Suddenly, this contestant miraculously perked up, his complexion returning to health. He stood up shakily, bowed to the sky, and smiled. I heard the whisper of Vishnu, the omnipresent God is sending me energy. Seeing this, the host jumped up happily, excitedly addressing the audience. Did you see that? This is a miracle. It represents our Asan country's God is omnipresent, and the wilderness world will also be affected by him. You wish. This is just a last gasp. He's about to die. IP address, Dragon Country. Get lost. You Dragon Country people are just haters. This is Vishnu's miracle. You are just envious and jealous. Exactly, don't talk to Dragon Country people, they are just jealous of us Asan country. Our God is everywhere, and you all used to come to our Asan country for the scriptures. Great Vishnu, we praise you. The comments were still cursing, just as the screen showed, the contestant collapsed directly to the ground. Asan country contestant Nak has died, remaining contestants, 6501. Chapter 49 The First Snow. The two returned to the wooden cabin carrying a bag of nuts and a snow rabbit. Perhaps luck had run out, as the following traps yielded no rewards. The weather grew darker, and the cold wind became more biting. Seeing Su Jin beginning to sort the nuts, Zhang Yu took the snow rabbit to the lake to start processing the rabbit meat. He carefully skinned the snow rabbit, as the fur of such small animals was a nice choice for making socks or gloves. After processing, his gaze was unintentionally drawn to the reeds by the lake. He saw that the reeds had started to wither, gradually losing moisture. Not good. Zhang Yu silently blamed himself. He had previously promised to gather more reed roots when the reeds were about to turn old, to serve as a source of carbohydrates for the winter. As a result, he forgot because there was too much food and he was too busy. Surviving in the wild requires more than just fat and protein. Without carbohydrates, the body would only grow weaker. Zhang Yu quickly set the snow rabbit aside, walked into the reed bed, and pushed aside the now withered reed stalks, revealing the underground reed roots. He pulled strongly, washed it in the lake, then cut off a small piece with a knife and put it in his mouth to chew. A sweet juice spread in his mouth. Though it had a bit of bitterness, it was still quite delicious. Fortunately, it's not too late, we can still eat. Zhang Yu hurried back to the wooden cabin, set down the snow rabbit, and called for Su Jin to go dig for reed roots together. Damn, I almost forgot about the reed stalks. Master Yu doesn't lack food, and I didn't take the reed roots seriously. Thankfully, Master Yu discovered it in time, otherwise, lacking carbohydrate supplements, their bodies would quickly have problems. Master Yu is awesome. But by the way, why haven't I seen Green Hat Fiancé lately? He felt a bit out of place not being able to see him. Zhang Yu was responsible for cutting the reed roots, while Su Jin was in charge of transporting the roots back and forth to the wooden house. With both of them working hard together, after more than an hour, they finally finished gathering this patch of reed roots. Zhang Yu did not plan to continue harvesting, partly because there was barely enough space in the wooden house, and partly because excess collection would just be a waste. By the time they returned to the wooden house, it was already dark outside. Zhang Yu set a pot over the fireplace, putting in the snow rabbit and the reed roots, preparing to cook a rich soup. Meanwhile, Su Jin was handling nuts, planning to shell some pine nuts as a snack after the meal. Just as Su Jin put a handful of pine nuts into a ceramic bowl, preparing to take them to roast by the fireplace, she accidentally caught a glimpse outside, instantly freezing in place. Zhang Yu, look outside. Hearing her, Zhang Yu looked up at the outside world. In the dim sky, snowflakes began to drift down. It was snowing. The first winter in the wilderness world was officially announced by this snowfall. In the Longwa Live broadcast room, Xiaosa's tone carried a hint of seriousness. It's snowing. Dear viewers, the winter in the wilderness world has officially arrived, much earlier than we expected. Currently, we see that less than 1/3 of the competitors have built shelters, and only a handful have some food reserves. This snow will be a disaster for them. Professor Yuan-san also had a serious expression. This snow doesn't seem big, but no one knows if it will get heavier later. This first snow is a clear signal that winter has arrived, and the temperature will keep dropping, though it's uncertain how low it will go. However, botanists studying the vegetation in the livestream have basically confirmed it will be between -20 and 30 degrees. The upcoming challenges of keeping warm and obtaining food will be the greatest trial for all competitors. I can almost foresee that after winter sets in, about half of the competitors will be eliminated due to cold and hunger. Unlike Xiao Sa and Professor Yuansen, Lu Fei was quite upbeat and playfully replied. Among these people, there's definitely none like Zhang Yu and Su Jin. Their food and shelter can be said to be the best among all competitors. But I still don't understand why, with so many resources, the big data only ranks him 77th. Professor Yuansen said. Perhaps it's referencing Zhang Yu's real-life situation. Honestly, I'm now quite curious about how Zhang Yu became so skilled in wilderness survival knowledge. Yes. I'm also very curious how Yu knows so much. Could it be that he has encountered this in real life? Don't joke around. Where in reality can you find a place capable of wilderness survival? There's simply no such place anymore. Even if there were, it's tightly controlled by the state. Maybe your country's Zhang Yu is a privileged illegitimate child? You should hurry to ask the state for an explanation. IP address, beautiful country. In the Mao Shone live broadcast room, everyone erupted in excitement upon seeing the snow scene. The host exclaimed excitedly. Finally, it's snowing. How could our Siberian warriors be afraid of this little snow? This snow may be a disaster for competitors from other countries, but for our Mao Shone competitors, it's as simple as eating and drinking. Yura, just ask the competitors from other countries if they are feeling nervous. Things are finally starting to turn in our favor. Exactly. Once winter sets in and the temperature drops sharply, our Siberian warriors will be fearless and unmatched. Many other countries, such as the Empire of the Sun Never Sets in Norway, were also cheering. However, the people from tropical and subtropical regions looked grim at that moment. Complaints erupted about unfairness, questioning why it wasn't the peak of summer. In the wild world. Zhang Yu walked to the door, quietly watching the snow falling harder outside, and said in a deep voice. This snow came earlier than we expected. Su Jin, after dinner we must immediately check our supplies, we need to be clear about what we are lacking. From now on, our range of activities may shrink a lot, and going out to find supplies will become much more difficult. So we must use this time to replenish the missing supplies. Prepare to face the cruel winter. Also, the work on the hot spring pool must be accelerated. Su Jin nodded, her expression no longer as happy as when she first saw the snow, instead revealing a hint of worry. Zhang Yu walked to the window, quietly watching the increasingly thick curtain of snow outside, his gaze deep. The flames in the fireplace burned fiercely, and the temperature inside the house was far higher than that outside. The meat soup simmering in the pot gave off an inviting aroma, but both knew a crisis was imminent. Only that little white creature sat next to the fireplace, eyeing the bubbling meat with a longing expression. Chapter 50, The Responses of Contestants from Various Countries in the Snowstorm. The snow fell heavier and heavier. Initially just a few snowflakes, but soon transformed into large goosefeather snowflakes flying everywhere. The temperature rapidly dropped at this time, and the sudden heavy snow made all contestants still struggling in the wild realize a serious problem. Winter had arrived, and without any shelter, there was only a dead end ahead. Ivan Petrov, a contestant from Bear Country, had inherited supplies after killing Wilson from Beautiful Country. He was living relatively well, but this heavy snow falling from the sky made him worried again. He was not like the mindless audience from Bear Country, thinking that the wind and snow were nothing to fear. As a Siberian hunter, even with knowledge passed down from ancestors but lacking practical experience, he knew the terror of wind and snow in the wilderness. Without any hesitation, he found a high, wind-sheltered slope. He tested the soil, determined it was soft without large stones, and began to dig little by little with his tools. His method was rough yet effective, and a wind-proof underground cave was slowly forming. Vasily, the host of the Bear Country livestream, shouted boldly. Hooray! Do you see this? This is the survival way of our ancient Siberian hunters, burrowing into Mother Earth's embrace. No matter how fierce the wind and snow are, they won't affect Ivan in the slightest. Ivan is doing great, truly living up to his title as a Siberian hunter, much like the legendary polar bear. The wind and snow are nothing but a mere threat to our Bear Country contestants, they are even a boost. Thanks to the wind and snow of the wild world, we are grateful for our hero, Ivan. Contestants from Beautiful Country and Bungshi Country, Choixiushan, braved the wind and snow, finding a sunken rock wall at the foot of a mountain. They were trying to block the entrance with branches mixed with mud, attempting to build a simple artificial cave. In the Beautiful Country livestream, 5-star General MacArthur nodded happily and said, "We can see our contestant, James, quickly found a way to cope with this blizzard. Under his leadership, I believe this shelter will be built soon." Luxon, a contestant from John Country, discovered a huge cedar tree blown down by the strong wind, creating a natural triangular area between the trunk and the ground. He was busy collecting branches and moss to build a shelter. The host from John Country maintained his so-called gentlemanly demeanor, but the worry on his face was clear for all to see. Luxon is showcasing our classic British wisdom, skillfully making use of favorable conditions. According to his method, it is believed that the shelter will soon be completed, and tonight, we just need to light a bonfire to sleep soundly. Asan contestant Lionir is currently using his method to avoid the wind and snow. He found a dense bush, burrowed into it, and hid himself among the branches, then covered himself with some fallen leaves, seemingly trying to keep warm this way. Host Rajiv is sweating, feeling like cursing under his breath, but he still forcefully explains, "Everyone, look. Contestant Lionir is blending with nature. Using nature to fight against nature, this not only keeps him warm but also conserves energy. This is the wisest choice. No wonder. I thought it should be like this. Anir is ranked 4th in our country, so he should be fine. Oh. Just now I thought he was foolish. But now, after hearing you say this, all I can say is, Anir is amazing." Many contestants have already begun building shelters, while others are desperately running through the wind and snow, trying to find a place to hide. Some contestants are hiding under trees or in tree canopies, trying to fend off the biting cold. Meanwhile, the renowned contestant from Dragon Country, Xiao Rui, is curled up under a tree, wearing the winter clothes she received at the start, covered with a thick layer of dry branches and leaves. She is continuously sobbing, struggling with hunger and cold, unsure if she can survive this heavy snowfall. Only a few contestants who have built shelters are comfortably inside, quietly enjoying the first snow of winter. The perspective in the Dragon Country live broadcast is constantly switching, and when it cuts to Xia Chen's livestream, the hearts of all Dragon Country viewers finally settle. Seeing dozens of Dragon Country contestants fighting desperately against the wind and snow in the wild had made them extremely anxious. Now, seeing Xia Chen hiding in a shelter and warming himself by the fire, their oppressive mood lifts significantly. In the screen, Xia Chen and Fad, the contestant from Camel Country, are sitting by the bonfire in the wooden cabin, drinking hot tea. Though the food is limited, at least they don't have to worry about this snowfall. "Once the snow stops, I'll check the traps. You can patch up the drafts in the cabin with some mud," Xia Chen says while sipping his hot tea. "No problem." Fad, no longer complaining as before, sits quietly, watching the falling snow outside. Meanwhile, Wu Jun, who had previously pulled off an extreme comeback against the two, appears somewhat dejected, curled up inside the tent he chose at the start. It's impossible to start a fire inside the tent, so he has to endure by himself. Fortunately, he managed to eliminate 2 contestants, providing him with 2 extra sets of winter clothes to keep warm. When the director switches the screen to Zhang Yu and Su Jin's wooden cabin, all the Dragon Country viewers immediately cheer. Outside the cabin, snow is falling heavily and the cold invades, but inside, it feels as warm as spring. The flames in the fireplace burn steadily, crackling with sound. Su Jin carefully washes the reed roots they dug up, some are cut into pieces, preparing to be added to the simmering meat soup. The rest will be stored in the pantry for winter. Zhang Yu, feeling that the fireplace is too hot, is standing at the door with Xiao Bai, letting in some cold wind to cool down. Though Xiao Bai was born only a few months ago and has never seen snow, now looking at the falling snowflakes, the innate nature of a snow fox awakens within him. He jumps out of Zhang Yu's arms and bounds in the wind and snow, playfully chasing after the snowflakes drifting down from the sky. Dear viewers, as we see 95% of the contestants struggling desperately in the wind and snow for a place to take shelter, our country's 2 contestants ranked in the top 100. Already able to sit in a sturdy and warm wooden house, calmly watching the heavy snowfall, steadily drinking tea and eating meat, this is the wisdom of our Dragon Country. Little Sa said happily. The bullet comments were also very cheerful. Other contestants, starving and freezing, hellish difficulty. Master Yu Su Su, no worries about food and drink, vacation mode. No comparison, no harm. Look at Master Yu and Xia Chen, then look at the others, the gap instantly appears. It was not false that we were once known as a country of infrastructure and a professional farming nation. At this moment, the commander of Baba Sheep was worriedly watching the live broadcast of Iqbal, took out his phone, and dialed the Dragon Country's commander's number. Chapter 51 Baba Sheep Country seeks help. Thanks to White Hair God, Carefree, various numbers, food, for the company. Dragon Country Command Center. The commander was listening to Li Guodong's latest report about Zhang Yu and Xia Chen. On the right side of the table, a red encrypted phone rang, dingling. Dingling. He glanced at the caller ID Musharraf, the commander of Baba Sheep Country, and immediately pressed the answer button. Old friend, what do you need from me? The commander asked. The situation is urgent, so I won't beat around the bush. Our contestant Iqbal is currently not in a good situation. He doesn't have a proper shelter and can only hide under a tree from the wind and snow, but his clothes got wet while fishing during the day. The temperature is still dropping, he can't hold on much longer. Musharraf's anxious voice came through the phone. Oh? Old friend, how would you like us to help? The commander asked calmly. He naturally understood Musharraf's intention, but such things could never be stated directly, they could only be requested by others to make the request seem valuable. The simple map drawn by our think tank shows that your contestant Xiachen is not far from Iqbal. I would like Iqbal to go to Xiachen's side to avoid the wind and snow. Our Baba Sheep country will always remember this friendship. Musharraf paused, as if recalling something, and continued. Of course, if your contestant Xiachen does not welcome him, we can wait for the storm to pass and let Iqbal leave there. And if you welcome him, I will have Iqbal follow your contestant Xiachen's instructions. The commander did not answer immediately but quickly glanced at Xiachen's live stream and then at Iqbal, who was curled up and shivering in the snow, and said solemnly. Good. Our dragon country never spares help for friends, but for safety's sake, when you give the hint outside, our diplomatic personnel stationed in Baba Sheep must be present the whole time to confirm the information you send. This is not distrust of you, after all, Xiachen is a seed contestant of our dragon country, and nothing must go wrong. Moreover, some confidential information is also needed to convince Xiachen that it is our dragon country sending Iqbal to find him. Thank you. Thank you so much. Your request is quite reasonable. I would make the same choice if I were you. Rest assured, the dragon country is always a friend of our Baba Sheep. In the wild world. Curled up on the ground, Iqbal received the hint from his country and instantly felt happy. Master Xiachen of Dragon Country is not far away. That's great. He hurriedly stood up, wrapped his already damp clothes tighter, and walked step by step toward the hinted direction. In Baba Sheep Country's livestream, the long-suppressed atmosphere was ignited in an instant. The host was so excited that he could hardly speak. Did you see that, comrades? At a crucial moment, the Dragon Country reached out to help once again. Our good brothers did not forget us. Go, Iqbal. This is truly timely help. In such a fiercely competitive environment, everyone bears hostility toward people from different countries, yet at this moment, the Dragon Country chose to help us again. This kindness is beyond words. Long live the Dragon Kingdom brothers. I knew it, the Dragon Kingdom will always be our good friends. Thank you, Dragon Kingdom. Iqbal, hold on. Move towards the direction of light. How do you know the Dragon Kingdom is helping us? What if they are luring our country's players over to kill them and take back resources? Right. Besides, the countries led by the beautiful nation have already started preparing to target the Dragon Kingdom and the Bear Country. It's really not good to switch sides now. The comments in Baba Sheep's livestream were split into two factions, one supporting the Dragon Kingdom Alliance, the other supporting the Beautiful Nation Alliance. The Dragon Kingdom's livestream was closely watching this scene. Little Sa narrated passionately, we see that in the wild world, there is not just conflict, but also the spark of humanity. Our Dragon Kingdom upholds the principles of harmony and coexistence, treating everyone equally. The slaughter in the wild world will only lead to the decline of humanity and reduce the land resources of other countries. This is unacceptable, the lives of the contestants should be respected. Lu Fei continued, exactly, I suggest we let the contestants stay together, forming a large group, so everyone can live safely in the wild world, peacefully until the last country wins. After restoring resources, all global nations should work together, using these resources as seeds to nurture more resources, allowing Blue Star to fully regain its vitality. Iqbal braved the wind and snow, bumping along the way, searching all the while. Eventually, with the help of hints from his country, he found some traces near Xiachen's cabin. Finally, in the woods, he discovered the cabin shining with firelight. He trembled, dragging his almost frozen body towards the cabin step by step. But before he could get closer, the cabin was opened. Xiachen and Fad pointed their weapons at him. Should we just kill him right away? Fad asked from the side. Before Xiachen could respond, Iqbal hurriedly explained, No. I'm Iqbal from Baba Sheep Country, and I received prompts from outside to come find Xiachen. After some verification, Xiachen brought Iqbal into the cabin. Fad, on the other hand, looked somewhat reluctant, as food was already scarce, and now they had to share it with one more person. Inside the cabin, the fire in the fireplace continued to burn. The rich aroma of stew made from bear meat, mushrooms, snow rabbit meat, and reed roots made one's mouth water. Zhang Yu and Su Jin sat by the fireplace, enjoying a delicious dinner by the firelight. These reed roots, when stewed, are soft and sweet, indeed delicious, Zhang Yu commented after taking a sip of the soup. Then he filled a bamboo tube with a bowl of meat soup and placed it in front of Xiao Bai. Su Jin nodded, contentedly eating roasted nuts. It's really good. But shouldn't we take this time to stock up on food? Like, go fishing? Also, I've counted the supplies, and currently, the thing we lack the most is dry firewood. If this cold weather continues, our hands and feet will freeze when we go out, Su Jin continued. Zhang Yu thought for a moment, those furs could indeed be used to make gloves, hats, and socks. But they were missing the most critical tool, a needle and thread. The thread could be resolved, whether it's fishing line or animal hair. But needles were currently the most scarce thing. But how to solve this problem? Chapter 52, Making Fishbone Needles. Outside, the sky had completely darkened, and the wind and snow seemed to have intensified. Su Jin, having tidied everything up, walked over to Zhang Yu, half squatting beside him, carefully watching the movements of Zhang Yu's hands. Zhang Yu held cleaned fish ribs in his hands. These fish bones were hard and flat in shape, which were perfect materials for making fishbone needles. He sat by the light of the fireplace, one hand holding a fish bone and the other a rough sandstone, carefully scraping the fish bone against the sandstone. He needed to sharpen one end of the fish bone extremely finely, while the other end needed a small needle hole for threading. This was a process that required great patience and skill. If too much force was used, the fish bone would break, so he had to proceed slowly. Seeing how it was done, Su Jin also learned Zhang Yu's movements, picking up the fish bone and sandstone, and began to grind beside him. The room instantly fell silent, with only the sound of the fish bone rubbing against the sandstone. In the live stream, the audience quietly watched the scene, their moods rare and relaxed, chatting with each other. Ah, this is really leisurely. I've never seen a fish bone used like this. It's truly eye-opening. Just like the ancients said, outside the heavy snow is falling, inside a few close friends, gathered around the hot pot, so relaxed. I just browsed through all the live streams of competitors around the world. Our Yugu is definitely the most comfortable. Time passed little by little. About an hour later, Zhang Yu stopped his movements, lifted the polished fish bone needle, and carefully examined it against the firelight. One end of the fish bone was sharpened to a fine point, while the other end had a needle hole made. Try it out. Zhang Yu handed the fish bone needle to Su Jin. Su Jin took the fish bone needle, still warm from Zhang Yu's palm, and carefully pushed one end of the fishing line through the small needle hole. Success! The delicate fishing line smoothly passed through the needle hole. I did it, she cheered happily, holding the bone needle up to show Zhang Yu. What should we sew? Zhang Yu could see she was eager to try. How about stitching the wolf skin together to make a blanket? We could also make hats and gloves. Zhang Yu suggested. Currently, their bedding consisted of one with a mountain lion skin and another with a bear skin. But they had yet to figure out the blanket, so they had to sleep with their clothes on, using a wolf skin to cover themselves. If they could stitch the wolf skins together, even without the stuffing of cotton, it would provide some warmth. Su Jin nodded, focusing her gaze on the tanned wolf skins. Although these furs were still a bit stiff, they were completely usable. She didn't choose to sew the wolf skins right away but instead took out several bamboo rat skins to practice first, intending to sew a small nest for Xiaobai. Then she threaded the fish bone needle with fishing line and began to sew carefully. Though she had no experience with sewing, she had at least seen how the ancients operated on television. After a bit of clumsiness at the beginning, she gradually mastered the technique, quickly completing a small, practical but slightly ugly little nest. It was shaped like a small round nest, but the thread that looked like a centipede around it was a bit unsettling to look at. Su Jin placed the little nest by the bedside, picked up Xiaobai, and placed him inside, which fit perfectly. Xiaobai seemed to understand that this was his bed and happily jumped around, extremely delighted. Having practiced with the bamboo rat skins, Su Jin again turned her attention to the wolf skins. Su Jin picked up the smallest wolf skin. She measured Zhang Yu's head circumference, cut the material with a knife accordingly, and used the fishbone needle to stitch the wolf skin together, making a wolfskin hat with a wolf tail. On the inside of the hat, she specially sewed in a layer of soft snow rabbit fur lining to increase comfort. This time, her skill had indeed improved a lot. The hat wasn't necessarily beautiful, but it was certainly not as ugly as Xiaobai's nest. Try it on. Su Jin handed the hat to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu reluctantly put it on. While it wasn't very good looking, it fit well, and the thick wolf skin effectively blocked the cold. It is very suitable to wear on snowy days. It is very warm and fits well, Zhang Yu said. After a little episode with the hat, the two took out all the tanned wolf skins. Although they were not as huge and thick as bear skins and mountain lion skins, they excelled in quantity and were warm enough in quality. These wolf skins, if used as a single layer, could make 2 blankets, but they would be a bit thin. If made into a double layer, although there is no cotton filling in the middle, we could stuff some dried leaves or dried grass to keep warm. However, that would only allow us to sew 1 blanket, Zhang Yu said, turning his gaze to Su Jin, seeking her opinion. Su Jin was initially listening seriously, but when she heard they could only sew 1 blanket, her cheeks flushed suddenly, and she quickly lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Of course, she understood Zhang Yu's meaning. In this wild world of limited resources, maximizing resource usage and survival are the top priorities. A double-layered blanket filled with dried grass and leaves would certainly keep warm far better than a single layer. Moreover, with the winter temperatures dropping sharply, no one knows if a single-layer blanket can survive this winter. A double layer would definitely be the best choice. But 1 blanket means they would have to sleep closely together, sharing a blanket at night with Zhang Yu. Even though she knew it was for survival, her modesty made her heart race and her ears burn. Zhang Yu looked at her flushed ears and her constantly blinking eyelashes, understanding her shyness. He cleared his throat and said, I think a double layer is better. A single layer blanket might be okay now, but later it might not hold up. Not to mention freezing to death, getting frostbite in this wild world would lead to unimaginable consequences. Sujin still kept her head down but subtly nodded, whispering, if you say so, let's make one blanket. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the host paused for a moment, then a meaningful smile appeared on his face. It seems our Sujin contestant has decided to adopt an effective warming solution to deal with the upcoming cold. After all, survival comes first, right? Yes, survival first. Professor Yuan-san also smiled, analyzing seriously. From the perspective of thermodynamics and human engineering, sharing one warm unit can indeed effectively create a heat transfer cycle, reducing heat loss. In extreme environments, this is indeed the optimal solution. Zhang Yu's decision is very scientific, yes, very scientific. Lu Fei directly covered her mouth and laughed. Oh my! Susu is blushing, so cute. Is she thinking too much? Dear audience friends, this is purely for survival, so please don't overthink it. The bullet screen also teased at the right moment. Master Yu, I'm doing this for survival. What do you all know? Su. Blushing. Scientifically keeping warm, no problem. Master Yu is in the atmosphere with this move, killing two birds with one stone, using science to share a bed. Everyone, take notes. The smart ones are already writing furiously. What notes? I tried it once and got beaten up. What did the person upstairs say? I told my roommate I was cold, wanted to sleep together. The result? Chapter 53, Setting Traps After the Snow. On the 14th day in the wild world. The fire in the cabin's fireplace was reduced to a flickering flame, but there still remained a slight warmth inside. Zhang Yu was awakened by the sound of wild chickens outside and slowly got out of bed, careful not to wake Su Jin, who was sleeping on another bed. However, Xiaobai was startled awake, jumping out of its bamboo ratskin nest, rubbing against Zhang Yu's pant leg, acting cute. Picking up Xiaobai, he pushed open the cabin door, and a bone-chilling cold wind hit him, causing him to shiver. After putting on his winter clothes, he stepped outside. The coniferous forest had completely changed, looking nothing like the green pines of before. What greeted his eyes was a world wrapped in silver. The heavy snow had fallen all night. It only slowly calmed down until the early morning, with a thick layer of snow accumulated on the ground. Zhang Yu reached out to feel it. It was about 20 centimeters deep, already past his ankles. In the dense forest, all fell silent, leaving only the whistling of the cold wind and the occasional cracking sound of branches snapping under the weight of the snow. Looking at the sleeping Su Jin, he added some firewood to the fireplace to keep the room warm, then covered Su Jin with his wolf fur blanket. Afterward, he grabbed a handful of berries and threw them to a wild chicken, wore the wolf-tail hat that Su Jin had made yesterday, and took his weapon as he stepped outside. The traps he had set were certainly buried under the snow, and although they might go to waste, in the wild world, every bit of resource is scarce and must be cherished. The sound of crunching came from beneath his feet, the snow reached past his ankles, making walking much harder than usual. Fortunately, he had a pair of high leather boots from the initial supplies, along with a full set he took from Kakujiro and 2 sets from Tal, so he didn't have to worry for now. He pulled the wolf-tail hat down a bit further, tightly wrapping his ears and neck. Following the route where he had set the traps from memory, the heavy snow covered many marks. Some paths and signs that were originally used for navigation were hidden under the snow. He could only rely on his memory and familiarity with the terrain to find the general locations of those traps. After searching for more than 10 traps and retrieving them, he still couldn't find 10 traps that remained lost. He headed east, looking for new places to set traps. There was no way now to judge the animals' movements by the bent grasses. He could only seek other methods. Near the river where he hunted the mountain lion, on the thick layer of snow, he found the first clear footprint, small and compact, leading directly into a patch of bushes. Zhang Yu quickly approached. Within the bushes, there was a small hole leading underground, and the snow surface was covered with footprints and claw marks. It must be a snow rabbit, Zhang Yu thought to himself instantly. And it's a hole that is frequently used. This was an excellent spot to set a trap. He immediately got to work. Carefully observing the clearest paths around the hole, he determined the most frequented route of the little animal. Then he took out the traps he had previously recovered from his backpack, carefully buried them at the hole's entrance, and covered the trap with some leaves and snowflakes from the bushes. Finally, he carefully smoothed out the footprints and marks he had left behind. After ensuring everything was in order, he nodded in satisfaction. He didn't stay for long, to avoid leaving any scent that might disturb the prey. After marking the location in his mind, he continued exploring upstream along the river. Along the way, he discovered many clear animal footprints left in the snow. Some were fox tracks, some wild chicken prints, and even what appeared to be large deer hoof prints. Following these footprints, he also found several caves, and he set traps in each one. Inside the wooden cabin, Su Jin slowly woke up in a wave of warmth. Opening her eyes, she slightly turned her head. Sure enough, Zhang Yu's spot was completely empty. Looking at the wolf fur that still carried a faint musk of Zhang Yu, along with the burning wood in the fireplace, it was clear that someone had recently tended to the fire carefully. A warm feeling surged in her heart. He always does this. Su Jin gazed at the flickering flames with a gentle expression. And he doesn't even call out to me. After getting up, she added some more firewood to the fireplace, opened the door, and the pure white world of ice and snow unfolded before her, magnificent yet cold. Seeing a line of footprints leading deeper into the forest, she knew Zhang Yu had gone out to busy himself again. I hope everything goes smoothly. She closed the door. After eating some nuts and playing with the little white puppy, she directed her attention back to the unfinished quilt on the bed. She spread out 2 layers of wolfskin, picked up a fishbone needle, and sat by the fireplace to continue sewing. After last night's experimentation, her skills had become much more proficient. She aligned the edges of the 2 layers of wolfskin and sewed them together with fine, even stitches, deliberately leaving a large opening for stuffing with dry grass and leaves. They had gathered quite a bit of dry grass in the past few days. On one hand, it served as a mattress under the bed, and on the other, it was useful for fire starting. So the dry grass was sufficient, but they still needed to prepare some leaves. But it's all snow outside, where can I find dry leaves? Su Jin thought while sewing. Unlike Zhang Yu and Su Jin, the screen of the Longwa livestream focused on Li Rui's perspective. Both the hosts and the audience in the livestream room were filled with sadness. In the picture, there was a valley completely swallowed by snow. Li Rui curled up in a narrow rock crevice, almost buried by the snow. His soaked clothes could not provide him with any warmth. His face showed a bluish hue, and frost was clinging to his eyebrows and beard. He trembled, struggling to open his eyes, but they felt frozen shut, only able to crack open just a sliver. Finally, it seemed he used up all his strength, and his eyes fully opened, weakly scanning this pure white world around him. His gaze was full of nostalgia as he weakly uttered, "Wife. Goodbye, I can't go back. Take care of our child." Then he completely. Longwa contestant Li Rui has died. Remaining contestants, 6,500. The cold system prompt sounded like a death knell, striking everyone's heart. Everyone knew this was just the first one, but definitely not the last one. More and more people would die from the cold and hunger in the future. Chapter 54, contestants from various countries continue to dwindle. Sakura country contestant Ota Yoshinobu has died. Remaining contestants, 6,499. Asan country contestant Reimencho has died. Remaining contestants, 6,498. Maple Leaf country contestant Emily has died. Remaining contestants, 6,497. Football country contestant Luca Rossi has died. Remaining contestants, 5,132. Li Rui's death seemed to open the curtain on tragedy. In the following hours, a series of prompts appeared before everyone's eyes one after another. Each line of information behind it represented a vibrant life. Within the livestream rooms of various countries, sorrow echoed everywhere, and many contestant rooms were shrouded in darkness, never to be heard from again. The hosts and guests were all pale, some silent, some covering their faces and crying, all enveloped in a despairing atmosphere. Only in the beautiful country's livestream, General MacArthur looked regretful. What a pity to lose these hundreds of lives, they are all a fraction of the resources. If we beautiful country had killed them, we could recover nearly half of our resources. What a shame. Even the contestants who temporarily survived were mostly struggling on the edge of life and death. Beautiful country's contestant Amani had built a shelter, but it was leaking from all sides. Although the snow had stopped, the cold wind was still swirling in, blowing snow particles through the gaps of the shelter, making Amani shiver uncontrollably. He curled up in the corner, his lips turning purple. Looking at the undried firewood, despair filled his eyes. Having expended all his energy to build this shelter in search for food, coupled with his lack of experience, he had no way to cut more wood to dry. In the past, he could use a large amount of dry leaves and dry grass for kindling to start a fire, but now all of these were soaked by the heavy snow. Unable to ignite the campfire. Charles from John Country had ice crystals all over his hair, and he used an axe as a cane, braving the wind and snow to continue forward, hoping to find a warm place to shelter him. The situation of Rowan from Asen Country was the most bizarre. He was almost buried in snow, relying on bushes and clothing to keep warm, trembling all over as if holding on only by some strong will. The harsh cold was like the most ruthless sieve, rapidly eliminating the contestants who were unprepared and weaker. The survival rules of the wilderness world were vividly displayed at this moment. Inside the wooden cabin, the flames of the fire flickered, giving off warmth. After a night of rest, Iqbal had returned to normal, his clothes were dried by the fire, and he no longer needed to worry about hypothermia. Thank you, Xia. Without you, I would have died in the ice and snow like those people in the hint. Our Baba Sheep Country has already made me completely obey your command. Whether it is a life-saving grace or the order of my country, I will unconditionally support you, Iqbal said. Understood. How are you now? Do you need to rest more? Xia nodded in satisfaction, knowing that Iqbal was a soldier and not like Fad, which relieved his pressure a lot. Iqbal shook his head. Don't worry, I know my body, I'm completely fine now. Just tell me what you need me to do, I can't be a burden to you here. How about this, you go with me to familiarize yourself with the terrain, and then we'll reset the traps. After all, with this heavy snow, the traps should be buried under the snow. Xia looked at Fad and continued. As for you, you must ensure that this campfire does not go out, we don't have much dry grass to ignite the firewood. Then on one side, patch up the points where the wind leaked into the cabin last night, and the rest is to chop more firewood and dry it by the campfire, so we can ensure the temperature at our resting point. Xia arranged the tasks for the two of them in an orderly manner, demonstrating his leadership skills. Fad nodded, without any previous complaints or unwillingness. Although he was lazy, he was certainly not foolish. He knew that Xia's arrangements were their guarantee for survival. If they couldn't accomplish these, they would certainly meet the same fate as those people in the hint and freeze to death. In Wu Jun's live broadcast room, everyone anxiously watched the screen, praying for Wu Jun's safety. In the screen, Wu Jun lay among the bushes, covered by snow, leaving only his head exposed for breathing. Even his face was covered with a thin layer of snow. He chose to bury himself in the snow to use the thick layers of snow as insulation, wrapping himself up to reduce heat loss. He was wrapped in 3 layers of winter clothing, thanks to the contestants from Sakura Country and Bogwa Country. If it weren't for their provision of these clothes, he likely would have frozen to death last night. Zhang Yu finished setting the traps and returned to the cabin. It was too cold outside, probably dropping nearly 10 degrees, reaching -5 degrees. Inside the cabin, Su Jin had already completed the filling and sewing of the double-layer wool fur blanket. The thick blanket was piled on the bed, looking so inviting that one just wanted to lie down and try it. The fireplace steadily provided heat, with a pot simmering reed root soup, and on a nearby stick hung marinated wolf meat, already roasted to a crisp surface that made one drool. You're back. Seeing Zhang Yu come back, Su Jin immediately approached, taking Zhang Yu's weapons and equipment to the side, saying to him, "Lunch is ready, reed soup and roasted wolf meat, and the wolf fur blanket is also done." As she spoke, her face flushed, and she lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of his clothes. Zhang Yu nodded. Let's eat. The traps laid yesterday have all been buried under the heavy snow, and some haven't been found. Today I set traps in a few new places, and we'll see tomorrow if there are any catches. Su Jin scooped a bowl of reed soup into a ceramic bowl and handed it to Zhang Yu, then took a piece of roasted wolf meat, tore it apart, and handed it to Zhang Yu. She then squatted quietly beside him, watching Zhang Yu eat. Zhang Yu felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze and spoke up. Aren't you going to eat? You eat first, I'm not hungry right now, I'll eat later. As soon as she said this, the live stream exploded. Are you serious? This is meat. Pure wolf meat and reed soup, and you tell me you're not hungry? If you're not hungry, then let me eat. I've lived on this blue star for over 20 years, and I've never tasted meat before. Those in drought die of thirst, and those in flood drown. Don't even talk about meat, I haven't even eaten rice, just these nutrition bars and carbon bars every day. Enough talking. This is just asking for hate. Chapter 55, Fishing in the Snow. After lunch, Su Jin cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. Zhang Yu placed some damp firewood by the fireplace, using the warmth to continue drying it out. He then went outside to check the snow accumulation on the roof of the cabin and the storage room. It's time to clear a bit, Zhang Yu thought. The cabin and storage room are not made of brick and concrete, they weren't designed by professionals, so nobody knows the load-bearing capacity. Moreover, the temperature inside the cabin is fair due to the fireplace, and the snow on the roof will melt from the heat, repeatedly freezing and thawing, causing severe damage to the roof. But he couldn't remove it all. The snow in this white world is the best disguise. If he cleared all the snow, it would be too conspicuous. Zhang Yu took his tools and crawled up to the roof from behind the cabin, carefully handling the snow, leaving some behind deliberately. He then dealt with the snow on the storage room before climbing down. Su Jin waited outside with Xiaobai for Zhang Yu to come down. What are we doing this afternoon? Are we going to gather more firewood? Su Jin asked as she helped Zhang Yu down. The firewood is enough for now, and we can't continue cutting in this area, we must leave enough trees for cover. We will cut further away later. This afternoon, while the lake is still unfrozen, let's go catch some fish. It's always good to store more food, Zhang Yu replied after thinking for a moment. Okay, the fish we caught a while ago are long gone. Talking about fishing, Su Jin became excited. Being with Zhang Yu, she mainly relied on him. Like a useless baby, she depended on him, eating his food, drinking his water, and sheltering under his roof. She even needed him to take care of her. Though the feeling of being cared for was comforting, deep down, she also longed to prove her worth and contribute more to this home. Ever since their last fishing trip, that sense of abundant harvest made her crave it more. If it weren't for the endless chores around the cabin, she would have gone fishing already. The two dressed warmly, using wolf pelts to cover their heads and necks snugly. They took their tools and went to the lakeside. Although the temperature was below zero, the water surface showed no signs of freezing, which made things much easier for them. Returning to the fishing spot from before, Su-jin skillfully took out her fishing gear, put on a piece of wolf meat, and cast it directly into the targeted waters. She then sat down quietly, holding the bamboo rod, feeling for any movements underwater. Zhang Yu also took out his fishing rod and cast it into the water similarly. Time slipped away quietly as they waited. The lake's surface sparkled under the cold wind, making both of them shiver and tighten their clothes. Su-jin leaned closer to Zhang Yu, using his body as a shield against the wind. Time passed, and just as Zhang Yu was about to question his life choices, almost simultaneously, their fishing floats made of wild chicken feathers twitched slightly. Their eyes locked in an instant. Su-jin's float dipped first, completely sinking into the lake water. "Got one!" she exclaimed joyfully, lifting her hands with all her strength as a tremendous pulling force came from the fishing rod. "It's big." Su-jin focused completely on pulling the fishing rod. She knew it was a big fish with great strength, and she couldn't afford to be careless. Carefully controlling the angle of the rod, sometimes loosening and sometimes tightening, wearing the fish down. Zhang Yu was equally challenged, feeling an immense force from below the water, stronger than Su-jin's. He controlled the rod while maneuvering the fish, keeping an eye on Su-jin's side. His experience was greater, and his technique more skillful. After a few rounds, the struggle underwater visibly weakened. Splash! The water's surface broke as Zhang Yu pulled the fish to shore first. A large, hefty salmon lay on the ground, its thick tail still slapping the ground relentlessly. Zhang Yu lifted it. It weighed around 6 pounds. Fishing experience plus 10. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Perk, Bullseye, Traps LV2, 100/200, Fishing LV1, 47/100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 10 out of 100. Wow! Leveling up fishing skills is ridiculously hard. Zhang Yu skillfully removed the fish, reattached the bait, and tossed it back into the water. Su-jin was also at a critical moment. After some maneuvering, she finally exerted her strength and dragged the fish to shore. It was a silver, flat fish. Although not as big as Zhang Yu's, it weighed about 3 to 4 pounds. Zhang Yu didn't intervene, he just watched until Su-jin successfully pulled the fish ashore, then stepped forward to help remove the hook. "Not bad, this fish is quite fat," Zhang Yu praised as he strung both fish through their gills with a rope and placed them in the water to keep them fresh. He. Su-jin was very excited, eagerly attaching bait again to fish once more. At that moment, the livestream switched its angle to focus on the two of them. As they almost simultaneously hooked fish and pulled up 2 big ones, the atmosphere in the livestream reached a climax. Little Sa exclaimed, "Double catch. Beautiful, it looks like their haul today will be quite rich." Ever since Su-jin met Zhang Yu, she seems like a completely different person. Does everyone remember when she almost fell out of a tree for a bird's egg? Now under Zhang Yu's guidance, her performance is simply amazing. Professor Yuan-sen chuckled and said, "Given Zhang Yu's strength and such abundant resources, I actually suggest the country gather other contestants near Zhang Yu together, let him lead them to survive. That would be safer." The bullet comments were also flying, some celebrated the two's harvest, and others discussed Professor Yuan-sen's suggestion. Su, didn't expect it. The me with Zhang Yu and the me alone are 2 different people. I think Professor Yuan-sen is right, gathering together would greatly enhance survival capabilities, so we don't have to fear contestants from other countries. Exactly. This way we have more people, and if any enemy contestants come, one by one they'll fall. Perhaps it was just a lucky coincidence with the fish school, or maybe their luck was exceptional today. In the following 3 hours, they kept catching fish. Su-jin reeled in 3 fish, while Zhang Yu added 1 more to his count. With a few near misses, Zhang Yu's fishing skill reached Fishing LV1, 63/100. Although he was still far from leveling up to LV2, Zhang Yu wasn't anxious at all, because he was almost certain that, under the current conditions, reaching LV5 in fishing skills was simply impossible. Since it was impossible, why be anxious? Chapter 56, Sleeping Together. In the Maple Leaf Nation live broadcast studio, contestant Allison Green is a biological researcher on Blue Star who has watched numerous documentaries to understand the habits of those creatures. Having watched so many documentaries, she was chosen by the wilderness world to participate in this competition. At first, she was full of confidence, boasting that no one could match her extensive research experience. A few days ago, she had said that even though soldiers were useless in this world, without their weapons, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people, with no other advantages. The reality developed just as she had predicted. With her years of research experience, she laid down traps in the wilderness world based on animal tracks and caught plenty of prey, living without worry. Like Zhang Yu, she anticipated that winter was approach in the wilderness world and even prepared a cave shelter in advance. However, she underestimated the cruelty of winter in the wilderness world and overestimated her theoretical knowledge. The cave she chose had an entrance that was too wide. Though it saved time in building the shelter, it completely failed to effectively resist the bone-chilling cold and harsh winds brought by the blizzard. The cave was damp and cold, far less warm than Zhang Yu's carefully built wooden house with a fireplace. When the blizzard finally hit, she realized how cruel the cold depicted lightly in the documentaries truly was. Cold winds rushed into the cave through the entrance, taking away the little warmth provided by the campfire. A heavy snowfall caused the temperature to drop suddenly by several degrees, making her shiver uncontrollably as she could only sit beside the small fire to warm herself. She wanted to block the cave entrance, but she had no materials or tools whatsoever. Now she regretted not blocking the entrance in advance. Had she done so, she wouldn't be in this situation now. She could only keep adding matches to the fire. What was even more fatal was that she barely had any firewood left in reserve. Before long, she felt her strength draining, and sharp pains of numbness shot through her fingers and toes. Her previous arrogance and confidence crumbled little by little. She curled up beside the fire, shaking her body. How can it be so cold? Her teeth chattered as her mind recalled the animals from the documentaries that survived peacefully in the heavy snow. She never expected that as a human, she would be worse off than those animals. Looking at her pale, purple hands and feet that had lost feeling, despair and regret filled Allison Green's eyes. She might be an excellent researcher, but in the face of the wilderness world, she was still just an unqualified survivor. In the Maple Leaf Nation live broadcast studio, the host and the audience looked at this once successful female scholar, now shivering in the cold wind, feeling incredibly heavy-hearted. The host's expression was sorrowful, almost unable to comment. Contestant Allison is on the verge of collapse. She needs firewood and warm clothing, but we are powerless to help. May God bless her. The condition of the contestant from Kangaroo Nation, Rabbit Jeff, a programmer, was even more tragic. The hut he built with branches and mud had already collapsed halfway under the heavy snow. Rabbit was nearly going insane. He was pulling at his few remaining strands of hair, angrily roaring at the sky from within the collapsed hut. Damn snow! Damn God! Damn wilderness world! I want to go back, I want to go back. He knelt in the snow, frantically pounding the ground, his fists breaking and blood splattering, then he began to cry like a child. So hot! Why is it so hot? Under the shocked eyes of everyone in the live studio, Rabbit began to take off his clothes, mumbling about the heat. In the live studio, everyone felt utterly bewildered. What's going on? Did the temperature rise there? Could it be that God is favoring him? Otherwise, there's no reason for this. It's over. This is hypothermia, we're doomed, I can't bear to look. The wooden cabin isolated them from the biting cold, the campfire radiated warmth. Su Jin was carefully roasting a delicious big fish by the fireplace. The fish was crispy and fragrant, the flesh was tender and white, sprinkled with some salt and wild herbs, adding a hint of flavor to the roasted fish. The two sat by the fireplace, contentedly enjoying their meal in the warmth of the flames. After finishing, Zhang Yu played with Xiaobai, while Su Jin was tidying up the leftover food wrappers. The night had deepened, and it was time to sleep. The thick and fluffy double-layer wolf fur blanket was neatly spread on the bed, as if waiting for someone to cover it. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to become a bit ambiguous. Both of them were silent and understanding, each knowing what this night meant. No one spoke, busy with their own tasks, yet the corners of their eyes kept inadvertently sweeping over each other. Zhang Yu took off his heavy clothes and finally broke the silence, saying, "It's getting late, let's rest early. Tomorrow we should go to the hot spring area and get everything ready quickly." Su Jin softly replied, her voice nearly inaudible. Su Jin also began to take off her clothes, though it was just her outer jacket. The ambiguous atmosphere grew even more charged at this moment. They slipped under the blanket, one after the other, curling into its warmth. The bed was small, barely about 1 meter wide, originally designed for just one person to sleep. Now with two people, it naturally felt cramped, their bodies accidentally brushing against each other. Even through clothes, Zhang Yu could still feel the smoothness of Su Jin, causing an instant reaction in him. Unable to help it, Zhang Yu hunched his body, shifting back slightly. At first, both of them lay stiffly, not daring to look away. However, their body heat quickly intertwined beneath the blanket, driving away the chill and bringing a different kind of intimacy. Su Jin could clearly hear Zhang Yu's steady and strong breathing, even feeling the warmth radiating from his body. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart involuntarily began to race. Zhang Yu was also unsettled. The scent of Su Jin lingered at the tip of his nose. Looking at her so close, he only needed to reach out a hand to embrace her. The turmoil in his heart constantly battered his reason. After an unknown amount of time, they gradually fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was the crowding, or perhaps the pull of instinct, or the driving force of the cold. Su Jin slightly turned her body, pressing against Zhang Yu. In his hazy state, Zhang Yu only felt a soft object leaning against him, instinctively adjusting his sleeping position, his arm wrapping around Su Jin and pulling her into his embrace. Although it was already late at night, many people were still watching the livestream. Zhang Yu's several thrilling moments and exciting performances had secured him a spot in the top 10 of the global player live streaming rankings. Even at this late hour, there were still over 40 million people watching online. The audience was instantly stirred up by this scene. We all know you two are involved, but are you really not trying to hide it? Is this something we can watch? Outside the blanket seems normal, but what about inside? Have they crossed a line? Where's the fiancé? What does he think seeing this? Is there a special kind of thrill? The Long Country live broadcast room also switched to this scene. Little Sa covered her mouth, looking at Professor Yuan-sen. Professor, what does this behavior say in terms of survival science? Professor Yuan-sen's hands trembled slightly as he scrambled to explain. From the perspective of the second law of thermodynamics and human ergonomics, increasing the contact area can enhance insulation efficiency. What they are doing, well, it's very scientific. Lu Fei blushed as she tried to smooth things over. All right, you don't need to explain further. The more you describe, the more. Let's just wish them a good night's sleep. In the darkness, Su Jin quietly opened her eyes, her flushed cheeks carrying a hint of a smile. She secretly glanced at Zhang Yu, then quickly shut her eyes, pretending to be asleep, but she accidentally pressed her stiff, cold feet against his calf. Chapter 57, A Twisted Heart Upon Waking. The next morning, a beam of sunlight crept through the gap in the door. Zhang Yu woke up first, still half-conscious. The first thing he felt was the soft warmth in his arms, the smooth, jade-like scent in the air, the slight soreness in his arm, and the fullness in his palm. He looked down and saw Su Jin had buried her head in his chest, her cheek pressed against him, sleeping soundly like a cute little kitten. His right hand was wrapped around her waist, through her arm, resting on her soft, full chest. And his morning erection was pressing against a certain spot. This intimate position made Zhang Yu completely awake. Without realizing it, his right hand squeezed. Perhaps feeling the sensation on her chest, Su Jin slowly woke up. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she opened her eyes, staring at Zhang Yu's face, which was so close. She froze for a few seconds, then immediately realized something. Her face turned bright red at a visible speed, and the blush spread all over her body. Feeling Zhang Yu's movement, her heart pounded wildly, like a scared rabbit, wanting to run away. But Zhang Yu's arm held her tightly, not letting her move. Their gazes met. The air seemed to freeze, with only their clearly audible breaths and heartbeats remaining. Su Jin could feel his hand tightening even more. Though the viewers in the livestream couldn't see what was happening under the wolf fur blanket, just the look on the two of them after their eyes met and the atmosphere led them to guess what was going on. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's livestream audience numbers shot up like a rocket, instantly crossing the billion mark, making him the #1 livestream in the world. This is getting interesting. Is this going to turn into an adult channel? We in the Sakura country know this well. Zhang Yu and Su Jin, you can always count on our Sakura country contestants, that is, if you can find them. IP address, Sakura country. W8. Is this free for me to watch? Are we going to see a repeat of the performances from the live streams in A3 and Biaozi countries? Yura. A real man conquers everything, whether it's the wild or a woman. Go ahead, Dragon Country Zhang, conquer this woman under the spotlight. IP address, Bear Country. The director in Dragon Country's livestream knew exactly what the audience wanted to see, so he quickly switched the view to Zhang Yu. The screen flipped. Xiao Sa, who had just taken a sip of filtered water, spit it all out, his face turning red from choking. Cough cough, yes. Next, let's have Professor Yuan explain it. Ha! Professor Yuan-sen, who had been watching with great interest, blushed when he heard Xiao Sa. Instinctively, he took off his glasses and wiped them, his mouth trembling for a long time before he finally spoke. This is science. You see, the two are hugging, and yes. This greatly reduces heat loss and keeps them warm, just like this. Lu Fei even covered her face with both hands, but through the gaps, her eyes still peeked, unable to resist. What exactly is happening under the blanket? Can we have a peek to observe? I declare this the second most thrilling livestream of the year, the first still belongs to the A3 and Biaozi country's performance. Why do I smell spring in the air, even though the wilderness has just entered winter? Is the instinct of all creatures to mate awakening? Is the fiancé finally going to give up? Before, he could still make excuses saying he hadn't seen them together. But now, he's seen it. His fiancé spent the night with another man in bed. And woke up in his arms. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Zhang Yu moved first. He shifted his but slightly. Reluctantly released his palm, before letting go deliberately. Su Jin became even more shy. Good morning. Su Jin immediately seized the opportunity to retreat, wrapping the blanket tightly against her chest, turning her back to Zhang Yu as she sat up, hurriedly trying to fix her messy hair and clothes, whispering, "Good morning." She didn't even dare to turn around, just lowered her head to fiddle with the blanket. Zhang Yu also got up, putting on his clothes, glancing at Su Jin's flushed neck, clearing his throat and said, "Today, the weather should be nice. I'll go check the traps first. You hurry up and get ready, then we'll go to the hot spring together to improve it a bit." Okay. I'll go start the fire and make breakfast." Su Jin dressed quickly, jumped out of bed, and hurried over to the fireplace, pretending to focus on cleaning the ashes and adding new firewood. Little Bai watched the two with wide eyes, curiously observing them as if they were something new and exciting. After Zhang Yu tidied up briefly, he left the cabin, almost fleeing with his weapon on his back. Inside the cabin, only Su Jin and Little Bai remained. Su Jin continued to add firewood to the fireplace, her heart still racing, her face flushed for a long time. That embarrassing touch, like a brand, was still etched into her body, she could feel it even now. "What are you looking at?" Su Jin glared at Little Bai in a mix of frustration and embarrassment, which earned her Little Bai's innocent woo. In response, Little Bai wagged its tail and returned to its little nest. The cold wind rushed towards Zhang Yu, calming his heated heart somewhat. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to focus on the task at hand. Following his memory and the traces left behind, he began to check the traps set yesterday one by one. The first trap yielded nothing. The second trap was triggered, a pool of blood and a few feathers lay on the surrounding snow. It seemed he had caught a wild chicken, but it was taken away by another predator. The third trap was empty, the fourth trap was empty. Until he reached the stream, the trap at the snow rabbit burrow finally had a catch. But it wasn't a snow rabbit, but a wild chicken. The wild chicken had lost its breath, its body frozen and somewhat stiff. Trap experience plus 50. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Perk, Bullseye, Traps LV2, 150/200, Fishing LV1, 47 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 0 out of 100. What a pity. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly. If it were a live wild chicken, there would be 4 in the chicken coop, making it easier to raise the wild chicken flock. At least it wasn't all for nothing, Zhang Yu could only comfort himself. He approached to unfasten the bird, it was heavy enough for a meal. With this wild chicken in hand, Zhang Yu felt slightly more at ease. The chicken feathers were just right for drying, he could save up enough to stuff into the wolfskin quilt. Zhang Yu, lost in thought, unconsciously pictured the scene when he woke up that morning. Su Jin's blushing face, her soft body, and that full. He shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. Survival was the priority here, any distraction or desire would weaken his will to survive, causing serious harm. However, once some thoughts take root, they are hard to ignore. He hung the wild chicken at his waist and continued to check the remaining traps. But those brief moments of distraction revealed that his heart was not at peace. Over at the cabin, Su Jin should be preparing breakfast now, right? I wonder if she still has a shy face. Chapter 58, Improving the Hot Spring Shelter. Zhang Yu calmed his mood and continued to check the remaining traps. He went on without any catches until he was near a thicket covered in deep snow, sheltered from the wind, when he heard a faint flapping sound. Got something. And it's still alive. Zhang Yu hurried over, trudging through the snow towards the thicket. Before he even arrived, he saw the trap tightly holding one of the wild chicken's claws, and the key point was, this wild chicken was still alive. Flapping its wings with all its might, the gray-green feathers shone brilliantly in the snow. Trap experience plus 50. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Attribute, Hitting a target from 100 steps, Trap LV3, 0/300, Fishing LV1, 47/100, Pottery LV1, 5100, Knife Skills LV1, 10 out of 100. Lucky day. Not only caught a wild chicken, but my trap skill leveled up too. LV5 is within reach. Zhang Yu felt a surge of joy, he had just been complaining about not catching a live wild chicken, and now here it was. He stepped closer, carefully avoiding the flapping pecks of the wild chicken, released the trap, and bound the chicken's wings and feet with rope, placing it into his arms to prevent further injury. After checking the last few traps with no more catches, Zhang Yu was already very satisfied. 2 wild chickens in one day, 1 dead and 1 alive, was quite a harvest. Carrying the wild chickens, Zhang Yu returned to the wooden cabin. Su Jin had already prepared the food, and hot water was brewing in a pottery bowl. Seeing Zhang Yu return with 2 wild chickens, her face revealed surprise. This live one is perfect for raising. Now we have 4 wild chickens, Zhang Yu said, walking over to the chicken coop and placing the live wild chicken inside. As the 3 wild chickens saw their new member, they huddled together, making a few alert calls, but soon returned to playing together calmly. With this, Zhang Yu and Su Jin now had 4 wild chickens, bringing them closer to the hope of sustainably obtaining chicken eggs. After a simple breakfast, Sujin processed the dead wild chicken, and the two set out again on the road to the hot spring canyon with necessary tools and weapons. Sujin was very happy about going to the hot spring canyon. She especially loved the feeling of soaking in the hot springs, especially now that the temperature had suddenly dropped. If she could soak in the hot springs during the snowy weather, it would be an indescribably beautiful feeling. The snow-covered road became increasingly difficult to traverse, requiring them to not only overcome the deep snow but also be cautious of sharp bushes and hidden pits beneath the snow. One small mistake could lead to injury. Zhang Yu walked in front, trying his best to follow the remembered route, constantly poking the snow with a stick to find a path, moving at a very slow pace. Walking through the coniferous forest, the two discovered many animal footprints along the way, including small ones like wild chickens and snow hares, as well as deep tracks left by unknown animals. After spending quite some time, they finally arrived at the edge of the hot spring canyon. Zhang Yu suddenly pulled Sujin, signaling her to crouch down. Although he couldn't see yet, the heightened perception from his LV5 archery skill allowed him to sense that something was resting in the dense woods below the canyon. Zhang Yu crouched and slowly moved to a rock at the canyon's edge. The canyon was still shrouded in white mist, contrasting with the cold outside. The presence of the hot spring meant there was significantly less snow inside than outside, with many places of soil and stone still exposed. Scanning the dense forest at the bottom of the canyon, he saw a few enormous animals with gray-brown fur grazing on leaves and moss near the hot spring pool. The huge antlers above their heads, resembling tree crowns, instilled a sense of fear. "It's a moose," Zhang Yu whispered to Sujin. "These moose are great catches. They have plenty of meat, thick fur, and a lot of fat. If we hunt a couple, maybe we won't have to squeeze into one blanket anymore." Upon hearing this, Sujin's face flushed with embarrassment, but there was also a hint of displeasure. "You feel wrong sharing a blanket with me? Oof. But why are all these moose gathered around the hot spring? It snowed, the temperature suddenly dropped, and this hot spring pool is warmer. You see, apart from a little snow on the tree crowns, there's very little snow at the bottom of the canyon. So these animals have gathered here to keep warm. Let's hurry down and catch a big deer. It'll be great to taste the deer." Sujin Yu was increasingly excited, her eyes shining. Who would dislike having too much food in this environment? Zhang Yu shook his head, not listening to Sujin Yu's suggestion. "Forget it, let's focus on setting up the traps. We aim to get them ready today." Zhang Yu directly rejected Sujin Yu's proposal. He had his own considerations. First, there was no shortage of food, killing a big deer would only be icing on the cake, and how to bring it back to the wooden house was also an issue. Second, they came to improve this temporary shelter. If they hunted the deer, today's plans would surely be wasted. Third, hunting the deer would undoubtedly leave blood scent here, which would attract more predators. Moreover, having the deer nearby would help Zhang Yu determine if there were predators or intruders. Temporarily suppressing the urge to hunt, the two began to improve this backup shelter. Zhang Yu started setting up traps around the canyon. He dug pitfalls along the narrow path, with sharpened branches sticking out from the pit's bottom. He set up trigger snares in the middle of the woods, connecting to heavy wooden stakes hanging above. Sujin Yu followed behind, camouflaging the traps with snow and dead branches to hide their traces. After a busy half-day, by the afternoon 3 o'clock, all the traps at some key locations in the canyon were set. Now they just needed to improve the rocky wall shelter at the depression. Looking at their hard work, Sujin Yu felt a sense of relief. Once this place was completed, even if something happened at the wooden house, they would have a relatively safe retreat. "Shall we go soak in the hot spring together?" Zhang Yu stood behind Sujin Yu, looking at the hot spring pool, asking whimsically. "Ah!" Sujin Yu exclaimed, suddenly turning around, her face turning bright red like two blooming clouds. "Together, you won't let me relax, will you?" She lowered her head, but images of the two bathing together surfaced in her mind, making her heart race even faster. Zhang Yu looked at her, intrigued, noticing her bashful demeanor similar to that of a fawn. What was originally a casual comment now inexplicably sparked a desire to tease her. "Relax? We've just checked here, it's very safe. Soaking together is safer, as we can keep an eye on each other." Sujin Yu's ears grew even redder, muttering softly. "Nonsense. Who wants to soak in the spring with you?" The hot spring was shrouded in white vapor, enveloping the figures of the two in a misty haze. Even though the temperature had dropped sharply, the water in the hot spring remained above 50 degrees Celsius, unaffected. The water temperature was just right, dispelling the chill but also igniting her blood, causing Sujin Yu to blush all over. Almost her entire body was submerged underwater, with only her head sticking out, her chin brushing the surface, her gaze wandering, too shy to look towards Zhang Yu. She could clearly feel her rapidly beating heart and the shy feelings stirring within her. Zhang Yu, however, leaned calmly against the edge of the pool, his arms stretched out on the bank, occasionally glancing towards Sujin Yu. Though the mist created a barrier, it did not completely obstruct his view. Instead, it added a touch of allure. He noticed Su Jinyu's elegant figure, partially obscured by the mist, with her snow-white skin subtly blushing, which added a hint of tempting allure. He unconsciously swallowed hard, not forcing himself to look away, continuing to stare. As if Su Jinyu sensed Zhang Yu's fiery gaze, she quietly turned around, facing away from him, her face as red as a ripe apple. Seeing this, Zhang Yu also averted his gaze, awkwardly trying to break the silence. The water temperature is quite nice. Su Jinyu replied softly, shrinking further into the water. Stirred a ripple in the water, a few droplets splashed up and fell on her snow-white shoulders exposed above the water surface. The droplets slowly rolled down her smooth skin, tracing a sparkling line from her chest into the water. Fortunately, both of them had closed the live broadcast, otherwise, if this scene played out before a global audience, it would truly be social death. Of course, even with the live stream turned off, it didn't stop the audience's imagination. Host Xiaosha looked at the black screen displaying contestant has turned off the live stream, with a slightly mischievous smile on his face. It seems our contestants need some, absolutely private space to deal with some, physiological needs. Of course, don't think too much. After all, soaking in a hot spring during a heavy snow day is something that everyone dreams of, and they definitely need to turn off the live broadcast. We should wish them a pleasant rest. Then Xiaosha turned to Professor Yuan-sen and said, Professor Yuan, how do you analyze this from a scientific perspective? Professor Yuan-sen glanced sideways at Xiaosha, then turned his head and stared at the ceiling in a daze, remaining silent, as if he hadn't heard Xiaosha's words. Lu Fei giggled at the black screen. Oh, why did they turn off the live stream? It must be that the hot spring is too comfortable, and they want to soak in peace a bit longer, right? The bullet screen was completely exploding with madness, various speculations and jokes flying around. I bet 5 dimes. Yugu must have made some intimate contact, or even has already made physical contact. The temptation of a black screen. This is even more tantalizing than just watching it directly. I've already thought of an explosive news headline about the global top survival contestants having deep exchanges in a wild hot spring, while Zhang Yu and Su Jin were relaxing in the hot spring. Dragon Country contestant Xiao Rui was trudging alone in the white snowy expanse. Since the heavy snow, she had embarked on the journey to find a place to rest. Starving and freezing, she was holding on with her last bit of will, not knowing when she would collapse and never rise again. But as long as one is alive, one must always make an effort, right? Moreover, the price of failure is one's own life. The cold wind blew like a dull knife, making her entire body sting. She tightened her clothes and continued to move forward, stepping deep and shallow. As she passed through an area covered by snow on the rocks, an extremely faint whimper caught her attention. She cautiously stopped, looking in the direction of the sound, and saw a curled-up gray wolf cub in the gap of the exposed rocks, probably just 1 or 2 months old. Its hind leg seemed to be seriously injured, the blood mixed with fur frozen into blood crystals. It trembled in the cold wind, as if it would freeze to death at any moment. Food. There's something to eat. Xiao Rui's eyes lit up, saliva wildly secreted in her mouth. After 2 days of starvation, her stomach was burning with acid. The injured wolf cub before her had already become a steaming plate of wolf meat in her eyes. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, ignoring whether there were pits or dangers hidden beneath the snow. She dashed to the edge of the rocks and grabbed the little wolf cub. The little guy was very light, weakly struggling in her hands, letting out faint whimpers, and its eyes were filled with fear and pain. Driven by hunger, she opened her mouth, wanting to bite down. Just as her teeth were about to touch the little guy's neck, she saw the pleading and fear in the wolf cub's eyes. At that moment, she froze in place. She thought of her struggles and despair in this wild world, and remembered her fear in starvation and cold. This little guy before her was just like herself. That soft spot in her heart amplified, and her hand, which was holding the wolf cub high, gently lowered down. A strong appetite withdrew like a tide, replaced by a sense of pity, a sympathy for the suffering companion. Forget it, if you can hold on, then it's your good fortune, if you can't, don't blame me for eating you. Xiao Rui sighed, hugging the little wolf cub to her chest, warming it with her still warm body. Whether you can survive depends on your fate. She whispered to the little creature in her arms, as if speaking to herself as well. In the Dragon Country live broadcast, Xiaosha observed Xiao Rui's decision to abandon eating the little wolf cub and instead held it in her arms, speaking with a tone full of complex emotions. Ladies and gentlemen, we see that contestant Xiao Rui made an unexpected decision. Despite her hunger, she chose not to eat the wolf cub, showing a shining side of humanity. But whether this is the right choice, we cannot foresee. Professor Yuan-sen, what do you think? Professor Yuan-sen replied. In terms of humanity, Xiao Rui is indeed a model. However, for a contestant, this is quite absurd. She must prioritize her own survival above all, knowing there are compatriots in the entire Dragon Country behind her. In the beautiful country live broadcast, 5-star General MacArthur directly mocked. Look, what a compassionate individual from the Dragon Country. In the wilderness, any act of charity will bring death upon oneself. Let's wait for the death of this Dragon Country individual. In the John Country live broadcast, host Charles spoke with exaggeration. "Oh, here is a saint from the East. May God bless her, and may she find a bit of solace from her unrealistic moral sense as she starves to death." In the A3 Country live broadcast, host Jifeng expressed some regret. "Alas, it's such a shame, such a beautiful woman would be so much better off in our A3 country." Chapter 60, The Wolf Pack Blocks Xiao Rui. The warmth of the hot spring dispelled the fatigue of the past days. Zhang Yu and Su Jin dressed neatly, packed their belongings, and set off on the way back. The sky gradually darkened, the last ray of twilight stretched their shadows long on the snow. At first, everything was calm, only the crunch of their feet on the snow and the whispers of the cold wind could be heard. However, after walking a while in the dense forest, Zhang Yu felt an uneasy sensation from his LV5 archery skills, as if something was off. He frowned and suddenly stopped, quickly drawing his bow and scanning the dense forest behind them. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Su Jin's shy expression changed instantly, alerting her. She took her machete from her back and whispered a question. "Something is following us." Zhang Yu spoke in a low voice, carefully examining the surroundings. Su Jin followed his gaze but saw nothing clearly besides some shaking leaves. "What is it? A wolf or a bear?" "I don't know." Zhang Yu shook his head seriously. "Let's keep moving, stay close, and pay attention to our surroundings," Zhang Yu said. After saying that, he turned to leave, while Su Jin, feeling scared, quickly walked behind him, closely following him. "Absolutely do not run, just walk," Zhang Yu advised, knowing that in this situation, running was dangerous. The enemy was hidden while they were exposed, running would only lead to panic and possibly lose the best chance to counterattack. Furthermore, running could trigger the hunting instincts of the creature behind them. In the Dragon Country live broadcast, the director switched the camera to Zhang Yu after prompts from the comments. Xiao Sa's voice rose. "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems there's an issue with contestant Zhang Yu. It seems something is tracking them." Professor Yuan-san added, slightly urgent. "I believe contestant Zhang Yu's judgment, perhaps it's intuition or maybe he discovered something. Being targeted by an unknown creature in this weather and environment is extremely dangerous. They must remain calm and absolutely cannot run." The audience also became highly tense. Worrying, he said, "What the hell? What's happening? Just finished soaking in the hot spring and now this? Su, quickly get close to Yu Yi. It's safest next to him now. Remember, don't look back, just follow him. Why can't I see anything? Is it a wolf pack, a mountain lion, or a bear?" After walking for another 10 minutes or so, that thing kept hanging behind them, neither appearing nor getting further away, as if it was silently watching. "Forget about it for now, stay alert and speed up back to the cabin." Zhang Yu decisively stated that in the wild, especially in the poor visibility of dusk, it was unwise to hold off with an unknown creature in the dense forest. The cabin had strong walls and various traps set up. It was best to hold out until daytime and then slowly deal with it. The two stopped talking, tacitly quickening their pace. Zhang Yu held the recurve bow, an arrow already knocked, walking while occasionally glancing back. That feeling of being followed, or that gaze, pricked their backs. They were only free of that sensation once they crossed the creek where the mountain lions had been hunted, and it disappeared without a trace. Zhang Yu let out a quiet sigh of relief, signaling to Su Jin that the thing had retreated. Back at the cabin, Su Jin quickly lit a fire in the fireplace, finally relaxing a bit. In her eyes, all animals feared fire, and as long as the fire was there, they were safe. Meanwhile, Xiaobai stared with wide eyes from its little bed, curiously watching their every move. Zhang Yu, with his bow and arrow, stepped out of the cabin and climbed the small slope behind it, carefully surveying the surroundings, especially the east, but found nothing. So, he stopped dwelling on it, returned to the cabin, closed the door tightly, and sat down on the bed. "What on earth was that?" Su Jin asked. "I don't know." Zhang Yu shook his head, his expression serious, "but it's definitely not an ordinary beast. It's too patient and too smart." On the east bank of the creek, after seeing Zhang Yu and the others disappear, a young brown bear was jumping anxiously by the water. It had discovered two unfamiliar creatures next to the hot spring pool and sensed its mother's scent from them but was too scared to approach, only daring to linger at a distance. But after they crossed the creek, it was stuck there, unable to get through. At this moment, Xiao Rui was struggling to walk through the twilight, holding a small wolf cub that had slightly recovered. Finally, before the sun set, she found a small cave to take shelter in. The cave was not large, but it was enough to shield them from wind and snow. To her surprise, since this spot was sheltered from the wind, there were relatively dry twigs and dead leaves inside. She placed the wolf cub aside, gathered all the dry branches and leaves, and started a fire. Then she went outside to cut some small wet branches to roast in the fire. Smoke quickly filled the cave, causing her to cough. But compared to freezing to death, a bit of coughing was acceptable. The flames grew stronger, dispelling the darkness and cold. Xiao Rui moved the small wolf cub close to the fire, warming herself by the flames. The warmth brought drowsiness, and she soon fell asleep leaning against the fire. Deep into the night, the cave was filled only with the crackling of the fire and the occasional whimper of the wolf cub. Just as Xiao Rui was half awake, a faint sound of footsteps and the panting of an animal came from outside the cave. She instantly woke up, her heart racing. She grabbed her weapon, nervously watching the cave entrance. It's wolves. 2 of them. Oh no. Her heart sank as she hugged the wolf cub tighter, preparing to make a desperate stand by the fire. In the long country live streaming room, everyone watched as those 2 pairs of faintly glowing green eyes appeared at the cave entrance, their hearts tightening with worry. Little Sa nervously said, "Wolves. 2 of them, Xiao Rui is in danger." Professor Yuansen stood up from his seat, staring intently at the screen. "We are in trouble. It's very likely that the wolf cub Xiao Rui saved is a member of this wolf pack. Now they have caught the scent and are coming. The fire is now our only hope. This is danger, but also an opportunity. If Xiao Rui can manage to fight back, she will have food and warmth taken care of. Whether it's wolf meat or wolf skin, these are the supplies she desperately needs right now. Let's see how she will choose. We are doomed, 2 wolves. How to fight? Strike with my head? May the 3 pure ones, 5 emperors, and Tathagata bless our Xiao Rui. Ha ha ha. You are all so kind-hearted, this is the consequence of your own making, don't blame others. IP address, Bangzi country. Exactly, it's such a pity. Such a beautiful girl. IP address, Asan country. Look, the wolves are moving, ready to hunt. Chapter 61, The Wolf Pack Delivers the Snow Rabbit. We are doomed. Xiao Rui felt utterly desperate, even her hand holding the weapon began to tremble. However, the anticipated attack did not come. The 2 wolves were lingering at the cave entrance, occasionally letting out low whines, as if calling for something. The little wolf cub in her arms heard the noises and began to squirm, making adorable whimpering sounds. Xiao Rui tightened her clothes, pressing the little wolf cub to keep it from moving around. After a while, the sounds at the cave entrance gradually disappeared, seemingly leaving. Xiao Rui could hardly believe it, but she didn't dare to relax at all. She added a handful of damp firewood to the fire and crouched beside it, on high alert. The hearts of the live stream audience were like a roller coaster, constantly rising and falling. They left? Just like that? What's going on? Didn't they come to hunt? Could it be that they were scared of the fire? This is great, Xiao Rui is safe. Really, I couldn't even breathe earlier. It's so good to see Xiao Rui safe now. Little Sa also breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and said, "That was too thrilling, the wolves actually left. This is completely unusual, Professor Yuan, what do you think?" Professor Yuansen slowly sat back in his chair, showing a thoughtful expression, but then realized something and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I understand. They must have come to find that little wolf cub. As we all know, wolves are pack animals, and every member prioritizes the protection of their young. Their retreat is not good news, they might be going back to call for their companions." What? Lu Fei exclaimed in surprise from the side. Shouldn't we take advantage of the hints from our outside sources and notify Xiao Rui to get away quickly? Yuan Xin shook his head. No, wolves have very keen senses of smell, she won't be able to escape. If she encounters the wolf pack in open terrain, it will only be faster to die. Staying here by the fire gives her a slim chance of survival. Xiao Rui sat by the fire, always on guard. But after waiting for more than an hour, there was still no sound outside the cave. She even started to feel relieved, hoping the wolves had forgotten about her. But another 15 minutes later, there was suddenly a noise again at the cave entrance. This time the sound came quickly and left quickly. She saw a wolf with a snow rabbit in its mouth walking slowly into the cave, stopping just a few steps away from the fire in Xiao Rui. Its deep green eyes looked at Xiao Rui for a moment, with both scrutiny and wariness. Then its gaze fell on the squirming little wolf cub in her arms. Then, it dropped the snow rabbit and left with another wolf without looking back. The whole process lasted no more than 10 seconds, so fast that Xiao Rui almost didn't react. She stared blankly at the dead snow rabbit on the ground. Looking at the little wolf cub in her arms, she instantly understood something. If the earlier retreat of the wolf pack was merely puzzling, then this moment felt like a bomb exploding in everyone's minds. In the Dragon Kingdom live stream room, Little Sa stood up in shock, his mouth wide open. My god, did everyone see that? The wolf actually brought a snow rabbit to Xiao Rui. Professor Yuansen also exclaimed in astonishment. Incredible. Truly incredible. It seems my speculation was correct, that wolf cub is a member of this wolf pack, and they brought this snow rabbit as a thank you. But why didn't they take the wolf cub back, instead of leaving it with Xiao Rui? Didn't I say Xiao Rui was a saint? Look, righteous deeds bring rewards. This snow rabbit could really save her life. Xiao Rui hasn't eaten for days, and this snow rabbit will allow her to survive. Is this big star Xiao Rui going to star in a movie about surviving in the wild, raised by a pack of wolves? After the wolves left, Xiao Rui waited for a while, making sure there was no noise outside, before she stood up and approached to pick up the snow rabbit. A complex emotion surged in her heart. She didn't expect that a moment of compassion would lead to this moment's reward. After simply processing the snow rabbit, she threw the entrails to the little wolf cub and began to roast the remaining meat over the fire. The command center in the capital was brightly lit. Report. A biologist stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. Commander, Ministerly, I just conducted a detailed video analysis of the two wolves that appeared at Xiao Rui's cave entrance. The commander and Li Guodong focused their gaze on him. Speak. The expert quickly pulled up 3 sets of images on the big screen. One set was of the wolf that appeared at Xiao Rui's cave, another showed Zhang Yu's shelter surrounded by the wolf pack, and the last was of Tal, a contestant from the Jaeger Nation, sleeping in a tree, with the shadow of a wolf passing beneath it. Everyone, look. The expert used a laser pointer to circle several spots in each set of images on the big screen, and continued. Pay close attention to these 3 images, the wolf's shape, color, and the wound on its leg. I just analyzed carefully and can almost say with 100% certainty that the wolf at Xiao Rui's cave is a member of the pack that attacked Zhang Yu and is also the same wolf that later encountered Tal. Li Guodong quickly moved to the big screen, carefully observing. This means Xiao Rui is not far from Zhang Yu. Another biologist stepped forward, excitedly saying. Based on our understanding of wolf behavior, the range of activities for a wolf pack is approximately a straight-line distance of around 20 kilometers. Therefore, upon hearing this, the commander stood up and walked to the screen. Immediately gather previous recordings, analyze them frame by frame, and deduce the specific locations of Zhang Yu and Xiao Rui. Report as soon as it's confirmed. Every contestant is a valuable asset to our Dragon Kingdom. If they can meet in one place, it will form a 3-person team, greatly enhancing their ability to withstand risks and dangers. Then, the commander addressed Li Guodong and another major general in charge of security. By the way, it is strictly forbidden for anyone to go outside, and all electronic devices must be turned in. We must ensure that this information does not leak out. The commander's cold gaze swept over everyone. We've received information about spies from the beautiful country, and we still have a little mouse that hasn't been exposed. We have a general idea of who it is. He won't escape. Before that, we must remain extremely cautious. I hope you understand, this concerns the fate of our Dragon Kingdom, and there can be no accidents. Chapter 62, Following the Footprints, Encountering a Lynx. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the wooden house, improperly waking the two who were sleeping in each other's embrace. Zhang Yu woke up from the warm wolf fur blanket, still holding Su Jin in his arms, his hand inevitably resting on a round figure. With yesterday's experience, Su Jin's face was still flushed, but she had calmed down a lot. She just bowed her head and said nothing. The two of them tacitly avoided dwelling too much on the matter, silently getting dressed and getting out of bed. After a simple breakfast, Zhang Yu assigned today's task to Su Jin, then slung his bow and arrow on his back, took up his axe, and headed out the door, walking east. Today, he would go back along the path they had returned on yesterday, carefully checking what had been tailing them the whole way. Until this danger was eliminated, he would not be able to feel at ease. Crossing the creek, Zhang Yu searched carefully along the path they had returned on yesterday, scanning around for any traces, not letting anything on the snowy ground escape his eyes. Fortunately, it hadn't snowed again, so the footprints were not covered. But at the same time, it had been 2 days since it last snowed, and all kinds of old and new footprints were intertwined on the accumulated snow, bringing Zhang Yu enough trouble. He needed to spend a lot of energy to distinguish what animals each footprint represented and their direction of travel. After about an hour of searching, he finally discovered a relatively new set of footprints beside a thicket on the snowy ground. Finally, beside a thicket on the snowy ground, he found a relatively new set of tracks. He squatted down and observed closely. Then, he continued to follow the footprints forward. He found that these footprints often paused around trees and bushes, as if it was cleverly using the terrain and vegetation to hide its form, just like this creature had an extremely high level of caution and patience. The footprints were not large, although Zhang Yu did not know what kind of animal it was. He always felt a familiar sensation, as if he had seen it not long ago. He carefully thought back but found no gains, so he continued to follow the footprints forward. After walking for another half an hour or so, the terrain began to rise slowly, and the trees grew taller. This was the path leading to the hot springs. Could it be that this creature returned to the hot spring? Zhang Yu wondered inwardly. Suddenly, he stopped behind a giant spruce tree. On the snowy ground here, there were not only the footprints he had been tracking. Next to the set of footprints, there was another larger set of claw prints, as well as some scattered small footprints. On the ground, there were also some white fur, and the air even carried a hint of a bloody smell. Zhang Yu immediately became alert and peered forward, using the cover of the trees. There, on the slope, a slender adult lynx was holding a still-twitching snow hare in its mouth, and behind it were two fluffy cubs. Zhang Yu instantly understood that the extra footprints belonged to this lynx. At that moment, the lynx also sensed something unusual. Its ears perked up and kept rotating like a radar, searching. Then, it seemed to have noticed Zhang Yu's presence, turned its head, and looked in his direction, letting out a low growl, sounding like a warning or a demonstration. Zhang Yu did not take much action. He just knocked an arrow and quietly watched the lynx. Now was not the time to lack food. There was no need to take risks against a dangerous animal, especially since this predator had not shown any desire to attack him yet. The lynx appeared to be satisfied with its food, showing no desire to continue hunting, or perhaps it was cautious because of its young. In short, after softly growling a couple of times, seeing that Zhang Yu did not move, it hurriedly urged its two cubs to move away. The audience in Zhang Yu's personal live stream room, seeing such adorable lynx cubs, was filled with excitement. What is this? A lion or a leopard? I've never seen this in a documentary. It should be another kind of creature called a lynx, a medium to large wildcat, one of the top hunters in the jungle, and very dangerous. They are so cute, but why does mom look so fierce, so cute? It should taste even cuter. Hey upstairs, are you a devil? How can something so cute be eaten? Zhang Yu quietly watched the family of lynxes gradually move away, then began to follow the previous footprints to continue tracking. But at this moment, his heart had settled down a lot. Before, he was indeed disturbed by that feeling of being followed, always worried in his heart. But looking at the lynx's big paw prints and the little paw prints of the stalker, his heart felt much lighter. In the wild world, although size is not the only way to judge danger, the size directly measures the strength in confrontation. A bear and a fox give off two distinctly different feelings of threat. He tracked all the way to the hot spring canyon, where there was almost no accumulated snow on the ground, and the footprints disappeared. Zhang Yu searched around the hot spring canyon, and apart from a herd of big antlered deer and some flying birds, he found nothing else. Since I'm here, I might as well continue improving this side of the shelter, Zhang Yu said to himself. Zhang Yu wasn't happy about going back. Having come so far, going back without doing anything would be such a waste of time. So he continued to improve the shelter. He didn't cut down the trees in the canyon but walked a little farther from the canyon to choose some suitable spruce and fir to fell. Then he slid the trees one by one down from the canyon. This way, he could avoid being discovered, and the subsequent heavy snow would cover the traces of the trees sliding. After eating some smoked meat he carried with him, Zhang Yu continued to throw himself into work. When the sunset again painted half the sky red, enough wood had piled up at the bottom of the canyon for him to complete the door of the rock wall shelter, and even some beds could be finished. Zhang Yu looked at the fruits of his labor, satisfied as he patted the wood chips off his clothes, preparing to head back. It was already getting late, and if he continued to stay here, not to mention the dropping temperature at night, those wild predators would be enough to give him a fright, not to mention that Su Jin would worry. Although he hadn't found the owner of those footprints, today was not completely fruitless, at least the wood was ready. Oops. Zhang Yu suddenly thought of something, smacking his thigh and speeding toward the wooden house. I haven't checked today's traps. If I catch a wild chicken, it will definitely freeze to death. Chapter 63, Global National Conference. In the capital, at the command center. The commander took off his headset, rubbed his forehead, a hint of fatigue on his face, and pressed a blue button on the table. He had just finished a multinational summit that lasted for several hours. Li Guodong walked in from outside, asking with concern, Commander, how is it? What did the other countries say? The commander walked to the big screen, looking at the incomplete map and the marked positions of the contestants from various countries, and said solemnly. I proposed the Global Wilderness Survival Community plan at the meeting, suggesting all countries unite, refuse to fight each other, and have all contestants gather in one place to survive together until only one remains. If someone falls ill or is about to die for various reasons, the countries will then discuss who will end it, so all nations can preserve their territories and gain more resources. But, the beautiful country took the lead in rejecting this proposal. They openly stated at the meeting that this is an ultimate trial centered on competition, and only the last survivor can obtain resources. Other countries like Yage country, Zhan country, and Sakarakura country also quickly followed suit in opposing our suggestion. Li Guodong's face darkened as well. They intend to take advantage of us, not afraid of breaking their teeth. I would rather see the contestants kill each other than see all countries survive. After the meeting, our 5 benevolent nations held a small meeting, and the Big Bear Nation also made a proposal. The commander took a sip of water and continued. Currently, there are still over 5,000 contestants alive, and killing one contestant can restore 1,000th of resources. Killing 1,000 contestants can fully restore resources. So the Big Bear Nation proposed that we, 5 countries, first attack those small nations in reality, control them, and let their contestants die, raising 5 major powers. The Big Bear Nation also suggested that the countries with the largest area and richest resources, Beautiful Country, Dragon Country, Big Bear Nation, Maple Leaf Country, and Soccer Country, should take action to kill contestants from other countries to restore resources. Then, let John Bull and Gallic Chicken occupy and control Maple Leaf Country and Soccer Country in advance, realizing the script of rebirth using corpses. Beautiful Country should have refused, right? Li Guodong asked, but he already had an answer in his heart. The Big Bear Nation can say this, but Beautiful Country cannot agree. The Big Bear Nation has almost no allies, so it can propose anything. But Beautiful Country has many small allies, and while everyone understands, once it is brought to the forefront, those countries definitely won't agree. Even if the leaders agree, the public will certainly never agree. The commander nodded. Yes, Beautiful Country also refused. They did not agree to this plan. At that moment, the office door was knocked on, and Vice Commander Wang Feng, responsible for intelligence security, entered with a serious expression, holding a confidential document in his hand. Commander, Oldly, urgent intelligence from Cherry Blossom Country. He glanced at Li Guodong and continued only after the commander nodded. Our department has just received highly confidential information from Cherry Blossom Country's secret spies, and the content is astonishing. He handed the encrypted document to the commander and continued. The secret report confirms that several countries led by Beautiful Country have reached an elite immigration agreement. Officials, elites, experts, and their children from these countries will begin to transfer to Beautiful Country. In exchange, their contestants in the wilderness world will unconditionally obey the command of Beautiful Country and will ultimately make the final contribution to Beautiful Country. This final contribution, needless to say, is naturally that 1,000th of resources. What? Li Guodong gasped, shock evident on his face. What do they want? To abandon their own countries and people? Are they worthy of their ancestors by doing this? The commander's eyes flashed coldly, and his tone was icy. What a great tactic! The families of contestants are under the control of various countries, threatening them so that they are not afraid of the contestants. Not only did this greatly enhance the survival rate of the contestants from Beautiful Country, but it also increased their strength, fundamentally changing the existing pattern of the wilderness world. The commander fell silent for a moment, then suddenly slapped the table and said, "The situation is much more severe than we expected. Beautiful Country wants to hunt in this enclosed area, with them as the hunters and everyone else as the fish meat. However, I want to see for myself whether they are the hunters or just the mantises. Do you know how many countries are involved in that alliance?" The commander looked towards Wang Feng and asked. Wang Feng shook his head and said, "I'm not clear on the exact number in countries, but several countries are already confirmed: John Country, Gallus Country, Yacht Country, Monkey Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Stick Country, Rolling Wave Country. What about Asen Country and War Chariot Country?" Asen Country has been excluded from this plan due to its large population. As for War Chariot Country, according to spies from the European League, they are considering it and have not directly agreed to join the alliance but also did not refuse. Immediately adjust the strategy. You think tank, based on the current situation, come up with a specific response plan for me, and try to take advantage of this opportunity to catch that big rat. After all, it has been hiding inside, which is too dangerous. The commander said to Li Guodong. Then he turned his gaze to Wang Feng. Contact all the spies from various countries immediately. Priority is to preserve themselves, and secondly, to infiltrate and fully investigate this information. We must determine which countries are involved in this plan. Also, see if we can secretly bring the relatives of those small country contestants to Dragon Country. Understood, I'll take care of it right away. Wang Feng replied and was about to leave when he was called back by the commander. Wait, spread this message secretly and then contact the public figures we sponsor in each country to stir up opposition. It's time to get some returns after raising them for so long. Yes. I will ensure the task is completed. Chapter 64, The Conflict Between Baba Sheep and Camel Country. Until deep into the night, Zhang Yu finished checking all the traps and headed towards the shelter. Despite the hard work along the way, it was not without gain. He successfully caught a frozen squirrel, though it was uncertain if it was the one that was stolen from his home last time. This also successfully added 50 experience points. Trap experience plus 50. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, a shot at 100 paces, Trap LV3, 50/300, Fishing LV1, 47 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 10 out of 100. Looking at the Proficiency System panel, Zhang Yu fell into deep thought. Archery has reached the top level, and there is no room for improvement. Although he was very eager to know what entries would be unlocked when Fishing and Knife Skills reached LV5, the improvement of these two skills was too slow, and there were not enough resources to upgrade them. Catching a fish only gives him 10 experience points. How many fish does he need to catch to reach LV5? Zhang Yu, who had not yet realized his situation, still thought it would just take a while. But after having fished so many times and only caught 1 or 2 each time, he had long given up hope on this skill. Perhaps when the shelter has everything it needs, then he could fish at ease and improve slowly. As for knife skills, Zhang Yu could only shake his head, waiting for now. What about pottery skills? They are of no use, forget it. The focus should still be on traps. Zhang Yu decided to set more traps tomorrow, casting a wider net, so the returns would be greater, and the skill leveling would speed up. In the deep of night, the cold wind howled, the wooden house door was open, revealing a faint light inside. Zhang Yu was freezing and shivering, taking steps toward the wooden house. Su Jin was standing at the door, heedless of the cold, looking around with a worried face. Seeing the silhouette in the dark carrying a squirrel, she finally relaxed and hurried over. You finally came back. Her voice trembled slightly, and the heart that was suspended finally settled down. Why are you back so late today? Did something happen? It's nothing. Zhang Yu walked into the wooden house, shutting the chill outside the door. He casually handed the frozen squirrel to Su Jin and said, I followed those footprints all the way to the hot spring canyon, searched around but still didn't find anything. I thought since I was already there, I might as well improve things over there, so I got a bit late. As he spoke, he took off his wolf tail hat, walked to the fireplace, and started to warm himself by the fire. Are you hungry? I made meat soup. Su Jin didn't ask more, just served a bowl of steaming meat soup in a clay bowl and handed it to Zhang Yu. The warm soup filled his stomach, driving away the cold within him. After washing up simply, the two added some firewood to the fireplace and lay down to rest. The wolfskin blanket, warmed by each other's body heat, felt much warmer. Su Jin seemed a bit restless because of Zhang Yu's late return. After lying down for a while, her body gradually relaxed. Zhang Yu, are you asleep? Su Jin turned over in the wolfskin blanket, facing Zhang Yu. Not yet, is there something? I organized a bit during the day and found that we don't have much dry firewood left. Those newly cut ones are still not dry. I tried to burn a few during the day, but the smoke was so thick that it was unbearable. Su Jin's voice was filled with worry. In winter, firewood is also a necessity for survival. Without dry firewood, it means no continuous warmth, and cold would bring disaster. Zhang Yu was silent for a moment, seemingly in thought. After a while, he finally spoke. Got it. Don't worry, we won't go hunting tomorrow, let's see if we can try making charcoal. Charcoal? Zhang Yu explained. Yes, wood that doesn't fully burn turns into charcoal. This stuff burns longer and releases more heat, most importantly, it produces almost no smoke. With it, we won't have to worry about heating. His explanation was simple and clear, but it made Su Jin's eyes light up. Although she didn't quite understand how to operate it specifically, she believed that since Zhang Yu proposed this plan, there would be no problem, and success was certain. Is it troublesome to make? Is there anything I can help with? It's not particularly troublesome. The main thing is that we need to dig a kiln, which requires some time and patience. Tomorrow, you can help me prepare some clay, and we will find a place to build the kiln. Zhang Yu replied. Okay. Su Jin immediately agreed. Then she turned over, facing away from Zhang Yu, and fell into a deep sleep. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, the screen was showing Xia Chen's perspective. Inside the wooden house, the bonfire was burning warmly, and a snow hare was roasting over the flames, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sending out a fragrant aroma. Xia Chen, Fad, and Ikbar sat quietly around the bonfire, waiting. At first, the atmosphere was friendly and harmonious. As the leader, Xia Chen divided the snow hare into 3 parts, giving 2 portions to Fad and Ikbar. Ikbar took the hare meat and expressed his gratitude to Xia Chen with the unique etiquette of barbarians. Fad grinned and then eagerly began to devour it. The contestant from Camel Country, Fad, after a few bites, had very little of the hare meat left. Looking at the bones in his hand, he glanced at Xia Chen and Ikbar, who still had plenty of meat. Greed and hunger surged in his heart. He was calculating in his mind. Xia Chen was the leader, so it wasn't good to speak to him. But Ikbar was the newcomer, he should show some respect to his seniors. So he licked his lips and said, You eat slowly, share a little with me. I'm so hungry, this little bit is not enough to fill the gaps. Hearing this, Ikbar was stunned for a moment and looked at Fad and said, That's not appropriate, Xia Chen has already distributed it evenly. Everyone's portion is the same, you are hungry, and I am too. Upon hearing this, Fad suddenly stood up, angrily facing Ikbar. You are hungry? You, the newcomer, aside from taking away food. What else can be done? Originally, you were eating the portion meant for me and Xia Chen, and now you are just returning some. That is what you should do. Who do you think you are? I am here to listen to Xia Chen, and besides, I haven't seen you do anything useful, except eat and complain. Xia Chen is the leader of our team, and he is the one who hunted the food. The right to distribute it is with him, not you, Fad. What gives you the right to claim that this food was originally yours? Iqbal was naturally unafraid, he was a soldier, so how could he fear a little Fad? Fad seemed to be hit in a sore spot, momentarily at a loss for words, and then his face turned red, clearly filled with anger. He shouted at Iqbal. Bullshit. You, the newcomer, must give up the food before you contribute anything. Saying this, he even reached out to snatch the meat from Iqbal's hand. Iqbal wouldn't let him, firmly grabbing Fad's wrist and speaking in a cold tone. Fad. Do you want to forcefully take it? Let go. Fad tried hard to pull his hand away but couldn't get free at all. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the comments exploded. Wow, it's about to turn into a fight. The Camel Kingdom and the Barbary Sheep Kingdom are going to clash. Fat has gone too far. Xiaochen has distributed it fairly, but he still wants to take more. Exactly, I've disliked this Fat from Camel Kingdom for a long time. He does nothing but complain and grab food. I say let him die sooner. At this moment, Xiaochen moved. He didn't shout loudly, nor did he rush forward to break it up, but instead, he violently threw the clean bone in his hand into the fire. Have you all had enough? Chapter 65, Making Charcoal. The next morning, Su Jin woke up from the warmth. She felt a strange sensation coming from behind and the strong arm wrapped around her waist. She suddenly woke up, realizing that she was almost completely held in Zhang Yu's embrace. Her face instantly burned, and her heart raced. She froze, not daring to move, fearing she would wake Zhang Yu, and then she began to quietly shift away from him. However, this slight movement still woke Zhang Yu. He instinctively tightened his arm, pulling Su Jin back into his embrace, and rubbed his chin through her hair. Su Jin shivered all over, as if being shocked by electricity. Zhang Yu was fully awake now, but he didn't seem to care. With his other arm, he wrapped around Su Jin again, pulling her closer, and one hand even moved a bit higher, giving a gentle squeeze, causing her body's instinctive reaction to intensify. Su Jin's face turned even redder. She didn't dare to move, closing her eyes with her eyelashes slightly trembling. Get up, don't be like an ostrich. Zhang Yu patted Su Jin's bottom as he got up to put on his clothes. And Su Jin also softly mumbled an beginning to straighten her slightly messy clothes. After breakfast, Su Jin and Zhang Yu walked out of the wooden house. The glaring sunlight shone on the snow, reflecting a dazzling surface, and the cold wind continued to howl. We need to follow yesterday's plan and prepare to make some charcoal. Zhang Yu rubbed his hands together, exhaling a white puff of breath. Today the temperature dropped a few more degrees. If this continues, it may soon drop to -10 degrees. Zhang Yu complained. He truly didn't expect the wilderness world to cool down so quickly, but fortunately, with the supplies from the brown bear, mountain lion, and the wolves, resources were bountiful. Otherwise, he would be worried about shortages. Alright, I'll go gather wood, while the old wood can continue to dry as a backup. You go dig some clay by the lake. Zhang Yu instructed. Okay. Then they went their separate ways. Zhang Yu started chopping wood while Su Jin began digging clay. This process was not easy. The cold weather made their fingers stiff. Moreover, the ground was frozen hard, making excavation very difficult. When Zhang Yu moved the wood to Su Jin's side in batches, she had not finished digging yet. So Zhang Yu joined in the digging of the clay. Another half an hour passed, and the clay was finally dug up, but it was frozen and could not be mixed with water to form mud. Zhang Yu could only go to the cabin and bring some dry firewood and dry leaves, lighting a fire next to the clay to thaw it. During this process, Su Jin did not rest either. Following Zhang Yu's instructions, she piled the cut firewood into a small slope. You handle the mud, and I will improve the wood pile, Zhang Yu said, then combined some of the dry firewood with dry leaves and added them to the wood pile. If all the firewood is damp, it cannot catch fire, so some kindling is necessary to get the flames to rise. Su Jin quickly mixed the mud as well, and the two worked together to cover the wood pile with mud, leaving only a few air holes at the bottom and an ignition hole at the top. This step is crucial. We can't use a roaring fire, nor can we let it go out. We have to control the oxygen, Zhang Yu said while working, turning to Su Jin. It needs to be smothered inside to slowly burn off the moisture without letting it completely burn, thus forming charcoal. As he spoke, Zhang Yu ignited the flame in the ignition hole at the top. The damp clay hissed as it met the flames, releasing large amounts of steam, while the fire spread downwards, making the entire mound look like a small volcano. Now is the time that tests our patience and luck. This process needs to last several hours, Zhang Yu said. Su Jin watched the kiln, her eyes filled with anticipation. If they could make charcoal, it would greatly benefit their future survival. The two squatted beside the kiln, carefully adjusting the size of the air holes based on the smoke situation. The Dragon Country livestream room was also closely monitoring Zhang Yu's progress. Xiao Sao looked at the two squatting by the kiln and said, Dear audience, we can see that Zhang Yu and Su Jin have successfully completed the initial plan. Now it's the most critical moment of controlling the oxygen. Professor Yuan Sen, do you think they will succeed? It's cold. What are you thinking? Comparing with some countries next door, they are still struggling for firewood, while our Master Yu has already moved on to charcoal. At this rate, we might end up industrializing everything. At that moment, Professor Yuan Sen suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted. Not good. Smoke is coming out from the furnace wall. It's going to be a disaster. Chapter 66, Charcoal is out. As soon as Professor Yuansen finished speaking, a thin crack suddenly appeared on the sidewall of the thoroughly sealed furnace, and a plume of smoke began to rise from the crack. Not good. The furnace has developed a crack. This means that oxygen will enter the furnace through this crack, and the firewood will turn to ash. We must find a way to seal this crack. The barrage of comments exploded. It's over, all the effort of the day will be wasted. What should we do? Master Yu, hurry up and think of a solution. Foolish dragon country people, Lady Luck won't always stand by this brat, it's time for him to have bad luck. IP address, Spartan country. Don't worry. This is just a trivial matter, Master Yu can solve it easily. But this crack seems to be getting bigger. Zhang Yu noticed the smoke rising from the side wall of the furnace and immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. He quickly stood up, glanced at the crack, and shouted loudly. Su Jin, hurry, bring the mud over. Su Jin reacted quickly, immediately picking up a large chunk of wet mud with some ice crystals from the ground beside her and handed it over. Zhang Yu didn't care about the cold or getting dirty, he grabbed a big chunk and smeared it over the crack, barely covering it completely. Then, he applied several more layers of the remaining mud from the board to ensure it was thoroughly sealed. The entire process took just over 10 seconds, fast enough to leave people stunned. Seeing that the crack was no longer producing smoke, Zhang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now go prepare some wet clay. He instructed. The remaining wet mud was already scarce, and making charcoal would take some time. No one knew if there would be any unexpected incidents. Moreover, the heat generated by the incomplete combustion of the internal firewood would dry out the already damp furnace. Once the mud was dried, it would lose moisture and naturally crack. Fortunately, Zhang Yu chose a type of clay with good stickiness. If it were ordinary mud, it would almost certainly crack extensively. Upon hearing this, Su Jin didn't hesitate and ran off to dig up clay. Zhang Yu stayed by the furnace, closely watching the fire. Seeing the crack sealed, the audience in the Dragon Country livestream breathed a sigh of relief. Little Sa, feeling a bit anxious, asked. Professor Yuan, is the crisis resolved now? Professor Yuan-sen relaxed his tense body, sat back down in his chair, and said. The crisis is temporarily resolved. Zhang Yu and Su Jin's reactions and cooperation were perfect. If they had waited another half a minute, a large amount of air would have rushed in through the crack, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. The crisis is now resolved, but the frequency of cracks will increase. The heat produced by the burning firewood in the furnace will cause the moisture in the furnace wall to evaporate rapidly. Once the moisture evaporates, the dry mud will lose its stickiness, leading to widespread cracking. This will test how quickly Zhang Yu and Su Jin can respond and handle it. Time passed second by second. As cracks appeared intermittently on the furnace wall, white smoke drifting out. As the moisture loss intensified, cracks appeared more frequently and grew larger. The two of them were almost always around the furnace, continuously making repairs. Zhang Yu's personal livestream barrage was going wild. My goodness, it's like playing a whack-a-mole game. As soon as one spot is covered, another pops up. Looking at this is exhausting. How about we just skip the charcoal? Using wet wood doesn't matter much, it's just a bit more smoke, that's all. The person upstairs is not wrong, it's just a bit more smoke, and then getting choked to death while sleeping at night, what's the big deal? After hours of intense mole-hitting games, Zhang Yu and Su Jing had nearly exhausted all their energy. Their sweat soaked and dried, the sweat on their heads had frozen into ice particles in the cold temperature. Just when both of them were about to collapse, the flames in the furnace finally began to die down. No new cracks appeared in the kiln walls, and the temperature started to gradually dissipate, eventually turning warm. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yu finally let out a long breath. Is it over? Su Jing asked Zhang Yu with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Zhang Yu nodded, placed his hand on the kiln wall, carefully sensing the temperature, and said. Yeah, it's over. It's cooled down, we can open the kiln. This sentence was like heavenly music to Su Jing. She instantly felt revitalized, and all the fatigue seemed to vanish. She excitedly said. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly, open the kiln and see what the charcoal looks like. Under the eager gaze of countless people, Zhang Yu picked up an axe and began to clear the kiln wall, while Su Jing helped beside him. Not caring about getting dirty, she directly began to scrape with her hands, her eyes shining as if some treasure was hidden inside. As the soil was gradually peeled away, a wave of heat rushed to their faces. When the last piece of clay was pried open, revealing the situation inside the kiln, both of them couldn't help but cheer. It worked! Inside the kiln, the firewood had completely disappeared, revealing shiny black charcoal. Most of it still retained its original shape, but a small amount had turned into white ash. Zhang Yu bent down, picked up a larger piece of charcoal, examined it carefully, and then broke it forcefully. The charcoal snapped, revealing a perfect black cross-section. We did it! We succeeded! Zhang Yu's voice was filled with excitement as he handed the charcoal to Su Jing. Su Jing took the black charcoal and also examined it carefully, looking left and right, her face filled with smiles. Great! Now we can say we've solved the most critical fuel problem. In Longwa's live broadcast room, when Zhang Yu snapped the piece of charcoal, Xiaosao was incredibly excited. They did it, dear viewers. Zhang Yu and the others succeeded. They successfully made charcoal. Professor Yuan-san nodded repeatedly. That's right, they succeeded. I knew it. Everyone, look at these charcoals, the texture is even, perfectly carbonized. With this charcoal, they have solved a huge problem, marking an important milestone on their path to survival. In the comments, it was like a tsunami. You is awesome. Congratulations to you and Su Jing, all the hard work didn't go to waste. It was a success, and it will be easy to make it again in the future. Just think about having endless charcoal, and I feel happy. Knowledge is power, and you is the god who masters this power. Oh no. Oh no. There's trouble over at Xia Chen's side. Chapter 67, Fahad is attacked. While all the viewers were joyfully celebrating Zhang Yu and Su Jing successfully making charcoal. In the Camel Country's live broadcast room, the focus was on Fahad's live image. Their host was happily introducing. Dear viewers, we can see our contestant Fahad has risen to 189th place, the highest ranking for our country. That's right, Fahad, who is in Xia Chen's team from Longwa, has made many contributions. Look, he is still diligently cutting wood. Without our contestant Fahad's resource support, how could Xia Chen have made it to the top 3, another commentator complained. The key is what use is that Iqbal from the Baba Yang country. Last night, why was so much food allocated? This is not fair. Our Fahad contributed so much, he should get more. In the live broadcast, Fahad was lazily chopping trees, constantly complaining. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the dense forest behind him. He seemed to sense something, impatiently stopped his actions, and turned to look. Just that one glance made his eyes widen, frozen in place. In the thick forest, a robust adult brown bear was slowly approaching him. Roar! The brown bear let out a deafening roar, not waiting for Fahad to react, and started to stride toward him. Ah, help me! Fahad was so scared that he lost all his senses, his previous complaints were instantly replaced by endless fear. He looked at the brown bear rushing toward him, without thinking, he turned and started to run. The host was still complaining, but at this moment screamed in terror. Another invited biological expert was shouting. But Fahad's chance for outside help had long expired, he was consumed by fear and made the worst choice. His back was completely exposed to the brown bear. The brown bear, seeing Fahad escape, was filled with its beastly nature and started to run toward Fahad. In the Camel Country live broadcast room, messages filled with despair and prayer appeared. It's over, he can't outrun the bear. Summer Chen, Iqbal, where are you? Hurry and save Fahad. Damn it, I can't bear to watch anymore. Who was complaining about unfairness earlier? In the wild world, only strength is real, without strength, everything is garbage. He's caught up, he's going to catch him, it's over, who can save Fahad? The host looked at the approaching brown bear, his face pale and his voice teary. Before he finished speaking. Bang! With a dull sound, accompanied by Fahad's sharp shriek of pain. He was like a kite being blown away, flying through the air, spitting blood and tracing an arc, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, after checking the last trap with nothing caught, Summer Chen and Iqbal were preparing to return to the cabin. Suddenly, a gigantic roar came from the direction of the cabin, followed by a painful scream. They exchanged glances, instantly knowing something happened to Fahad. A ferocious beast was near the cabin, attacking Fahad. Summer Chen was filled with worry, but not about Fahad's life or death, rather about the fact that if a ferocious beast was around, they would have to live in fear, always on guard against that elusive beast's attacks. Iqbal, on the other hand, felt somewhat happy. He had quarreled with Fahad yesterday, and now he was in trouble, truly delighted. Let's go, we must find out what kind of beast it is and see if we can kill it, otherwise, we will all live in danger. Summer Chen quickly grabbed his weapon and ran. His words reminded Iqbal, and he quickly understood the key point, following Summer Chen as they hurried toward Fahad's direction. The brown bear looked at Fahad slumped on the ground, fearfully inching backward. It was no longer in a hurry, strolling forward, approaching Fahad. In his eyes filled with terror and despair, the massive front paw was raised and struck hard against Fahad's chest. Crack! A clear sound of bones breaking echoed. Fahad spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body instantly going limp, his gaze beginning to lose focus as his body instinctively twitched. Seeing this, the brown bear continued to raise its front paw, but this time it was not to strike down but to prod at Fahad's body, as if it wanted to confirm whether he was already dead. At this moment, Xia Chen and Iqbal also arrived at the scene. The sight in front of them made their hearts sink to the bottom. A large adult brown bear was continually prodding at Fahad's body with its front paw. Meanwhile, Fahad lay limply in the snow, his chest caved in, beside him was a large pool of blood. Kill the bear! Xia Chen decisively exclaimed. You attract it from the front, I'll attack from behind. Save him? Fahad was definitely beyond saving. If it were on Blue Star, there might have been a chance, but in this wild world, there was simply no way to save him. They had to drive away or kill this brown bear, otherwise. Iqbal understood Xia Chen's meaning, and being a strong soldier himself, he was full of courage, directly brandishing his weapon and running to the side while shouting. Hey, bro, look over here. As he spoke, he kept striking his weapon against a nearby tree trunk. The brown bear was startled by this sudden noise. It stopped prodding at Fahad and looked towards Iqbal, letting out a loud roar. When Iqbal stepped forward without hesitation, the entire Baba Yan live stream room erupted in excitement. The host's voice was filled with pride. Look, this is our contestant Iqbal, ranked 145th. He didn't back down in the face of danger, actively attracting the brown bear's attention, creating opportunities for Longwa Xia. That's right, this reflects the noble spirit and national quality of our Baba Yan country, but I have to say, Iqbal's action is extremely dangerous. He must be extra careful. A commentator spoke with concern. Brother Iqbal, well done. You are our pride. This is what Baba Yang soldiers are like, brave and fearless. Go for it. This is the wild world version of the cooperation between Longwa and Baba Yang. Exactly, our friendship lasts forever. Isn't it? Why isn't Xia Chen from Longwa attracting the brown bear himself? This is clearly using our Iqbal as bait. Wake up, everyone. At this moment, Xia Chen quietly approached the brown bear's back from the downwind side. Chapter 68, Killing the Brown Bear, Facing Choices. Xia Chen did not linger, nor did he leave Iqbal alone to face the threat of the brown bear. Just as Iqbal successfully attracted the bear's attention, Xia Chen moved, like a seasoned hunter, keeping his body low and moving lightly. He quickly darted to the downwind side, stealthily approaching the bear's back. Look, Xia Chen has started to act. He didn't let Iqbal face the threat alone, he's maneuvering. This is a standard flanking tactic in the military, only soldiers like Xia Chen and Iqbal understand. The Longwa livestream switched its focus to Xia Chen, and Xiaosao became excited watching his movements on the screen. Professor Yuan Sen analyzed quickly. This is perfect coordination, a flanking maneuver. Iqbal acts as the decoy to draw fire, while Xia Chen prepares to deliver a fatal strike. This is the most efficient tactic, but if the opponent is a human, then this tactic works, but the opponent is an adult brown bear, its senses are extremely sharp. Actually, the best tactic is to use the terrain to create distance like contestant Zhang Yu, then use a bow and arrow from afar to shoot until achieving a fatal strike. And in the wild world, the brown bear noticed someone trying to disturb its spoils. And once again, it erupted in rage, letting out a warning roar. But Iqbal was trying to attract the attention of the brown bear. How could he give up? He continued to yell loudly while maintaining a safe distance, his machete constantly striking the tree trunk, producing a dull sound. The brown bear was also enraged by his actions, beginning to move, preparing to pounce on Iqbal. In this critical moment, Xia Chen moved. He jumped out from behind the brown bear, pouring all his strength into the machete, the sharp blade cutting through the air, aiming accurately at the bear's neck. This strike was fast, precise, and ruthless. However, the brown bear's instincts and senses were far beyond imagination. It seemed to sense the impending danger from behind and began to turn its head. If it discovered Xia Chen's determined strike, they might very well lose its intended effect. The consequences were unimaginable. If the brown bear took this blow and didn't die, they would face a ferocious enemy. Hey! Look over here, you fool, look here! Seeing this, Iqbal did not hesitate at all, immediately raising his voice and running towards the bear, swinging the machete to continue attracting the bear's attention and create an opportunity for Xia Chen. Whoosh! The machete skimmed past the bear's body. Although it didn't hit, it still distracted the bear, causing its head-turning movement to pause as it looked at the unarmed ant running towards it. Roar! It let out a roar, preparing to pounce on Iqbal. Just then, Xia Chen's machete arced through the air, striking fiercely into the bear's neck. Sizzle! The blade sank into flesh, making a sound. The bear let out a painful and furious howl, its massive body trembling from agony, blood spraying from its neck, staining the surrounding snow. It wildly swung its giant paws, trying to swat away its attacker behind it. However, after landing his strike, Xia Chen quickly rolled away, putting distance between himself and the bear. Iqbal also quickly retreated, not even glancing at Fahd, who lay on the ground trembling. They knew Fahd was not dead, he was likely just gravely injured and unconscious. After all, the death notification from the wilderness world had not yet sounded before them. The brown bear struggled fiercely, its enormous body crashing everywhere, shattering the surrounding bushes and small trees. Meanwhile, Xia Chen and Iqbal stood at a safe distance, watching. The bear's struggles grew weaker, blood continuously flowing from its neck, surrounding everything, whether on the snow, the tree trunks, or the bushes, all stained red. 5 minutes passed. The bear's wailing gradually quieted, and finally, its massive body fell to the ground with a thud, lying in a pool of blood, twitching a few times before completely falling silent. The two shared an unspoken understanding and did not approach to deliver the finishing blow. After all, who could guarantee they could dodge a last-minute strike from a dying bear? Since that was the case, it was better to wait for the bear's blood to drain slowly before it died. The fight started quickly and ended quickly, but the process was the bear's play first. Xia Chen gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. That brief strike had already exhausted almost all his strength. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, Little Sa exclaimed excitedly. They did it, oh my god, they succeeded. The cooperation between Xia Chen and Iqbal successfully killed this adult brown bear. This is a great victory. It means they won't have to worry about food anymore. They can steadily reinforce the wooden house and prepare firewood. That's right, I believe their chances of survival will greatly increase, just like Zhang Yu and Su Jin. Without the worry of food, they would completely liberate themselves, but they didn't know how Fod was doing. If he couldn't make it, wasting even a tiny fraction of resources wouldn't be good. The Baba Sheep Kingdom's live broadcast room was also boiling over. God bless us, we won. It is our Iqbal, who not only successfully attracted the attention of the brown bear but also, at the most critical moment, risked his life to create the opportunity for Xia Chen to secure the kill, the host exclaimed, waving his arms with excitement. In stark contrast to the excitement in the Dragon Kingdom and Baba Sheep Kingdom's live broadcast rooms, the Camel Kingdom's live room fell into dead silence. The host's face turned pale. He opened his mouth to say something but emitted a weak sob. He looked at Fod lying in a pool of blood, painfully closing his eyes. An expert beside him took over the hosting task. The threat from the brown bear has been eliminated. Xia Chen and Iqbal accomplished an almost impossible kill, but, for us, the price is simply too painful to bear. His tone grew somber as he continued. Player Fod's injuries, in this environment, almost signify death. This means that our highest-ranking player is about to bid farewell to this stage. Let us pray to God for Fod to return to his embrace. In the wild world, Xia Chen rushed to Fod's side without checking the brown bear, carefully surveying his injuries. How is it? Iqbal stood by, looking indifferent. Not good, many ribs are broken, the shoulder bone is also fractured, and I don't know about the internal organs. Definitely not saving him. What about the head? After all, it's a fraction of a resource. Such a waste is a pity. Chapter 69, Difficult Choices. In the Camel Kingdom's live broadcast room. The host widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief, his voice trembling. What is Iqbal saying? Is he going to kill our player Fod? How dare he even think of such a thing? Fod is not dead yet. Even if there were past disagreements, but this is murder. The expert beside him also turned pale. He stood up and slammed the table. This is provocation. How dare Iqbal? We must immediately pressure the Dragon Kingdom. Fod and Xia Chen teamed up well, but the Dragon Kingdom chose to let Baba Sheep player Iqbal join this team. They must take responsibility. The live audience was also incredibly angry. Crazy. Iqbal is a madman. Are the people of the Baba Sheep Kingdom all like this? Completely inhumane. How dare he think this way? If he really dares to do it, we must take action to punish them. The Dragon Kingdom, we must find the Dragon Kingdom. They must be held accountable for this. Xia Chen squatted on the ground, looking at Fod, who was about to breathe his last, his face pale. Iqbal's words, a fraction of a resource, such a waste is a pity, rang in his mind like a spell. He felt torn inside. Should he take action? Just one move would quickly end it, and then the Dragon Kingdom could restore that fraction of resources. Every opportunity to restore resources is precious. The entire Dragon Kingdom's hundreds of millions of people can only survive on nutritional bars. If this tiny fraction of resources could be restored, it could bring a glimmer of hope to the future of the Dragon Kingdom. But once he took action, the Dragon Kingdom would restore that fraction of resources, but the Camel Kingdom would lose 1% of its territory. The relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Camel Kingdom would immediately turn from allies to deadly enemies. This is not just data, it is a tangible 1% of land, the homes of countless Camel Kingdom citizens. This blood feud would not end easily. If the enemy took action, it might not be this severe, but dying at the hands of one's own ally is something no citizen could accept. Once upon a time, the Camel Kingdom would draw closer to the beautiful country, and the already weak Dragon Kingdom would be even more precarious. Is it really for that 1,000th of resources, or for some possibilities in the future? Xia Chen's hand tightly gripped the knife handle, sweat dripping from his forehead. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, the atmosphere was tense. Xiaosa, Professor Yuansen, and Lu Fei all remained silent, staring intently at the screen, watching what choice Xia Chen would make. Meanwhile, in the Baba Sheep Kingdom live broadcast room, the host was getting anxious. He said urgently. What is Iqbal doing? Why is he giving this head to Dragon Kingdom's Xia Chen? Don't you know that this head is 1,000th of resources? How much resources has Dragon Kingdom restored, and we, the Baba Sheep Kingdom, have restored none? In the Camel Kingdom live broadcast room, the host's face was grave. He looked at the silent struggling figure of Xia Chen on the screen and Iqbal's cold indifference, and his fury finally erupted completely. Bastard! What kind of ally is this? Once there are benefits, he turns his back immediately? Calculating how to divide the lives of his teammates? This is shameless. He turned to the camera and almost shouted. Listen up, Dragon Kingdom and Baba Sheep Kingdom. If you dare to take action, I suggest we Camel Kingdom immediately terminate all cooperative relations with both Dragon Kingdom and Baba Sheep Kingdom. Furthermore, in the wilderness, if our contestants encounter Dragon Kingdom or Baba Sheep Kingdom contestants, we will use off-field hints and, at all costs, fight to the death with them. These furious words completely ignited the Camel Kingdom live broadcast room. The barrage was almost all filled with words like fight to the death and must take revenge. In the capital, the command center. The commander and many high-ranking officials gathered together, almost all the high-ranking officials who could come attended, and those who could not be present joined via video call. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. In the center of the huge circular conference room, the central screen was displaying the wilderness world from Xia Chen's perspective, while the two side screens showed the live broadcast rooms of the Camel Kingdom and Baba Sheep Kingdom. The Baba Sheep live broadcast room was okay, but the Camel Kingdom live broadcast room was filled with fight to the death and must take revenge barrages, particularly jarring. The commander sat at the main seat, his face serious. The situation is clear to everyone. Our contestant Xia Chen is currently teetering on the edge of a cliff of national interests and international relations. His one choice will directly determine the direction of our relationship with an important ally, and even affect our image in the international community. The commander said, looking at everyone and continuing, "What are your thoughts?" An elderly man in military uniform stood up. 1,000th of resources is very significant, but our Dragon Kingdom has never sacrificed the trust of our allies for temporary benefit. If Xia Chen takes action, the situation of our Dragon Kingdom and the entire wilderness world will become even more precarious. This loss cannot be compensated by 1,000th of resources. Exactly, I agree with that. Although we Dragon Kingdom lack resources, we absolutely cannot act this way. The efforts and struggles of our ancestors have secured the status and reputation of our Dragon Kingdom today. Losing it for 1,000th of resources is simply not worth it. A deputy commander stated. A deputy commander in charge of economic resources frowned, a hint of unwillingness in his tone. But this is 1,000th of resources. Do you know what it means for our Dragon Kingdom? It means we can build about 10 more oases with these resources, leaving so much hope for our descendants. Seeing the argument becoming more heated, the commander slammed the table hard. I didn't call you here to argue about this. The outer hint opportunity for player Xia Chen has been used up, and now all the decisions can only be made by him alone. What we need to do is to find a way to make up for it after he makes his decision. Then he looked at Li Guodong and asked. Have your think tank considered all the possible outcomes after Xia Chen makes his decision? Li Guodong stood up and replied. Commander, our think tank has considered everything and listed corresponding solutions. In the wilderness world, Xia Chen squatted beside Fad, motionless. Iqbal also noticed Xia Chen's dilemma. He frowned and whispered again. He can't hold on for long. Either you take action for the resources to belong to the Dragon Country, consider it a favor for sheltering me. Or I will take action, and the resources will belong to our Babayan country. You need to decide quickly. Chapter 70, Using Charcoal to Start a Fire. Iqbal's words were like a death knell, striking at Xia Chen's nerves. He looked at Fad, who was barely hanging on, and realized that time was really running out. 1,000th of the resources, the future of the Dragon Country, the survival of billions of compatriots, each one felt like a flame, constantly eroding his reason. But as a human being and as a soldier, his bottom line pulled him back from the edge at all times. One side was tangible resources within reach, desperately needed by the country, the other side was the bottom line of principles and loyalty, alongside the potential disastrous consequences. His hand tightened and loosened on the knife handle, repeating constantly, sweat soaked his back. Iqbal watched him struggle, his eyes flickering, and spoke again. If you can't do it, then, let me do it. Enough! Xia Chen suddenly shouted. He took a deep breath and slowly relaxed his grip on the knife handle. He lifted his head, looked at Iqbal, and said firmly. I, Dragon Country, have principles to uphold. Resources, we should obtain from our opponents, and if it requires sacrificing the interests of allies to satisfy ourselves, then we do not need these resources. This statement left Iqbal stunned in place. If he killed Fad, that would mean 1,000th of the resources. If he could return alive to Blue Star, he would become an object of national support and worship. Even if he died in the wilderness world, he would still become a hero of his country, even leaving a prominent mark in the history books. He thought that no one could refuse such easily attainable honor, but he never expected Xia Chen to really hold back. Xiao Chen no longer looked at Iqbal, bent down, and tidied up Fad's torn clothes, trying to leave him with a dignified ending. He is our teammate, and even if he is not that remarkable, we cannot let his last journey be so undignified. In the Dragon Country livestream, Xiao Sa let out a long sigh, but there was a trace of hesitation on his face. Xiao Chen's final choice earns our respect. In the face of great temptation, he upheld the bottom line of humanity. However, I cannot say whether this choice is good or bad, time will tell. In the Babayan Country livestream, the host hesitated like Xiao Sa. Xiao Chen's choice is truly unexpected. 1,000th of the resources is so important for resource-depleted Blue Star, it may represent the last spark for a country and a nation. But we also need to respect Xiao Chen's choice, especially if we were in the position of the Camel Country. In the Camel Country livestream, the host saw this scene, and the anger on his face disappeared completely, replaced with a sense of relief. He really gave up, but Fad won't come back. The Dragon Country, in the face of great benefits, did not choose to betray a friend but instead maintained its bottom line. Fad, the contestant from the Camel Country, is dead. There are 5,032 contestants remaining. Looking at the already lifeless Fad in front of him, Xiao Chen squatted down, picked up the machete, and began to dig in a relatively soft patch of soil. Iqbal, upon seeing his actions, paused for a moment and then understood his intention. He also slowly walked up to help dig. The two said nothing, just quietly digging, preparing the final resting place for Fad. After a moment, they placed Fad's body into the pit and buried it with dirt and snow. Xiao Chen stood in front of the grave and said softly, "Rest in peace." He then turned his gaze toward the corpse of the brown bear. This brown bear's body would be their most precious resource for survival. Whether it was the hundreds of pounds of meat or that heavy bear skin, it would provide security for their future lives. In contrast to Xiao Chen's tension, Zhang Yu and Su Jin were busy moving charcoal. The two carefully took this precious charcoal out of the kiln, then packed it using the backpack left by Kikujiro, transporting it batch by batch to the wooden cabin. After a lot of effort, they finally transported all the charcoal back to the wooden cabin. Looking at the pile of charcoal in the corner, both of them beamed with smiles. Having been busy all day, neither of them had eaten, and they were already cold and hungry. Let's use the charcoal to start a fire, try it out, then cook some meat soup to drive away the cold. I'll go outside to check the traps, Zhang Yu said to Su Jin. Currently, almost all the cooking was handed over to Su Jin, which saved a lot of trouble. Su Jin nodded and curiously picked up some charcoal and stuffed it into the fireplace, also adding some dried grass and leaves before lighting the fire. Sure enough, the charcoal started to glow red under the flames, and as the leaves burned away, the flames completely disappeared, leaving only the glowing charcoal. There was almost no smoke in the fireplace, completely different from when the firewood burned. Great, now we don't have to worry, Su Jin squatted by the fireplace, feeling the warmth radiating from the charcoal, overjoyed. Su Jin hurriedly filled a pot with water and set it on the charcoal to cook, then walked to the storage room next door to prepare the food to be stewed. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu went to check the traps he had set. He first checked a few traps near the larch forest. They were all empty, only leaving some footprints of small animals on the snow. He didn't feel discouraged, resetting the traps, and continued forward. After more empty traps, he finally arrived at a cave next to a thicket. His eyes brightened, the trap had been triggered but pulled away quite a distance, the line taut, the other end disappearing into the cave. He quickly stepped forward, pulling the line, and immediately felt a struggle from inside the thicket. Nice! Zhang Yu was very happy. He exerted force in his hands, pulling the prey out of the cave. It turned out to be a snow rabbit, its hind legs tightly bound by the rope, still struggling futilely. Trap experience plus 50. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, 100 steps, 100 hits, Trapping LV3, 100/300, Fishing LV1, 47 out of 100, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 10 out of 100. Yo-ho, the trap skill level is not far from LV4. Zhang Yu was somewhat pleased. He untied the rabbit, bound its 4 limbs, then put it into the backpack, and continued resetting the traps. Rabbits are social animals, being able to catch one here likely means there are many more rabbits. He continued forward, checked the last few traps, but unfortunately found nothing. However, on his way back, he discovered a patch of frozen, shriveled berry bushes, and after confirming they were non-toxic, he picked all the berries, preparing to take them back to feed the wild chickens. I wonder when these wild chickens will start laying eggs. Zhang Yu was indeed a bit impatient. If they still didn't lay, he was ready to butcher one to level up his knife skills. Chapter 71 Making Candles. As Zhang Yu's figure appeared near the wooden cabin, the sky had begun to grow dark. From a distance, he saw the thin white smoke curling from the chimney of the cabin and knew that Su Jin had prepared dinner. He pushed open the door, and a rich aroma of meat soup greeted him. Su Jin was by the fireplace, and upon seeing him return, a happy smile immediately spread across her face. Beside her, Xiaobai looked at the struggling snow rabbit in Zhang Yu's hands. His interest piqued. He eagerly ran over, trying to climb onto Zhang Yu to get a look at it. You're back. Just in time, the soup is ready, Sujin said as she approached, carefully examining the snow rabbit in Zhang Yu's hands. She then asked, how should we handle this snow rabbit? Should we keep it or kill it? Let's keep it. We don't really need the meat. Snow rabbits are easy to raise, if it dies, we can always eat it then, Zhang Yu replied. The meat of the snow rabbit isn't particularly delicious, it has low fat content, is quite tough, and has an inexplicable strange taste that is hard to mask without heavy seasoning. Sujin then tied the rabbit's hind legs with a rope, fastening the other end to a wooden stump and tossing a handful of hay to it. Once it hit the ground, the snow rabbit immediately took off, bouncing around. If it weren't for the short rope, it might have crashed into the wall and staged a classic scene of waiting for the rabbit. Curiously, Xiaobai moved close to the snow rabbit, sniffing at this new roommate. Although Xiaobai was smaller than the rabbit, he scared it into a ball, trembling with fear. Looks like Xiaobai has found a new playmate, now he won't be lonely, Sujin smiled at this scene. Usually, when they go out to work, they lock Xiaobai inside the cabin, leaving him quite lonely. Now with the snow rabbit, despite being different species, at least he has some company. Xiaobai is fine for now, but if he gets any bigger, he might actually eat this snow rabbit. Let's not forget, he is a fox, Zhang Yu said while walking over to sit by the fireplace, satisfied as he watched the charcoal glowing red inside. He gave a nod and asked Sujin, is this charcoal good? Does it burn for a long time? Yeah, it burns for a long time, almost 3 to 4 times longer than the wood we used before, and we use much less, so we won't have to worry about running out of firewood anymore, Sujin said while stirring the meat soup with a wooden spoon. And this charcoal produces almost no smoke, so we don't have to keep adding wood, it feels much easier now. She scooped a small spoonful of soup, blew on it gently, and held it to Zhang Yu's lips. Try and see how it tastes. Zhang Yu took a sip from her hand. The hot soup was very sweet, the nuts mixed with the meat flavor warmed him all the way to his stomach. The weariness of the day instantly faded a bit. Zhang Yu nodded, filled a bowl with meat soup, and started eating while watching the burning charcoal. Suddenly, he paused, realizing something. He put down the ceramic bowl and pointed at the fireplace, saying, Sujin, have you noticed that while this charcoal is good, it has one problem? What problem? Sujin looked up, puzzled. We used to burn wood, which gave off bright flames. When we got up at night to add wood or go to the bathroom, there was some light to see by. But now with this charcoal, there's only dim embers. Although it burns longer, there's almost no light, and at night, it really is pitch dark in here. In Zhang Yu's personal livestream, the audience also noticed the issue. Wow, you're right. How did I not think of that? Yu is so observant. Yeah, we focused on the advantages of the charcoal but overlooked the benefits of firewood. Indeed, it's really troublesome at night, even getting up is a problem. Are we really going to have to go back to burning firewood? Hearing this, Sujin also realized the problem. In the unlit wilderness world, losing the open flame means that nighttime activities have become extremely difficult. Even going out to use the toilet has become a bit dangerous without an open flame nearby. What should we do? We can't keep burning wood at night, Sujin frowned, looking worried. No, even if we burn wood at night, we don't have that much dry wood left. We need to think of a way. Zhang Yu quickly searched his mind for feasible methods. Right. We can make oil candles, this will perfectly solve our problem. Besides, we have enough oil right now, so we don't have to worry. Candles? Do you know how to make them? Sujin's eyes lit up. Zhang Yu nodded. Yes, we have enough animal fat to make candles, but we need to carefully consider the wick. Let's eat first, I'll think about it. The wooden cabin fell into silence instantly, and the two ate quietly, while Xiaobai, on the side, ignored the meat and kept circling around the snow rabbit. Zhang Yu rapidly thought about how to make the candles. We have the animal fat for the candles. Next, we need to prepare the wicks and the containers so that the candles last longer. As for the container, Zhang Yu looked at the ceramic bowl holding the meat soup. Let's use the ceramic bowl as a container, and for the wick, we can use sturdy dry grass or take a few cotton threads from Zhou Jiru's or Tao's clothes and twist them together. Zhang Yu stood up, finished the meat soup in the bowl in one gulp, and immediately took action. He went to move the large ceramic jar that stored animal fat, scooped a big spoonful into a small bowl, and placed it near the charcoal to heat and melt. Then he rummaged through his backpack and pulled out Zhou Jiru's clothing, pulling out a long cotton thread and twisting it into a thicker wick. After that, he dipped the cotton thread into the melted animal fat, took it out, one end soaked in the fat, the other end resting on the edge of the bowl. Alright, just wait for it to harden slowly, Zhang Yu said, looking satisfied with his creation. Sujin watched curiously from the side. Although she understood nothing about it, she knew it would surely succeed. Because the person making this candle was Zhang Yu. In Long Country's live broadcast, Xiaosao watched Zhang Yu's actions with admiration in his voice. Zhang Yu's series of actions show us his knowledge and initiative. A contestant like this is simply a treasure for our Long Country. Professor Yuan, do you think Zhang Yu and the others can successfully make the candle? Professor Yuan nodded. From Zhang Yu's current steps, there seems to be no problem. He can definitely make the candle, but what? Lu Fei asked curiously, frowning from the side. Professor Yuansen said. It's just that the lighting effect and duration of this oil lamp may not be very ideal. This is just ordinary animal fat, with limited brightness. And most importantly, using cotton thread for the wick may burn quickly, needing frequent trimming. If they can find beeswax or purer oils, like fish oil, in the future, the quality of the lighting will be greatly improved. A moment later, the animal fat completely solidified, and a simple candle was fully formed. Zhang Yu and Su Jin leaned in beside the candle, and Su Jin asked curiously. Is this a candle? Why does it feel completely different from the candles I saw in the documentaries? As Su Jin spoke, she gestured with her hands. Candles in documentaries are round and long. But this one is just a lump. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. That's made with industrial molds, and we don't have the conditions now. It can only be a simple thing. But the effect should not be bad, you can give it a try. Hearing this, Su Jin instantly jumped up, quickly stepped forward, and reached into the fireplace with a machete. He lifted a burning piece of charcoal and ignited the grease candle. In an instant, a small flame flickered to life, swaying in the wooden cabin. Zhang Yu looked at the small flame and nodded in satisfaction. Although this candle did not look good, it was indeed usable. In the wilderness world, practicality is the most basic requirement for an item. Su Jin carefully placed the candle on a flat little wooden stump and exclaimed. It's really lit. Zhang Yu, how are you so amazing? You can even make candles. Hee, this is nothing. You haven't seen how awesome I really am. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast, Little Saw smiled broadly. It seems that Zhang Yu has surprised us again. Who would have thought he could make candles in the wilderness world? It's truly amazing. Professor Yuan, what do you think of this candle's effect? Professor Yuansen also smiled. I must admit, Zhang Yu's knowledge reserve and hands-on ability are indeed impressive. From making pottery to making charcoal, and now making candles. Few people in the whole Blue Star understand such knowledge, except for the experts. But the key is that those experts do not have Zhang Yu's practical skills. So, having Zhang Yu in the Dragon Kingdom is indeed a blessing for the country. Wow! Is there anything he can't do? Is that impressive? So impressive! Although this candle looks like a lump, it's a good candle as long as it lights up. In the wilderness world. Su Jin looked at the candlelight in front of him and suddenly thought of something. Shouldn't we make more candles? After all, without a burning firewood, just this one candle, I'm worried that if something unexpected happens at night, this one candle won't be enough. Besides, firewood won't ignite quickly. Zhang Yu nodded, which he hadn't thought of. Yes, tomorrow I will set up a furnace again to make some pottery. With an idea in mind, the two of them snuggled into their blankets and began to rest. While Zhang Yu and Su Jin were resting, the beautiful country competitor, James, and the Korean competitor, Choi Soo-yun, were hiding in a rocky cave, gnawing on a meat-scarce squirrel. The cave was extremely simple, with a campfire in the middle and beds made from hay on both sides. Suddenly, James froze in place, while Choi Soo-yun quietly watched him. He knew that the instructor of the Delta Force wouldn't act like this for no reason. There was only one possibility: he received a hint from the country. Seconds later, James' eyes sharpened, and he quickly ate all the squirrel meat, grabbed his weapon, and stood up. After closing the live stream, he signaled Choi Soo-yun to do the same. What happened? Choi Soo-yun asked. I received a hint. 5 kilometers east of US, there's a competitor from North Korea named Kim Jong-sung. We need to take him out. North Korea? Let's go, let's set off immediately. Hearing it was a competitor from North Korea, Choi Soo-yun's eyes sparkled. In reality, the two countries had always been in a hostile state. Due to resource shortages, there had been many conflicts at the border. If they could kill a North Korean competitor in the wilderness world, it would deal a heavy blow and make him a hero in Korea. Imagining returning to the real world surrounded by beautiful female groups unique to politicians and chaebol, he couldn't help but want to act now. Pack up, let's go. They quickly gathered all their equipment and, like ghosts, silently slipped into the dense forest, swiftly moving towards the direction given by the mission. The 5-kilometer distance was not easy to cover in the darkness of the dense forest. They spent nearly more than 3 hours getting close to the target area. The Dragon Country Command saw James and Choi Soo-sen close the livestream, and immediately pulled up their locations, discovering that the Northern Stick Country player, Kim Jong-hyun, was not far away. They promptly sent a warning to the Northern Stick Country Command. And the Northern Stick Country received the warning and immediately held a meeting of the advisory team. Kim Jong-jun looked at the advisors and asked, how is Dragon Country's information analysis? Do we have results? A military officer with a golden star on his shoulder stood up. Report to the commander. In the maps we made of each player's locations, James and Choi Susan's positions are undetermined, not clear where they are, plus it's currently a resting time, and they have a habit of closing their livestream at night during this period. So after our advisory team's unanimous analysis, the accuracy of the information from Dragon Country is about 29%. Kim Jong-un stood up, looking at the speaking officer, and said solemnly, "Don't tell me so much, just tell me if your advisory team has decided whether to use external hints or not." The officer replied, "Our advisory team's plan is to temporarily not use the hint opportunity, keeping it for later." "Oh? You don't trust Dragon Country like this? When has Dragon Country ever done something to deceive allies? If Dragon Country's information is correct, then we Northern Stick Country will be humiliated before the whole world, and that is absolutely not allowed." Kim Jong-un paced back and forth, thinking in his heart, and after a moment continued, "I will use the opportunity of the external hint, and I am willing to waste this chance, but we absolutely cannot allow ourselves to be humiliated before the nations of the world. But my demand is not for Kim Jong-un to run away, but to face them head-on. We Northern Stick Country have been silent in the wild world for too long, we must make our voice heard. Let the nations and people of the world know that we Northern Stick Country is a strong country." Chapter 73, Preparing to Face the Enemy. In the wild world, Kim Jong-un was lying under a large tree, resting with his eyes closed in a simple shelter made of pine needles and dirt. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the external hint and immediately alert, crawled up from the grass mat. "Is it beautiful country's James and Stick Country's Choi Susan?" He thought quickly in his heart, planning to escape. But then he remembered the commander's order in the external hint, requiring him to eliminate all incoming enemies to demonstrate national power, making those with ill intentions not dare to reach out again. He slowly stood up, the thought of escaping completely dissipated, his gaze gradually becoming determined and resolute. Whether for his own country, for himself, or for his family, he must confront and eliminate the enemy. He was thinking about a strategy in his heart. According to the external hint, the enemies would arrive at his shelter in about 2 hours. With 1 against 2, the chances of winning were very low, so he had to plan accordingly. He did not run away, nor did he try to hide or reinforce the shelter, but instead opened the livestream. He prepared to show his bravery to the nations and audiences of the world, telling them that his country was not to be trifled with. He quickly collected all the dried grass and leaves and piled them outside the shelter, then tied them with ropes to form a human-shaped model and placed it inside the shelter. To make it look real, he even took off a piece of clothing to put on the scarecrow. After doing all this, he went to chop down some damp trees and placed them in the dry grass pile. Inside the Northern Stick Country livestream, the host had a serious expression. "Fellow compatriots, I have received instructions from the highest commander that enemy forces intend to harm our player Kim Jong-un. But look, our brave Kim Jong-un is not afraid. There is no avoidance, only endless courage. He will face the strong enemy head-on, letting all the countries and spectators in the world know of our strength and fearlessness. Everyone can see, our brave contestant Kim Jong-un is actively preparing for battle. He is gathering fuel and making dummies. He will make those who want to kill him pay a painful price." In the bullet chat, the audience from the North Bangsi country is also filled with anger and excitement. "Kim Jong-un is amazing. He is our country's brave warrior and will certainly kill all invading enemies. This is the spirit we North Bangsi people should have. Fight! 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 If you want to fight, then fight. For North Bangsi country, go Kim Jong-un. Kill all those treacherous enemies." In the Long Country live broadcast room, Xiao Sa and others also received notifications from the command center. Xiao Sa said, "Dear audience, just now we saw that the contestant from Beautiful Country, James, and the contestant from Bangsi Country, Choi Soo-hyun, closed their live broadcast rooms. It is obvious that the contestant Kim Jong-un from North Bangsi Country received a warning. We can be almost certain that James and Choi are heading to Kim Jong-un's location. They probably want to repeat their tactics against the Bear Country, but contestant Kim Jong-un did not choose to evade but instead set traps to confront them directly. Professor Yuan, what do you think?" Professor Yuan-san furrowed his brows tightly. From his setup, he seems to want to expose his location with a bonfire and use dummies to attract their attention, and then implement a counterattack. "But," Xiao Sa anxiously interjected, "but what? But we must know that there are 2 people on the other side, while Kim Jong-un is alone. The key is that James is a Delta Force instructor. How will Kim Jong-un respond?" In the Bangsi Country live broadcast room, the host Jean Minxiu had a face full of excitement and mockery. "Ha, the North Bangsi contestant actually chooses to resist instead of fleeing? This is truly divine assistance for me. Our contestants Choi Soo-hyun and Beautiful Country's James are working together, yet this North Bangsi contestant Kim Jong-un still wants to confront them head-on. Isn't this akin to striking a rock with an egg? Just handing over heads and resources." In the Beautiful Country live broadcast room, General MacArthur spoke with disdain. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems our prey has become aware. But judging by his actions, he seems to want to resist stubbornly, truly commendable courage but insufficient intelligence. In the face of absolute power, all little tricks are in vain. But this is okay. If he really ran away, we would worry about how to catch this little mouse, but he chose the correct option, which saves us a lot of time and effort. A special guest beside him also smiled and said, General MacArthur is right, our instructor James has rich combat experience. Such ugly traps are nothing more than child's play in his eyes. Let us look forward to how Instructor James will deal with this little trouble neatly and restore 1,000th of resources for our beautiful country. Ha, look at what this North Bangsy guy is doing? Playing house? This little setup is child's play in front of James. Hurry up and end this boring hunt, quickly restore 1,000th of resources for our beautiful country. Looking forward to seeing Instructor James's triumph. Currently, how much resource has Long Country recovered? Our beautiful country must get active. In the wilderness world. Kim Jong-un looked at the time. It's about time. He walked to the woodpile, took out a flint, and lit the bonfire in front of him. Instantly, sparks fell on the dry leaves, the flames quickly spread, igniting the dry branches and leaves, and the bonfire blazed up instantly, dispelling the surrounding darkness. In the dense forest, a fire spreads. The damp firewood burns, producing a large amount of smoke that rises into the sky, creating a pillar of smoke. After doing all this, he quickly backed away, erasing the footprints and traces in the snow as he retreated. He held a bow and arrow, quickly climbing up a sturdy spruce, quietly waiting. Deep in the forest, James and Choi Soo-kyun walked forward, suddenly stopping, their faces tightly fixed on the sky. What's wrong? Choi Soo-kyun asked with some confusion. James raised his hand, pointing to the eastern sky, and Choi Soo-kyun looked in that direction, seeing a pillar of smoke scattering with the wind. Over there. As James spoke, he grabbed his weapon and quickly approached that direction. Choi Soo-kyun showed a hint of joy, mixed with a bit of disdain. This North Korean contestant is really something, wandering around in the wilderness without knowing how to hide, being so conspicuous, who would die if not him? He quickened his pace, following James quickly towards the direction of the smoke. Chapter 74, Seriously Injured North Korean Choi Soo-kyun. In the dense forest, James and Choi Soo-kyun moved stealthily like cheetahs. They could already see the flickering firelight and the curled-up figure in the shelter. James made a gesture, signaling Choi Soo-kyun to stop. He carefully observed the figure lying in the shelter, asleep, feeling something was off. The instinct of a Special Forces instructor made him think there was a trap. He turned to Choi Soo-kyun and said, I have taken the North Bear contestant's head. For this North Korean contestant's head, I will only give you one chance to take it. If you can get his head before I act, it will count as yours. If you fail, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As soon as these words were spoken, Choi Soo-kyun instantly became excited. He originally thought this head would still belong to James, but unexpectedly, he actually handed it to himself. He looked at James with a face full of excitement, his eyes revealing uncontainable thrill. He nodded and whispered, Thank you, I will definitely not let you down. His voice trembled slightly, as if he had already seen the scene of the domestic audience cheering wildly after he killed Kim Jong-un. James glanced at him coldly, saying no more. He needed someone to test the waters and draw out Kim Jong-un hiding in the dark, and Choi Soo-kyun was the most suitable pawn. Stay quiet, it must be a one-hit kill, James feigned a kind reminder. Choi Soo-kyun took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited nerves, gripping his weapon, bending low and cautiously moving towards the figure lying in the shelter. Since James and Choi Soo-kyun had closed their livestream, the North Korean livestream had switched its view to Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un was hiding in the tree canopy at the edge of the shelter, holding a recurved bow, staring intently at Choi Soo-kyun, who was creeping out from the forest, hesitating whether to take action. The host, Kim Min-soo, looked anxious. Ah, Choi Soo-kyun, you idiot, don't go over there. It's a trap. The barrage exploded. Ah, Choi Soo-kyun, what are you doing? Stop. You're making yourself a guinea pig for the beautiful country. James is obviously using him as a test dummy. It's over, it's completely over. We can only hope that Kim Jong-un's archery isn't as precise as Dragon Country's Zhang Yu. This damned beautiful country takes all the benefits, while we North Koreans have to suffer. What kind of ally is this? What the hell is our red tile house doing? Partnering with Dragon Country would be better than teaming up with the beautiful country. That's right, at least Dragon Country won't betray the interests of allies. That fought from Camel Country is almost dead, and the Dragon Country contestants haven't attacked him. Take another look at this beautiful country, they treat us like cannon fodder. However, Choi Soo-kyun knew nothing about this, all his attention was focused on the figure lying down. He carefully moved a few steps forward, confirming once again that the figure was motionless before continuing to creep forward. Until He reached the edge of the shelter, peering through the flickering firelight, watching the figure lying down, and then he moved. Bastard from the North Korean country. Die! He roared in his heart, raising his weapon, and slashed at the figure. James, hidden in the shadows, furrowed his brow at this scene. He thought to himself. Could I be wrong? Jin Zhengxiang is just sleeping there? Oh no! The head is going to be taken by the North Korean. This cannot happen. Just as he was about to shout to stop, the corner of his eye caught a glimmer of cold light in the tree canopy to his side. A shadow flicked by, aiming straight at Cui Xiushan. Cui Xiushan's smile froze instantly. The machete struck down forcefully onto the lying figure but felt no resistance. Instead, a sound of slicing air came from behind him. He began to panic, unable to react in time, and felt a sharp pain shooting through his right shoulder. The massive inertia of the arrow propelled him forward, stumbling several steps before falling to the ground. Ah! A tragic scream pierced the night sky. Cui Xiushan looked down, unable to believe the arrow protruding from his shoulder, the intense pain nearly making him lose consciousness. James, help me! He endured the agony, the strong instinct to survive driving him to call for help while using his left hand to slowly crawl toward the shelter. In the tree canopy, Jin Zhengxiang's gaze was cold. Without hesitation, he quickly retrieved another arrow and continued to aim at the fallen Cui Xiushan. He wanted to completely eliminate this threat before dealing with James. Useless! James, hidden in the shadows, cursed under his breath and quickly moved toward Jin Zhengxiang's position. Almost simultaneously as Jin Zhengxiang shot the second arrow, James sprang into action. He swiftly picked up a stone from the ground and, like a cheetah, burst out, reaching his maximum speed, the stone slicing through the air, shooting towards Jin Zhengxiang's hiding spot. Jin Zhengxiang also noticed James's movement. Cunningly, he released his arrow, then sidestepped to avoid the incoming stone. However, the second arrow was affected and slightly deviated, only piercing Cui Xiushan's abdomen, provoking a wail of despair. Help! Help me! Cui Xiushan clutched his bleeding wound, shrieking like a dying pig. James didn't even glance at him, concentrating all his mental effort on Jin Zhengxiang. His tactical goal was clear: close the distance to negate the threat of Jin Zhengxiang's bow and arrows. Jin Zhengxiang saw that while the second arrow wasn't fatal, it had already rendered Cui Xiushan incapable of fighting back, and James was closing in. He decisively switched targets, knocking a third arrow, starting to aim at James. But James kept shifting his position, causing Jin Zhengxiang, already not skilled with the bow, to lose his aim, having to constantly adjust his aim as James moved. Whoosh! The arrow shot away. James ducked down, directly avoiding the arrow shot at him. Taking advantage of the moment Jin Zhengxiang was drawing his bow, James swiftly closed the distance to the base of the tree he was hiding in. Hiding behind the tree, avoiding Jin Zhengxiang's arrows, he continuously hurled mud and stones at him. In Dragon Country's live streaming room, Xiaosa saw James's unexpected tactic, first stunned, then couldn't help but laugh aloud. Cough, cough. Viewers, this James's response is really very pragmatic, truly eye-catching. Lu Fei laughed brightly. Ha ha ha, this really provides a profound lesson for global viewers. Ha ha, what am I seeing? A Delta Force instructor throwing mud online? Is he trying to smash Jin Zhengxiang to death or make me laugh to death? But, it's really funny. This is not a fight, it's clearly an elementary school fight, one hiding in a tree, the other throwing mud below. Is this really what they mean by, they throw mud at me, I plant lotus flowers with mud? Chapter 75: James's double kill. North Stick Country contestant Jin Zhengxiang has died, remaining contestants 5,000. Congratulations to Beautiful Country contestant James for the kill, rewarding Beautiful Country with a 0.1% resource recovery, punishing North Stick Country with a 1% area reduction. Stick Country contestant Cui Xiushan has died, remaining contestants 49.99. Congratulations to Beautiful Country contestant James for the kill, rewarding Beautiful Country with a 0.1% resource recovery, punishing Stick Country with a 1% area reduction. The consecutive hints appeared before all contestants and all viewers. Whether in the Wilderness World or Blue Star, it stirred up a frenzy. In the Dragon Country livestream room, Little Saw frowned but felt a bit of delight in his heart. Dear viewers, we can see that at first, James kept hiding under the tree throwing mud, while Jin Zhengxiang was continuously looking for opportunities to shoot arrows from the tree. More than a dozen arrows were all tricked out by James. So he had to jump down from the big tree to duel with James, and after several clashes, he was killed by James. Meanwhile, beside him, Stick Country contestant Cui Xiushan was also finished off by James after being hit by 2 arrows. Ha, Stick Country deserves it, always charging ahead for others, now being slaughtered by their master for meat, totally deserved. That's right, when you get used to being a dog, losing your value naturally leads to being squeezed for the last bit of usefulness. In the Stick Country livestream room, host Jean Mingqiu's face was dark, angrily cursing. Ah! Betrayal, this is a blatant betrayal. Our contestant Choi Shushan always regarded James as a reliable teammate, fighting side by side, even unconditionally trusting James after getting injured. But he actually harmed our Shushan Appa. We cannot accept this, beautiful country must pay the price. The bullet comments were filled with endless insults. Ah, beautiful country deserves to die. Killing an ally, what kind of beast is this? We believed in them so much, followed them, but they treated us as tools, killing us once used. We lost 1% of our land just like that, beautiful country must pay for this. Even the neighboring dragon country didn't strike when camel country's contestant was dying. Yet this beautiful country beast actually attacked its ally. The red tile must take action to retaliate. That's right. Even the dragon country we always looked down upon has done better than beautiful country. We can no longer trust beautiful country, we need to connect with dragon country and collaborate with them. After all, we were once their suzerain, and now collaborating again will restore our Asian glory. Those who used to worship and brag about beautiful country, come out. Look at what you were bragging about. Those who praise James and beautiful country, come out. Look at what you were idolizing. In Stick Country, inside the red tile, Commander-in-Chief Yoon Myung-hoon was on the phone with the beautiful country's Commander-in-Chief. Hey, your country's James has created a problem for me. Right now, the entire country is clamoring to break up with you and fully cooperate with Dragon Country. That's your problem. Don't forget our country's agreement, we beautiful country have given you Stick Country 200,000 slots. Old Tae replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Yoon Myung-hoon frowned even more fiercely. That agreement clearly stated it was after resolving all hostile forces. We will send you more heads, helping you restore your resources. But not now, with what you are doing, the whole country is watching me, how can I express my stance? He sighed and continued. If this matter is not handled well, stirring up a nationwide wave of anti-beautiful nation sentiment, it won't be good for you either. It's possible that I, as the Commander-in-Chief, will be dismissed and replaced by one who is close to Dragon Country. What will you do then? Hearing this, Old Tae frowned. Indeed, if this matter is not handled properly, if all of the sticks turn to Dragon Country, that would be a huge blow for the beautiful nation. He thought for a moment and said, how about this, I will add another 100,000 slots for you, sticks. No. What we care about is not the slots, but the positions and numbers of officials. We demand an increase of 5 seats, Yin Mingshuan said. No. At most 2, I can't provide more than that. If I do, I won't be able to explain it to other factions. Old Tae replied. Alright, then let's increase by 2 seats. Saying this, Old Tae suddenly had a brainwave, and he spoke into the phone. You should take this opportunity to build a relationship with Dragon Country, feigning allegiance to them. Later. At that moment, in the North Stick Country livestream, the host had a face full of sorrow. We can see that Kim Jong-sung really put in effort. He first seriously injured Choi Susan, and then faced the beautiful nation's James, demonstrating the might of our North Stick Country. He launched attack after attack, never retreating, even after being stabbed dozens of times, he still held on to fight. That's right, Kim Jong-sung truly tried his best, but what he faced was the Delta Force instructors, the gap was just too big. Damn it! A defeat is a defeat, everything is judged by success or failure. He lost, so he is a sinner. How many territories has he cost our country? We must start nationwide training in survival skills and combat techniques, in case of another wilderness survival, we must win. In contrast to the sadness and anger in the Stick Nation and North Stick Nation livestreams, the beautiful nation livestream was filled with joy. 5-star General MacArthur reclined in his chair, feet up on the table, speaking into the livestream. Friends, just as we expected, James completed the kill of North Stick Country's Kim Jong-sung, showcasing the power of our beautiful nation. Although there were some minor incidents, North Stick Country's Choi Susan, due to severe injuries, can't survive any longer. Our James just gave him a quick end. He avoided suffering more, and he should thank our James. As for some of the noise, that is unavoidable, the weak always tend to complain, while the strong are always envied. Let's ignore those insect-like weaklings and continue cheering for James. Not only were various countries' live streams buzzing with discussion, but even in the wilderness world, players were shocked when the prompts appeared before them. Xiao Rui cuddled her little wolf, curled up in the corner of the cave, keeping warm, and seeing the prompt in front of her, she became confused. This beautiful nation player attacking North Stick Country players is one thing, but why are they attacking the Stick Nation? Aren't they allies in Blue Star? Player Severus from John Country looked at the prompt in front of him, filled with confusion. What's going on? Why is this beautiful nation's James attacking allies? Perhaps only Xia Chen and Ikbar knew in their hearts why these two prompts appeared. Chapter 76, Heavy Snow Returns, Temperature Drops. The consecutive prompts did not affect Zhang Yu and Su Jin in the slightest, the two remained deeply asleep. By the middle of the night, the cold wind howled, and the heavy snow fell again. Many players who had not yet gone to sleep stared blankly at the falling snowflakes in the dawn. They knew that the difficulties were about to become much more daunting. The next morning, Zhang Yu was frozen awake. In the wolfskin blanket, he hugged Su Jin tightly, pulling her closer. After a while, he got up, only to discover that it was snowing heavily outside again. The snow that had partially melted was once again covered by new snow, and the vast whiteness became the main color of the world once more. He added a few more pieces of charcoal to the fireplace, and as the charcoal burned, it brought a bit of warmth back to the room. Although the gaps in the log cabin had been carefully filled with mud and moss, and the outside walls were covered with a thick layer of mud for insulation, it still seemed a bit thin against the continuous low temperatures and snowstorms. Zhang Yu returned to the bedside and carefully tucked the wolfskin blanket on Su Jin's side in tighter. In her dream, Su Jin seemed to sense something, smacking her lips and showing a faint smile on her face. Zhang Yu did not go back to sleep. Instead, he filled a pot with snow and placed it over the coals in the fireplace to cook, adding some cured meat and berries to it. The meat and berries were frozen hard as rocks, and he really doubted that if eaten directly, they wouldn't break his teeth. After a simple wash, Su Jin also woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. Why does it feel even colder today? Has the temperature dropped? That's right, it's snowing heavily outside again. It seems like it started last night, but who knows when it will stop. Looks like we might have to stay in the cabin today, Zhang Yu answered without looking up. He used the homemade chopsticks to stir the chunks of meat in the pot, making it better to absorb the flavors. At this moment, there was a rustling sound from the corner of the cabin. Little White crawled out of its small nest, stretched, and walked elegantly to the fireplace, curling up next to Zhang Yu's feet and squinting its eyes in contentment. Meanwhile, the snow rabbit they caught yesterday seemed to have wilted, lying motionless in the nest as if it had suffered a night of torment. Su Jin also got up, dressed, and opened the live streaming room. Dear viewers, it's snowing heavily in the wilderness world again today. We might have to wait until the snow stops before we can go out. After speaking, Su Jin began to wash up. Soon, the aroma of food filled the room, and Little White grew anxious, circling around Zhang Yu, wagging its tail like a dog and making pleasing whimpering sounds. Don't worry, it will be ready soon. Zhang Yu patted Little White's head and continued to check the heat. Seeing the food in the pot bubbling and steaming, he first scooped a little warm meat soup and meat into Little White's bamboo bucket and placed it on the ground. He filled 2 bowls with meat soup, one for Su Jin and one for himself, which he began to drink. As Su Jin looked outside, sipping her hot soup, she softly said, "Although it's a bit stuffy not being able to go out, this doesn't seem so bad." Yes, surviving and trying to live well is what we need to do now. Zhang Yu finished the hot soup in a few gulps, then filled another bowl. I'll check the traps. You can feed the wild chickens and snow rabbits some hay and berries, then see if you can make some gloves and socks with the bamboo rat skin and the remaining wolf skin. This weather is only going to get colder. Okay. The viewers in the Dragon Country live streaming room were also happily chatting about this warm scene. Hey, watching other live rooms is all about misery. It feels like living is a luxury. But watching Uncle Yu and Su Jin's live room just feels so healing. Outside it's icy and snowy, but inside it's so warm. Uncle Yu and Su Jin are becoming more and more in sync, like a little couple, him taking care of the outside, her managing the inside. If it weren't for the adversarial country's contestants, I feel like Uncle Yu and Su Jin could live in this wilderness world until they grow old. Little White is so cute. Their life is exactly what I envy, a couple, raising 1 or 2 pets, drinking tea, fishing, farming. Zhang Yu put down the empty bowl in his hand, and the plan he had for making pottery bowls today could only be put on hold. Unless this heavy snow stops, he wouldn't dare stay out for hours in the wind and snow. In this wild world, catching a cold could be deadly. He adjusted his wolf-tail hat, zipped up his clothes completely, and, carrying his weapon and backpack, plunged into the wind and snow. Inside the wooden hut, Su Jin cleaned the pots and bowls before coming to the chicken coop, where all the wild chickens huddled in the corner near the wooden house, as the wall here separated them from the fireplace, which was warmer. She sprinkled a handful of thawed berries into the cage, and watching the pecking wild chickens, her heart felt a bit steadier. Then, she returned to the fireplace, took out the bamboo rat skin and the remaining wolf skin, along with the bone needle that Zhang Yu had polished earlier, and began to carefully cut and sew. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, after eating and drinking enough, ignored the snow hare nearby and curled up at Su Jin's feet for a nap, its fluffy tail occasionally brushing against her ankle, causing a ticklish sensation. In the wind and snow, Zhang Yu trudged forward step by step, with the cold wind swirling the heavy snow through the gaps in his clothes, stinging his skin. The snow had already covered his shins, and with every step, he had to expend more energy and time. He searched for the traps he had set, following the route he remembered and some reference points. The first trap was empty. The snare was covered by snow, frozen and a bit hard. Zhang Yu relocated it to a place with animal footprints and reset the trap, carving a mark on a nearby tree trunk. The second trap was also empty, and the third one too. All the way, empty traps made him sad, but they were not without use. At least, Zhang Yu discovered a few new burrows, where the snow had been dug up by some animal, so he set new traps at the entrances of these burrows. After checking all the traps, Zhang Yu's body was covered in a layer of snow, and he estimated that the temperature had dropped to nearly minus 20 degrees Celsius. He brushed off the snow from himself and walked back toward the wooden hut. Non-Alliance country contestant Sandbiao has died, remaining contestants 4998. Pasta country contestant Adrafu has died, remaining contestants 4997. Blue Lotus country contestant Sadie has died, remaining contestants 4996. Asan country contestant Lanche Deluos has died, remaining contestants 4867. Looking at this string of notifications, Zhang Yu knew they had almost all frozen to death, and with a worried tone he said, "I wonder how those contestants are doing. How will they survive this cold winter? Damn. When did Master Yu become so sentimental? Those enemies are dead, so what if they died? That's right, as long as our country's contestants are doing well, it doesn't matter if others die. Master Yu, you can't be so soft-hearted. Those who must be killed should be killed, absolutely no indecision." Just as the live broadcast was expressing their emotions over Zhang Yu's kindness, he changed his tone. After all, every person is a resource worth 1,000, and if they die, that's just such a waste. Chapter 77, Ugly Wolfskin Gloves. This heavy snow continued, and by 3 in the afternoon, there was still no sign of stopping. Zhang Yu returned to the wooden hut empty-handed, and his rare return without anything made Su Jin smile. At first, Zhang Yu was confused, but after Su Jin explained, he could only smile helplessly. "I thought today would bring some harvest, that's why I rushed out to check, but unexpectedly caught nothing. The key is, these traps were set for nothing, with this much snow, they must have been buried in it." Zhang Yu felt helpless, thinking that if he had known he shouldn't have gone out this morning, he would have gladly stayed in the wooden house, roasted fire, drank tea, and then taken a nap. "Alright, let's rest and try the gloves I made. This is also my first time sewing. I don't know if it's good or not." Su Jin said, taking out a pair of gloves sewn from scraps of wolf skin from the bed, and handed them to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu took them and looked, his heart sinking. Again it was something whose effectiveness was uncertain, but the appearance was definitely poor. These wolfskin gloves, although they vaguely resembled a pair of gloves, were worlds apart from a normal pair, making one want to throw them away at the first sight. The gloves were thick, their coarse and sturdy wolfskin texture palpable in his hands. Just as Su Jin said, this was definitely a first attempt. The stitching was crooked, like centipedes crawling on the wolfskin, and the fingers were uneven in length and thickness, creating a very abstract overall look. Zhang Yu's facial muscles twitched, wanting to toss the gloves away. The thought of being seen outside wearing them would lead to a lifetime of ridicule. Seeing Zhang Yu's silent expression, Su Jin lowered her head a bit, her tone slightly wronged. "Is it too ugly? Should I take it apart and redo it?" Looking at her anxious and hopeful expression, Zhang Yu swallowed the words that were about to come out. He said nothing, only putting on the abstract wolfskin gloves. The inside of the gloves, lined with fluffy wolf fur, enveloped his cold and somewhat stiff fingers, and suddenly they felt a bit warm. Although the appearance was hard to compliment, the warmth they provided was indeed genuine. Moving his palms a bit, he found that although some areas were stitched a bit thick and others too tight, and there were even small holes, basic gripping and movement were not a problem. "It's pretty good, very warm, I like it a lot." Zhang Yu suppressed the urge to throw them away and said this against his better judgment. Su Jin was taken aback for a moment, seeing that Zhang Yu actually wore the gloves and seemed not to mind. A happy smile blossomed on her face. "Really? As long as it's warm, that's good. I was worried the stitches were too thick to be convenient. I'll go make you some socks right now." "Wait." Zhang Yu looked at Su Jin's back, reaching out his hand, wanting to stop her, but the words didn't come out. It would be unreasonable to reject her goodwill like that. In the livestream, Xiaosa looked at Zhang Yu's indecisive expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud, quickly covering his mouth. "Ahem, dear audience, we see that this pair of contestants is surprisingly well equipped." Su Jin handed the wolfskin gloves to Zhang Yu. "I have to say, although these gloves look full of abstract art vibes, they are indeed very practical. The outer wolf skin effectively blocks moisture, while the inner wolf fur provides insulation." Professor Yuansen also analyzed seriously. "Indeed, the practicality of these gloves is beyond doubt. As for the craftsmanship, considering the lack of tools and experience, making them like this is already quite impressive. After all, this is a wilderness world, everything is done to survive. If other contestants could have a pair of these gloves, they would probably be overjoyed." Lu Fei added, "In my view, the material is secondary, the main thing is the feelings between Zhang Yu and Su Jin." Su Jin made gloves for Zhang Yu. Although they are a bit ugly, they represent her intentions. And you see, Zhang Yu, although his facial expression is somewhat subtle, is very considerate not to say anything about it. The bullet screen in the livestream instantly turned into an ocean of joy. Yu Yi has so much to say but can't express it. He wants to refuse, but has to accept. Yu Yi, I wanted to refuse, but her smile is too bright. Su, what do you think of the gloves I made? Yu, I like them very much, gritting my teeth. But still, it's so affectionate. This feeling of mutual support is truly heartwarming. Other contestants fight for survival in life and death, while Yu struggles with his sweet burden. At this moment, Xiaosa spoke up. Zhang Yu and Su Jin will basically not go out this afternoon, and will stay in the wooden house. Let's check on the other contestants. The camera then switched to Wu Jun. After obtaining supplies from defeating the contestants from Sakura Country and Bangzi Country, Wu Jun managed to withstand the first wave of snowstorm and dug out a small cave. He blocked the entrance with mud and dead trees, and the cave inside was not large, designed carefully into two parts by him. In the outer area, a campfire was blazing fiercely on the ground, with thick smoke billowing out of the cave entrance. And further inside was a thick earthen wall that wasn't dug through, with just a small dog hole left for entry and exit. Inside was the bedroom where Wu Jun stayed. The air here was dry and warm, with a thick layer of pine needles and dry grass on the ground, and above that was a waterproof cloth obtained from his opponent, which served as his bed. In the corner piled all his possessions, and Wu Jun lay there, clearly seeing the dancing firelight outside and feeling the warmth coming from the earthen wall. Xiaosa's expression was joyful. Our contestant, Wu Jun, is also doing well, a dry and comfortable cave, at least he doesn't have to worry about the cold like most contestants. Professor Yuan interrupted. That's right, although he doesn't have to worry about the cold for now, but his food supplies are low, he can last at most 2 days. And the snowstorm outside may not stop anytime soon, hunting in heavy snow will become extraordinarily difficult, hoping Wu Jun can hold on. Exactly. In a heavy snow day, contestants not only need to watch out for the cold but also for food, hoping the snowstorm stops soon. Alright, next let's take a look at contestant Xia Chen. Chapter 78 Half a Day of Heavy Snow Death of 500. Since killing the brown bear and obtaining the initial supplies from Fad, Xia Chen and Iqbal were not anxious at all in the face of this great storm, the two were quite comfortable hiding inside the wooden house. They sat around the fire, silently cutting up bear meat. The bear meat was cut into chunks, and they were stacked aside. In a pot over the fire, bear offal and bear meat soup were cooking, and around the fire, they had also skewered many pieces of bear meat, roasting by the flames. The dry firewood is a bit scarce. Iqbal looked at the gradually shrinking flames and exhaled a white breath. I need to go chop some wood nearby, but the wet wood I burned alone before created too much smoke, afraid that once it catches fire, the wooden house won't be livable anymore. Xia Chen glanced outside at the storm and then at the few sticks of firewood piled in the corner, thought for a moment, nodded and said. Tonight's firewood might not even be enough. Without a bonfire in such weather, we might really freeze to death, but let's not rush. He said, taking a skewered piece of roasted bear meat and handing it over. First eat well, keeping our strength is the most important thing. After eating, you go chop more wood, and I'll work with mud. Find a way to make a stove and chimney to vent the smoke outside. Iqbal took the skewer and nodded. Although the environment was harsh and resources were still scarce, at least they had solved the food and shelter issues. As long as they could fix the fuel, they would take off completely. In beautiful country, James returned to the cave where he had previously been with Cui Xiushan. But this time he was alone, yet he brought back 2 extra supplies. He packed up the supplies from Jin Jingxiong and Cui Xiushan. His face showed no expression, only indifference. To him, Jin Jingxiong and Cui Xiushan were nothing but a dog and a potential threat. Their life and death to him were like ants. If they died, they died. It was good if they could provide resources. Outside the cave, heavy snow was falling, but inside the cave, things were very different from before. He had completely blocked most of the cave entrance with earthen walls and trees, leaving only a small opening for someone to bend down and enter. On the cave walls, he had carved out a fireplace with an axe and a machete. Above the fireplace, he dug out a small tunnel that led directly outside, creating an earthen chimney. At this moment, a pile of campfire was burning inside the fireplace. Most of the smoke was being vented out by the chimney, leaving only a little to disperse inside the cave. Food is a big problem. James sat beside the fireplace, slowly chewing the last bit of food in his mouth, worry rising in his heart. He had combined 3 supplies, which seemed abundant, but the most crucial point was that there was no food left. Without food, he couldn't last many days. I must find a way. James's expression was serious, and he made up his mind inside. Just as James was planning how to obtain food, the live stream of the Fey Monkey Nation had already turned dark. Almost at the same time, a notification appeared in front of all the contestants. While James was planning for survival, the ruthless wilderness world was showing itself in the most direct way. In the Fey Monkey Nation live broadcast room, the screen had turned into a gray-white snowfall, accompanied by the system's cold global announcement. Fey Monkey Nation contestant Baran has died, remaining contestants 4866. In the live broadcast room, the host was crying uncontrollably, and even the invited guests slumped in their chairs. The director switched the screen back to the last scene before Baran's death. He was curled up in a makeshift shelter, almost covered by snow, his body already frozen stiff, constantly trembling. He tried to light the leaves on the ground, wanting to start a fire for warmth, but the damp leaves simply would not catch fire. In this extremely low-temperature snowy day, all his efforts seemed so futile. Until his body no longer trembled and finally became completely calm. In the Persia nation's livestream, there were also cries of despair. Sarfa, trying to escape from the cold and the snow, trudged through the wind and snow over mountains and rivers. Fortunately, he found a cave, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly crawled inside. To keep warm, he used all his strength to block the entrance of the cave, then lit a campfire inside. Unfortunately, he did not have the skills of James and the others. The campfire burned inside the cave, and the exhausted Sarfa leaned against the fire pit and slowly fell asleep. But the damp wood burned, producing smoke that filled the entire cave. Due to poor ventilation, it ultimately led to carbon monoxide poisoning, and in his dreams, he quietly died. The live broadcast froze on the last scene before his death, his face became flushed, and even the outside notifications could not wake him up. He seemed to be just peacefully sleeping, but he could no longer wake up. Persia Nation contestant Sarfa has died, remaining contestants 4865. Maple Leaf Nation contestant Tangseed has died, remaining contestants 4864. Camel Nation contestant Imorashi has died, remaining contestants 4863. Kangaroo Nation contestant Sander has died, remaining contestants 4671. In just half a day, over 400 contestants had died. But this was far from the end. The wilderness world had just begun winter, the cruel tests were still ahead. Unlike the wailing atmosphere in most nations' live broadcast rooms, the atmosphere in the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room was somewhat eerie. Whether it was the host or the audience, they were all staring at the screen with full attention, not saying a word, just quietly watching, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. In the scene, Xiao Rui was holding a wolf cub in her arms, warily watching the cave entrance. Suddenly, two wolves slowly walked into the cave. Those two wolves were the same ones that had brought the snow rabbit before. Their massive bodies took up a significant space in the cave, with unmelted snowflakes clinging to their gray fur. Just when Xiao Rui thought she was doomed, those two wolves actually did not attack. Their eyes merely glanced at her, and with a few low growls from their throats, they slowly approached her side and lay down quietly. They curled up together, leaning against each other. At that moment, the little wolf cub in Xiao Rui's arms, which had been very quiet, suddenly howled, jumping down and burrowing between the two wolves. It turned back to look at Xiao Rui, wagging its tail gently and making a whimpering sound, as if calling her to come over. Xiao Rui was stunned. Outside the cave, heavy snow was falling, and the temperature was below -20 degrees. The firewood inside had long been burned out. She could feel her body temperature continuously dropping. Without a way to warm herself, she would surely die here. Looking at the three wolves curled up together in front of her, forming a warm mass, Xiao Rui was uncertain. Should she risk being attacked to get closer to these wolves for warmth, or stay in place and wait for death? Chapter 79, Zhang Yu enters the top 10. Xiao Rui stood helplessly in the cave, her heart struggling intensely. But in the end, the instinct to survive suppressed all fear. She gritted her teeth and moved closer step by step, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. With each step she took, she could clearly see the ears of the two wolves twitching, but fortunately, there was no other reaction. They simply allowed the little cub to rub back and forth between them. Finally, trembling, Xiao Rui leaned against the outer side of the wolves. In an instant, a wave of warmth came from the wolves' bodies. The two large wolves seemed to permit her proximity, even shifting their bodies slightly as she got closer, making it more comfortable for her to lean against them. The little wolf cub was happily nudging between Xiao Rui and the big wolves. Xiao Rui gradually relaxed her worried heart, and her stiff fingers lightly touched the fur of the big wolf. As her nerves loosened, a strong sense of drowsiness washed over her, and she unexpectedly fell into a deep sleep among the wolves. At this moment, the live streaming room erupted in excitement. Little Sa stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, finally exclaiming in excitement. Audience friends! Did you see that? My goodness, this is simply a miracle. Those two wolves didn't attack Xiao Rui, but instead huddled with her for warmth. Professor Yuan, what do you think from a scientific perspective? Professor Yuan-sen was no longer as calm as before, he said in disbelief. Incredible, unbelievable. This completely overturns our understanding. As we all know, wolves are highly social animals. Every behavior they exhibit contains survival logic. Now, huddling for warmth and even allowing Xiao Rui to join them is absolutely not simple kindness. It is a choice made under extreme environmental pressure, based on survival instinct. Wow! Xiao Daming actually dares to sleep in this environment, not afraid that the wolves will take a bite at her? My goodness, wolves and humans cuddling to keep warm. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe this is real. I'm thinking, if the superstar shall contain these two wolves, who would be a competitor in this wilderness world? Wouldn't she just swagger through? Upstairs, are you forgetting that our Yu Yi has killed an entire pack of wolves? While everyone was chatting, Little Saw received communication from the background in his earpiece. He said somewhat excitedly. All audience friends, Big Data has updated the championship ranking based on changes in the climate of the wilderness world and recent performances of all contestants. Please look at the big screen. As soon as Little Saw finished speaking, the big screen instantly switched images, and the championship leaderboard appeared on the screen. First place, James, Beautiful Country, 30 years old, Delta Force instructor. Second place, Xia Chen, 27 years old, Dragon Country, main battle troop member. Third place, Chris, Sunset Country, 27 years old, Air Force team member. Fourth place, Ivan Petrov, Bear Country, 30 years old, Siberian hunter. Fifth place, Matsuda Saburo, Cherry Blossom Country, 26 years old, Emperor's Guard member. Sixth place, Lushuan, John Country, 26 years old, aviation team member. Seventh place, Ode Biao, United Non-Alliance, 29 years old, legendary driver. Eighth place, Heinrich Heine, Battle Tank Country, 32 years old, main battle troop member. Ninth place, Anderson, Beautiful Country, 29 years old, former Navy SEAL instructor. 10th place, Zhang Yu, Dragon Country, 22 years old, unemployed drifter. 996th place, Wu Jun, Dragon Country, 28 years old, worker. 4961st place, Lachinov, Tumao Country, 33 years old, unemployed drifter. Seeing the updated leaderboard, everyone in Dragon Country became happy. Little Saw's voice was high, excitedly saying, "Audience friends, the new list is out, and what excites us the most is that our Dragon Country has 2 players in the top 10. That's right, Xia Chen has risen to second place after hunting a brown bear, so food is no longer a worry. And our contestant Zhang Yu has surprisingly jumped from 77th to now 10th place. Now we can proudly tell other countries that our Dragon Country has 2 players in the top 10. He emphasized Zhang Yu's name with special intensity. Lu Fei followed up. Indeed, we all know contestant Zhang Yu started as the very last in the ranking. He has endured so much doubt and ridicule. I still remember that day when almost all the audiences from other countries came to our Dragon Country livestream to mock him. Even the initial resources selection was ridiculed by countries like Cherry Blossom and Stick. Now, Zhang Yu has fiercely slapped the faces of those who mocked him by killing mountain lions, repelling wolf packs, and cleverly taking down brown bears, all through actual actions by taking down Tal and Jujiro. Professor Yuansen spoke with joy. Zhang Yu's path of advancement is very representative and educational. He doesn't have the military skills of Xia Chen, nor the strong body of James, but he has shown us that knowledge and wisdom are equally powerful forces in the wilderness world. From initially making pottery to building shelters, and then making charcoal to improve burning efficiency and making candles, every step he takes is incredibly solid and steady. Xia Chen is awesome, directly to second place, striving to make it to first next time. Master Yu actually made it to 10th place, that's great, double joy. The country is rising. 2 of the top 10 are ours now. But I feel like this ranking is intentionally targeting Master Yu. How could his materials only place 10th? I say Master Yu must be first. Don't just look at the materials above. Big Data also considers profession and strength. Although Master Yu is strong, he is still at a certain gap compared to those special forces and soldiers. I think 10th place is very fair. At this moment, the live stream room of Asan Country was filled with anger and doubt. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. This is a blatant insult to our great Asan Country. The host's face was pale, waving his arms to vent his dissatisfaction. Our Asan Country is a superpower, how dare you treat our Asan Country this way? Our contestant Rajesh is a hard monk, unafraid of wind and snow, how could he only rank 99th? The comments were even more furious. Damn it, this Big Data is definitely manipulated by Beautiful Country and Dragon Country. Why do they have 2 slots in the top 10? The West and the East are teaming up to suppress us. We absolutely cannot accept this ranking. Even the non-UN's Ode Biao can rank 7th. You know he is just a broken cyclist, why does he get to be 7th? No. Didn't our country say last time that we would make a Big Data ranking? Why hasn't it come out yet? Chapter 80 Clearing the Snow. The heavy snow continued. It hadn't stopped for a whole day. The snow outside had piled up to half a meter deep, completely blocking the door. Zhang Yu noticed something was wrong and quickly called out to Su Jin to help clear the snow at the entrance of the cabin. After spending half a day's effort, they finally cleared the snow at the door. Zhang Yu turned around and saw that the chicken coop next to the cabin had been covered by snow, turning into a white patch. Oh no! My chickens! He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately put on his wolf-tail hat and ugly wolfskin gloves, grabbing the gear to clear the snow from the chicken coop. Looking at the wild chickens, although they seemed a bit wilted, they were still huddled together, keeping warm, so he felt relieved. Then he spotted the thick snow on the roof of the cabin and the storage room, and his heart tightened, thinking how dangerous it was. Though the cabin and storage room were sturdy, being made of wood, their load-bearing capacity was still limited. The roof of the storage room even had hundreds of pounds of smoked meat hanging from it, with more than half a meter of snow piling up. If left unchecked, it wouldn't be long before the cabin and the storage room would completely collapse. Zhang Yu didn't dare linger, quickly climbed up the slope behind the cabin towards the roof. Because it was a slope, the snow was a bit better, but it was still almost up to his knees, making each step extraordinarily difficult. Fortunately, he had the ugly wolfskin gloves made by Su Jin, otherwise, his fingers would definitely freeze stiff. Struggling with all his might, he finally reached the roof. Without the shelter from the blizzard, the wind and snow picked up, almost blowing Zhang Yu off his feet, his body swaying from side to side. He quickly steadied himself, swinging the tool in his hand to push the snow off the roof. Fortunately, he had made the roof slanted for waterproofing, which saved him a lot of effort. Large chunks of snow slid off the eaves, crashing into the snow below with a series of sounds. Hearing the commotion inside, Su Jin pushed open the door, braving the cold wind to step outside. Seeing Zhang Yu on the roof, she shouted with some concern. "Zhang Yu, be careful." "Got it. You close the door and don't come out, be careful of the snow falling on you," Zhang Yu replied, not stopping his movements, and continued to clear the snow. Soon, after finishing the cabin, he rushed to the adjacent storage room. The whole process consumed a lot of his strength and time. Finally, he completely cleared the snow from both roofs, completely exhausted, panting, with frost forming on his eyebrows and beard, and his clothes soaked with sweat. He didn't linger, quickly returned to the cabin, and changed clothes next to the fireplace. In this weather, he had to keep his body dry. Any sweat in such extreme cold would chill him quickly, causing loss of body heat. Zhang Yu and Su Jin stayed inside the cabin, warming by the fireplace, playing with the little white dog, and occasionally going out to clear the snow in front of the house and on the roof. Until late at night, the heavy snow still hadn't stopped, and no one knew when it would end. Even Zhang Yu's heart was filled with worry. If the snow continued like this for another 2 days, the cabin might be buried in snow. He hesitated, wondering if he should set out for the hot spring pool now. The hot spring pool had hot springs, so the snowfall wouldn't be too heavy, and it would be survivable. But the only downside was that the shelter there was still half finished, and the supplies were almost non-existent. Going over now would be too risky. But if he waited another 2 days? The snow is getting deeper, making the roads impassable. When we go to the hot spring pool then, the difficulty and danger will greatly increase. Zhang Yu furrowed his brows in thought. Su Jin sat beside him and, seeing the worry on Zhang Yu's face, gently asked, "What's wrong? Do you have something you can share with me?" Zhang Yu shook his head and didn't say much. He felt it was enough for him to know, without needing to burden someone else with his worries. However, he firmly resolved that if the heavy snow had not stopped by noon tomorrow or showed no signs of stopping, he would immediately begin to head towards the hot spring pool. "All right, let's rest. We have to get up tonight to clear the snow," Zhang Yu said. In the afternoon, he built a temporary cage with wood in the log cabin, moving all the wild chickens there. He was afraid that this weather would freeze the wild chickens to death. Let's go to bed early," Su Jin nodded in agreement. The two of them first closed the live stream and then cuddled under the wolf fur blanket. The live stream saw the familiar black screen, which did not disperse but instead buzzed with lively conversation. "Ah. It's really become an old married couple. In the past, Su was so shy and lovely. Now, everything is so plain and natural. Indeed, Su and Yu are a good match. Handsome man and beautiful woman. I wonder what the fiancé thinks of this scene." The fiancé says, "I have gotten used to it, my heart has no waves at all, and I even feel a strange excitement." "Are you serious?" In another part of the wild world, football country player Carlos was curled up in a hiding place underground, relying on the warmth emanating from the ground to stay alive. During the first snowstorm, this cave had indeed protected him from the cold wind and heavy snow. However, during this heavy snowfall, the cave that once made him feel safe turned into a deadly trap. Snow fell, piling up on the hillside, layer upon layer. Eventually, the cover he had propped at the cave entrance could no longer support the weight of the snow and collapsed completely. A huge amount of snow rushed in from the entrance, completely surrounding Carlos. He struggled, trying to escape the snow's grasp, but he was powerless. In the end, under the dual attack of cold and lack of oxygen, he fully closed his eyes. Football country player Carlos has died, remaining players 46-70. Jiaoxi country player Juan Winshan walked in the heavy snow, feeling a strong hunger pang in his stomach, causing him great pain. He had been hungry for a long time, and the hunger drove him to brave the snow, hoping to find something to fill his belly. He trembled as he looked around, trying to find something edible in the white expanse of snow, but there was nothing. The cold began to stiffen his body, his teeth chattering, and his hands and feet grew increasingly numb, losing sensation. He persevered and kept walking. His body felt heavier and his eyelids grew more and more sluggish. Eventually, he exhausted his last bit of strength and warmth. His legs softened, and he fell face first into the snow. He tried to struggle to get up, but Jiaoxi country player Wan Wenshan has died, remaining players 46-69. The wind and snow quickly covered his body, leaving only an inconspicuous snow slope. Chapter 81, Player numbers drop again. The wind and snow fell throughout the night, only gradually calming down when the sky brightened. The wild world was entirely covered in white snow, a vast expanse of white. Overnight, the wild world showed everyone its cruelty. Those who were unprepared all faced the punishment of the cold. Battle Car country player Yosekal has died, remaining players 43-12. Maple Leaf country player Caitlin has died, remaining players 40-48. Beautiful country player Cook has died, remaining players 36-99. Dragon country player Zhang Jilin has died, remaining players 35-69. Overnight, over 1,000 players were buried in this heavy snow. The wild world is fair to everyone, anyone who is unprepared will face punishment. However, perhaps there are some that slipped through the net. And Xiao Rui is the luckiest one among those who slipped through. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, everyone was fervently discussing, and the host, Xiao Sa, looked shocked at the screen. On the screen, Xiao Rui was curled up in a cave, hugging a wolf cub, while 2 large wolves had left the cave and disappeared an hour ago when the snow stopped. At that moment, Xiao Rui felt a bit lost. But suddenly, a little noise came from the cave entrance. She focused her gaze and saw 2 wolves, one in front and the other behind, stepping into the cave, each holding a snow hare in their mouths. One of them walked to Xiao Rui's side and dropped the snow hare at her feet. It then stepped aside and began to feast with the other wolf. "Is this for me?" Xiao Rui found it hard to believe, but seeing the squirming little wolf cub in her arms, she instantly understood their intentions. After a moment of silence, Xiao Sa finally snapped back to reality, excitedly saying, "Dear audience, what have we just witnessed? Just when we thought these 2 wolves had left, who would have expected that they went out to find food, and even brought back a snow hare for Xiao Rui? This completely overturns our perception of wolves. Are they accepting Xiao Rui as one of their own? Professor Yuan Sen, what do you think?" "A miracle. This is absolutely a miracle of nature," Professor Yuan Sen said with great excitement. "Xiao Sa is right, this completely changes our understanding of wolves. We usually think that wolves are ferocious and cunning, but at this moment, they have shown extreme intelligence and sociability. However, we still cannot determine whether they consider Xiao Rui one of their own, but this will definitely provide us with precious material for studying wolves." The host was seriously discussing, while the bullet comments were rolling wildly. "No way. No way. Did I guess right? Xiao Rui will tame these 2 wolves next and take off. Wow. Could it be that Xiao Rui is about to show us the iconic scene of primitive humans taming the first dog? If she can tame them, I think Xiao Rui can instantly leap from the bottom to the top 10 on the leaderboard. These wolves are so versatile, they can provide warmth and hunt, truly unbeatable. That's right, I can already imagine the scene when the names of the 3 of us from the Dragon Kingdom are on the top 10 leaderboard. Even if they rally together, with the wolves leading the way, Yu Yi shooting arrows from behind, and Xia Chen documenting the adventure." Zhang Yu woke up quietly from beneath the wolf fur, feeling the warmth in his arms. He smiled and held Su Jin a little tighter. In her sleep, Su Jin felt the warmth and nuzzled closer to Zhang Yu. After a moment of tenderness, Zhang Yu gently got up, trying not to disturb Su Jin. After freshening up, he added some charcoal to the fireplace and started cooking breakfast. He had to admit, eating meat every day was making Zhang Yu a bit tired. He wanted to change his taste, but there was no way. Once dressed, especially after putting on those ugly yet warm wolf fur gloves, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Outside, the snow was still very deep, but compared to the surrounding area where the snow was over a meter deep, it was much better. This is a big project. Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly and picked up a wooden board to begin skillfully clearing the snow at the door. At that moment, a white figure darted past his feet and plunged into the snow. "Little White, be careful." Zhang Yu didn't care whether it understood him, he simply gave a warning. Little White, feeling cooped up inside the wooden house, was getting restless. It was a snow fox, unafraid of wind and snow. Now seeing the thick snow, it excitedly rolled in the snow, leaping from one side to the other, leaving behind a trail of plum blossom-shaped little paw prints. It occasionally used its paws to dig through some snow as if looking for something, and at times chased its own fluffy tail. Zhang Yu was spinning in place, having a great time. He looked at Xiaobai's cheerful figure, and a smile appeared on his face. He continued to wave the wooden board in his hand, clearing the accumulated snow. At that moment, Su Jin walked out of the wooden house, holding a steaming bowl of meat soup. Seeing the half-cleared snow in front of her and Xiaobai frolicking in the snow, a warm smile also appeared on her face. "Come and have breakfast," she said, handing the bowl and chopsticks to Zhang Yu, and then her gaze was attracted by Xiaobai. Xiaobai seemed to sense some movement under the snow. It stopped spinning, its ears perked up alertly, and then with a leap, it plunged its whole body into the snow pile, leaving only a fluffy tail wagging outside. After a moment, Xiaobai struggled to climb out of the snow. It shook its body vigorously, sending snow flying everywhere. The little guy seemed a bit defiant, lowering its head, sniffing continuously at the snow, making a confused woo-woo sound in its throat. Its focused yet bewildered look made it seem adorable and silly. Su Jin stood by, unable to hold back, and laughed out loud. She walked over and helped Xiaobai brush off the snow, smiling and saying, "Be careful, don't catch a cold. Just let it be, this guy is a snow fox, a little wind and snow are nothing to it." Zhang Yu also smiled at this scene. Xiaobai squinted its eyes, enjoying Su Jin's touch, rubbing its head against her hand, then ran off to the side to repeat its previous actions. The result, of course, was another failure, leaving it covered in snow, like a moving snowball. The viewers in Zhang Yu's personal livestream laughed uproariously at this scene. "Ha, what is Xiaobai doing? Could it be trying to dig something out of the snow? This Xiaobai is just too cute. It's melting my heart, I really want to hug it tightly and squeeze it. Xiaobai, I'm not being silly. I'm performing what you call snowfield performance art for you." Compared to other livestreams that are either freezing or starving, Brother Yu's place is simply a paradise. Chapter 82, Making a Sled, Exploring the Lake Surface. After clearing the entrance, Zhang Yu began to prepare. He strapped on his backpack, took his recurve bow. Wearing a wolf-tail hat and wolf fur gloves, he armed himself completely, then cut a piece of snow hair fur to cover his mouth and nose, and walked toward the lake. He needed to check if the lake was frozen and how thick the ice was. The surrounding area had been explored quite a bit. In such cold weather and with such heavy snowfall, not many people would find the wooden house. He needed to confirm if someone could come across the lake from the opposite shore. If possible, he also wanted to take a look at the other side of the lake. The path was very difficult, every step was a struggle, as he constantly lifted his feet out of the snow before placing them down again. Just a short distance had already consumed a lot of energy. No way. At this rate, I'm going to exhaust myself. Zhang Yu stopped, turned around, and headed back to the wooden house. "Why are you back again?" Su Jin asked curiously. "This snowy path is just too hard to walk on. I need to sit in a sled, otherwise, I can barely move an inch." Zhang Yu took off the snow hair fur covering his mouth and nose, exhaling a large puff of white air. "A sled?" Su Jin's eyes lit up. "Like the one with the little dogs pulling it in the documentaries? But we don't have any dogs, how do we pull it?" Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly. "How to pull? You pull in front, and I'll stay behind." "Ah." Su Jin's eyes widened in shock, gasping in disbelief. "I'm just kidding. The one I'm making is a simple version, which you stand on to increase the surface area, so you won't sink into the snow." Zhang Yu explained, then began searching for materials. He found 2 slightly curved wooden boards. As a skateboard. Then picked up a machete to start trimming the bottom of the board, making it smoother and flatter. Then placed it on his foot to measure, and at the right position, carved out 2 grooves to bind the rope. Su Jin also kept busy, helping beside him. After spending more than an hour, a rough but practical simple sled was completed. He then found 2 sticks of similar thickness to use as supports. Using ropes, he tightly bound the sled to his shoes and once again stepped into the snow. Once again stepping onto the snow, this time he did not sink in, standing steadily on the snow. He tried to lift his foot and move, though not as smooth as the sleds from his past life, it was good enough. Success! Zhang Yu was very happy, accepting the backpack and bow and arrows handed over by Su Jin, and set off again. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Xiao Sao watched the scene, a joyful expression on his face. This is too strong, right? Why is Zhang Yu so strong, as if there are no difficulties that can challenge him? Are there really such amazing people in the world? How does he know so much? Facing the nearly impassable snow, he directly made a sled. This kind of adaptability and knowledge, who can rival it? Lu Fei had a starstruck look. Yes, every move Zhang Yu makes is too unexpected. Among all the people in the wilderness world, only Zhang Yu can walk freely. Other players either dodge or can only walk on foot. Zhang Yu is ahead of everyone. Professor Yuansen then stood in a professional perspective to analyze. Zhang Yu's actions not only expanded his exploration radius in the wilderness world but also greatly improved safety. You have to know that trekking in the snow consumes a lot of physical strength, and the body sweats a lot. Once he stops, he can quickly freeze and lose warmth. Zhang Yu's actions perfectly avoided this problem. He once again proved to the world that in the wilderness world stage, knowledge and creativity are far more important than strength. Indeed, from the initial making of pottery and burning charcoal to now making a sled, every step Zhang Yu takes is solid and full of wisdom. His rise to the top 10 is definitely not by chance, it is entirely due to his intelligence and capability. Master Yu's hands-on ability is incredible, he talks and acts, absolutely giving others no way out. That's right, I used to be a fan of the big star Xiao Rui, but now I'm permanently here with Master Yu. I want to analyze and learn frame by frame. If there's a next time in wilderness survival, I too can be like Master Yu. You upstairs, don't say that. If Xiao Rui and Master Yu meet up, with Master Yu making a large sled and those two wolves pulling it, that scene would be too beautiful, I can't even imagine. Zhang Yu walked forward. The sled provided a great convenience and saved a lot of effort. After about 10 minutes, an open space appeared before him. A familiar yet strange lake finally came into view. Familiar because it was still that lake, but it had been completely covered by ice and snow, almost blending into the surroundings with no clear boundaries. The reeds by the lake were left with only some dry stalks swaying on the snow surface in the wind. Zhang Yu followed the route in his memory and walked to the lakeshore, using a tree trunk in his hand to test and confirm the boundary. He did not step on it rashly. Instead, he observed for a moment. He put down his backpack, cleared away the snow on the lake's surface, and took out his axe to strike the ice layer on the lake's surface. He needed to confirm how thick this ice layer was and whether it could withstand his weight. He couldn't afford to fall through. Until he saw only a few ice fragments splashing on the surface without any cracks, he finally stepped confidently onto the lake. He cautiously walked toward the center of the lake, carefully taking each step while continuously striking the ice with the axe and tree trunk. Watching the situation on the ice. The farther he walked towards the center of the lake, the harder he struck. The thickness of the ice had completely exceeded his expectations. Even at the center of the lake, one swing of the axe couldn't break the ice. This ice layer must be at least 20 to 30 centimeters thick. Zhang Yu crouched down, brushed aside the snow on the ice, and observed carefully. The ice was clear and transparent. He could even see the big fish swimming in the lake beneath the ice. He stood up, positioned at the center of the lake, looking around. Those areas were completely unexplored and unknown to him. There could be new resources hidden there or undiscovered dangers lurking beneath. Now that the lake was completely frozen, he could venture over there to explore. But similarly, if there were other competitors on the opposite shore, they could also cross the ice to reach his side. He didn't proceed any further. Today's goal was to investigate the condition of the ice. If he rashly crossed to the other side in such extreme weather, the risks would be too great. He needed to be fully prepared before further exploration. He didn't linger any longer, turned around, and headed back. Under the harsh cold wind, he already felt his hands and feet getting stiff. With still 4 or 5 kilometers left to go, if he stayed any longer, an accident might occur. Chapter 83, Hunting Rabbits in the Snow. Zhang Yu walked back along the path he had come. The sled beneath him greatly increased the surface area receiving pressure, allowing him to move forward in the snow, leaving 2 long tracks behind him. Not long after he got ashore, he made a new discovery. He saw a series of animal footprints next to the trees. He stepped forward, crouched down beside the footprints, and examined them closely. These footprints were very small, and Zhang Yu recognized at a glance which animal had made them. A fox. The footprints looked like those of a small white animal, just a bit larger. Could it be a relative of Xiao Bai? Zhang Yu thought to himself. Foxes typically roam within their territory. Being so close to the wooden cabin, it was very likely to be the parents of Xiao Bai. Should I catch it to keep Xiao Bai company? Maybe not. Zhang Yu thought about it and decided against it. What if he accidentally killed it? That would not be good to face Xiao Bai. He stood up again, looking at the trail of footprints, and new ideas emerged in his mind. With the snow just stopping, those animals would come out to forage. The footprints on the snow were the most recent ones. If he could catch 2 snow rabbits or wild chickens, wouldn't that help grow the breeding population? Zhang Yu checked the time. It was still early, he had time. He decided right away. He changed direction and walked towards the bushes where he had found berries before. If there was anywhere animals would be abundant, it would definitely be in these places. As he moved forward, he saw many animal tracks along the way. All these footprints were just recently made, very fresh. Zhang Yu took a careful look. There were tracks of squirrels, foxes, snow rabbits, and wild chickens, mainly small animals. He had yet to see footprints from any large animals. Arriving at a bush, he carefully observed the chaotic footprints in the snow, and ideas formed in his mind. Isn't this the best time to practice his trapping skills? These small animals emerged after the heavy snow to find food. Following their tracks and searching for their holes or regular paths, setting traps should guarantee he could catch some. He no longer hesitated, carefully distinguishing the footprints and their directions. Finally, he discovered a fresh footprint along with signs of the bush being gnawed at. It must be a snow rabbit. Zhang Yu wasted no time and followed the tracks diligently. Eventually, he found a hole beneath a large tree. The hole plunged straight into the ground through the accumulating snow. Zhang Yu immediately stopped, and cautiously took out the capture circle from his backpack. A skilled trap was set at the cave entrance. Then, he slightly covered the trap with snow and carefully wiped away his own traces. After arranging everything, he turned back to the bushes, searching for the next target's tracks. Suddenly, he heard a faint cooing sound not far away. Wild chicken? Zhang Yu's mind focused. His extraordinary perception allowed him to hear faint sounds from far away. He unloaded his backpack, holding his recurved bow, and stealthily moved forward. Not far ahead, he saw a brightly feathered wild chicken digging the snow in a place where the snow was slightly thinner, looking for food. He instinctively nocked an arrow and pulled the bowstring. It was a perfect shooting opportunity. But he hesitated for a moment and slowly released his grip. He remembered the 4 wild chickens in the log cabin. Shooting one down was simple, but it would only yield 1 meal. Was he lacking food now? Not lacking. If he could capture it alive and bring it back, that would mean 5 wild chickens, which was quite a flock. Wait until the spring, and the wild chickens would start laying eggs, thus, the cycle of eggs and chickens would continue endlessly. Thinking this, he suppressed the urge to strike. He decided to make a few traps tailored for this wild chicken close by. With the heavy snow sealing the mountains, it was hard for wild chickens to find food. If he placed some food and then set a trap. The only thing to watch out for was the cold. Once the wild chicken got caught in the trap, it would quickly freeze to death from the cold. At that time, he could call Su Jin to come and check every now and then. He smiled at the thought. He marked the spot, went back to prepare, and would come here later to set up. He quietly stepped back, packed his things, and started towards the log cabin. Just as he was weaving through the white thicket, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of something white moving on the left side in the snow. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but when he turned his head to take a closer look, he realized it was a snow rabbit. It seemed to have not noticed Zhang Yu, lazily digging through the snow in search of food. Zhang Yu's heart leaped with joy. This was food delivered right to him. He couldn't bring himself to shoot the wild chicken, but for the snow rabbit, he thought, if he could catch it alive, great, if not, a dead one would be fine too. If he caught it alive, he could keep it as a companion with the snow rabbit in the log cabin. If he had to kill it, that was acceptable because the wild chicken didn't have fur, but the snow rabbit had lovely, fluffy fur. He took off the wolf fur gloves on his hands, disdainfully placing them on the snow. Bent his bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the snow rabbit. He murmured in his heart, calling Su Jin later to have her make him a new pair of gloves from the fur. Whoosh! The sharp arrow shot out, directly hitting the snow rabbit's eye. The snow rabbit didn't even struggle, it fell to the ground and lay still. Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward, picked up the snow rabbit, and stuffed it into his arms. In this cold weather, a snow rabbit's corpse would freeze solid in no time, making it harder to handle later. He picked up the wolf fur gloves he had left on the ground and set off for home. The atmosphere in the Long Country livestream was very warm. Little Saw watched Zhang Yu's clean and swift arrow, feeling no waves in his heart. After all, he had seen too many impressive scenes, and shooting a rabbit was completely effortless, yet he still maintained an excited expression. What a beautiful arrow! A perfect kill! Zhang Yu's archery is becoming more and more precise. It would be great if this snow rabbit could be shared with other Long Country players. Professor Yuan-san also nodded. This arrow is very intentional, it showcases Zhang Yu's archery skills. Did you see that? It shot straight into the rabbit's eye, without hurting its fur at all. How precise is that archery? The rabbit's fur can also be maximally utilized. Like knitting a pair of socks or a mask. Socks? Masks? I think Yu Yi is now incredibly eager to knit a new pair of gloves. Yu Yi, Su Jin, look, this snow rabbit fur is soft and white, doesn't it look like a new glove? Hey, after watching the other contestants, then looking at Yu Yi, the gap is truly huge. The other contestants are still working hard for basic needs. And our Yu Yi has already started to complain about how the gloves look. Chapter 84, Su Jin creates a chimney. Back at the wooden cabin, Zhang Yu handed the snow rabbit to Su Jin. Looking at Su Jin, his face showed hesitation, wanting to say something but holding back. Su Jin seemed to understand Zhang Yu's thoughts, smiling as she said, "Alright, once this snow rabbit fur is tanned, I'll make you a new pair of gloves. But for now, you still have to wear these wolfskin gloves." Hearing this, Zhang Yu nodded happily and said, "No problem." With that, he grabbed a big handful of frozen berries from the storage room, stuffed them into his pocket, and after putting on his sled gear, walked out into the snow. "Didn't you just come back? Why are you going out again?" Zhang Yu waved his hand without looking back. "I found a wild chicken on the way back. I'm going to set up a trap to see if I can catch another one alive." Then he walked into the snow. Once again, Su Jin was left alone in the wooden cabin. Little Bai was also tired from playing in the snow, holding the snow rabbit in its arms and lying still in its little nest. Meanwhile, the 4 wild chickens had recovered from last night's blizzard. In the makeshift chicken coop inside the house, they were chirping non-stop. After finishing up with the snow rabbit outside, Su Jin carefully started to peel its fur, afraid of hurting it. She walked into the wooden cabin and threw the entrails to Little Bai, who sniffed the air, feeling that there was a strange smell. Walking around the wooden cabin, she soon discovered that the temporary chicken coop was full of chicken droppings. Instantly, her brow furrowed. It's only the beginning of winter, and we're already facing this issue. If we keep the wild chickens in the house, the smell will become unbearable. Su Jin stared at the chicken coop, thinking. This was just less than a day, and the house was already starting to smell. If it continued for a few more days, it might be completely filled with this odor. She thought of a solution in her heart. Should I wait for Zhang Yu to come back and ask him? He always has endless ideas. Then she shook her head. No. If I rely on him for everything, what use am I? I would just be a burden. She frantically pondered. To move the wild chickens out of the wooden cabin, I must solve their warmth issue. But how to solve it? Her eyes darted around, observing for some good idea. But after thinking for a long time, she still didn't come up with a good idea. Ah! This is so hard. How does Zhang Yu know so much? How come I can't even solve this small problem? Su Jin lightly knocked her delicate fist against her head. It's all your stupid head's fault. After complaining about herself, she spread her hands. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll wait for Zhang Yu to come back. I'll cook for him first. With that, she picked up the processed snow rabbit, smeared salt on it, and used a stick to pierce it and started roasting it over the fireplace. The flames scorched the snow rabbit. A bit of fat on it turned into grease, dripping onto the burning charcoal. Instantly, a cloud of smoke rose. But the smoke quickly vanished into the chimney. The chimney! Su Jin seemed to think of something, and she suddenly stood up with shining eyes. Regardless of the cold, she hurried outside. Looking at the chimney that was emitting white smoke without any snow accumulation on it, she hurried over and touched the chimney. Hot! No wonder there's no snow. If only. In an instant, a thought sprang up in her mind. If I could add a few layers of insulation to the original chicken coop, and then arrange this chimney along the chicken coop, then wouldn't that ensure the temperature in the chicken coop? In this way, it not only solves the heating issue of the chicken coop but also eliminates the smell of chicken droppings in the house, achieving two goals at once. Let's get to work. She rushed back to the wooden house, turned the snow rabbit over, and then placed it slightly farther from the flame to roast it with residual heat. She also filled a pot with a pile of snow and put it on the fire to melt. After preparing everything, she took an axe and leaned into the original chicken coop, starting to chop at the wall. She did not plan to make a protruding chimney. Instead, she intended to dig a trench on top of the ground behind the chicken coop and then seal off the outside of the trench. This way, an embedded flue would be formed. The advantage of this method is very clear: it can reduce the contact surface with cold air and effectively slow down the loss of heat. Moreover, since the temperature of the ground itself is not low, it would help with better insulation. During the digging process, she would occasionally go back to flip the snow rabbit to prevent it from burning. Then she collected the excavated soil together, poured boiled snow water over it, mixed it into mud, and sealed the outer side of the newly dug trench. Although she was extremely busy, her face was always beaming with a happy smile. In the Dragon Country livestream, everyone watched curiously as Su Jin busied herself. Little Sha had a puzzled look. Professor Yuan, what is Su Jin doing? She just dug out the trench and then sealed it up again. What's the point of this? Professor Yuan Sen, being a well-informed expert, smiled and said. Su Jin is not completely sealing off the trench, she is only closing off the outer side. The inside is still open. From my observation, she seems to be preparing to dig a new flue to replace the old one. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Lu Fei curiously asked. Wasn't the original flue fine? It wasn't broken, why dig a new one? Ha, pay attention. She is digging inside the chicken coop. You have to know that raising a flock of wild chickens in the house creates a smell that is unbearable. I guess Su Jin must have smelled it and is planning to move the wild chickens outside the wooden house. Pausing for a sip of water, Yuan Sen continued. But if they are moved outside, they risk freezing to death. What to do then? The only solution is to figure out a way to resolve the heating issue. The temperature in the flue is not low, coming directly from the heat generated by the fireplace. If this flue is set up in the chicken coop, it means an additional heating pipeline for the coop, so it won't be cold. Of course, I suspect that soon Su Jin will also apply a thick layer of mud on the outside of the chicken coop as an insulation layer, and then it will be a job well done. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jin started to spread the excess mud on the sidewall of the chicken coop. Wow! Just as Professor Yuan said, when did our Su get such brains? Indeed, following Lord you can teach one a lot. In just this short time, our Su can manage such a big project on her own. It's really frustrating to watch. While other contestants are trying to find ways to raise the temperature of their shelters, Su is thinking about how to raise the temperature of the chicken coop. What should the other contestants think? The Dragon Country livestream was lively and bustling. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the command center, everyone was frowning as they stared at the big screen. Chapter 85, Collaboration Request from the Stick Nation. Li Guodong stood in front of the screen and said to everyone, "Everyone, please look. Currently, contestants from various countries led by the beautiful country are trying every means to gather together." He pointed to the wilderness world map drawn by the think tank and subordinate units on the screen and continued. At present, they have gathered 28 groups, with the largest group even having 4 members. And now, only Zhang Yu and Su Jin were in one group, while Xia Chen and Iqbal had gathered together, the rest still scattered around. This way, we are at a big disadvantage. Once we are targeted, it will be a fight of few against many, and what happened to Zhang Xuan will happen again. The chief commander looked at the big screen and frowned, saying, "What advice do your think tank people have?" Our think tank discussed it and concluded that we should contact allied countries as soon as possible, and gather the players who are close to each other. This way, we can both deal with the enemy players' threats and make up for each other's weaknesses, said Li Guodong. Have you made a preliminary plan? Which countries and which players are involved? Asked the chief commander. It's already listed. It involves Camel Country, Baba Sheep Country, Wadey Country, Philian Country, and Saya Country. It involves our 5 players. The chief commander frowned deeper. Why not Bear Country and Persia Country? I remember some of their players are quite close. Li Guodong explained. If we join with Bear Country, command will be hard to decide. Player Sun Jiaboy is a teacher in real life, and if he joins them, the command might be taken away. As for Persia Country, from our observation, they are still holding illusions, still swinging between us and the pretty country. Alright, perfect the plan and hand it to me. I will contact the countries afterward. Zhang Yu carried his tools and came to the place where the wild chicken had been found. But the wild chicken was already gone. He didn't get angry, just set up traps in several nearby spots, and sprinkled some berries in the middle of the traps. Then he didn't stay longer and walked toward the wooden cabin. When he came back to the cabin, the sky had already turned dark. He pushed open the wooden door, and a rich smell of roasted meat rushed toward him. You're back? How's the trap set up? Su Jin was by the fireplace, flipping a snow rabbit over the fire while cooking a pot of berry reed soup. Seeing Zhang Yu return, she smiled and asked, with a touch of expectation and pride on her face. Yeah, I set a few traps. Let's see how lucky we are. Zhang Yu said while taking off his gear. Alright, tonight I'll make a sled for you too. Tomorrow we'll go check the traps every now and then, so the caught chickens won't freeze to death. By the way, where's the wild chicken? Why don't I see it? Just as Zhang Yu mentioned the wild chicken, he noticed the temporary cage inside the cabin was gone, and so was the chicken. Su Jin's smile grew even brighter. She stood up, took Zhang Yu's hand, and pulled him toward the door. Look! I moved the chicken outside. She pointed to the cage next to the cabin, covered thickly with mud. Hearing that, Zhang Yu was surprised. He walked forward, squatted in front of the cage, and observed carefully. He quickly noticed the new smoke duct, reached his hand inside, and felt a warm air coming out. You changed the smoke duct? You made it heat the cage? Zhang Yu instantly understood Su Jin's idea. It meant turning the chimney into a heating pipe. Normally heating pipes use hot water, but this one used smoke and air. The heat loss was big, yes, but wild chickens were cold resistant, and she had also modified the cage. So although the cage wasn't as warm as the cabin, it was already good enough. Yeah, the smell inside the house was too strong, so I thought about moving them to the cage, but I was afraid they'd freeze. Then I saw how hot the chimney was and thought I could use it to warm the cage. How is it? Not bad, right? Su Jin nodded hard, looking at Zhang Yu with expectation, like a child waiting for praise. Zhang Yu walked around the cage, checking it carefully, and indeed found no problems. The construction was solid, no cracks or leaks anywhere along the duct. He turned back, walked to Su Jin's side, reached out to rub her soft hair, and praised her sincerely. Not just good, it's amazing. Speaking, he pinched Su Jin's slightly baby-faced cheeks with both hands, leaning in closer. Su Jin, you are truly a genius. In such a short time, you completed such a large project. Su Jin was a bit shy from the sudden affection, 2 blushes instantly rising on her face. She lowered her head, her eyes flickering, filled with joy and shyness, murmuring softly. Not really. I just watched how you usually do it and learned. By the way, dinner is still simmering in the fireplace, don't let it burn. I'll go check. Su Jin felt extremely shy and found a reason to dart back into the house, leaving Zhang Yu alone in the snow. Dragon Country Command Headquarters. The commander was looking at the proposal submitted by Li Guodong, contemplating whether to contact the leaders of various countries. Suddenly, a red landline phone on his right rang. He frowned, looking at the screen displaying the contact name, the commander of the stick country, Yin Mingxuan. What does he want to call for? After a moment's thought, he had an idea in mind and answered the phone. Commanderine, what brings you to call me today? Any guidance? Hello, Commander. You must have seen the tragedy our stick country suffered. We have been betrayed by beautiful country, and contestant Shui Shoshan was brutally killed by James. This is an affront to our dignity. The commander remained expressionless. We deeply regret the ordeal of your country's contestant. But may I ask what you seek from our dragon country? Yin Mingxuan pondered for a moment and spoke. I won't beat around the bush, Commander. Our stick country has undergone deep reflection. Beautiful country has betrayed us, and we must make them pay. However, we are weak and outnumbered. You see, your dragon country is also a target of beautiful country. Both of our countries belong to Eastern civilization, with a rich history. We should be partners who support each other. Moreover, they formed an alliance primarily to target you dragon country and the bear country. With our stick country joining, it would be like divine aid. The commander inwardly pondered, analyzing Yin Mingxuan's words. Oh. Commander Yin, cooperation must be built on a foundation of sincerity. Your country suddenly proposes cooperation, but how can you prove your sincerity? Chapter 86, Laba Kanji. After ending the call with the commander of stick country, he summoned Li Guodong. Do you think what Yin Mingxuan said is sincere? Li Guodong thought for a moment and answered. It's hard to say. From his motives and strategy, collaborating with us is the best choice. But... Li Guodong frowned. But given the nature of stick country, it's not impossible for them to take this opportunity to perform a double act with beautiful country. Exactly, I've considered that too. The commander stood up, his gaze sharp. They just lost a contestant, killed by beautiful country, territory shrinking, public sentiment boiling. Their goodwill towards us is merely to calm public anger temporarily. As for whether they are truly siding with us, I think the possibility exists, but it's small. However, no matter how we look at this goodwill from them, we cannot refuse. Therefore, how to make the best use of this opportunity to benefit our dragon country is of utmost importance. Li Guodong nodded in agreement. Understood, I will gather the think tank to study this after returning. The commander added. The mouse hasn't been caught yet, so stay vigilant. Got it. Suddenly, the commander asked. Tomorrow seems to be Laba Festival, right? Yes, Commander, tomorrow is indeed Laba Festival. The commander walked to the window, looking at the still gray and polluted sky. Resources squandered recklessly is our responsibility. Now Zhang Yu, Wu Jun, and the others are fighting in the wasteland world, restoring some resources for us. Those resources must not be touched, they must be kept for sustainable development. But, the more difficult the time is, the more we cannot lose our foundation. The festivals passed down by our ancestors, especially in these resource-scarce years, can more tightly unite people's hearts and give the masses something to hope for. He said, turning around and ordering Li Guodong. Send the order down, distribute the portion of frozen miscellaneous grains, rice, and other supplies to each street. Tomorrow, we will uniformly cook 8 treasures porridge and provide 1 free serving per person. It doesn't need to be thick, but it must be hot. Additionally, use a portion of synthetic fish meat, cut into small pieces, and give each person just 1 piece. Li Guodong understood that this was not just a bowl of porridge and a piece of fish meat. This was the country showing its responsibility and warmth in a situation of extreme material scarcity, using action to tell every person in Dragon Country that we are all in this together. Yes, Commander, I will do it immediately. I guarantee that everyone will be able to eat a bowl of hot 8 treasures porridge and taste a piece of fish tomorrow. Just over an hour later, the command quickly spread across major cities and rural areas of Dragon Country. In the second city of Dragon Country, the Material Allocation Center. The director looked at the red-headed document stamped with an official seal that he had just received, his face showing deep shock. Then he smiled, saying to his secretary, "Quickly, gather all management personnel to assemble at the B7 material storage." Half an hour later, in front of the alloy doors of the B7 material storage. All department managers had gathered, whispering to each other with puzzled expressions on their faces. The director stood in front of everyone, surveying the crowd. Without saying a word, he handed the key to the custodian and spoke. "Open the storage door." As the storage door slowly opened, huge refrigerated boxes were revealed inside. Only then did the director turn around, raising the red-headed document in his hand. "Comrades, just now, I received a command from the command center. The order requires that tomorrow, on the 8th day of the 12th month, we will use part of the stock from B7, in conjunction with the streets, to distribute free 8 treasures porridge and synthetic fish meat to all the people in the jurisdiction, according to the population." Silence, a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe this was real. No one knew better than them the global shortage of materials. These supplies were prepared for the last hope and fire of Dragon Country. Since its establishment, they had only increased stock but never taken supplies out. Now, unexpectedly. A few seconds later, a huge exclamation erupted. Director, is this really true? My God, 8 treasures porridge. My daughter has only seen it in images and has never eaten it. Great. This is truly wonderful. The director raised his hand to silence the crowd and said loudly. Now, logistics department, immediately inventory the stocks of grains, beans, and dried fruits in the warehouse. Based on the population provided by the streets, formulate the distribution plan. Transport team, all vehicles on standby. Once confirmed, load the materials immediately and ensure they are delivered to the various streets and towns before midnight tonight. Armed escort team, immediately call all personnel on leave to follow all convoy vehicles, ensuring their safe delivery to all designated locations. Is everyone clear about their tasks? Clear, the crowd responded in unison, their voices filled with energy and passion. At a certain street office, the head, Sister Wang, received the notification. Looking at the document, she was worried. Distributing 8 treasures porridge and fish meat was a great thing, but how to make this 8 treasures porridge? After the resource depletion, there were simply no chefs left, or rather, there were no chefs at her level. Everyone usually survived on nutrient paste and carbon sticks, or just the rationed synthetic slime to fill their stomachs. What should I do? Sister Wang paced back and forth in her simple office, murmuring. We can't just distribute these things and let each family cook for themselves. That would be against the order. What to do? Just as she was in a dilemma, there was a knock at the office door. Please come in. The door was pushed open. In the streets, old grandpas and grandmas appeared at the door. Director Wang, I heard that we are going to make laba congee. Is it true? The leading Grandma Zhao asked somewhat shyly. She was nearly 90 years old and had helped in the canteen when she was young. Sister Wang's eyes lit up, as if she had grabbed a lifeline, and she hurriedly approached. Grandma Zhao, it's true, food has been sent down from above, tomorrow is laba, and everyone will get a bowl of steaming hot laba congee and a piece of fish. But I am worried because no one knows how to cook this laba congee. Upon hearing this, Grandma Zhao beamed with joy and proudly lifted her chin to her old friends behind her. You see, what did I say? We old folks are still needed for these tasks. Then she turned to Sister Wang and patted her chest. Director Wang, don't worry, cooking laba congee is up to us. When we were young, we worked as kitchen helpers too. Don't look at us as old, we know how to handle this. Now being able to do something for everyone makes us happy. Chapter 87, Making Charcoal in the Snow. Night fell. The temperature in the wilderness dropped again. Even the temperature inside the wooden house sharply decreased. Zhang Yu had no choice but to add some charcoal to the fireplace to ensure the indoor temperature stayed around 0. If this continues, these charcoals will be used up in less than a week. Zhang Yu thought to himself. He originally wanted to make more charcoal and pottery. But a heavy snowfall disrupted all his plans. If it really came to it, he could only find a way to chop some firewood and dry it by the fireplace to make it last a bit longer. However, to completely solve the problem, he still had to make charcoal, and he needed to make more. I can't delay this any longer. The longer I wait, the colder it gets, the more intense the wind and snow, making it even harder. Zhang Yu made up his mind to think of a way tomorrow to create a bigger furnace for making charcoal. Although the wind and snow were heavy, Zhang Yu secretly felt pleased. He believed that almost no other contestants could have his level of reserve. If this weather dragged on for a month or two, he doubted many contestants would remain. Furthermore, in this kind of weather, everyone could only be trapped in one place, making it almost impossible to move around widely. This made their potential threat much smaller. After making up his mind, Zhang Yu went to bed with Su Jin to rest and recover. The night grew deep. The fire in the fireplace of the wooden house gradually weakened. Zhang Yu and Su Jin embraced under the wolf fur blanket, while Xiaobai curled up with the snow hare in his little nest, sleeping soundly, and the whole world seemed to fall into silence except for the occasional whistling of the cold wind. However, in this complete silence, a miracle quietly unfolded in the sky of the wilderness world. At first, there was only a faint green hue in the sky, but soon, this glow began to flow and spread. The colors became brilliant, emerald green, deep blue layers stacking together, swirling in the air. The aurora. In this wilderness world, the aurora appeared, magnificent and splendid, illuminating the pure white wilderness world like a fairyland. This dazzling scene was captured through the perspectives of competitors and sent to live broadcasts in various countries. In the Dragon Country live broadcast, another group of hosts and professors on duty were originally a bit tired. But when the aurora appeared in the live broadcast room, everyone was stunned. My goodness, dear viewers, look quickly, the night sky in the wilderness world has auroras, this is truly beautiful. The host exclaimed, instantly alert and excited. Another invited guest, a female actress with a background as an astronomy enthusiast, also gasped in wonder. This is simply a miracle, a masterpiece from the heavens. In a world where resources are depleted and the sky is polluted, how many years has it been since we last saw the aurora? I never expected it to appear in the wilderness world. The audience was shocked by this poetic and picturesque scene, enjoying the aurora for an entire night. In the morning, Zhang Yu was the first to wake up. The coals in the fireplace had only a little warmth left. The room grew cold again, but the temperature was still a dozen degrees higher than outside. He got up to add more charcoal and then woke up Su Jin. The two quickly washed up, had a simple breakfast, and then began to get busy. Dressed and ready, they both picked up tools and backpacks, stepping into the icy world outside. Zhang Yu chose a spot and began to clear the snow, while Su Jin built a bonfire on a cleared patch using charcoal and dry wood. Next, they filled the ceramic pots and pans with snow and placed them over the bonfire to boil. The weather was extremely cold, even the ground was frozen. Without heat to slowly thaw it, they couldn't dig at all. And mud needed water. The lake was frozen, and once they broke the ice, it would soon freeze again. It would be better to melt the accumulated snow and then mix it with the mud, as this would help keep the mud warm and prevent it from freezing immediately. Finally, after clearing a large enough space, Zhang Yu stood up and said, "I'll go chop some trees, you stay here and use the fire to thaw the frozen ground, and dig out some more mud." "Okay," Su Jin replied. Zhang Yu wasted no time, picked up an axe, and went to chop down a spruce tree in the nearby woods. The sound of the axe striking the wood echoed through the forest, and large amounts of snow slipped off the trees. He chopped for a long time this time, stopping only when his arms felt sore and numb. He then dragged a dozen spruce logs of various sizes back to the cleared ground with great effort. On Su Jin's side, she was almost done too. She tended the bonfire, continuously adding wood, then rolled the burning logs over the frozen ground. When she saw the flames starting to die down, she threw more wood into the fire to keep it going. The once hard ground finally became soft. She began to dig out the softened soil little by little, piling it next to the fire. Continuously repeating this, a good amount of soil had already accumulated beside the fire. "We have enough wood, the mud is almost ready too," Zhang Yu said, stacking the firewood together, breathing heavily. Then, just like last time, with their teamwork, a charcoal kiln was completed. "You keep boiling some water." Zhang Yu walked to the fire, picked up a piece of burning charcoal, and tossed it in the ignition hole. Then came the long wait and the careful control of the air intake. The burning of the charcoal kiln released a tremendous amount of heat. The surrounding frozen soil began to gradually melt, saving the two a lot of time. Su Jin kept boiling the snow water and mixing it with the mud. Zhang Yu continued to control the air intake and repair the cracks that appeared in the kiln walls from time to time. His undershirt was soaked with sweat, but fortunately, a huge charcoal kiln provided heat, dispelling the cold around them. This avoided them losing warmth. It wasn't until he saw that no more cracks appeared on the kiln wall that Su Jin returned to the cabin to change clothes, then went to check the traps she set yesterday for catching wild chickens. But instead of a wild chicken, she caught a frozen squirrel. "Look, what is this?" Su Jin happily brought the squirrel to Zhang Yu's side. "Not bad, we can have roasted squirrel for dinner. Even though its fur is a bit small, we can collect it to make something small," he said. I'll watch the charcoal kiln, you go back and change your clothes, don't get cold." Su Jin added wood to the bonfire and began to process the squirrel. Zhang Yu carefully checked the charcoal kiln, confirmed nothing was wrong, and when it cooled down slowly, he nodded and said, "Okay. I'll be quick, keep an eye on it." Zhang Yu didn't hesitate at all, walking directly towards the cabin. The temperature of the charcoal kiln was slowly decreasing. If they waited until it completely cooled down, the sweat on their backs would turn into ice, causing hypothermia. Chapter 88: The Darkness of Humanity. About an hour later, the temperature of the charcoal kiln finally dropped. Zhang Yu and Su Jin hurriedly knocked open the sidewall of the kiln, revealing the inside of the charcoal kiln. They saw piles of black charcoal stacked together, surrounded by white ash. After clearing away the charcoal, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction. After the experience from the last time, this time he put in almost 4 times the amount of firewood. Although some was burned away, there were still some logs inside that did not completely burn. But overall, it was about 3 times the amount of charcoal compared to last time. Adding to the charcoal from the last time, it was enough for them to use for a month. Yet Zhang Yu was still not satisfied. After moving all the charcoal to the wooden cabin, he said to Su Jin, "Tomorrow we'll come for another batch. I estimate the amount of charcoal will be just right." Su Jin obediently nodded while arranging the charcoal. "This way, we'll use charcoal at night, and mix charcoal and firewood during the day. This will also save some charcoal. During the day, everyone is awake. Even if the undried firewood burns and produces a lot of smoke, it doesn't matter. But at night, when asleep, a lot of smoke can be deadly." After they finished eating in the wooden cabin, they washed their daytime clothes and placed them by the fireplace to dry. Outside the wooden cabin, it was freezing cold, making it impossible to go out. The two sat by the bonfire, chatting idly, from Blue Star to the wilderness world, from likes to dislikes, from astronomy to geography, chatting back and forth like this. The viewers in the live broadcast room were yawning continuously, and began to chat casually on the bullet screen. It's a bit boring, I'll go check Susu's personal livestream and see what they are talking about over there. Don't go to the one above, I just came from Susu's livestream, they are arguing with her fiancé over there. Oh? Is there gossip? My gossip-loving heart is intrigued, I must go take a look. In another part of the wilderness world, Abdul from Yake country and Pierre from Gallus Rooster country, due to their proximity, gathered at a location based on national instructions. At this moment, they were hiding in a makeshift shelter built between rough stones, leaning on each other for warmth. Although the shelter was simple, it barely could fend off some of the cold winds. However, the continuous blizzard and the knee-high snow blocked their chances of finding food. At first, they could barely survive on a small stash of berries. But after a few days, the berries were long gone, and the feeling of hunger became increasingly unbearable for the two. Pierre, are we going to die here? Abdul's voice was weak, constantly smacking his lips as if that could ease his hunger. Pierre's face was waxy, he weakly shook his head. Hold on, when daylight comes, we will go out to find something to eat. Although Pierre offered comfort, his eyes were filled with confusion and despair. Abdul's peripheral vision involuntarily swept over the machete lying on the ground beside them, then quickly looked away. A terrifying thought began to grow in his mind. Food? Is this not right in front of me? This thought spread like a virus, once generated, it could not be erased, wildly proliferating in his mind. He swallowed his saliva. No. This is wrong. But my stomach really hurts from hunger. He looked at the weak Pierre, and the evil thoughts and desires in his heart eventually overpowered everything. At 5 a.m. In the Gallus Rooster's live stream room, the host Eloise rubbed her somewhat dry eyes, forcing herself to stay awake. This time of day, there weren't many viewers, but she still maintained her professionalism, continually switching between the perspectives of the players to commentate. When the scene switched to Pierre's perspective, she explained. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that Pierre and Abdul are resting, using sleep to fight against the loss of strength. As soon as dawn breaks, they can set out together to find food. We believe they surely can. But before she finished her sentence, suddenly appeared on the screen a pair of eyes. It was the eyes of Abdul from the Yagu nation. These eyes radiated a chilling, eerie light, staring intently at Pierre. This is Abdul, what does he want? The host's voice trembled slightly, as a bad thought surged in her mind. On screen, Abdul's hand slowly reached for the machete lying on the ground beside him. No! What is he doing? Stop! Bastard! Eloise jumped up from her seat, shouting out in terror. The people in the live broadcast were instantly awakened, their sleepiness completely gone, their eyes fixed on the screen. What does Abdul want? Bastard! This beast, does he deserve to be human? No, Pierre, hurry and wake up, don't sleep. On screen, Abdul held the machete, his face twisted with rage, raising the blade high. No! Eloise let out a desperate scream, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with fear and hatred. Sizz! The sound of the machete cutting into flesh echoed. And everyone in the live room fell into a deathly silence. Until now, no one could believe that Abdul actually dared to do this. The Gallo Rooster Nation contestant Pierre has died, remaining contestants 3568. Congratulations to Yagu Nation contestant Abdul for the kill. Reward, Yagu Nation resource recovery 0.1%. Penalty, Gallo Rooster Nation territory reduced by 1%. The live broadcast screen plunged into darkness. Moments later, Eloise slumped in her chair, her hands covering her face, tears flowing through her fingers. That beast Abdul, he killed Pierre. But they were allies, how could it be like this? She cried uncontrollably, her words in a jumble. After a moment, she lifted her head, eyes burning with anger. Yagu Nation. Abdul. This is betrayal, a blatant betrayal, an intolerable betrayal. Pierre trusted his ally so much, yet he was brutally taken from life and sleep. The Gallo Roosters will never forget this moment, this day. We will never forget this blood debt. More and more sleeping Gallo Roosters were awakened, entering the live broadcast room. Beast, Abdul, you damned butcher. The Yagu Nation must give us an explanation. Immediately withdraw from the alliance. We must return equally or even double. We lost 1% of our territory, what a shameful humiliation. We must take revenge. I have already seen Abdul's subsequent actions, this is the distortion of humanity, the decline of morality. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. The glory of our Gallo Roosters does not allow anyone to trample on it. Chapter 89, Ice Fishing. Non-League Nation contestant Lawan has died, remaining contestants 3567. Ermau Nation contestant Lecheski has died, remaining contestants 35-32. Beautiful Nation contestant Iverson has died, remaining contestants 34-28. Zhang Yu woke up quietly from his bed. In just one night, another 100 people had died. He knew this was just the beginning, and the situation would only get worse. It might not even require contestants to kill each other, those who could survive this winter might be fewer than 100. Zhang Yu shook his head and called Su Jin awake. After a quick wash, Su Jin began to make breakfast, while Zhang Yu first fed the wild chickens, then gathered the clothes drying by the fireplace. After a simple breakfast, the two began making a furnace for charcoal like they did yesterday. Today, there was no need to clear the snow, so the time was much faster. By just after 1 in the afternoon, a furnace of charcoal was ready. All moved to the cabin after. At that moment, the two people had nothing to do. Why don't we go ice fishing? Su Jin suggested. This suggestion made Zhang Yu's eyes light up. After 2 consecutive days of intense coal-burning work, he felt both mentally and physically tired. Ice fishing could relax him and also provide food, enjoying both at once was a great pleasure. He nodded. Good idea. The ice is thick now, it's safe, and we can build windbreak walls with the snow on top of the ice, then place some stones on the ice and warm up with hot coals. Hearing this, Su Jin's eyes also lit up. They decided to act immediately. Zhang Yu began to pack things up, while Su Jin filled her backpack with coals and some stones. The two dressed warmly, hitched up the sled, and led the dog Xiaobai towards the lake. When they reached the lake's surface, Zhang Yu chose a spot a bit farther from the shore. He first cleared away the snow to expose the ice, then used an axe to chop 2 round holes in the thick ice, and cleaned off the floating ice on the surface. Meanwhile, Su Jin placed the stones on the ice surface, then put on charcoal and dry twigs to start a fire. Xiaobai watched the two curiously and then jumped into a pile of snow to play. After finishing these tasks, the two started to build 2 walls with the snow against the wind, then sat down behind the walls to get ready for fishing. They skillfully baited the hooks and put them into the holes, occasionally clearing the floating ice to prevent the holes from freezing over again. In the live broadcast room of the Korean broadcasting station, the host Jin Mincho saw this scene and recalled how their player Choi Shoshan had been timidly following behind James and ended up tragically killed, feeling mixed emotions. Dear viewers, it seems Zhang Yu truly possesses a lot of wilderness survival skills. In this environment, he can think of getting food through ice fishing, which is indeed commendable. However, seeing this scene, I have a reason to doubt if Zhang Yu has our Korean bloodline. The Zhang surname is quite common in Korea, and he's so handsome, fitting our Korean image perfectly. The comments started to roll in. Oh my, no wonder Zhang Yu is so amazing. It turns out there is a reason, he must have our Korean bloodline. Only our excellent genes can thrive in such an environment. Exactly, look at his face and the details in his eyes, he absolutely has our Korean bloodline. Oh my. The dragon country has stolen our culture, our traditions, and now are they trying to take our players too? We strongly demand Zhang Yu to recognize his ancestry and return to our great Korea. Once Zhang Yu comes back, won't we just crush the beautiful country? We'll just steamroll right over them. While the Korean live broadcast room was buzzing with discussion, Zhang Yu suddenly felt the fishing rod in his hand dip slightly. There's a fish. He focused all his attention. Then, the fish float made of chicken feathers suddenly jolted and sank into the water. Zhang Yu quickly pulled up the fishing rod, feeling a distinct struggle from the other end of the line, quite powerful. This fish is not small. He whispered, not rushing to reel it in, but instead began to tire out the fish. They went back and forth, wearing out the fish's strength. Until he clearly felt the fish was lacking in strength, he finally pulled it out of the water with force. A shiny silver salmon, about the size of his forearm, flopped wildly on the ice. Fishing experience plus 10. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, archery LV5, ultimate, special trait, hitting the bullseye from 100 steps, trapping LV3, 100-300, fishing LV1, 57 out of 100, pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, knifework LV1, 10 out of 100. Poor fishing experience only increased by 10. Zhang Yu couldn't be bothered to look anymore. Seeing the fish, Xiaobai quickly ran out from the snow pile and jumped next to the fish to observe. Curiously, it sniffed the fish with its nose, but was slapped in the face by the fish's tail. Scared, it ran to Zhang Yu's feet, claws gripping his pant leg, its face full of grievance. You little guy. You really bring shame to foxes, afraid of fish. Zhang Yu laughed and hugged Xiaobai, stroking its fur. In just a few minutes, the fish was completely frozen, lying on the ground without moving. Today broke the record, greatly boosting the confidence of the two. At that moment, Su Jin's fishing rod also showed some movement. She saw her rod suddenly dip down sharply, bending instantly, and the fishing line tightened. Quick, it's huge. I can hardly hold it. Hurry! Su Jin shouted loudly, gripping the fishing rod tightly, her heart filled with excitement and fear. Seeing this, Zhang Yu immediately put down Xiaobai and dashed to Su Jin's side. Don't pull hard, keep steady and go with its force. His deep voice sounded in Su Jin's ear, and she felt arms wrap around her from under her armpits, firmly gripping her hands that held the fishing rod. Immediately, her panicked heart calmed down quite a bit, and feeling the breath behind her, a blush crept onto her face. It's going to the left, loosen up a bit. It's stable now, slowly reel it in. Yes, just like that, don't rush. Zhang Yu spoke almost directly in Su Jin's ear. The two bodies were close together, arms working together. Xiaobai also forgot its grievance from before, anxiously circling around the two, occasionally growling at the water below, as if cheering them on. This fish had great strength, several times charging toward the deep water, but each time it was skillfully countered by Zhang Yu. After nearly 20 minutes of struggle, the strength underwater finally began to lessen. Almost there. Zhang Yu waited for the right moment and, along with Su Jin, pulled the fish out of the water. Suddenly, a large fish jumped out, measuring nearly half a meter long. The livestream chat instantly erupted with excitement. Oh my god, is that a fish? Is it about to become a spirit? More than half a meter long. This is really scary. It could eat a child. Envious and jealous. I also want to go wilderness survival. Chapter 90, Fishing Skill LV2. In just one afternoon, Zhang Yu and Su Jin caught 8 fish. During this time, Zhang Yu suddenly had a clever idea. Every time Su Jin hooked a fish, he would sneak over, pretending to help, and take her fishing rod to reel in the fish. Fishing experience plus 10. Fishing experience plus 10. Fishing experience plus 10. Listening to the sounds of the proficiency system, he felt overjoyed, having finally discovered a way to exploit a system bug. This also brought his fishing skill to LV2. Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Trait, Precise Shooting, Trapping LV3, 100/300, Fishing LV2, 17/200, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skill LV1, 10 out of 100. We have to continue ice fishing tomorrow. Zhang Yu looked at the LV2 fishing skill and felt very happy. Originally thinking it would be very difficult to level up the fishing skill to LV5, but today, just half a day of ice fishing had already reached LV2. To reach LV5, he just needed 1383 experience points, which meant he only had to catch about 138 fish. At worst, he could open a few more holes, set up a dozen fishing rods, and fish wherever he got a bite. Was reaching LV5 still far away? Zhang Yu fantasized in his heart. It's about time, the temperature's dropping a bit. Should we go back? Su Jin huffed a breath of white air beside him, feeling a bit cold, and asked Zhang Yu. Yeah, let's go back. Zhang Yu nodded. Although he felt a bit reluctant, he still packed up his fishing rod and stood up to gather his things. Half an hour later, the two returned to the wooden house, carrying 8 fish and leading Xiaobai. Get ready, we will eat fish soup tonight and grill a couple of small fish. As for this big fish, let's put it in the pantry for now. Zhang Yu said, placing down the half-meter-long big fish he had been holding, squatting down to measure its size little by little, a smile blooming on his face. Such a large fish, a cold water fish, if it were in his past life, it would have definitely been hanging in the car, unwilling to go home without going around the city a few times. For fishermen, this was not just food, but a badge of honor. Immediately, Zhang Yu cut a smaller salmon into pieces. Preparing to stew a pot of fish soup. Although they are small fish, they are only small compared to that one big fish over half a meter long. These fish are nearly the length of a forearm, and one pot simply can't hold them all. Meanwhile, Su Jin was handling 2 other fish on the side, starting to roast them over the fire. Little Bai had already been rubbing against Zhang Yu and Su Jin, eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Yu chuckled and tossed the innards of the cleaned fish to Little Bai. He watched as Little Bai rushed over, feasting happily. After about half an hour, the fish soup was ready, the white broth glistening with oil droplets, making one's appetite soar. He poured in the wild onion flowers that had been prepared earlier. Zhang Yu couldn't wait to take a sip. It was indeed quite good, especially in such freezing weather. One sip warmed him up completely. Su Jin, come eat. Zhang Yu called out, filling 2 bowls of fish soup and taking a big gulp from one bowl, occasionally tearing off a piece of roasted fish to nibble on. The taste was simply exquisite. At that moment, the live stream from Yage country had already been taken over by the people from Gallus chicken country. The screen was filled with endless curses. Of course, the citizens of Yage country fought back, but they were quickly drowned out. What a dirty country! Both the country and the contestants are filthy. Hell is your true home. Yage country must give us an explanation. If not, blood will repay blood. Abdul is trash, attacking his allies like a coward. Ignoring humanity. How dare he eat human flesh? I'm really disgusted by this alliance. Look at Xiachan from Dragon Country, even when resources are handed to him, he won't betray the alliance's promises. Now look at James from beautiful country and your Abdul in Yage country. We Gallus chickens must withdraw from this ridiculous alliance. The host of the livestream looked pale but still wore an awkward smile, explaining. This is something unavoidable. Or should both of them die in the wilderness? Our Abdul's actions, at the very least, ensured that one person could survive, to work better for our alliance, right? Abdul's personal livestream was in total darkness, he had obviously turned off the stream. Although killing Pierre was already inhumane, he absolutely couldn't let the Blue Star people see what happened next. Even if they could guess, seeing it with their own eyes is completely different from imagining it. Still in the rock crevice where Abdul was, only he remained now, along with chunks of meat cut up in the corner. Inside the crevice, everywhere was that shocking dark red, with scattered meat scraps. Abdul curled up in front of the stone, holding a bone, chewing on it. His eyes held guilt, but his expression was one of satisfaction, occasionally closing his eyes to savor the taste. Inside the command center of Dragon Country, a huge electronic screen and countless split screens monitored the perspectives of various contestants in the wilderness world. A young data analyst from the think tank was focused on watching the replay. Suddenly, he froze in place. Report. New situation discovered. He suddenly stood up, shouting loudly, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Speak. Li Guodong said in a deep voice. The analyst quickly projected the replay onto the big screen. Report, I just watched the video replay of non-alliance contestant Sad, and discovered the snow wall made by contestant Zhang Yu. On the big screen, a black man was walking by the lake, constantly digging through the snow, searching for food hidden beneath it. Occasionally, he would look up, glancing around. The analyst quickly hit the pause button. Across the lake, there was a vague snow wall that was visible. Due to the great distance and their white color, they are extremely difficult to distinguish. The analyst continued. Based on Sada's behavior and the duration of his gaze, he currently hasn't noticed the snow wall. Upon hearing this news, a murmur arose within the command center. Li Guodong stared at the large screen, deep in thought. The distance isn't too far, and the ice layer is solid enough, he could easily cross over the lake surface. Zhang Yu and Su Jin have already lost their chance for outside hints. If this Sad quietly sneaks over, the consequences would be unimaginable. He furrowed his brow and scanned everyone present. If this piece of information had gone unnoticed, that would be fine. But now everyone knows, and there is still a mouse that hasn't been caught. If he manages to leave and the news leaks out, it would really be a problem. Li Guodong quickly calculated in his mind. After a moment, he spoke in a deep voice. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the command center, all meals and accommodations must be within the command center, and all electronic devices must be surrendered. Until Zhang Yu's crisis is resolved. Chapter 91, The Smoke Pillars Across the Lake. No words were exchanged all night. After getting up, the two once again equipped themselves and prepared to go ice fishing. However, on the way, they ran to the bamboo forest on the east side of the shelter. The snow-covered ground in the bamboo forest was filled with footprints, and the dense snow above was dotted with holes leading deep underground. Zhang Yu recognized these as the footprints and burrows of bamboo rats. Yet this time, he did not set any traps. On one hand, he was preparing to fish and couldn't afford to waste time. On the other hand, they were not lacking food for now. This place could serve as a backup food source. If food ran low in the future, they could set traps and would surely catch some bamboo rats. Zhang Yu did not linger, he cut some bamboo and made his way to the lake surface. Su Jin had already lit the charcoal and reinforced the snow wall, and was now chopping through the ice on the lake, creating fishing holes. So, Zhang Yu did not disturb her. Instead, he took out the fishing hooks and lines selected from the initial supplies, along with feathers from a wild chicken, making 10 simple fishing rods. Next, he baited the hooks, casting them all into the ice holes while fixing the fishing rods in place with snow blocks. This way, we don't have to keep watching a single hole. Zhang Yu clapped his hands and smiled at Su Jin. Whichever fishing rod shows activity, we'll collect that one. It'll be much more efficient, and we might just get a big catch today. As Zhang Yu and Su Jin were fishing, across the lake, the non-Federation contestant Sad was beaming with joy, extremely excited. Hungry for 3 days, he looked at the trap set before him, at a frozen wild rabbit, his eyes sparkling. Thank you, nature. Thank you, ancestors, for your protection. On Sada's dark face, an uncontrollable joy surfaced, and he danced happily, resembling a chimpanzee. He stepped forward briskly, took the snow rabbit down, and eagerly cleared away the snow behind a windbreak rock, creating a clear patch. He then chopped some branches to pile on the ground. His hands trembled as he struggled to strike the flint. But when the spark met the wet wood, it extinguished immediately, with no hope of igniting. Seeing all this, Sad tossed aside the flint, disregarding everything, and bit into the snow rabbit. Crack! The sound of teeth shattering rang out, as half of Sada's front tooth broke off. It turned out that the snow rabbit had frozen solid from a night of cold, making it impossible to chew. Saad stared blankly at the rabbit in his hands, his mouth still tasting the pain and blood. I can't eat. This snow rabbit is impossible to eat. He slumped down on the ground weakly, staring blankly at the frozen rabbit and the wood before him. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, looked down at his dirty, ragged clothes, and a flash of determination crossed his eyes. He reached for his clothes, starting to frantically tear at the garments on his body. In the faction live room, host Musa watched this scene with excitement, exclaiming, "No, Saad, stop. What are you doing? That clothing is your last barrier. You need to know that torn clothes mean something in the wilderness world." Musa looked at the screen, helplessly collapsing into his chair. He seemed to have already seen the moment Saad would be frozen stiff. Beside him, another black guest remained calm, voicing a contrary opinion. That may not be the case. You need to realize that if he can't start a fire or find food, Saad also won't last long. If he can successfully start a fire now and keep it going inside that shelter, there is still hope. I suggest our country quickly use the off-site hint opportunity. This way, it temporarily solves the hunger issue and can somewhat compensate for the heat loss caused by the torn clothes. That's just nonsense. Without clothes in the wilderness, it's just waiting to die. Can fire keep burning forever? Can he go out to find food without clothes? Then what else? What has happened can only be managed, perhaps there will still be a turning point. This is simply signing a death warrant. This is quenching thirst with poison. Even if a fire can be started, what should happen next? Saad picked up the flint again, rubbing it vigorously with both hands, sparks landing on the dry fabric. Once, twice, the fabric finally began to smoke, the fire was finally sparked. Saad instantly felt happy, excitedly blocking the wind's direction with his body and began to blow. The smoke grew thicker, and the flames became larger. Finally, the flames began to spread, the wood finally caught fire. The flames grew larger, Saad started adding some firewood and threw the whole snow rabbit into the pile. He could hardly wait. A huge cloud of smoke began to rise, shooting straight up into the sky, forming a smoke column. This smoke column, in the wilderness world, was like a shining signal flag. Saad was completely unaware, all his attention was on the snow rabbit, having no idea how dangerous this was. On the other side of the lake, Zhang Yu's strategy was yielding rich rewards. In less than 2 hours, he had already caught 5 fish of varying sizes, the largest almost the length of Su Jin's forearm. Fishing experience plus 10. 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 Host, Zhang Yu. Skills recorded, Archery LV5, Ultimate, Entry, 100 steps to hitting the target, Traps LV3, 100/300, Fishing LV2, 67/200, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 10 out of 100. Like yesterday, Su Jin could only watch helplessly and didn't understand what had gotten into Zhang Yu as he desperately wanted to catch fish. These 5 fish provided Zhang Yu with 50 experience points. But Zhang Yu still felt a bit unsatisfied. Yesterday, with 2 fishing rods, he caught 8 fish, and today, with 12 fishing rods, only 5 fish in 2 hours. Just as another rod got a fish, Zhang Yu jogged forward, ready to pull the 6th fish from the water. Su Jin pointed to the opposite shore of the lake and shouted, "Zhang Yu, look over there. Is there smoke on the other side of the lake?" Hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately looked in the direction she pointed to. There, across the lake, a white smoke column was drifting with the wind. But it was certain this was the smoke from burning damp wood. Zhang Yu easily pulled a fish out of the water, squinting his eyes to estimate the approximate direction and distance of the rising smoke. Fishing experience plus 10. Fishing LV2, 77/200. That's right, it is smoke. Looks like we have neighbors on the other side. You pack up the fishing rods and take the fish back, I'll go take a look. Chapter 92, Stealth. No. Su Jin grabbed Zhang Yu's arm, her face filled with worry. It's too dangerous, we don't know if the people on the other side are friends or foes, or how many there are. What if? Let's be careful, erase all traces so they don't discover us. Su Jin spoke very directly, she did not want Zhang Yu to take risks. Zhang Yu looked at Su Jin's anxious face and patted her hand. Don't worry, I'm not going to fight directly, I just want to get closer to observe, I won't let them find out. Zhang Yu chatted with Su Jin without any concerns. The moment they spotted the smoke column, both of them shut down their live broadcast simultaneously. Neither of them had outside prompts available at the moment, but they couldn't be sure if the person on the other side had any. Therefore, hiding themselves directly was the best choice. Seeing Su Jin open her mouth, wanting to say something, Zhang Yu interrupted her directly. Rest assured, it's better to figure out our opponent first than to wait for them to figure us out. We must know who they are, friend or foe, how many people there are, or else we will never feel safe. Su Jin knew Zhang Yu was right. In the wild world, those hiding in the dark are the most deadly. You don't know when or where they will strike, and you live in constant worry. She bit her lip and finally released her hand. Then you must be careful. If anything feels wrong, come back immediately, and we will face it together. Don't worry, I won't joke with my life. Zhang Yu gave her a reassuring look and then checked his gear. A recurve bow, a machete, fishing line, and a few pieces of dried meat he always carried. He waved his hand and walked toward the smoke column. Zhang Yu had estimated last time that it would take about 7 kilometers to reach the opposite shore of the lake. Fortunately, he had a sled, and there was very little snow on the ice surface, allowing him to almost glide on the ice. This saved Zhang Yu a lot of strength. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the bullet screen was buzzing with discussions. What's going on? Why did Yu Gu turn off the live broadcast? Did something happen? Or did he discover something? I don't know. Su Jin also turned off the live broadcast, but later when she returned to the wooden house with fish and equipment, she turned it back on, only Yu Gu was missing. I dare to bet $10 that our Dragon Country will recover resources soon, do you believe it? Garlic bird, garlic bird. You all keep a low profile, discussing this so openly will attract the attention of other countries. Let's settle down and chat about how delicious the lava porridge is. The audience in the live broadcast room was discussing Zhang Yu's actions, but Xiao Sa and Professor Yuansen received notifications from their superiors in their headsets and were working hard to divert everyone's attention. The live broadcast screen was currently showing images of Abdul, a contestant from the Yage country. Abdul looked like a completely different person compared to before. His face was rosy, no longer the yellowish pallor he had before. He was wearing winter clothes from the initial supplies, chopping down trees in the dense forest. At this moment, he was no longer anxious, no longer feeling hunger and cold, but had become spirited again, full of confidence and expectation for living. Xiao Sa said to the live broadcast room. Dear audience, let's shift our focus to Yage country contestant Abdul. We can see that the Gallo Rooster contestant Pierre has completely disappeared, while Abdul seems like a different person, showing no signs of hunger. It is known that Abdul has been starving for several days, and there has been no scene where he obtained food or hunted. Xiao Sa paused and continued. So where did this food come from? It goes without saying. I didn't expect that the Yage country, which venerates Jesus, would produce such a beast. Professor Yuansen nodded heavily and said. Yes, biological evidence cannot be wrong. Contestant Abdul, under conditions of food scarcity, has regained his strength in a very short time. All these facts point to something we are unwilling to believe, but it has truly happened. I believe everyone knows what has happened to Pierre. This has completely strayed from the bottom line of human civilization. When faced with the threat of death, the darkness in human nature is infinitely magnified, ultimately leading to such a tragedy. What Abdul has done is a trampling of humanity, a trampling of morality. In the live broadcast room, many clever people had already guessed all of this, but still, many innocent people had never thought of it. Now, with a hint from Xiao Sa and Professor Yuansen, they were instantly shocked. Ugh! Don't say it! I want to throw up. My poor lava porridge. I saved up to eat that lava porridge, and now it's wasted. Devil! Abdul is really a devil, how could he do it? That's a living person, a teammate who fought alongside him. This is no longer wilderness survival, this is anti-human. Xiao Sa and Professor Yuansen successfully shifted all the viewers' attention. And no one was paying attention to Zhang Yu's whereabouts, all were immersed in the discussion about the cannibal incident. Zhang Yu was moving forward on the surface of the lake. After spending more than an hour, the scene on the opposite shore gradually became clear. Smoke was still continuously rising from a clearing in the forest. He hurriedly hid his figure and buried the excess items in the snow. Holding a bow and arrow, he crouched and moved forward. Using the cover of the snow and trees, he gradually approached the area. There, in the clearing ahead, smoke was continuously rising behind a high rock, and he could hear the sounds of chewing and swallowing coming from behind the stone. Zhang Yu bent low, carefully adjusting his position. Until a black man appeared in front of him. Dressed in rags, squatting by the fire, gnawing on the bones of a snow rabbit. Even after the meat was gone, leaving only bones, he still wouldn't discard them, chewing the bones and swallowing them. That man was completely attracted by the food, entirely unaware that a pair of eyes nearby was watching him. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom Command Center was embroiled in controversy. And the subject of the controversy was Sad, who was eating the snow rabbit, and Zhang Yu, who was hiding in the shadows. Chapter 93, Killed Again. Dragon Kingdom Command Center. On the central screen, 3 images were being displayed. The first showed Sad wolfing down food, the second showed Su Jin organizing supplies, and the third was a black screen of Zhang Yu. The commander and Li Guodong stood in front of the big screen, their faces somewhat gloomy. Commander, our think tank estimates that Zhang Yu has a 71% chance of approaching the non-allied country player, Sad. Once contact is made, based on our database estimates, there is a 92% chance of a one-hit kill, Li Guodong said. The commander looked at the screen and asked in a deep voice. What is the probability of Zhang Yu being killed by SAD? 2%. Based on calculations, unless Zhang Yu gives up long-range shooting and engages in close combat with SAD, or if he approaches SAD with kindness and gets counter-killed, Li Guodong replied. The commander nodded, his expression still gloomy. The relationship between the non-allied countries and the Dragon Kingdom is not particularly good, but it is definitely not bad either. If Zhang Yu directly kills the non-allied country player SAD this time, the international impact would be enormous. It could even waste all previous efforts, causing the non-allied countries to start hating the Dragon Kingdom, turning towards the enemy side. Everyone in the command center fell silent, all focused on the commander. They knew the commander was facing a decision. Either contact the non-allied countries, inform them, and have them make an external prompt. This could save SAD's life, but it would also put Zhang Yu in danger. If SAD ambushed him, the Dragon Kingdom would lose a seed player for the championship. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom would lose a fraction of its resources. If they do not contact the non-allied countries, then once Zhang Yu completes the kill, it could very likely lead to a break in relations with the non-allied countries, or even push them towards the opposing country. This is a dilemma decision. No one knows which result is good. The commander looks expressionless at the screen, his shoulders straight. He gazes intently at the large screen, at Zhang Yu's still black screen live broadcast room. A few seconds later, he slowly turns around, showing no expression on his face, only a faint gaze at the people present. Everyone holds their breath, knowing that the commander has made the final decision. Do not notify the non-alliance nation, let Zhang Yu decide everything. In the wild world, Zhang Yu holds his breath, his eyes fixed on the unguarded SAD. He draws an arrow from his quiver and places it on the bowstring. In his heart, he hesitates whether to take action or not. Do it! A voice urges in his head. This is the best choice, it can directly eliminate the threat while restoring 1,000th of resources for the Dragon Country. And SAD is completely defenseless at the moment, with his LV5 archery skills, it would be too easy to shoot him dead. But what if he is from an allied nation? If he kills him, wouldn't it make the situation of the Dragon Country even more severe? Even other players from the Dragon Country might suffer retaliation. To act or not to act? Zhang Yu struggles internally. At this moment, in the non-alliance nation's live broadcast room, scenes of SAD happily eating snow rabbits play on the screen. The host, Musa, watches SAD savoring his food, and lets out a sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing on his face. This is also good news, at least SAD can light a fire and has eaten the precious snow rabbit, hoping he can hold on and bring good fortune to us, the non-alliance nation. The black guest beside him nods repeatedly. Yes, although he lost some clothing, at least he solved the biggest crisis at hand. With fire, he can maintain his body temperature. Next, what he needs to do is properly protect the fire, keep it from going out, and find something to replace his clothes to maintain his temperature. Just like Dragon Country's Zhang Yu, who hunts large animals like wolves, using their fur as clothing. The live broadcast audience also starts to send blessings. Thank God. SAD has had a full meal, he is doing better. With fire, there are all possibilities. SAD, hold on. Indeed, if he can't even get through this immediate crisis, how can he talk about the future? I think SAD is right, if I were in that position, I would react just like him. While the non-alliance nation's live broadcast room is lively, Zhang Yu has made his final decision, kill SAD. Because he knows that if that black man is indeed a player from the Dragon Country's allied nations, he believes the Dragon Country would surely notify them. If they were notified, the other side might already be standing up to look for Zhang Yu. And until now, he has not seen any movement from that black man. Zhang Yu decides to shoot him. He calms his mind again, his fingers pressing the bowstring, applying slight force. The bowstring is drawn back, making a slight creaking sound. His gaze locks tightly onto SAD's head. Whoosh! The arrow flies through the air. SAD, wholly immersed in the joy of his feast, has no time to react at all. The arrow instantly pierces through his head. His eyes widen in shock, still holding a confused expression, he opens his mouth but cannot make any sound, then crashes heavily to the ground, motionless. Non-alliance nation player SAD has died, remaining players 35-66. Congratulations to Dragon Country player Zhang Yu for completing the kill, rewarding Dragon Country with a resource recovery of 1,000th, and punishing the non-alliance nation with a decrease of 1% in area. In the non-alliance nation's live broadcast room, the originally joyful atmosphere is instantly frozen. Host Musa's smile is frozen on his face, staring at the screen now shrouded in darkness. His mind keeps replaying the image of SAD falling to the ground, motionless, and the arrow that pierced through his skull. Just a few seconds ago, he was still encouraging SAD to hang in there. But in just a few seconds, he turned into a corpse. Impossible, this absolutely cannot be. Moose's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head, continuously mumbling. The live broadcast chat fell into a brief silence. Everyone was terrified by this sudden change. Impossible, this absolutely cannot be. Where did a Dragon Country person come from? How could a Dragon Country person appear by Sad's side? Then where did Zhang from the Dragon Country come from? With so much snow, how could he appear next to Sad? Beast. Simply a beast. He killed Sad. The Dragon Country is a butcher. Why? Why? Why strike when Sad just saw hope? Inside the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the atmosphere also froze for a moment, before boiling up again. Little Sa's eyes opened wide, filled with shock. A huge joy surged within him. Awesome! Zhang Yu did great, a one-hit kill, restoring a tiny bit of resources for our Dragon Country. The live broadcast room also erupted. Grandpa Yu is amazing. My god, when Grandpa Yu doesn't act it's fine, but when he does, someone dies. Before it was Juzero and Tal, now it's Sad. Grandpa Yu has already restored 300ths of our resources. Who can compare? Ha, remember to transfer the money to me for the bet just now. I said it, Grandpa Yu closing the live room definitely meant he was going to act, either taking out the enemy country's players, or taking out Sue. The one above? What are you saying? Grandpa Yu is going to take out our Sue. Chapter 94, Pressures from the Non-Union Country. In the command office of the Dragon Country headquarters. The commander had just finished a call, put down the red landline, and called for Li Guodong and a deputy commander in charge of military affairs. Commander, you called for me? Li Guodong asked. The commander's face looked a bit grim. He nodded and said. Yes, the commander of the non-union country just called me, strongly condemning our Dragon Country player Zhang Yu's actions, demanding an explanation within 3 days. The deputy commander instantly became furious, saying sternly. Explanation? What do they want an explanation for? Survival of the fittest is the nature of wilderness survival. Their players were eliminated because they are not as skilled. Besides, why should our Dragon Country give them an explanation? Give them too much face, and even a dog thinks it's a lion. Li Guodong frowned tightly. Deputy Commander, calm down. While what you say is true, the non-union country is still relatively close to us, and there are currently 34 of their players in the wilderness world. If they turn against us and join the beautiful country's camp, we... Close? They just want to suck our blood. We are already short on those nutrition bars. How much do we have to send them every year? Truly ungrateful wolves. I say, just cut off their supply of nutrition bars. Let's see how they bounce back. The deputy commander said disdainfully. As for the beautiful country, do you think they will assist the non-union country? I say, just cut off all aid of nutrition bars and synthetic carbon rods. Let them know our Dragon Country is not something to be easily manipulated. Li Guodong asked. But what if the beautiful country really aids them, or if the non-black country insists on resisting us despite their domestic losses? I think you think tank people like to look ahead and behind. Such a low probability event is impossible to happen. The deputy commander retorted impatiently. Seeing the two about to argue again, the commander raised his hand to interrupt. Alright, I didn't call you here to argue, I called you here to discuss how to solve this issue. What kind of business is this? Both of you have valid points, but we need to consider comprehensively. We must know that our players are fighting for the future of our country in the wilderness world, and we are their strong support. Our success or failure greatly affects their success or failure. Therefore, we must be very cautious. Li Guodong and the deputy commander fell silent. They understood the worries of the commander. This is not a simple game, it is a game that determines the future fate of the country. So what should we do? Do we really have to give the non-aligned nations an explanation? The vice commander's voice carried a hint of unwillingness. Impossible. The commander categorically denied. We absolutely cannot give them an explanation. Doing so would not only chill the hearts of the people but also bind our own hands. Wouldn't that mean every time our player kills someone, we would have to give an explanation? So what should we do? The vice commander asked. Just as you said, if too much face is given, even a dog will think it is a lion. Since the dog dares to show its teeth, let's change its mind. It's time for their number 3 commander to step up. In the wasteland world, James from the beautiful country frowned as he looked at the prompt before him. This Zhang Yu from the Dragon Country is too fast. He actually killed 3 people. He originally thought he would be the first to achieve a kill and would subsequently lead all the way. And indeed, he did. First he killed the Bear Country's player, then he killed players from the Stick Country and the Northern Stick Country. However, one of those kills was, after all, not honorable. I didn't expect to meet a rival. I hope you can survive until we cross paths. James laughed, though he felt a slight emotion towards Zhang Yu's continuous kills. He was not afraid. But after all, he was a coach of the world's strongest Delta Force, possessing the most professional military skills and killing techniques. Even without weapons, he was still at the top. He looked over that notification again, engraving the name Zhang Yu firmly into his mind. In another wooden house in the wasteland world, Matsuda Saburo, the fifth-ranked player from Cherry Blossom Country, was sitting by the campfire eating roasted rats. As a member of the Emperor's Guard, his heart was full of thoughts of serving the Emperor. But unfortunately, after coming to the wasteland world, he hadn't encountered a single player. It felt as if he were the only one in this wasteland world. Just then, he unexpectedly heard the notification of Zhang Yu killing Sad, and his heart felt complicated. Zhang Yu? A Dragon Country person, just lucked out and picked a few soft persimmons. His tone was full of sourness. If I encounter you, I will let you know what true Bushido is, what real killing is. In another part of the wasteland world, Xia Chen and Iqbal were roasting bear meat in the wooden house. When suddenly they saw the notification, and they froze in place. Xia, I didn't expect your Dragon Country's Zhang Yu to be so strong. If we count this, he has already killed 3 players, right? He has restored 3/10 of the resources for your Dragon Country, and with the 2/10 of resources gained by your Wu Jun, your Dragon Country has recovered 5/10, right? Iqbal said by the fire with emotion. No, to be accurate, it's 4/10, counting the resources deducted when Jiang Shuang committed suicide. Xia Chen said solemnly. At this moment, Xia Chen's heart was both happy and somewhat awkward and anxious. As an active soldier of the Dragon Country, he came to the wasteland world but had yet to achieve even a small victory for his country. Now, he felt completely overshadowed by Zhang Yu and Wu Jun. This left him, an active soldier, at a loss for where to put his face. At the same time, he felt genuine admiration for Zhang Yu and Wu Jun. As long as they could restore resources for the Dragon Country, they were both doing well. They must be members of my Dragon Country Special Forces to achieve such results. He silently speculated. At this moment, Su Jin was in the wooden house, carefully handling the fish he had just caught. But he occasionally glanced outside, his eyes filled with deep worry. Zhang Yu had gone alone to the other side of the lake for a while now. Although knowing that he is exceptionally strong, going alone to an unfamiliar area and facing one or multiple enemies always leaves people uneasy. She constantly comforted herself, saying that Zhang Yu is strong and there should be no problems at all. Forcing herself to focus on the task at hand, her heart, however, could never calm down and she couldn't help but keep looking outside the door. Non-league contestant Sad has died, remaining contestants, 3,566. Congratulations to the contestant from Dragon Country, Zhang Yu, for the kill. Reward, Dragon Country resources restored by 1,000th, penalty, non-league territory reduced by 1%. Seeing the notification in front of her, Su Jin's hands instantly froze, and the fish she was holding fell to the ground. He succeeded. The immense joy shattered all her worries, and a bright smile spread across her face. She quickly walked to the door, eagerly peeking outside, even though she knew Zhang Yu wouldn't be back so soon. But she could no longer control her excitement and just wanted to see Zhang Yu return as soon as possible. Chapter 95, The Fury of the Non-League People. At this moment, Zhang Yu looked at the notification in front of him and the body not far away, but did not approach. He remained hidden, changing positions several times, carefully observing his surroundings. Only after confirming that no one was around did he come out from his hiding place. He quickly walked to Sad's body, pulled out his arrow, wiped it clean of blood on the snow, and put it back in his quiver. He quickly searched through Sad's belongings but found nothing useful. This guy's shelter should be nearby. Zhang Yu had a guess that this black man named Sad must have caught a snow rabbit and, being hungry for so long, had made a fire, and the rising smoke gave him away. Zhang Yu tossed some firewood into the fire, then removed Sad's shoes and stowed them away. Then he threw Sad's entire body into the fire. He didn't care whether the non-league performed cremation or burial. Anyway, Dragon Country practiced cremation, and letting him go with the fire could also be seen as the soul returning to the earth. After doing all this, he began to search for Sad's shelter. Although it looked like there wouldn't be much material, even the smallest catch was still worthwhile. What if he had accumulated some scarce resources? Zhang Yu followed Sad's tracks and searched along the way. In no time at all, he found an extremely simple shelter behind some bushes. This shelter was merely a haphazard pile of branches covered with dead leaves and accumulated snow, windswept, and it was even more meager than the chicken coop he had built himself. How can this non-league black man withstand the cold with something like this? Can it really get through 20 below zero? Zhang Yu couldn't help but be amazed and had to admire this black man's ability to endure the cold. He bent down and crawled inside, rummaging around. The result was disappointing. Aside from some chewed-up bones in the corner of unknown animals, there was almost nothing at all. Really poor to the bone. Zhang Yu shook his head and completely gave up the search. He turned and walked away without looking back, heading towards the lake. On the way back, Zhang Yu opened his livestream. But he didn't know that at this moment, both his livestream and Dragon Country's livestream had already been taken over by the non-league. The people of the non-league were cursing wildly, the screen filled with anger and curses. Murderer must be punished. We curse you to die immediately. Dragon Country must give us non-league an explanation, or we will take revenge. Despicable ambusher, filthy scum, must pay for Sat's life. The sheer volume of comments was jaw-dropping, nearly drowning out all the comments from the Dragon Country viewers. In the Dragon Country livestream, the host Xiaosa also noticed the situation, wondering when Dragon Country's viewers had become so fragile. Unexpectedly, the little non-alliance country managed to occupy the screen comments. But then I thought, perhaps it was because Zhang Yu had killed their non-alliance player, and the audience might feel guilty. It might also be out of respect for the deceased, since they're gone, letting them have their say is acceptable. After all, the Dragon Country has regained a fraction of its resources. However, thinking about it, we can't let the non-alliance country smear us like this, so I spoke with solemnity. Dear viewers, we can see a massive influx of friends from the non-alliance country in the live broadcast room. First, we must emphasize that wilderness survival is inherently cruel, and each contestant should be aware that they may face death at any time. Everyone must view this incident rationally. Lu Fei immediately added. We understand the pain of our non-alliance friends losing a player, but please maintain your rationality. Simple insults or venting emotions on Zhang Yu cannot solve any problems, it will only deepen the conflict among everyone. Professor Yuansen also chimed in. From the essence of survival, identifying potential threats and decisively eliminating them is the correct choice made by Zhang Yu. I believe your non-alliance players would do the same. Furthermore, our player Zhang Yu has lost the opportunity for outside hints, and we cannot intervene in time. It is normal for Zhang Yu not to know that Sada was a non-alliance player. As Professor Yuansen spoke, he shifted the focus back to the non-alliance himself. But your non-alliance player Sada had opportunities for outside hints. Why didn't your command center discover Zhang Yu's movements in time and communicate with the Dragon Country to issue a warning? That could have avoided this tragedy. With this statement, there was a brief silence in the live broadcast room's barrage of insults. The non-alliance viewers were momentarily stunned by this sudden statement. Many viewers were led to think by Professor Yuansen's words. Yeah, the Sada player still had opportunities for outside hints. Why didn't our non-alliance command center detect Zhang Yu's approach early and contact the Dragon Country to discuss solutions? I think this Dragon Country person seems to make some sense. If it were our player, they would act like Zhang Yu too. The key is, what is our command center doing? Why couldn't they spot Zhang Yu coming? It does seem right, we can't blame the Dragon Country player entirely. Our command center seems to bear greater responsibility. Although some people were swayed, the majority of non-alliance viewers were still unconvinced. Nonsense. This is simply the thief shouting to catch the thief. Is it right to kill? Our non-alliance has lost 1% of its territory, will your Dragon Country compensate? This is a different matter. The one who killed is Zhang Yu, and he must pay a price. The Dragon Country people are really sharp-tongued. The dead can be talked about as if they were alive, and the black can be painted as white. How dare you refuse to admit wrong, just wait. Wait for our revenge. Meanwhile, in the non-alliance command center, the atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive. The commanders had grim expressions. The second in command said, "The Dragon Country hasn't given us any reply. Currently, public sentiment at home is boiling, and everyone is yelling to retaliate against the Dragon Country. What should we do?" The first in command squinted, a cigar clenched between his teeth, holding a glass of luxurious red wine in his hand, and said, "Heh, Dragon Country. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being merciless. Contact the beautiful country comprehensively and negotiate cooperation matters to prepare to retaliate against the Dragon Country. But we are relying on the Dragon Country for our nutrition bars. Once that stops, how many people will starve to death at home?" said the third in command. "What's there to fear? Those poor folks can die, it just shifts the hatred onto the Dragon Country. Moreover, as long as our lives are not affected, what does it matter if some poor folks die?" Chapter 96, The Unexpected Guest. In the wilderness world, Zhang Yu returned along the path he took. When they returned to the wooden cabin, it was already evening. Su Jin had been waiting at the door for a long time, and when she saw Zhang Yu's figure appear in the forest, her anxious heart finally settled. She hurried to greet him, a relieved smile on her face. "You're back, you're not hurt, right?" Zhang Yu nodded and set down his gear. "Yeah, I'm fine. It was just a non-allied contestant named Sad. Took care of him in a few seconds, mainly it was the lengthy travel time that was a hassle." He didn't elaborate on the details, just briefly mentioned it. "I saw the announcement from the wilderness world, you secured resources for our Dragon Country again." Su Jin said softly, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration. Zhang Yu smiled and changed the subject. "So, everything is fine here in the cabin?" "Everything is normal, I've also prepared the fish." You must be hungry, I've been warming the fish soup. Su Jin raised her hand to help Zhang Yu take off his wolf-tail hat and wolfskin gloves, turning to welcome him inside. The charcoal in the fireplace radiated heat, and a lit oil candle sat on the stump beside it, the aroma of the fish soup wafting through the air. Zhang Yu sat down by the fireplace, the flames driving away the chill from his body. Su Jin served him a bowl of milky white fish soup, still steaming. Thank you. Zhang Yu took the bowl and drank a sip. The warm and delicious soup instantly washed away the fatigue from a long day of travel. The two didn't say much more, simply shared a silent understanding as they cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. The events of the day had consumed a lot of physical and mental energy, and now with a hot bowl of soup in his stomach, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Zhang Yu went outside to do his usual checks, and then added a few pieces of charcoal to the fireplace. Soon, the cabin was filled with only the steady sound of their breathing. A night of silence passed, only the howling wind outside and the occasional death notifications breaking the quiet. Beautiful country contestant Assam has died, remaining contestants 3565. Dragon country contestant Han Mimi has died, remaining contestants 3459. Sakura country contestant Tanaka Garo has died, remaining contestants 3337. The next morning, Zhang Yu and Su Jin were awakened by an unusual low sound outside, and Bai had also dropped the snow rabbit from his arms, jumping out of the nest and scratching at the wooden door. Zhang Yu made a shushing gesture to Su Jin, quickly taking down his bow and arrow, alertly moving to the door, pressing his ear against it to listen for a moment. His keen senses instantly detected something unusual. It should be a herd of deer. Zhang Yu let out a breath, saying to Su Jin. He got ready and opened the wooden door. In the distance, he saw a group of unexpected guests appearing in the forest. About a dozen reindeer were digging through the snow with their hooves, munching on the moss and grass roots hidden beneath the snow. He waved his hand, signaling Su Jin to come to the door. Su Jin cautiously walked to the door, glancing at the scene before her, instantly frozen in place, covering her mouth to stifle an exclamation. At the same time, the audience in the Dragon Country livestream who were either early risers or had not yet slept were stunned by this scene. Little Sa excitedly exclaimed. Viewers, look quickly. A herd of deer has unexpectedly appeared near Zhang Yu's camp. This is simply a windfall, with Zhang Yu's archery skills, shooting down a couple is a piece of cake. Look how big these deer are, how much meat they have, and how thick their fur is. Professor Yuansen quickly analyzed. These are not ordinary deer, they are a species known scientifically as reindeer. Reindeer are social animals with relatively gentle temperaments but are highly alert. Once frightened, they will immediately flee. So if Zhang Yu wants to hunt, he only has one chance. Wow, is this really a reindeer? I saw in a documentary that many people use them to pull sleds in the snow. If we could get a live one, it would be so convenient for travel in the future. I think Uncle Yu is really lucky, every time he goes out, he always brings back something. Look at this. Even the deer herd has come to the door, who can compare with this luck? Quick, quick, quick. Young Master Yu, catch one, truly blessed by heaven for our dragon country. In the wooden house, Zhang Yu looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but remember the sight of reindeer pulling sleds from his previous life. If he could really catch a reindeer, future travels would be much more convenient, and he could even break free from the limitations of the snow and go far away. His mind raced on how to capture a reindeer. If he rushed in directly, those reindeer would surely just run away, there was no way for a human to catch up to them. Setting up traps? What if he set up traps and then hid on the other side of the reindeer to drive them towards the traps? This idea is feasible, but it's filled with uncertainty. Zhang Yu fell silent. If it was about killing a reindeer, that was simple, he just needed to shoot an arrow into the reindeer's head or important organs, and it would be basically done. But if it was about capturing it alive, the difficulty was too great. Should he just kill it then? This thought involuntarily popped up in Zhang Yu's mind. But then he shook his head. Right now, he wasn't lacking food, and the warmth issue wasn't a big deal. The main problem was in transportation, and it would be a pity not to try. You want to catch one alive? Su Jin looked at Zhang Yu standing still and immediately understood his intention. Yes, let's give it a try. If we can tame one, it would be greatly useful for our future travels. Thinking this, Zhang Yu still decided to use traps, because there truly weren't many good methods. He quickly settled on a plan in his mind, took out rope from his backpack, and said to Su Jin. You stay safe in the wooden house with Xiao Bai. Remember, do not make a sound. Okay. Su Jin also understood Zhang Yu's intention, nodded, and nervously watched Zhang Yu's actions. Zhang Yu carefully squeezed into the forest with the rope and recurved bow. He didn't approach the deer herd directly, but chose to go downwind, using the cover of the trees to reach near the herd. Then he began to set up traps. They were called traps, but he just tied the rope to trees, pulled it tight, and made horse snares. He planned to set up a few snares downwind, and then drive the deer herd from upwind, forcing them to run towards the snares. Once they tripped over the snares, the herd would definitely fall into greater chaos, and that would be his best chance to strike. Zhang Yu moved very carefully, fearing to startle the reindeer. He chose several spots, securely tying the ends of the rope to tree trunks about 30 centimeters off the ground, while trying to disguise them as much as possible. Fortunately, after killing 3 competitors, along with the ropes given by Zhang Yu and Su Jin, he had enough length. After spending more than half an hour, he had set up 6 simple snares and quickly retreated. He took a large detour, circling back to the deer herd's upwind side. He hid behind a spruce tree, took a deep breath, and took down the recurved bough from his back. The success or failure depended on this one move. Chapter 97, Catching the Reindeer. Zhang Yu drew the bow and knocked an arrow, moving closer to the reindeer herd. He did not directly drive them, after all, with so many deer, shooting even one and then driving the rest would be good. He crouched low, using the cover of the trees to slowly approach. As he got about 50 meters from the herd, it seemed the deer had noticed something. The leading large male deer suddenly lifted its head, its massive antlers turning towards Zhang Yu's direction, eyes scanning cautiously for any threats. At the same time, it let out a snort that made the other reindeer alert as well. Zhang Yu's heart sank, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately steadied his breath and quickly locked onto the nearest reindeer. The bowstring was pulled back. In an instant, the power of his LV5 archery skill showcased itself. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow cutting through the air echoed as the arrow flew from the bow. But at this moment, the deer seemed to sense something, lowering its head as the arrow brushed past its neck, leaving behind a spray of blood and flesh. The injured reindeer let out a painful cry. In an instant, the herd of deer exploded into chaos, as if receiving a command, running wildly away from Zhang Yu, leaving a whirlwind of flying snow behind. Booming sounds echoed. Their movements were astonishingly synchronized, moving at an incredible speed, as if the half-human high snow did not affect them much at all. Zhang Yu put down his bow and quickly charged toward the herd. At this moment, he dared not pause for even a second. Success or failure depended on this one act. At this moment, he unleashed unimaginable speed, only slightly slower than the herd, like an arrow released from its bow. The live stream was amazed by his speed. What the hell? What am I seeing? Is this lightness skill? Treading on snow without a trace? What do you mean by treading on snow without a trace? Look closely, every step our Lord Yu takes lands in the hoof prints of the reindeer. Those spots are compressed by the weight of the deer, so Lord Yu is less affected. Chinese Kung Fu. Chinese Kung Fu. There really is Chinese Kung Fu. God, why would you choose someone who knows Chinese Kung Fu to participate in survival in the wilderness? This is unfair, we demand a protest. IP address, John Country. Yes, this is Chinese Kung Fu, you barbarians should quickly surrender. Holding on will only lead to a worse death. Zhang Yu's heart was racing. At this moment, he exerted all his strength, charging toward the herd of deer. He fixed his gaze on the reindeer ahead. Soon, the herd approached the first tripwire. Zhang Yu prayed in his heart to leave behind a reindeer. Before the first tripwire, several quick-reacting reindeer jumped over. At the second tripwire from the side, all the reindeer leaped over again. Until the fourth tripwire. Thud. With a muffled sound, a smaller reindeer tripped over its front hooves. The tremendous inertia caused it to suddenly tumble forward and bury itself in the snow, letting out a painful wail. The other reindeer seemed to have not seen this scene, running away into the distance. Now is the time. Zhang Yu was excited, adrenaline surged through his body, and his eyes shone brightly. His speed increased again, directly pouncing toward the reindeer that had fallen into the snow, struggling to get up. Seeing Zhang Yu rush over, the reindeer struggled in fear, trying to stand up and escape. But how could Zhang Yu give it that chance? He took a big leap forward. Just as the reindeer was about to rise, he lunged at it. He firmly wrapped his arms around the reindeer's neck, his whole weight pressing down. The startled reindeer let out a mournful cry, wildly shaking its head and body, trying to throw Zhang Yu off. The tremendous force hit him, and Zhang Yu felt as if his organs were shaking. He gritted his teeth, his legs tightly squeezing the deer's body, and his arms firmly constricting the reindeer's neck. Everyone in the livestream and Su Jin held their breath at this moment. Little Sa, shocked, stood up from the commentary seat, speaking with tension. Danger. Zhang Yu is being too reckless, he doesn't lack food, and there is so much fuel, there is absolutely no need to take such risks. It's best to stay safely in the wooden cabin and wait. Lu Fei clenched her hands in front of her chest, her face full of worry. Oh God, don't get hurt, let the reindeer run away, just don't get hurt. Professor Yuan Sin was also more anxious than ever. The strength of the reindeer is tremendous, this direct and hard control is extremely risky. If he slips or gets hit by an antler, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhang Yu is risking his life. But if he succeeds, the rewards will be enormous. At least in this wilderness, while the other contestants are stagnant, he has the ability to travel in heavy snow. The bullet screen was also filled with worry. My God. Lord Yu, let go, it's too dangerous. Let's not keep this reindeer anymore, okay? Don't risk your life for a reindeer. This looks painful. My insides are about to burst out. Hold on. You must hold on, yeah. You are the hope of our long kingdom. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, firmly pressing down on the reindeer's body, with his knee against its abdomen, and his other hand quickly pulling out the prepared rope. Then, relying on instinct, he wrapped the rope around its thrashing hind legs. He quickly wrapped it several times, pulling hard and tying a tight knot. Then, ignoring the reindeer's struggles and cries, he did the same and bound its front legs as well. By this time, the young reindeer had completely lost its ability to stand up and could only struggle in the snow. Zhang Yu collapsed in the snow beside it, panting heavily. Although tired and in danger, he felt nice knowing he had succeeded. Imagining the reindeer pulling a sled made his heart secretly happy, and even his face couldn't help but show an uncontrollable smile. At this moment, the live streaming room was completely boiling. Awesome Yobo. Ye is mighty, Ye is impressive, you are our only true god. This skill, this reaction, this archery, this strength, this knowledge, are you telling me he's an unemployed drifter? He started at the back of the line? Big data must be bruised from that. Wow. He really did it. Caught alive. Is this something a human can do? Inside the wooden cabin, Sujin stood at the door, worry flooding her face as she watched Zhang Yu, silently praying in her heart. As soon as she saw him completely subdue the reindeer, she jumped up in excitement. She hurriedly dashed towards Zhang Yu's direction. Zhang Yu rested for a moment before getting up and inspecting his prize. The reindeer was not large, but not small either, it was just right for pulling a sled. He carefully avoided the hooves and antlers, checking its condition. Besides being scared and a bit bruised, it was not seriously hurt. Buddy, you will be with me from now on. Chapter 98, Planning the Reindeer Shed. The reindeer still struggled, showing no sign of stopping. Zhang Yu stood beside the reindeer, quietly waiting. Waiting for it to exhaust its strength and calm down before taking the next step. At the same time, he was thinking about how to tame this reindeer. Catching it was only the first step, taming the reindeer wouldn't be that easy, and the following taming steps were crucial. In the original world, the earliest tamers of reindeer were the ancient people of the Arctic Circle. Like the Inuit and the Sami people. At that time, reindeer were merely hunting targets, mainly providing them with skins and meat. However, through long-term hunting, they gradually discovered the advantages of reindeer. They are cold-resistant and extremely easy to raise, only needing to be fed lichens and moss. The key is their strong endurance and ability to walk in the snow, and most importantly, they found reindeer to be gentle and somewhat obedient. Thus, the Sami and Inuit began to tame reindeer. Finally, the reindeer gradually calmed down. Its long struggles had exhausted its strength, combined with the fright. At this moment, it had fallen, worn out in the snow, with eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Seeing this, Zhang Yu slowly approached. Initially, the reindeer struggled a little, but it had no strength left, only able to watch Zhang Yu squat beside it. Zhang Yu reached out to touch the reindeer's fur, thinking about how to tame this big fellow. This reindeer was different from Xiaobai. Xiaobai was young and had less resistance to humans, while this guy was an adult, accustomed to the wilderness, making it not so easy to tame. He quickly calculated in his mind. Taming it is basically about feeding and establishing a connection. As long as he provided food regularly and long-term, gradually reducing its hostility, and allowing it to calm down, then creating dependency completes the initial taming. The next step would involve training it. But that's a story for later. However, the biggest problem has come. How should we settle this guy? It's absolutely impossible to put him in the cabin. The space is already limited, plus the damage and hygiene issues that the reindeer could cause, we cannot put him in the cabin. But keeping him outside won't work either. If we restrict his movement, he won't be able to keep his blood flowing through continuous movement, and without the warmth of the herd, a lone reindeer could freeze to death. We still need to build him a reindeer shed. At this moment, Su Jin also came running over. She grabbed Zhang Yu and carefully checked him, her face full of worry as she asked. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Seeing the worry on Su Jin's face, Zhang Yu's heart warmed. He allowed Su Jin to turn him around in inspection while reaching out to pinch her delicate face, smiling. Don't worry, I'm fine. This guy is strong, but I'm not easy to deal with either. Once she confirmed that Zhang Yu was unharmed, Su Jin let out a sigh of relief, forgetting about the hand on her cheek as she patted her chest. You scared me. Seeing you go up against this huge guy alone. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to the reindeer lying on the ground and realized the seriousness of the situation. How do we settle this guy? We can't just kill him, right? That won't do. It would be too much of a waste. Let's move him back first, transform the chicken coop to be bigger, and build a reindeer shed for him to stay in. What about the wild chickens? Move them to the cabin? Su Jin asked. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and replied. We'll create a small section in the reindeer shed and put the wild chickens in there. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Su Jin responded. After deciding on a plan, the next problem was how to move this big guy to the cabin. It was absolutely impossible to just untie him and lead him away. If that reindeer got untied, it would likely run away immediately, and its strength was definitely beyond what the two of them could handle. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and returned to the cabin to grab some wooden planks and laid them in the snow. Together, they lifted the reindeer onto the planks and tied some ropes on top of it. Zhang Yu pulled the rope in front while Su Jin pushed the reindeer from behind. Finally, with their efforts, the reindeer began to slowly move towards the cabin. Taking breaks in between, it took a lot of work, but they eventually moved the reindeer to the cabin's doorstep. After struggling to temporarily settle it at the cabin entrance and securing it with ropes, Zhang Yu untied the ropes binding its legs to let it move freely. As soon as the ropes were loosened, the reindeer immediately stood up and began to jump around wildly. Luckily, the rope it was tied with was strong enough, and it couldn't break free. After a while, perhaps tired, or perhaps resigned, the reindeer gradually calmed down and stood beside a tree, lowering its head and remaining still. Seeing this, Zhang Yu threw some berries at the reindeer's feet and no longer paid attention to it, instead planning with Su Jin on how to build the reindeer shed. The original chicken coop was next to the outer wall of the wooden cabin and the dirt slope behind it. Zhang Yu's plan was to expand the chicken coop overall and transform it into a reindeer shed large enough to accommodate both the reindeer and the wild chickens. With the chimney's presence, they just needed to block the wind. Even if the temperature was a bit low, it wouldn't be a big problem, since reindeer are cold-resistant animals. Plus, with the warmth generated by the reindeer itself, the wild chickens should be able to survive without much issue. I'll go chop some wood to set up the posts and frames. You move the wild chickens to the cabin, then use the firewood inside to make a small divider. Be careful not to let them escape. Zhang Yu said, grabbing an axe and some rope as he turned to Su Jin. There was indeed some firewood inside the cabin, but it had all been chopped into small pieces for easy burning. And the wood needed for the reindeer shed was definitely not something that small firewood could satisfy. Understood. Su Jin replied, then began to take action. Seeing this scene, in the Longbo Live broadcast room, Xiaosa's voice was excited, filled with uncontainable enthusiasm. Audience friends, did you see that? This is our player Zhang Yu's boldness and vision. The first thought upon seeing the reindeer is not to hunt, but to capture it alive. Once player Zhang Yu successfully tames the reindeer, they will be able to break free from the shackles of snow in the wilderness world and gain the ability to travel far. Professor Yuan-san analyzed from a professional perspective. That's right, Zhang Yu's move is very visionary. If successful in taming, it will become a powerful workforce, capable of pulling sleds, greatly expanding Zhang Yu and Su Jin's activity radius, which is vital for long-term survival. But the challenge is how to tame it and how to obtain its food. Master Yu is amazing. While others are still worrying about food and clothing, Master Yu has already started a breeding business. Just imagine in the future, Master Yu and Su Su riding a reindeer sled out. That picture is too beautiful. Hee, you Longbo people are really disgusting. Zhang Yuapa possesses the excellent bloodline of our Bangzi country. The wilderness world must classify Zhang Yuapa into our Bangzi country's camp. IP address, Bangzi country. Chapter 99, Building the Reindeer Shed. Zhang Yu was wildly swinging his axe in the nearby forest, chopping down wood. He did not plan to trim and chop the wood into boards as usual. He intended to directly insert the tree trunks into the ground one by one, and then smear the cracks in the trunks with soil. This way, the speed would be much faster. It would waste some wood, but in the wilderness world, there is an abundance of timber, so wasting a bit has no significant impact. Meanwhile, Su Jin was at the wooden house, carefully moving the wild chickens inside, and locking them up. Then she began to build a smaller partition using the wood stored inside the wooden house. I'm sorry for you. Su Jin thought to the wild chickens. The originally spacious chicken coop had now turned into a narrow partition. It was like living in a 200 square meter apartment, which suddenly became a small room of a dozen square meters. Zhang Yu kept chopping trees, continuously transporting the wood back to the wooden house. After Su Jin finished building the partition, she also came to Zhang Yu's side, helping with the chopping. Xiaobai was scared, hiding inside the wooden house, not daring to move. It sensed a big creature outside the wooden house. At first, it anxiously cried out, calling for Zhang Yu and Su Jin, but after calling for a long time without seeing anyone, it could only fearfully hug the snow rabbit, hiding in its little nest. The two did not eat lunch, continuously chopping and transporting wood until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They had prepared enough wood. The reindeer shed was built upon the chicken coop, expanding outward. Zhang Yu and Su Jin together cleared the surrounding snow, then took some burning charcoal and chopped wood out from inside the house, placing it on the planned ground, intending to melt the frozen soil. But the effect was minimal, so Zhang Yu reluctantly lit several campfires. The heat from the burning wood finally melted the surface of the frozen soil. Zhang Yu and Su Jin dug out the frozen soil, then inserted the stakes into the ground one by one as walls. Fortunately, the back was a dirt slope, and one side was the wooden house, so they only needed to build 2 side walls and a roof, which saved a lot of effort. Currently, he only needed to consider insulation. Ventilation could be considered later. After all, their wooden house had not even thought of ventilation. In the face of life, comfort must take a back seat. After a lot of hard work, they finally sealed up the 2 sides with wood mixed with dry grass and mud. 2 more stakes were inserted inside as columns, which would help with the roof and also be useful to tie the reindeer. Of course, he left a large doorway for entry and exit. Let's fix the door tomorrow. Then the 2 of them began to build the roof of the reindeer shed together. In the middle of the shed, Zhang Yu added a beam to increase the roof's load-bearing capacity, so it wouldn't collapse under the weight of snow later. It wasn't until after 5 in the afternoon, when the sun began to set, that they completed the construction of the reindeer shed. The top of the shed was sealed with a thick layer of mud for insulation. Alright, you go cook. We're starving. Zhang Yu wiped his sweat and said to Su Jin. Su Jin nodded obediently. After a day of hard work, she was exhausted and hungry. She turned and entered the wooden house to start preparing dinner. Zhang Yu saw the reindeer quietly lying under the trees, having eaten all the berries he had fed it in the morning. This is a bit tricky. If you keep eating like this, the stored berries won't last you a few days. Zhang Yu shook his head and sighed inwardly. The key point was that reindeer were herbivores and wouldn't eat meat. Suddenly, Zhang Yu saw a lot of frozen moss and lichen on the ground that had been cleared for building the reindeer shed. He was delighted. Sure. Reindeer mainly eat lichen and moss, while berries are just a supplement. He rushed over, began to dig up the lichen and moss from the ground, and placed them in front of the reindeer. Perhaps because reindeer are naturally gentle, or maybe because they were attracted by the lichen and moss in Zhang Yu's hands. It stood up, watching Zhang Yu warily, but it was no longer as frantic as it had been in the morning. After Zhang Yu left the food, it relaxed and lowered its head to start eating. After leaving the lichen, Zhang Yu dove into the dim reindeer shed. He began carefully modifying the flue that was embedded in the earth slope. He continued to dig upward at an angle from the previous horizontal flue, creating a branch that led to the space above the shed, and then sealed the sidewalls of the flue. He also blocked off the old flue's vent, so the heat generated by the fireplace could better warm the shed. Then, he brought in some previously stored dry hay and leaves, laying them down inside the shed. After that, Zhang Yu placed a few wild chickens back into the small enclosure. Everything was ready. Only then did Zhang Yu walk in front of the reindeer, first fastening a long rope to the wooden stake reserved inside the shed, attaching one end to the reindeer, and finally untied the rope that was originally tied to the tree. The untied reindeer showed no reaction, just lowered its head to eat. You really are a foodie, but that's good. Zhang Yu sighed as he picked up the lichen and moss in front of it and scattered them inside the shed. Maybe it couldn't resist the temptation of food, or perhaps it sensed Zhang Yu's kindness. It actually kept eating the lichen and moss, making its way into the shed. Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward and shortened the rope tied to it. Feeling the noticeably higher temperature inside the shed compared to the outside, along with the thick, soft hay underfoot and the food on the ground, the reindeer initially stepped its hooves restlessly but soon lay down wearily on the hay to begin eating. Seeing the reindeer settle down and hearing the wild chickens clucking in the enclosure, Zhang Yu smiled happily. Finally done. Zhang Yu let out a long breath. Next, I need to let it slowly get used to this place and gradually build trust. After that, Zhang Yu went to grab some berries and sprinkled them on the lichen before heading back to the wooden house to have dinner with Su Jin. Is this good enough? Su Jin brought Zhang Yu a bowl of bear meat soup and a grilled fish, asking curiously. Zhang Yu shook his head. This is just the beginning, it's the next steps that are crucial. We need to start preparing food for the reindeer, which is a big project. Then we have to slowly train it. And also make large sleds and harnesses, Zhang Yu said while eating. Su Jin listened to Zhang Yu's description, looking at the reindeer lying in the shed, her eyes shining with dreams for the future. Although there was still a lot of hard work ahead, just as Zhang Yu said, hope had already been planted. Let's take it slow together, she replied softly. At the same time, in the Ice Nation's live broadcast room. The host looked at this scene, filled with envy and sorrow in his tone. What a pity, our Ice Nation is the birthplace of reindeer herding. If only this reindeer were caught by our Ice Nation's players, it could truly show its value. Our players have the genes to communicate with them naturally. That should have been a moment of brilliance for our Ice Nation's players. Chapter 100, The Beautiful Nation's Woven Net. In the Non-Alliance Nation's main command center. Commander Omar, holding a cigar, frowned at the table's report on the suspension of aid supplies from the Dragon Nation. You Dragon Nation, you killed our player, and now you dare to cut off our supplies. You really don't put me in your eyes. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. He picked up the telephone on the table and spoke into the communication channel. Connect me to the commander of the beautiful nation. A few minutes later, the line connected. Omar spoke into the phone. Mr. Olte, you have seen the situation of our non-alliance player, Sad. The Dragon Nation shamelessly attacked our players. Now, not only are they unwilling to explain, but they are also using all kinds of excuses to block our supply line of nutrition bars, leaving our people starving. Hearing this, Commander Olte of the beautiful nation became a bit impatient and directly interrupted. All right. Just get to the point, I don't have time to listen to your rambling. Non-alliance Commander Omar smiled awkwardly and continued. Mr. Olte, you truly are straightforward. Then I won't beat around the bush. I know your beautiful nation is targeting the Dragon Nation, and we are also dissatisfied with them. If Mr. Olte is willing to offer some benefits to let the non-alliance nation feel your country's sincerity, we will fully consider and respect your country's position and guidance in future international affairs, including strategic choices in the wild survival world. On the other end of the line, Mr. Olte leaned back in his comfortable chair, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. All right, enough with the fluff. After all these years, I know what kind of person you are. Not to mention our beautiful nation can't provide nutrition bars, even if we could give you aid, would you be pleased? Let's talk about something practical, what you need that I can provide. Omar also smiled. This was the result he wanted. The deaths of the non-alliance nation's people had nothing to do with him. If the non-alliance nation could grow strong, he would naturally be happy, allowing him to better plunder and exploit, enriching his own coffers. If the non-alliance nation faced destruction, he would naturally want to rip off the largest piece of profit from it. Omar laughed easily and spoke into the microphone. Mr. Olte is indeed straightforward, so I'll say it directly. Nutrition bars? Just a way to calm down those below. I can stir up domestic hatred towards the Dragon Nation, and then take action against the Dragon Nation. I can even sacrifice our domestic players' lives for the beautiful nation. But I need land, power, quotas, and enough resources to squander. His tone was tinged with unabashed greed. But this greedy statement made Mr. Olte smile happily. Now that's more like it. We won't talk about empty things between us, only about interests. Mr. Olte paused, thought for a moment, then continued. I can give you a seat as a congressman and a quota of 10,000 for coming to our beautiful nation. As for land, I will carve out a large ranch for you in the lower continent. In the end, all the resources are at your disposal. How about that, is this condition enough? Omar listened to Mr. T's offer, his eyes shining with greed even more. The quota for politicians in the beautiful country meant he would join the top tier of power in the world's strongest nation. 10,000 quotas were enough to move his entire family and those beautiful women to the beautiful country, and he could even use these quotas to blackmail more beautiful ladies. And the vast ranch was an endless source of private wealth. This had reached his expectations. As for the anger of the lowly people in the non-alliance country and the lives of those foolish candidates, it was of no importance. Exchanging the soon-to-sink benefits of the non-alliance country for such rich personal gains was simply delightful. He suppressed the urge to laugh wildly and said excitedly. Of course, Mr. Tay, your generosity shocks me. You and the beautiful country will gain a most steadfast subordinate. He no longer used the word ally, but directly stated that the non-alliance country had become a subordinate of the beautiful country. Then when shall we discuss the plan against the dragon country? Omar asked. Mr. Tay replied with satisfaction. No rush, we have many powerful allies, and for now, we don't need you to come over. I still hope you can continue to lurk next to the dragon country and strike a fatal blow at the critical moment. After ending the call, Mr. Tay happily leaned back on the sofa, tapping his feet on the table. Swaying his toes leisurely with a satisfied smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Then, he picked up the phone again and dialed the number of the main commander of the stick country, Yin Mingxuan. The call was instantly connected, as if Yin Mingxuan had been waiting nearby. Commander Yin, how is the communication with our dear friends from the dragon country going? Have they been impressed by you and accepted you? His words were filled with sarcasm. Mr. Tay, everything is progressing smoothly according to our plan. Although the dragon country is still somewhat vigilant, this is ultimately normal. We have established initial contact and have begun formal discussions on how to cooperate. Yin Mingxuan paused, as if seeking credit, and added. We are releasing some inconsequential messages to gain their trust. Please rest assured, we will not reveal any important intelligence. Once we figure out their cards, at your command, we can deal them a fatal blow. Hearing this, Mr. Tay nodded in satisfaction. Very good, continue to maintain the current state with the dragon country, and remember to act convincingly. If necessary, you can sell out some of our allies' interests to gain their trust. We want you to be the deepest nail buried beside the dragon country. Understood, it is our honor to serve as the beacon of the free world. You can rest assured, we will never betray your trust. Yin Mingxuan quickly assured. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Mr. T's face became even prouder. Now, with the non-alliance country's allegiance, alongside the stick country embedded in the dragon country, and the hesitant barbarians on both sides, he had begun to weave a large net, starting to surround the dragon country from the outside in. The dragon country? Want to win? It's simply a daydream. I'm going to see how you plan to escape from this net I have specially crafted. Chapter 101, Searching for Lichens and Moss. A night without a word. Except for the occasional whinny from the reindeer in the barn next door, and the fluttering wings of wild chickens. But Zhang Yu remained restless, unable to sleep. Whenever there was any movement, he would get up and peek next door. Only after he was certain there was nothing amiss would he lie back down in the wooden cabin. Yet after lying down for a short while, he worried again about the reindeer freezing, and would get up from time to time to add some charcoal to the fireplace. Ensure the warmth of the flue. This scene really cracked up the night owls in the livestream. Even you has sleepless nights sometimes. How worried must he be about the reindeer? Afraid it will run away, afraid it will freeze. Truly a father's heart is broken. The reindeer is here, and suddenly Sue is not appealing anymore. It used to be a whole night of cuddling with Sue, but now with the reindeer, he doesn't even want to look at Sue. Having a new love makes you forget the old. Now Yu's heart is completely on the reindeer. What's Sue compared to this? The reindeer can not only be ridden but can also pull a cart. What can Sue do? Who said that? Sue can do many things, and she can be ridden too. Sue is versatile. Early in the morning, Su Jin energetically got up to cook breakfast, but Zhang Yu had dark circles under his eyes and yawned repeatedly. Su Jin, a bit worried, asked. What's wrong? Are you sick? Shouldn't you rest a bit more? Zhang Yu weakly shook his head. No need. I just didn't sleep well last night. There's still a lot to do today. Not only do we have to build the gate for the reindeer shelter, but we also need to find more lichens and moss. Otherwise, we can't take care of such a big fellow. After eating a steaming hot breakfast, the two threw themselves into a busy new day. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth against the fatigue, lifted his spirits, and began to build the gate for the reindeer shelter. This gate needed to be strong enough to withstand the reindeer's impact while being easy to open and close. This time, just using tree trunks wouldn't work, he needed to split the trunks into planks. He selected some tree trunks left over from last night and began to chop them with an axe. It took a great deal of effort to split the planks successfully. He then arranged the planks side by side and even set up 2 layers. He drilled several holes in the planks and secured them with rope, creating a heavy double-layered wooden door. Next, he carved mortises in both the doorframe and the door, using a sturdy wooden pole as a bolt. After several tests to confirm its sturdiness, he finally installed this heavy door at the entrance of the reindeer shelter. Meanwhile, the reindeer remained lying inside the shelter, curiously watching the busy movements of this creature, seemingly already accustomed to his presence. At the same time, Su Jin went out with a backpack and a homemade wooden shovel. She found a place full of lichens and moss from her memory before the heavy snowfall. She began to clear away the accumulated snow. The pile was more than half her height and laboriously exhausting to clear. Finally clearing a patch, she carefully scraped the grayish-white lichens from the ground. After scraping one patch, she found a few thick spruce trees, cleared the snow away, and uncovered the damp moss beneath the fallen leaves, scooping it along with the loose soil into her backpack. The cold wind howled through the forest, and the temperature was more than 20 degrees below zero. Soon, Su Jin's hands turned bright red from the cold, but she continued to search earnestly, occasionally straightening up to stretch her back. Looking at her gradually filling backpack, a content smile appeared on her face. The morning passed just like that. When Su Jin returned with her backpack full of lichens and moss, Zhang Yu had completed the construction of the reindeer shelter's gate and was already making lunch. Seeing Su Jin returning with a full backpack, Zhang Yu quickly walked up, noticing her face was red from the cold and her fingers stiff. He grabbed the heavy backpack and gently urged her. Hurry, go inside to warm up by the fire, drink a bowl of hot soup to warm up. Just leave this to me. Su Jin was indeed exhausted and frozen, so she didn't refuse. She nodded and entered the wooden house, getting a bowl of steaming hot meat soup from the fireplace and started to drink. Zhang Yu then took the lichens and moss into the reindeer shelter and dumped the contents of the backpack into a corner. He did not choose to fall directly in front of the reindeer, but crouched down to pick some of the freshest lichen, and walked over to the reindeer. Although falling directly in front of the reindeer could increase familiarity, feeding bit by bit would yield better results. Watching the reindeer, which had gotten up and seemed a bit anxious, Zhang Yu slowly approached while imitating the sounds of a reindeer with the lichen in his hands. Seeing that the reindeer had calmed down a bit, Zhang Yu slowly extended his hand holding the lichen to a spot not far from the reindeer. The reindeer watched Zhang Yu warily, its nose sniffing constantly, clearly attracted by the smell of food. It hesitated, wondering whether to come closer. In the end, hunger overcame fear, and it cautiously stepped closer to Zhang Yu. Then it sniffed again, finally stretching its neck and quickly snatching the lichen from Zhang Yu's hand, before retreating a few steps to start chewing. Zhang Yu did not try to get closer, he quietly waited for it to finish eating, then grabbed a few more pieces of lichen to repeat the previous action. After a few times, seeing that Zhang Yu did not harm it and was feeding it delicious food, the reindeer's wariness noticeably lessened. Eventually, it no longer backed away after snatching the lichen, but began to eat it right away. At this moment, Zhang Yu gently reached out to stroke the reindeer's neck. When his palm made contact with the reindeer's thick fur, his heart skipped a beat. However, the anticipated avoidance and rejection did not happen. The reindeer only paused its chewing slightly, turned its ears, and then continued eating the lichen. A great joy surged within Zhang Yu. When an animal does not mind your touch, it basically means it does not dislike you, or even likes you a bit. After repeating a few more times, he continued the actions of feeding and stroking. The area he stroked gradually expanded from its neck to its back and head. The reindeer still showed no rejection. In fact, when Zhang Yu gently scratched the fur behind its ears, it stopped chewing and closed its eyes in comfort. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Country livestream also erupted with excitement. Wow, Uncle Yu is amazing. Is he really going to succeed? Is he one step closer to riding it? Wild beast tamer Zhang Yu is officially online. I feel like pulling a sleigh with the reindeer is not far off. I see Uncle Yu's place is becoming a zoo, with wild chickens, snow foxes, snow hares, and now a reindeer. Little Saw's face was filled with excitement. Viewers, did you see that? Contestant Zhang Yu has established preliminary trust with the reindeer no longer rejects him. This is a qualitative leap. Professor Yuan-san also nodded with a smile. Contestant Zhang Yu has done an excellent job. He established a connection through feeding and then began to stroke it while it was eating, greatly reducing its resistance. It can be said that building trust is a crucial step, and if he does this a few more times, I believe contestant Zhang Yu will not be far from having the reindeer pull a sleigh. Chapter 102, The Contest of Chess Player Jian. While Zhang Yu was trying to tame the reindeer, the situation for Beautiful Country's contestant James was getting worse. He was hiding in a cave and had not caught any prey for several days, relying solely on the knowledge mastered by the team to clear the snow in the coniferous forest, searching underground for some moss and frozen, shriveled berries to eat. Hunger was like a maggot attached to his bones, constantly eroding his strength and will. He frowned, looking at the half-human high snow outside the cave, unsure how much longer he could hold on like this. Meanwhile, at the Beautiful Country Command Center, Old Tay looked at the screen displaying James, who was cold and hungry, and felt worried. James was ranked first in the championship and had restored 0.3% of resources for Beautiful Country, making him the greatest contributor to Beautiful Country. This is the biggest front for Beautiful Country in the wilderness world. If he is eliminated due to hunger and cold, then Dragon Country will surpass Beautiful Country and completely take the lead on the championship list. Just as he was worrying, a member of the think tank stood up and shouted. Report, Mr. Old Tay, according to my previous video observations, I found an important piece of information. Old Tay was feeling annoyed, and hearing the report only made him more angry. He turned around and said darkly. Don't you see I'm thinking? You had better pray that the news you have is very important, otherwise. The think tank member was sweating profusely and trembling as he spoke. Report, I watched the previous videos and found that the contestant from Kangaroo Country, Mo Sang, is just north of James, not far away, within 10 kilometers. The exact distance needs to be measured by professionals. The key is that Mo Sang's supplies are relatively abundant. He has stored a lot of fish before the heavy snow. Hearing this, Old T's previously dark expression instantly brightened, even flashing a hint of ecstatic joy. He rudely interrupted his subordinate. What are we waiting for then? Don't you know how important this information is to us? Hurry up and arrange personnel to measure it. Yes. Soon, the professionals calculated a more specific number, 7 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Old Tay laughed even more happily. He immediately turned around and ordered through the communication tube. Quick, connect me to the Kangaroo Country headquarters, right away. Immediately. After a few busy signals, the call was connected. Old Tay didn't give the other side a chance to speak and directly issued the order. Listen, I don't have time to chat. Our Beautiful Country's James is 7 kilometers south of your contestant Mo Sang. You must immediately use the outside prompt opportunity and let Mo Sang bring all the food to search for James as quickly as possible. Moreover, from now on, he must obey all of James's commands unconditionally. The Kangaroo Country commander was shocked into silence by Old T's words. Once he came to his senses, he attempted to argue. Mr. Old Tay, this is Mo Sang's only outside prompt opportunity, isn't it a bit too wasteful to use it? Besides, the snow in this wilderness world is half a person high, and the temperature is so low, I'm afraid Mo Sang will on the way. Old Tay became a bit irritated and roared to interrupt him. What will happen? Have you forgotten what our previous agreement stated? Or do you kangaroo country have other thoughts? Remember. As long as we can win, the final resources will be determined by us. In the end, the blue planet will all belong to us. If you have any bad intentions, you won't be able to bear the consequences. A naked threat. But the kangaroo country commander fell silent. A few seconds later, he finally agreed. Understood, Mr. Old Tay. I will initiate the outside prompt right away. Just as Beautiful Country was urgently contacting Kangaroo Country, the Dragon Country headquarters received an unexpected message. Report. A staff member walked into the commander's office holding a telegram. Speak. The commander said indifferently. Report, the non-union country just sent us an official notification, expressing goodwill. They voiced their concerns about the internal difficulties in the non-union country and for the first time proposed an alliance. This news surprised everyone in the office. You have to know, previously, Zhang Yu had killed contestants from the non-union country in the wilderness world, and they had even protested publicly, demanding that Dragon Country give an explanation. But in such a short time, they had compromised? Could it be that we threatened to cut off their supply of nutritional bars and they compromised? One deputy commander wondered. Li Guodong furrowed his brow and shook his head. Doesn't seem like it. The commander of the non-union country is not someone who cares about the lives of the people. It's a sign of weakness, a proactive approach. This is not in line with Omar's usual style. Normally, they should have kept shouting internationally, hoping that our Dragon Country would cede some interests, before they would settle down. Or they would directly approach the Beautiful Country to pressure us. But today's actions are truly baffling. Something unusual must be happening. This news surprised everyone in the command office. It is known that the non-alliance nation has always lingered on the edge of Dragon Country's social circle, neither too far nor too close. Whenever they seek benefits, they get closer to the Beautiful Country to threaten Dragon Country and gain concessions. Now, after Sat's assassination, the anti-dragon sentiment within the non-alliance nation is running high. Logically, they should demand a hefty payment and then maintain the status quo. This is also the main reason why the commander did not inform the non-alliance nation, allowing Zhang Yu to kill Sad. But now, they haven't discussed any interests at all, and their attitude has done a complete 180, which is hard to believe. The commander stood up, facing the big screen, his gaze deep. He also keenly sensed the unreasonable aspects within. This might be a trap, he murmured. First, the proactive approach of the stick country, then the non-alliance nation's active closeness. This is all too smooth, full of strange vibes. He pondered for a moment, and everyone around him dared not speak. After a while, he turned around and seriously asked the deputy commander in charge of intelligence. Has there been any news from non-alliance nation's third unit? No, there is still no news at the moment, the deputy commander replied. What about the preparations for the second unit's actions? The commander continued asking. The deputy commander nodded. Everything is ready. We just need your order, and we can immediately create an opportunity to send the beauty over. Then, with his lecherous character, he will definitely not be able to resist. Ultimately, he will die in madness. Good, start the operation immediately, remove him. Then find a way to create an accident for the third unit, so he won't draw suspicion. As for the last step. The commander clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes radiating ferocity. Everyone who dares to impact the future of my Dragon Country must die. This theme of my teammate is omniscient and I am just a little useless can definitely become a bestseller. You, don't be too serious, everyone sit down and just watch. Zhang Yu smiled and gently touched Su Jin's hair, saying. All right. You are already very impressive, I have never seen any girl as capable as you. As he spoke, Zhang Yu took Su Jin to the place where they stored the extra firewood and said. The previous two sleds were single-person, sliding on the snow using human power, with limited load and stability. Reindeer are strong, we need something sturdier that can carry more goods and a larger sled. Saying this, he picked two similar wooden pieces as the main sliding boards for the sled and began to use his knife to trim them. This was a task that required patience, the bottom of the sled had to be smooth, and the front end had to tilt upwards. This way, the reindeer would pull easier and would not get bogged down in the snow when they exerted force. Su Jin also helped nearby, continuously learning Zhang Yu's movements, trimming another sliding board. Next, he selected some slightly thinner but still strong wood to serve as the lateral supports for the sled. Between the two main sliding boards, he set up supports at equal distances using a mortise and tenon structure tied securely with ropes, forming a stable base. Then he shaped some thinner wooden boards and laid them on top of the base while trimming. After finishing all this, half a day had passed. He clapped his hands and looked at his creation with satisfaction. We still need to add some railings and a backrest, or else things could fall off, and people won't sit steadily. Right. You are really thoughtful. Su Jin's eyes lit up when she heard Zhang Yu say they should add railings and a backrest. Earlier, she vaguely felt something was missing from the sled, but only after Zhang Yu's reminder did she suddenly realize. Zhang Yu smiled and continued to choose wood as he began to make the railings. He still used a mortise and tenon structure, fixing it directly to the edge of the base, making it sturdy and preventing cargo from slipping during bumps. Then he made a slightly curved backrest at the back of the sled. He carefully polished every detail to ensure it was smooth without any splinters. Su Jin did not remain idle. She found some fur and carefully wrapped the railings, making them both beautiful and comfortable. However, there wasn't enough fur for the backrest, making it somewhat less perfect. Looking at the sled in front of him, Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction and then moved on to the next step, making the harness. The harness was also very important, serving as the bridge connecting the reindeer and the sled. A good harness must be sturdy and should not break midway, but it also should not hurt the reindeer's fur and shoulders and must be easy to control. He squatted down, gesturing on the sled, brainstorming ideas for the harness in his mind. The harness mainly needs several parts: the neck ring, belly strap, and connecting strap. He gestured while saying to Su Jin. The neck ring has to fit around the reindeer's neck and chest. This is where the force is mainly applied, so it must be soft yet sturdy. If it isn't soft, it could hurt the reindeer. The belly strap goes around the abdomen to prevent the neck ring from choking the neck as the sled goes downhill. As for the connecting strap, that's the rope that connects the neck ring to the sled. The most important part is the neck ring. It is crucial. The rope cannot be used. It is better to use animal fur. By the way, Su Jin, go and kill that snow rabbit. Use the snow rabbit fur I brought last time to stitch it together, and then wrap it around the rope. That way, the neck ring will be perfect. Upon hearing this, Su Jin nodded and jogged into the house, pulling the snow rabbit from under Little White. At this moment, Little White immediately stood up from its nest. Anxious, the little dog circled around Su Jin's feet, constantly bumping its head against her and whimpering in a pitiful voice. Be good, I'll give you fish to eat tonight. Su Jin gently patted the little white dog's head, then took the snow rabbit and walked outside. With swift movements, she ended the rabbit's life and carefully skinned it, scraping off the remaining fat from the inner side of the fur. Next, following Zhang Yu's method, she stitched together 2 rabbit skins using a bone needle. Then, she took some rope, tightly wrapped it with the rabbit skin, and sewed it up to secure it. In this way, a soft collar was completely finished. Throughout the process, the little white dog sat at a distance, looking at Su Jin with a sense of grievance. Until Su Jin threw the processed animal entrails to it, the little dog perked up, picked up the delicious food, and happily started eating, temporarily forgetting about the snow rabbit's existence. Su Jin brought the finished collar to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu inspected it, nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well done, this completes the most critical part of the harness." Afterwards, Zhang Yu walked to the reindeer, sprinkled a bit of moss on the ground, and seized the chance to try the collar around its neck, confirming it fit perfectly. He then happily removed the collar and walked out of the reindeer barn. Chapter 104, Successfully Taming the Reindeer. In the following 2 days, Zhang Yu and Su Jin spent their time feeding the reindeer and ice fishing. Every time they went ice fishing, Zhang Yu drilled a dozen ice holes to fish. However, due to the increasingly cold weather, the ice layer was thickening, and the water near the lake's edge was almost entirely frozen. Zhang Yu had no choice but to walk towards the lake's center, finding a spot where the ice layer was still relatively thin to start fishing. Fishing experience plus 10. 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 Host, Zhang Yu. Recorded skills: Archery LV5, Ultimate, Trait, 1 shot, 1 kill, Traps LV3, 100/300, Fishing LV3, 56/300, Pottery LV1, 50 out of 100, Knife Skills LV1, 10 out of 100. 2 days of continuous effort had also raised Zhang Yu's fishing skill to LV3, getting closer to LV5. I wonder what trait will come with fishing skill at LV5. Zhang Yu grew more curious. Are we going ice fishing today? Su Jin asked. Zhang Yu shook his head, no ice fishing today. Let's try using the reindeer to pull a sled. I think it should be ready. After 2 days of feeding, the reindeer no longer resisted Zhang Yu. It even stretched its head towards him, wanting to be petted when it saw him. During this time, Zhang Yu had also occasionally slipped the collar around the reindeer's neck to let it get used to it. Just be careful, Su Jin said anxiously from the side. Zhang Yu nodded, just like the previous 2 days, first feeding the reindeer its favorite lichen while gently stroking its neck. Then he skillfully placed the collar wrapped in rabbit fur around its neck, adjusting the tightness before pulling out the belly straps. Zhang Yu crouched down, carefully wrapping the rope around the reindeer's abdomen and connecting it to the collar. At that moment, the reindeer showed a bit of nervousness, its hooves shifting unsteadily, while Zhang Yu continuously soothed it. Only after the reindeer completely calmed down did Zhang Yu slowly lead it outside the barn. Seeing the dense forest again, the reindeer grew a bit excited, lifting its hooves several times wanting to run, but Zhang Yu stood in front of it, continuously petting its neck and head, while holding lichen in front of its mouth to tempt it. This kept it from bolting. Zhang Yu threw the lichen on the ground, and while the reindeer bent down to eat, he quickly tied the collar to the sled with the rope. In this way, a complete sled was finally finished. This was also the first time in the wild that a reindeer was seen pulling a sled. Wow, is it about to begin? Could it be that Master Yu is taking this step today? Ah! I'm so nervous. I hope everything goes smoothly. The reindeer complained, who understands, family. Just while we were focused on eating, I got roped and turned into a beast. Ha, while other contestants are still relying on Route 11, is Master Yu really about to fast forward to the age of transportation? Su Jin stood nervously to the side, but with no understanding of what was happening, she could only stare wide-eyed. Zhang Yu smiled at Su Jin. Don't worry, it's going to be fine. As he spoke, he walked to the reindeer's side but did not immediately urge it to move forward. Instead, he walked slowly forward with the reindeer, allowing it to gradually get used to the feeling of the burden. The reindeer swayed uncomfortably but, over time, got used to it and began to walk forward slowly under Zhang Yu's guidance. After walking a circle, Zhang Yu stopped and rewarded the reindeer with some lichen. The reindeer enjoyed the food, seeming to completely forget about the little discomfort it felt earlier. After the reindeer took a short break, Zhang Yu gently patted its neck, preparing to try again. But this time, Zhang Yu did not continue to pull. Instead, he walked over to the sled, gently sat down, held the reins in his hands, threw a reassuring glance at Su Jin, then shook the reins lightly and shouted, "Go!" The reindeer was momentarily startled, turned to look at Zhang Yu sitting on the sled, and sensed the tension on the reins. It was confused and didn't know what to do, just stamping its hooves in place. Zhang Yu didn't rush, he continued to shake the reins while repeating the command. Seeing this, the atmosphere in the comments turned from excitement to doubt. Could it be that Master Yu has failed? After all, this reindeer is a wild animal, untrained and unaccustomed to humans. I think it's hanging in the balance. Master Yu may be a bit too eager. He should train slowly, there's no need to rush. At least there's no loss. If it fails this time, just train slowly later, no need to hurry. Haha, it's truly like a clown. Reindeer training is something our Ice Nation excels at. Our people have the experience of training reindeer ingrained in our genes. As for you, Dragon Nation? Don't talk nonsense. Do you really think training reindeer is that simple? IP address, Ice Nation. The reindeer hesitated in place, unsure of what to do next. Zhang Yu remained calm, patiently repeating the actions and commands. After a while, the reindeer seemed to finally understand the meaning of Zhang Yu's commands. It stopped stamping its hooves in place and tentatively took a step forward. The sled slid a little forward as well. This step broke the deadlock. The reindeer started to move forward, step by step. At first, it moved slowly, a bit unsteady, but soon found its rhythm, smoothly pulling the sled across the snow. But Zhang Yu didn't choose to speed up, instead, he pulled the reins, slowing the reindeer's pace down a bit. He understood that clarity of speech mattered, and at this stage, the most important thing was to deepen the reindeer's familiarity with the commands, rather than to pursue speed. He continued to guide with the reins and commands, leading the reindeer to make circles in the snow. Left, he said, pulling slightly on the left rein to indicate the reindeer should turn left. The reindeer understood the command and obediently turned left. Right. With a tug to the right, the reindeer adjusted its direction again. Zhang Yu guided the reindeer, constantly changing direction in the snow. At this moment, the live broadcast from the Dragon Nation exploded with excitement. Little Sa jumped up suddenly, his tone filled with disbelief. Dear audience, did you see that? Contestant Zhang Yu has succeeded. He successfully mastered this reindeer, it's simply a miracle. Incredible. Competitor Zhang Yu actually made this reindeer completely obey his commands in such a short time. Professor Yuan-san also broke from his usual calm, his voice filled with excitement. This is simply a miracle in the history of domestication. In such a short time, Zhang Yu accomplished this miracle. We can see that just 2 days ago, it was a wild reindeer, but now it seems to understand human speech. How did Zhang Yu do it? Is this in line with biological rules? Is Master Yu cheating? It's only been a few days. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. I told her I saw a miracle. What about the Ice Nation people just now? Didn't they say only the Ice Nation could tame? Does your face still hurt? Do you want me to rub it for you? Chapter 105, Big Trouble in the Unaffiliated Nations. In the Dragon Nation Command Center. A top-secret report reached the commanding office. The deputy commander in charge of intelligence stood at the table and said solemnly, "Report to the commander, the cleanup operation is completed. The second in command of the unaffiliated nations has just been confirmed dead due to sudden illness. The third also received care and was slightly injured. The commander looked at the report before him, expressionless as he asked, "Is the intelligence reliable? Has his death been confirmed? Were all traces cleared? No one will find out anything, right? Commander, please rest assured, everything was executed as planned, not a single mistake. The autopsy report of their second-in-command is flawless. It completely shows that he lived a life of indulgence and had a sudden illness in bed." The deputy commander said in a low voice. It's a pity about Black Lady. There's no choice, everything is for the future of the Dragon Nation. So, give Black Lady a special merit award, and list her parents in the first-class roster. If we fail in the wilderness world, make sure her parents can enter the oasis. The commander's face showed some sadness, another hero loyal to the Dragon Nation had passed away. What about the third? Will he be suspected? You know, we have laid the groundwork for over 10 years just to seize this opportunity. The commander continued to ask. The deputy commander's face was sad, but his tone was filled with excitement. Commander, you can rest assured, Omar definitely won't suspect the third. Now we just need to find the right opportunity for the third to rise to power. The commander nodded. After more than 10 years of planning, the Dragon Nation was time to reap the rewards. Everything must serve the purpose of winning the wilderness world. Once we win the wilderness world, we can stir up these nations before the victory, using resource recovery and future as bait, inciting their people to join the Dragon Nation. By then, these infiltrated nations will have their upper levels as our people, while the common folks will want to integrate into the Dragon Nation. Complete the annexation before winning, and then jointly recover resources. And the Dragon Nation will become the overlord of the Blue Star. The commander stood up and walked to the big screen, looking at it and saying, "Tell the third of the unaffiliated nations to stabilize the situation, continue to show weakness, and gain Omar and the people's support. It's best to make contact with the beautiful nation to gain their trust. Then we will pull a trick on the beautiful nation, just like a mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow sparrow behind." Understood. This way, the beautiful nation will think they have planted a mole for us, while actually the deputy commander instantly understood the commander's strategy and said excitedly, "If necessary, we can take further action against the third, make the play more convincing." Understood. I will handle it right away. In the unaffiliated nation's command center. Commander Omar's face was dark, and he smashed the crystal cup in his hand to the ground, the bright red liquid splattering across the floor. Several surrounding guards looked greedily at the red wine on the ground, licking their lips continuously. "Useless. All of you are useless." Omar roared loudly, his voice filled with anger. "That idiot, the second in command, actually died on a woman's belly, what a fool. And the third is also useless, getting injured at this time." He paced anxiously in the office. Years of power had given him a keen sense for unusual danger. The death of number 2 was too coincidental, and number 3 was injured at the same time, almost dead. Could two people encountering danger at the same time be a coincidence? This thought surged in his mind. Absolutely impossible. His eyes were dark, and his mind was churning. Is it those relentless opponents? Did they take advantage of the Dragon Nation's supply cut to finally act? Or is it the Dragon Nation? He stopped, his pupils constricting. Could it be that the beautiful nation's plot was detected by the Dragon Nation? Is this their warning or revenge? Thinking of this, a tremor ran through him. He instantly felt this possibility was the strongest. If those opponents would target number 2 and 3, they would not spare him either. It is very likely a warning from the Dragon Nation. This is a warning to me. Omar's heart sank. If it was truly the Dragon Nation, he too might not escape their assassination. Investigate. Give me a thorough investigation. Arrest everyone related to the incidents of number 2 and 3. I want to know who is behind this. Guard team, immediately seal off all entrances and exits of the command center. No one is allowed in or out without my orders. In the wild world, the setting sun painted the snowy landscape in a golden hue. After several hours of training, the reindeer could finally perform all the movements as instructed by Zhang Yu. So, Zhang Yu began to try increasing the difficulty. He started to add weight to the sled, having Su Jin sit on it too, wanting to see if the reindeer could bear the weight of both of them. At first, the reindeer's steps were a bit heavy, but it quickly adapted and steadily pulled the sled forward. He even intentionally drove the reindeer over uneven, bumpy terrain. The reindeer's performance was still outstanding. Zhang Yu pulled the reins, bringing the sled to a slow stop at the door of the wooden cabin. He got off the sled, walked to the reindeer, gently stroked its neck, and then took out some moss and lichen as a reward. Watching the reindeer eat the lichen obediently, he turned to Su Jin, who had just gotten off the sled, and said, "The situation is even better than I expected. I plan to drive it out tomorrow, let's go see the hot spring. After this heavy snowfall, we don't know what it looks like over there." If possible, we can improve the shelter and enjoy the hot spring tomorrow. Hot spring? Su Jin's eyes instantly lit up at the mention, and she happily grabbed Zhang Yu's hand, excitedly saying, "Can we really go to the hot spring? I've almost forgotten how it feels." Zhang Yu nodded in reply. "Yes, let's rest early tonight, and we will set off first thing in the morning. We aim to get there early, do more work, and enjoy the hot spring sooner." "Okay. I'll prepare the food right now, eat early, and rest early. We must not delay our hot spring time tomorrow," Su Jin said, quickly running into the house to prepare food. Zhang Yu waited for the reindeer to finish the food on the ground before leading it into the wooden cabin. Then, he added some water to the wooden trough made of logs, scattered some moss, closed the door, and went back inside. Chapter 106, Heading to the Hot Spring Again. The next morning, the wooden cabin was still cold. Su Jin woke up in Zhang Yu's warm embrace. Just thinking about going to the hot spring today made her heart race, shaking off all sleepiness. Looking at Zhang Yu's sleeping profile, a sly light flashed in her eyes. She reached her hand out from the wolf fur blanket, feeling the chill, and when her hand was cold enough, she slipped her icy little hand into Zhang Yu's clothes and gently tickled his waist. Zhang Yu felt a tickling sensation in his dream, as if something was crawling on him. He instinctively twisted his body. Mumbling softly, he held the little one in his arms tighter, but still did not open his eyes. Seeing that he was not awake, Su Jin became more daring, her fingers starting to gently slide around Zhang Yu's whole body. This time, Zhang Yu was completely awakened. He suddenly opened his eyes and met Su Jin's mischievous, playful gaze. He pretended to have a stern face, rolling over to press Su Jin tightly beneath him, grabbing her naughty hands, and said seriously, "Oh, playing tricks so early in the morning, it seems yesterday wasn't tiring enough." Su Jin laughed under him, giggling and dodging, begging for mercy. "I won't do it again, I swear. Come on, get up. We still have to go to the hot springs today." Zhang Yu looked at Su Jin, whose smile was like a blooming flower beneath him, and smiled back, pecking her forehead lightly before letting go. "This time I will let you go." He laughed as he got up, casually pulling Su Jin up with him. "Get ready quickly, our hot spring special train is about to depart." The two of them got up and quickly got to work. Su Jin was responsible for packing, putting cured meat, a big bag of charcoal, and some tools into the backpack. Zhang Yu went to the reindeer shed to feed and water the reindeer and cleaned up the mess in the shed. Then he carefully checked the harness and sled to ensure everything was perfect. The two had some leftover nuts and soup by the fireplace. Zhang Yu skillfully harnessed the reindeer, while Su Jin held Xiao Bai and climbed onto the sled, securing herself with ropes, her face full of excitement. Zhang Yu examined the cabin and sled again, confirming everything was in order before he climbed onto the sled, taking the driver's seat. "Let's go!" He shook the reins and shouted loudly. The reindeer raised their heads and moved forward toward the east. The heavy sled left a deep mark on the snowy surface. Ah! The hot spring special train is on its way to the canyon. The cold wind blew against their faces, but it did not cool off the warmth. Su Jin excitedly shouted loudly. Xiao Bai, after overcoming its initial fear, peeked out from Su Jin's arms, curiously surveying the sled and the scenery around, excitedly making little sounds. "I really envy this. Can someone tell me if this is really wilderness survival? Who can go to the hot springs while surviving in the wild? He. I guess the live stream will be shut down soon. Then we can watch our fiancé brother straining hard again. Does the one above really enjoy watching such melodrama? I truly don't get it. If only fiancé brother were a little more generous and let our Susu out freely, the entire internet would praise his vision. Can you hear yourself up there? Why don't you let your wife out so that the netizens can have some fun?" The sled advanced quickly and soon arrived at the small creek next to the slain mountain lion. The stream had long been frozen, covered with snow, but Zhang Yu still carefully got off to check, making sure it was safe before continuing. Along the way, they could see various animal tracks on the thick snow, including footprints of snow hares, wild chickens, squirrels, and other small animals, even lynx and brown bears, as well as all kinds of tracks that Zhang Yu could not identify. The sled moved fast, much quicker than walking, traversing through the coniferous forest, crossing the small creek, and passing through the larch forest to continue onward. The sled gradually slowed down, eventually stopping at the edge of a canyon. A white mist enveloped the canyon, wrapping the entire canyon like a paradise on earth. The hot spring pools were here. Zhang Yu and Su Jin jumped off the sled and walked to the edge of the canyon to look down. The valley floor had accumulated more snow, especially in the dense forest and on a few shrubs, turning white, but near the hot spring pools, it remained snow-free as usual. And the herd of bighorn deer still gathered here. Not leaving, and even by the hot spring pool, small animals could still be seen drinking water. Zhang Yu looked around, searching for a path to bring the reindeer down to the valley. He still remembered the unknown animal that had followed him back to the cabin last time. Although the footprints were small, it was uncertain if it could harm the reindeer. It must be known that the reindeer was now a treasure, and any little damage could not happen. Following his memory, Zhang Yu searched for the way down. He held a wooden stick and explored nonstop, finally finding a gentler slope according to his memory. He untied the sled and led the reindeer slowly down. After tying the reindeer to a big tree near the hot spring pool, he began to explore the canyon. Let's go, let's check the hot spring pool together and see if any predators have migrated here. Zhang Yu said, drawing his bow and tying his axe to his waist, addressing Su Jin. The two carefully patrolled the canyon, on high alert. Only after confirming there were no signs or tracks of large predators did they truly feel relieved. Once sure the canyon was safe, Zhang Yu and Su Jin arrived at the shelter they had built earlier. This shelter was originally just a natural rock hollow, but after the heavy snowfall, the ground was already covered in snow. The two first cleaned off the snow, then began to improve the wooden door. Zhang Yu intended to completely finish this shelter. It was only the start of winter, and it was already over 20 degrees below zero. No one knew how much colder it would get later. They had to complete this shelter thoroughly to calmly face any severe cold that might come. As for supplies, they already had the reindeer. If there was a problem, they could just make a few more trips back and forth. Zhang Yu and Su Jin chopped wood, repairing the wooden walls. Zhang Yu took charge of the repairs, while Su Jin stuffed dry grass into the small gaps of the wooden walls, then used mud mixed with hot spring water to coat the surface, improving insulation. After spending most of the day, they finally finished repairing the entire wooden wall, leaving a small hole for entry and exit. Are we just leaving this hole? Don't we need a wooden door? Su Jin asked curiously. Zhang Yu shook his head. No need, we can talk about that later. He had his own plans. It was still unknown when they would move here. Making the door too early might lead to it getting damaged by sitting unused for a long time. It was better to wait until it was confirmed they would come. Furthermore, if someone really came here, they would likely move in directly and make a wooden door to resist the cold. When they arrived, they could simply check to find out if anyone had come here. Chapter 107, Hot Spring Time. By afternoon, the two had finally improved the shelter to a point where they even built a simple fireplace. Su Jin lit the first fire inside the shelter. The charcoal in the fireplace radiated warmth, with smoked meat roasting above it. The blazing charcoal quickly dried the originally damp fireplace, causing it to crack slightly, and Zhang Yu had to do some repairs. However, this also eliminated the possibility of the damp fireplace cracking from the cold. The two quickly finished their lunch and found some moss for the reindeer. Now we can relax and enjoy a bit. Zhang Yu looked at the alluring hot spring pool that was steaming, rubbing his hands, eyeing Su Jin mischievously. Su Jin's face flushed under Zhang Yu's sly gaze, and she instinctively tightened her collar, but her eyes still revealed longing. In this icy world, soaking in a hot spring felt like a divine experience. But, no. Someone needs to keep watch. What if someone comes, and Xiaobai needs someone to look after too? Su Jin lowered her head, blushing, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. Seeing Su Jin's head almost buried in her chest, her tone extremely shy, Zhang Yu laughed heartily. Then he walked to Su Jin's side, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders, and whispered. Ha, with me here, what is there to be afraid of? Zhang Yu's actions and laughter made Su Jin's face even redder. She struggled a little but couldn't break free, so she let him hold her, just lowering her head more, mumbling softly. It's just that because you are here that I don't feel at ease. The latter part was unclear, but Zhang Yu understood the shyness within. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. How about this, you go soak first, and I'll stand by the pool, turning my back to you. I promise not to look, okay? Zhang Yu said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Jin finally lifted her head, glanced at him quickly, then quickly lowered it again, with a barely noticeable nod, her voice still very low. Watching the shy interaction between Zhang Yu and Su Jin, the atmosphere in the Longwa livestream room immediately became ambiguous. The host, Xiao Sa, was doing his best to maintain a professional image, only the corners of his mouth were raised. Ahem, it seems our contestant Zhang Yu really knows how to, care for team friendship emotions. Of course, Su Jin's concerns are normal. In the wilderness world, safety is always the top priority. I wonder what Professor Yuan-sen thinks. Ahem, Professor Yuan-sen, who was drinking water, was suddenly choked, hurriedly coughing a few times, awkwardly saying. Well, from the perspective of behavioral science, this is a behavior that can only be realized based on a high level of trust. Zhang Yu uses jokes to relieve the tension and shyness between them, while Su Jin's behavior indicates that she has sufficient trust and dependence on Zhang Yu. This positive team interaction can effectively enhance their relationship. Lu Fei laughed out loud after hearing this. Ha ha ha. Xiao Sa, you are really putting Professor Yuan in a tough spot. After all, Zhang Yu and Su Jin are young, full of passion. It's normal for something to happen. Ha ha ha, Longwa command, should we prepare some wedding money? Su, hurry to the hot spring. Definitely do not turn off the live stream, we will supervise Lord Yu for you. The one upstairs, I don't even want to expose you, don't you just want to steal the watch? Where's the fiancé brother? I know you must be watching secretly. Come out, say a word, and we will join you in defeating Lord Yu. Zhang Yu smiled and ruffled her hair, then walked straight over to the reindeer with Xiao Bai, beginning to search for moss and lichen to feed the reindeer. Afterward, he diligently patrolled the surroundings. The two of them almost simultaneously turned off the live stream. Seeing Zhang Yu like this, Su Jin's shyness gradually faded. She bit her lip, her face carrying a sweet smile, and didn't search for a more hidden hot spring, instead walking towards the nearest large hot spring. She first carefully tested the water temperature, and the just right warmth made her unable to help but feel happy. Quickly taking off her heavy clothes, revealing her fair and graceful body, she gently took smooth steps with her round jade-like feet, slowly walking into the hot spring pool. The slightly hot spring water instantly enveloped her snowy skin, washing away the fatigue and coldness accumulated over the past few days. She fully immersed herself in the hot spring, exposing only her arms and head, leaning back against the warm rocks by the pool, letting out a long sigh. The warm spring water gently caressed every inch of her skin, removing the coldness and dirt from her body, also smoothing out the wrinkles in her spirit. Zhang Yu, holding Xiao Bai, appeared to be focused on patrolling, yet his gaze would uncontrollably glance towards the direction of the hot spring, watching the graceful figure wrapped in mist. Not knowing how long it had been, until her skin began to wrinkle and her body became lazy, Su Jin reluctantly opened her eyes. She knew Zhang Yu was still waiting. She got up and left the hot spring, a touch of red appearing on her snow-white skin, as droplets of water like jade pearls slid from her shoulder, gliding past her cherry-pink skin and falling down her straight, jade-like legs to the ground. She carefully wiped her body dry with soft animal skin, then changed into clean clothes and walked towards Zhang Yu and Xiao Bai. Hearing the footsteps, Zhang Yu turned around. Looking at Su Jin with her flushed cheeks, watery eyes, and lazily relaxed body, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Is it nice? He stepped forward and naturally took the animal skin she used to wipe herself. How do you feel? Su Jin nodded, her face full of satisfaction. It's especially comfortable. You should go now, I'll keep watch for you. Okay. Zhang Yu handed the axe to her, while his bow and arrow remained on his back. You and Xiao Bai be careful, it's best to stay near the reindeer. The elk are foraging in the bushes over there, so pay attention, and it'd be better to start a fire. If there's any trouble, use fire to drive them back, Zhang Yu advised. Understood. This time, it was Zhang Yu's turn to step into the hot spring. He also chose the large hot spring pool that Su Jin had just used, which was the same pool where they had encountered the brown bear. Su Jin held her weapon, and with Xiao Bai, started a small fire, quietly scanning the surroundings to keep watch for Zhang Yu. While Zhang Yu was enjoying the hot spring, in the capital headquarters, the commander received an urgent call for help from the commander of the Stick Nation, Yin Mingxuan. The commander summoned Li Guodong and the deputy commander responsible for intelligence before responding to the urgent call. Hello, Commander, we in the Stick Nation urgently need support. Inside the Stick Nation's command center, Commander Yin Mingxuan was speaking on the phone. Our 17th ranked contestant Kim Soo-hyun is currently in a predicament and needs your help from Dragon Country. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Country commander immediately made a gesture, signaling to pull up Kim Soo-hyun's live broadcast and relevant information. On the screen, Kim Soo-hyun was curled up next to a campfire, completely soaked, with droplets of water in his clothes and hair already turning into ice crystals. He was trembling, his skin showing a dark purple hue, and his lips were shivering. Li Guodong quietly set aside, Commander, Kim Soo-hyun previously, due to hunger, found a fish frozen in the ice next to a lake, and began cracking the ice. As a result, the ice broke, and he fell into the water. Fortunately, he is from the Special Operations Team, and with his excellent skills and willpower, he managed to return to the wooden house, narrowly escaping disaster. Then what does he mean by seeking help from us in Dragon Country? What can we do to assist them? The commander whispered, covering the microphone. According to our observations, our contestant Sun Hong is located about 6 to 8 kilometers west of Kim Soo-hyun. I suspect they want Kim Soo-hyun to meet with Sun Hong, Li Guodong replied softly. The commander frowned slightly, his gaze moving back and forth between Kim Soo-hyun and Sun Hong on the large screen. He released his hand covering the microphone and said in a deep voice, Commander Yin, we regret the situation your contestant is facing, and I wonder how we can help you? Yin Mingxuan replied eagerly, Commander, we have observed that your contestant Sun Hong is a few kilometers west of Kim Soo-hyun, and his supplies are still relatively sufficient. We want your country to use the next off-field hint opportunity for your contestant Sun Hong to assist our contestant Kim Soo-hyun. If Sun Hong is willing to lend a hand, we in the Stick Nation will always remember this kindness. The commander thought for a moment and frowned. Commander Yin, I empathize with your contestant Kim Soo-hyun's situation and hope he can hang in there, but I must also consider our contestant Sun Hong. You must know that the wilderness world is over 20 degrees below zero. The snow was half a person high, making Sun Hong walk several kilometers on foot, which was quite risky. I cannot joke with the lives of our country's athletes. Hearing this, Yin Mingxuan still refused to give up and insisted. Commander, Jin Xiuxian is the best athlete from our country, having once ranked in the top 10. Since our two countries have formed an alliance, we cannot give up such an excellent athlete. At the very least, we should attempt a rescue. Isn't this the best choice for our alliance? The commander sneered coldly in his heart but remained expressionless on the surface, adding a hint of helplessness to his tone. Commander Ian, I completely understand how you feel right now, and precisely because we are allies, I am speaking honestly with you. He paused and continued. You must know that Sun Hong is just a very ordinary employee from Long Country. It is already a blessing that he can ensure his survival. If he has to endure the cold and snow, crossing several kilometers is very unrealistic. If it were Xia Chun or Zhang Yu, I would certainly use an outside hint opportunity right now. But for Sun Hong, I am sorry, I cannot give that order. Because the result of my doing so would most likely be that Sun Hong gets stranded and dies in the wilderness at over 20 degrees below zero, while Jin Xiuxian would receive no rescue, ultimately leading to the deaths of both. The commander's tone was filled with sorrow and helplessness. Of course, if Jin Xiuxian can succeed this time, with his skills and abilities, using the outside hint opportunity, you could have him meet with Sun Hong. That would truly be beneficial for our alliance. These words left Yin Mingxuan, the commander of the Korean team on the other end of the call, silent. How could someone capable of being a commander be ordinary? He understood Long Country's refusal immediately. This was also kicking the ball back, placing the high hat of maximizing alliance interests on the head of his own country. Now he had lost all options. If an ordinary athlete died, so be it, but Jin Xiuxian was different. He was the face of the Korean team in the wilderness world. If he died, the highest-ranked athlete from Korea would only be 146th. What should we do if Long Country refuses to help? Yin Mingxuan sighed helplessly, initially thinking of using the alliance to force Long Country morally, which would allow Long Country to use the outside hint opportunity while keeping Jin Xiuxian's hint opportunity as a backup as needed. The commander's analysis is indeed reasonable, it is I who did not consider things thoroughly. You are right, perhaps we should let our Jin Xiuxian try to push through this by himself. Yin Mingxuan's voice was dry, filled with helplessness and sorrow. He knew that in this situation, it would be hard for Jin Xiuxian to survive this ordeal. He could only depend on his own willpower and pray for the favor of heaven. After Zhang Yu finished soaking in the hot springs, he dried his body with the fur used by Su Jin, then put on his clothes and rejoined Su Jin. It's time to head back. Zhang Yu looked at the sky, which had already started to grow dim, knowing they had to return. The temperature in the wilderness at night was much lower than during the day, even reaching -30 degrees. Staying outdoors was not a good thing. The two swiftly took action. Zhang Yu carefully checked the condition of the reindeer, feeding it some moss and water. Meanwhile, Su Jin quickly repacked all the supplies and even collected some extra moss and lichen. Finally, they glanced back at the hot springs, then took the reindeer, following the route they had come, climbing up the gentle slope to return to the top of the canyon, with Xiaobai merrily running beside the reindeer. Arriving at the place where they kept the sled, Zhang Yu reattached the harness and secured the sled. Zhang Yu drove the sled, giving a gentle shake of the reins, and the reindeer began to walk steadily forward. Pulling the sled, they began to run forward. The sunset stretched their shadows long. The sled carved a path home across the snow. The cold wind brushed against their cheeks, and Su Jin pressed her face against Zhang Yu's back, watching the needle-leaved forest and the snow dimmed by dusk, feeling a deep tranquility in her heart. Little Bai seemed to be tired from playing, lying in Su Jin's arms, squinting his eyes to doze off. Zhang Yu skillfully controlled the direction, avoiding various obstacles. The sled glided over the icy ground, through the silent needle-leaved forest, the familiar scenery appearing particularly peaceful in the twilight. The sky gradually darkened, and the aurora appeared in the heavens. Zhang Yu did not rush to speed up, maintaining his original pace. As the reindeer came to a steady stop in front of the wooden cabin, the last beam of sunlight disappeared just below the horizon. The wild chickens in the deer shed crowed, as if welcoming the return of the two. After unloading the supplies, they took the reindeer back to the warm and dry shed, adding some moss and water. Only then did Zhang Yu and Su Jin take Little Bai and push open the wooden cabin door, stepping inside. The fire in the fireplace flared up again, and the candlelight illuminated the cabin. We're home, Su Jin said softly. Yes, we are home, Zhang Yu replied. Chapter 109, once again to the other side of the lake. At this moment, in the command center of Zhan Nation, an analyst suddenly shouted loudly. Report! An important situation has been discovered. About 10 kilometers east of our competitor Luxon, we found traces of the competitor from the Bear Country, Ivan Petrov. A commotion arose in the command center. Ivan Petrov, a Siberian hunter, was ranked 4th on the championship list, having once single-handedly taken down the competitor Wilson from the Beautiful Country, a recognized strong opponent. His appearance near Luxon posed a huge threat. 10 kilometers. General Williams of Zhan Nation stared expressionlessly at the two on the screen, not knowing what thoughts were racing in his mind. At this distance, under the current snow conditions, it would likely take about a day to reach them. Has Ivan detected Luxon? Williams asked. He should not have. Ivan is currently only moving around his own camp, showing no signs of heading towards Luxon. Besides, Ivan has already used his external hint opportunity when he took down Wilson, and there is no chance for another hint now. Williams fell into deep thought. Should he warn Luxon to stay away, or? A bold idea surged in his mind. Luxon is from the Air Force, receiving the most comprehensive training, while Ivan is merely a Siberian hunter who has inherited theoretical knowledge without practical experience. What if Luxon went to take down Ivan? Thinking of this, Williams immediately shook his head. John Nation only had Luxon in the top 10, and he was only ranked 6th, behind Ivan, making it too dangerous. He stood up and ordered. Keep a close watch on Ivan's movements, report immediately of any unusual activity. At the same time, strictly observe the surroundings of Luxon. Once any allied nation is discovered, report it immediately. One person is risky, but if there are two, I want to see what waves this Ivan can stir up. Received, his subordinate replied promptly. At this moment, in the streaming room of the Stick Country, a wailing sound filled the air. Everyone was watching Kim Soo-hyun on the screen. He was curled up next to a nearly extinguished campfire, his body trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering non-stop. His once handsome face was now bruised, his lips blackened, frost covering his hair and eyebrows, and his wet clothes had frozen into a hard shell. His eyes were glazed, his consciousness fuzzy, obviously on the brink of hypothermia. Host Kim Min-soo had a pale face, filled with sorrow, her voice choked as she said, "Dear citizens, our Soo-hyun Appa, he might not hold on much longer, may God bless him and let him survive this time." The barrage was filled with despair. "Soo-hyun Appa. Hang in there, please. God, open your eyes. Save Soo-hyun Appa. Our best player from Bumsy Country, what is the command center doing? Hurry and find a way to save him. Use the hint opportunity. Tell him how to save himself. What are those experts at the command center doing? Are they just watching our Soo-hyun Appa die? Whoa, I can't watch anymore." The entire Bumsy Country seemed to be engulfed in immense despair. Their best player, the once top 10 Soo-hyun Appa, was about to die. Not dying at the hands of his opponent, not falling prey to a predator, but dying in the cold instead. Kim Soo-hyun continued to shiver, but his movements grew weaker. Then, amidst countless Bumsy viewers' disbelieving gazes, the dazed Kim Soo-hyun began to pull at the clothes that had frozen into ice blocks on his body. His throat repeatedly made gurgling sounds. "No! Soo-hyun Appa, don't take it off!" In the live broadcast room, host Kim Min-soo let out a heart-wrenching scream. But this voice could not reach Kim Soo-hyun's ears. His clothes were slowly being torn away, exposing his skin to the icy air. The cold air eroded his skin, making it lose its color instantly, turning blue-purple. Kim Soo-hyun's curled body gradually relaxed, and the last trace of shivering completely disappeared. On his blue-purple face, his pupils began to dilate until the last trace of color completely vanished. The entire Bumsy live broadcast room fell into a death-like silence. Bumsy Country player Kim Soo-hyun has died, 3,001 players remaining. This notification lit up before all the players. Bumsy Country fell into complete silence. A great sadness and despair enveloped the entire Bumsy Country. Their most dazzling star did not die in battle but died in such a humiliating way, in the wilderness. The next day, Zhang Yu arranged for Su-jin to continue collecting moss and lichens early in the morning. An adult reindeer requires a lot of moss for its daily meals, and their stock wouldn't last 2 days. After making arrangements, Zhang Yu took dried meat and some moss and set out with the reindeer. Today, he still planned to head to the other side of the lake. Last time, due to time and the non-alliance country players, he had to return to the cabin after completing the kill. This time, he planned to go across and explore thoroughly to eliminate any potential risks. The ice surface was very smooth, with no obstacles in sight. Zhang Yu moved forward at a very fast pace. This time, he reached the opposite side of the lake in just 1/5 of the time it took last time on foot. He chose a landing point that was completely different from last time, one that was more concealed. He carefully hid the sled and reindeer behind a dense spruce tree, leaving some moss behind. Then, fully armed, with an axe on his back and a recurved bow in hand, he ventured into the deep forest. Exploring in the snow was much easier than usual, he only needed to identify footprints in the snow. Zhang Yu scouted the area, covering roughly a kilometer around. As for going further, it was simply too exhausting to walk alone. He found that, apart from some rabbit, fox, and even lynx prints, there were no fresh human footprints. This reassured him quite a bit. Seeing no results, he decisively turned back and returned to the hiding place of the reindeer. The reindeer was quietly chewing on the already frozen moss. Upon seeing Zhang Yu return, it shook its large antlers. Zhang Yu patted it and readied the sled again. This time, he did not plan to go ashore for a search but prepared to observe along the lakeshore. This way, the range would be larger, and the efficiency would be higher, although it might not be too detailed. Chapter 110, Discovering 5 Players. Zhang Yu sped along the lakeshore. Along the way, dense forests were scattered, with frozen streams merging into the lake, truly magnificent. Various animal tracks covered the snow by the lake, and occasionally, one could see some animal skeletons, along with patches of the snow stained red around those bones. He even saw the corpse of a large horned deer, eaten to nothing but white bones, surrounded by tracks of wolves in the snow, both large and small. Zhang Yu estimated there must be a dozen wolves in that pack. This was a relatively large wolf pack, already bigger than the one he encountered back at the cabin. Zhang Yu frowned, reasoning that it was unlikely 2 wolf packs would appear so close together, just a few kilometers apart. But reality showed otherwise. He swept his gaze around and landed on the frozen lake. Perhaps it's due to the lake's barrier, or maybe the wolf pack near the cabin was wiped out, the scent gradually fading, leading this pack to migrate here. Or maybe in winter, wolf packs extend their hunting range. Zhang Yu thought to himself, becoming more cautious. Even in daylight, no one could guarantee that the wolf pack wouldn't come out. If a wolf pack set its sights on him in this open area, it would be deadly. The reindeer pulling the sled could not outrun the wolves, and he knew very well this pack numbered over a dozen. Even if he had LV5 archery skills, he could only take down a few. Once the wolves surrounded him recklessly, escaping would be impossible. Zhang Yu maintained a serious expression, carefully observing his surroundings. Meanwhile, Professor Yuansen in the live streaming room looked at the bones and countless tracks, his expression turned grim. Dear viewers, the situation is not optimistic. These tracks are almost exclusively the size of adult wolves, with a count of at least over 10. And in winter, food is scarce, so this pack's activity range will surely expand, likely crossing the lake to forage near Zhang Yu's shelter. This means, Zhang Yu and Su Jin likely face the threat of a wolf pack again. And a pack larger than the last one. Let's hope they are lucky enough not to encounter it. Xiao Sa and Lu Fei said nothing, their faces filled with worry. The livestream's comments were full of tension and concern. Damn! A dozen wolves? Master Yu, hurry and retreat, this is too dangerous. The wolves could chew this deer to such a state, how ruthless. I'm scared even through the screen. What are you afraid of? Another chance for a feast is coming. The last pack was no problem for Master Yu. Why worry about this one? You people from Longwa seriously don't know when to back down. Do you think all wolf packs are like the last one, filled with weaklings? This time, your contestant is definitely in grave danger. IP address, Sakura Country. Zhang Yu followed the tracks of the departing wolf pack, feeling a bit less afraid among the dense forest. At worst, he could just climb a tree and take them out one by one. Until he was blocked by a continuous stretch of forest, he finally turned back. Both the host and the viewers sweated for Zhang Yu's actions. Then, Zhang Yu continued searching along the lakeshore, but found nothing until darkness began to fall. However, at this moment, the command center in Longwa was in chaos. Everyone was glued to Zhang Yu's personal livestream while frantically adjusting the recordings of other contestants' streams to compare. Report. At 11:17 a.m., Zhang Yu passed the checkpoint, which is where Amir from Baba Sheep Country used to be. Currently, he is located in a valley about 3 kilometers southeast of the checkpoint. The exact location is marked on the map. Report. At 1:23 p.m., at the checkpoint, traces of Celinda from Kangaroo Country were found. His location has been marked. About 5 kilometers to the southwest. Report. At 14:39, at the waypoint, to the south, we found the camp of the competitors from Siam and Myanmar, about 7 kilometers away, and it has been marked. Report. At 16:25, we discovered the trace of the 9th-ranked competitor Anderson from the beautiful country, just 2 kilometers by the lake, and it has been marked. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Anderson was the 9th-ranked competitor and even ranked ahead of Zhang Yu. He was also a former instructor of the Navy SEALs. His strength was astonishing. If Zhang Yu and Anderson lived their own lives without contact, most would believe Zhang Yu could survive until the end. But once they met, Zhang Yu was just an unemployed wanderer. Even though his current performance was indeed impressive, no one thought he could defeat Anderson. Even with Su Jin joining him, the odds were slim. After all, Anderson was a soldier, particularly an instructor from the elite Navy SEALs. His strength was hard to imagine. The commander took a brief moment of silence before finally speaking. We don't need to worry too much. After all, Zhang Yu has the reindeer, allowing him to travel such a long distance. Anderson, however, cannot walk over 10 kilometers in an environment of minus 20 degrees Celsius. Right. Besides, competitor Amir from Baba Sheep Country is closer to Zhang Yu's cabin, only about 9 kilometers away. If Anderson makes any moves, we can contact Baba Sheep Country and use Amir's outside hint opportunity to remind Zhang Yu. Li Guodong paused for a moment and then continued, by the way, keep a close eye on Xiao Rui, quickly determine the distance between her and Zhang Yu, and if we find anything, we can use Xiao Rui's outside hint opportunity to remind Zhang Yu. This indeed was the best response method at the moment, as Zhang Yu and Su Jin had already lost their outside hint opportunities. Xiao Rui, being a competitor from the Dragon Country, posed no problem. As for Amir, Baba Sheep was also an ally of the Dragon Country. Despite internal discrepancies, once their commander used the outside hint, everything would be fine. The two sentences from the commander and Li Guodong instantly pulled everyone back from their initial pessimism, and they once again began to confidently gather information from various livestreams in the wilderness world. At this moment, Zhang Yu had also set off on his way back. This time, he didn't go directly back to the cabin but wandered around in the middle of the lake. He understood the importance of staying hidden. The reindeer greatly increased his speed, but it also left a clearer trail. If the competitors from hostile nations discovered the sled tracks and followed them to the cabin, he and Su Jin would face a life and death crisis. Therefore, once he stepped onto the ice, he did not return in a straight line. Instead, he drove the reindeer, casually making circles on the ice, sometimes heading east, sometimes north. Of course, he knew this wouldn't be much use against those military elites skilled in tracking, but it could delay their search speed. Yet, how many could remain exposed to the chilling wind at -20 degrees for long? Chapter 111, Zhang Yu rushed to 8th place. Zhang Yu returned to the cabin. The sky had completely darkened. Su Jin stood worriedly at the cabin door, anxiously looking around, and when she finally saw Zhang Yu return safely, she let out a long sigh and hurried to meet him. Zhang Yu briefly recounted today's discoveries. A pack of over a dozen wolves. Su Jin's face turned pale upon hearing Zhang Yu's account. The last wolf pack's night raid was still fresh in her memory. She knew well the cunning and danger of wolves. Their chilling howls and surprise attacks felt like yesterday. Unconsciously, she glanced at the darkness outside the house. It felt as if countless pairs of eerie green eyes were peering from the darkness. Don't worry too much. Zhang Yu noticed her anxiety and comforted her. The wolf pack is across the lake, they might not come over. Besides, our wooden cabin has been reinforced long ago, that wolf pack can't get in, and with the alerts from the reindeer in Xiaobai, our cabin is as solid as a fortress. It's just... Just what? Su Jin raised her delicate little face, nervously staring at Zhang Yu. Just that the underground of our cabin is reinforced, but the storage room and the reindeer shed are not. The storage room is fine, it has no heating, and the ground has long hardened. But the reindeer shed is different, there is warmth from the flue, and with the warmth from the reindeer and wild chickens, the soil underground may not be as frozen hard, said Zhang Yu. Then tomorrow we will reinforce the ground beneath the reindeer shed, we cannot let anything happen to the reindeer. Su Jin was a bit tense. The reindeer were their most important asset right now, absolutely no room for any accidents. Zhang Yu nodded. You start reinforcing it tomorrow, and I'll patrol along the lake shore to ensure the situation nearby is safe. Okay. I'll start digging early tomorrow, using wooden spikes and stones to reinforce the ground beneath the shed. You must be careful when you go out to scout, Su Jin paused, then added with a hint of worry. How about I go with you tomorrow? With 2 people, we can look out for each other, and we can take our time with the shed. Zhang Yu shook his head. No. The shed is important, no one knows when the wolves might come. If they catch my scent and come, it would be bad. Besides, it's easier for me to escape alone. If anything goes wrong, I can run immediately. It's safer and more efficient for us to act separately. The two discussed while eating dinner by the fireplace. At this moment, on Blue Star, the big data had updated the ranking list again for the championship. First place, James, Beautiful Country, 30 years old, Delta Special Forces instructor. Second place, Xia Chen, 27 years old, Dragon Country, Main Combat Force member. Third place, Chris, Sunset Country, 27 years old, Air Crew member. Fourth place, Ivan Petrov, Bear Country, 30 years old, Siberian hunter. Fifth place, Matsuda Saburo, Cherry Blossom Country, 26 years old, Emperor's Guard member. Sixth place, Luxon, John Country, 26 years old, Aviation Force member. Seventh place, Heinrich Heine, War Vehicle Country, 32 years old, Main Combat Force member. Eighth place, Zhang Yu, Dragon Country, 22 years old, unemployed drifter. Ninth place, Anderson, Beautiful Country, 29 years old, former Navy SEAL instructor. 10th place, Ottobo, Non-Alliance Country, 29 years old, legendary driver. 996th place, Wu Jun, Dragon Country, 28 years old, worker. 3011th place, Lachinov, Two Hair Country, 33 years old, unemployed drifter. As the new ranking list appeared in the Beautiful Country live broadcast room, the bullet comments flipped dramatically. USA. Number 1. CN? No. Our James remains number 1. No one can surpass him. What garbage Dragon Country, only worthy of following behind Beautiful Country eating dust. Wait, how did that Dragon Country's Zhang Yu rise 2 spots to 8th? He surpassed our Anderson. What did he do? Didn't he just raise a deer? Can that boost his ranking? And he rose twice? No. Now, our James leads Dragon Country's Xiachen by 1, but Dragon Country's Zhang Yu has surpassed our Anderson by 2. Doesn't that mean we lost to Dragon Country by 1? Watching the crazy scrolling comments, General MacArthur wore an arrogant smile. No. Dear viewers of the Free Lighthouse Country, I've noticed some unnecessary worries. I can only say that you are indeed overthinking it. Our brave James firmly holds the top spot, his strength is unmatched. Even if Dragon Country's Xia and Zhang worked together, they couldn't defeat James. You must understand, there is a huge gap between a special forces instructor and an ordinary soldier as well as an unemployed drifter. He paused deliberately, his tone slightly disdainful. As for the slight changes in rankings for some countries' competitors, it is completely not worth mentioning. You must know that our James is in first place because the highest ranking is only first. And the other competitors, it's because their strength can only place them at that position. In stark contrast to the atmosphere in the beautiful country's livestream room, the Dragon Country's livestream room fell into a sea of joy the moment the rankings were announced. 8th place. Competitor Zhang Yu has risen to 8th place. Xiao Sa's excited voice trembled a bit. This is another huge victory for our Dragon Country. Competitor Zhang Yu, with his amazing knowledge and abilities, has stepped, 1 foot at a time, from last place all the way up to now 8th place. Currently, we can say without hesitation that in the wilderness world, our Dragon Country has surpassed the beautiful country and risen to first. Lu Fei's eyes were a bit red, her voice choked with joy. It's been so hard. Watching him go from making the first pottery, to building a wooden house, taming a snow fox, making charcoal, to now taming reindeer and creating sleds. He is not just surviving, he is creating a miracle that belongs to us dragon people in the wilderness world. Professor Yuan Sin was also full of excitement. The rise in Zhang Yu's ranking is definitely not a coincidence, every action he takes has purpose and foresight. This is the reason for the improvement in big data scores, his progress this time is not the end but merely a new beginning. From last place to 8th place, who else? Yu continue to charge. Charge into the top 5, into the top 3, aim for first. Our top 10 ranking has already surpassed the beautiful country by 1 place. This time we are truly first. Everyone, be humble. Although we are very happy, we still need to be humble. Let's wait until Xiachen or Zhang Yu charges to first place, then we can announce to the whole world, CN, and 01. Chapter 112, The Self-Made Ranking of the Asan Country. In the livestream rooms of various countries on Blue Star, some audiences were sad while others were happy, but at this moment, the command center of Asan Country was in deep trouble. A group of people gathered, looking at the big data ranking with grim expressions. This big data is definitely targeting our Asan Country. We still have 19 competitors left in the wilderness world, and the highest among them can only rank 307th. How can we explain this to the public? Chief Commander Mo Laoxian said with a worried frown. Indeed, what we can't understand is how that Dragon Country Zhang Yu could rise from last place to now 8th place. If this isn't cheating, then it means there is a serious algorithm problem with the big data. I suggest we immediately activate our own big data in Asan Country for recalculation and issue the most authoritative ranking, a Brahmin suggested. Chief Commander Mo Laoxian sighed in some frustration. Alas, we have tried, but we really can't figure out the underlying coding of the big data, and we simply can't recalculate it. Hearing this, the Brahmin showed a hint of impatience on his face. He waved his hand and said, Mo Daxian, why bother being constrained by big data that we can't control? Since its algorithm is unfair and cannot reflect the true strength of our Asan Country, why should we let it lead us by the nose? He straightened his back and scanned the crowd, speaking calmly. You should know that the public just needs a relatively fair ranking. Since big data can't achieve that, we can fully rely on our own wisdom to manually select a ranking and simply claim that it is the ranking based on the big data developed by our Asan Country. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the command center's eyes lit up. They all couldn't help but exclaim that this was indeed a good idea. No wonder he was someone who listened to the teachings of the Brahma god day and night, he is indeed smart. An official immediately stood up to echo. That's right. As expected of the Brahmin, who can come up with such a perfect solution. That Dragon Country Zhang Yu is just a jobless wanderer, how can he make it into the top 10? That non-league country's Ode Bao is just a driver, why should he be in the top 10? The big data must have problems. How can they compare with our masters who have worked hard for years? A few people exchanged opinions, the more they spoke, the more reasonable they felt. Soon they started discussing the specific rankings. Who do you think should be number 1? Is it James from the beautiful country or our country's Vishwanath of the Brahmin caste? I think maybe James from the beautiful country is better as number 1, after all, he is a special forces instructor, always at the top in big data rankings. Isn't it too harsh to place him second? I agree, James first, and let the Dragon Country's Xiachen step back. Place Vishwanath second, and Rajendra from the Kshatriya caste third. Xiachen from the Dragon Country should be fourth. Yes, yes, yes. I think this ranking is good. We could even place our Vaishya caste's Dayanand at 4th, letting Xia Chen from the Dragon Country take the 5th. As for that Zhang Yu, just move him way back, that's how it should be. The people in the command center debated, and finally, the Brahmin who spoke earlier said, I don't care about others, but as a Brahmin, Vishwanath must be ranked first. As for the rest, you all can decide. Upon hearing this, the commander, Old Mo, also spoke up. Alright, it will be as you said. Vishwanath is first, James from the beautiful country is second, Rajendra is third, Xia Chun from the dragon country is fourth. As for that non-league Zode Bao and dragon country's Zhang Yu, let's push them down. When can drivers and jobless people make it to the top 10? Before long, a unique ranking from the A3 country appeared. First place, Vishwanath, A3 country, 33 years old, Brahmin. Second place, James, beautiful country, 30 years old, Delta Force instructor. Third place, Rajendra, A3 country, 28 years old, Kshatriya. Fourth place, Xia Chen, Dragon Country, 27 years old, Main Combat Force member. Fifth place, Chris, Sunset Country, 27 years old, Air Operations Squad member. Sixth place, Ivan Petrov, Bear Country, 30 years old, Siberian hunter. Seventh place, Matsuda Saburo, Cherry Blossom Country, 26 years old, Emperor's Guard member. Eighth place, Anderson, Beautiful Country, 29 years old, former SEAL instructor. Ninth place, Heinrich Heine, Tank Country, 32 years old, Main Combat Force member. 10th place, Dayanand, A3 country, 29 years old, Vaishya. In the live broadcast room of A3 country, when this unique ranking was announced, the audience, who were originally angry and frustrated about the rankings of the competitors, were instantly replaced by fanaticism. The host's face beamed with pride and excitement. Fellow compatriots, did you see? This is the true fair and just big data list that should exist. The big data outside has long been controlled by some countries, and the list they give is all made by themselves, losing fairness. They target us from A3 country so that even those jobless Zhang Yu and Ode Bao can make it to the top 10. Can you trust that ranking? He pointed at the three A3 country competitors on the ranking board, especially the Brahmin Vishwanath who was at the top, his voice loud. Look, our Vishwanath, the noble Brahmin, fits this first place perfectly. And our Kshatriya warrior Rajendra and the Vaishya Dayanand. They have faced so much targeting and unfair treatment that the original top 10 candidates were placed behind those jobless people and racers. Now, the real big data ranking gives them the fair treatment they deserve. The bullet comments also fell into collective jubilation. That beautiful country and dragon country are just afraid of us A3 country, afraid of our strength, so they teamed up to target us, placing all our competitors so far behind. This is the truth. Our A3 country is the strongest. What dragon country or beautiful country must struggle under our feet? Let those who look down on us shut their mouths. We are the number one in the world. This is the real ranking. We must let those foreign people obsessed with fake rankings know the truth. That's right. Just like recorded in history, our glorious fighter jets are invincible worldwide, yet we are ridiculed and targeted by other countries every day. They are just jealous and afraid of the power of our Asan country. Long live Asan country. Long live the Brahmins. We are the true number one in the world. As for beautiful country and dragon country, that's all nonsense. Chapter 113, Anderson discovers sled tracks. In a short while, the ranking of Asan country was spread around the world by its citizens, leading the curious viewers from various countries to click into the Asan country livestream. This caused the number of viewers in the Asan country livestream to soar like a rocket, instantly reaching the top, gathering nearly half of the global audience. The host of the Asan country livestream and the audience were proudly showcasing the rankings to the foreign viewers. The host's voice was excited. Global audience, look quickly. This is the truly fair and impartial ranking given by big data, not the one controlled by some countries out there. Saying this, he turned to the audience inside Asan country. Look, comrades. The whole world is paying attention to us right now and witnessing the truly fair and just ranking of our Asan country. This is a historic moment. The whole world has heard our voice. That's right, this is the truth. The whole world should see and hear the voice of our Asan country. Let those who doubt our Asan country shut their mouths. History will remember today, and we Asan country will become the authority in the wilderness world. We will grasp the discourse power in the wilderness world. However, when the host and audience of Asan country were looking forward to other countries agreeing and praising them, the atmosphere in the bullet comments turned strange. Dragon country bullet comments? What are you excited about in Asan country? I'm completely confused. What the hell? Is Asan country playing with itself again? Brahmins first, is this surviving by chanting? I'm dying of laughter. The magical Asan country can get high by amusing themselves. Beautiful country bullet comments, WTF? James is second? Who is first? Who is third? Isn't the Hangi River in Asan country dried up? Has it come back to life? Did they drink too much water? This is the funniest joke I've ever seen. San Country is truly a magical place. Can it be played like this? If you can't compete, just create your own ranking? Bear Country Bullet comments, "Hot, beautiful country should be satisfied, at least they gave you guys some face by putting James second, that's pretty good." Self-indulgent rankings, really too ridiculous. Is San Country really that impressive? Who gave you the courage for the top 13? Other countries' bullet comments, "Oh my. Damn San Country, do you really think there's no one from our Bangsi country? You didn't even think to include us? Baka. San Country, do your work. How could you downgrade the ranking of our Cherry Blossom country's contestant? That's morally bad." The live stream of San Country was filled with taunts from viewers from various countries. They were initially lost in their own pride and self-satisfaction. But they were instantly enraged by the flood of mocking comments. They kept sending bullet comments, trying to curse back at the viewers from other countries, but soon, they were overwhelmed by global ridicule. The smile on the host's face gradually stiffened, and he appeared somewhat at a loss. He began to try to defend himself with a louder voice and a more excited tone. He kept reiterating the fairness and justice of the rankings, trying to persuade more people to believe. But his arguments appeared so weak in front of the countless comments of, "Is the river water appearing again? Can a Brahmin persuade Brahma to give food? LOL." The command center of A3 Nation also noticed that something was wrong, but they took no action, simply watching quietly. This list was originally created to fool the domestic populace. As long as they are given a comfort, they will take pride in this false list and unite to confront those who doubt it. In the wild world, the American contestant Anderson was holding a bow and arrow, heading out to search for prey. He tracked the footprints of a snow rabbit, heading north. He moved through the snowy forest like a ghost, occasionally changing direction. As a former SEAL instructor, his tracking skills were undisputed, though the snow reached half his height, limiting his performance. He tracked north for about 2 kilometers, and when he reached the edge of the forest, he suddenly stopped. The snow rabbit's footprints extended forward. But at this moment, his gaze was firmly drawn to another completely different set of tracks. He saw a deep sliding trace on the snow covering the frozen lake, interspersed with some hoof prints. Anderson quickly stepped forward, crouching in front of the sliding mark, carefully examining the traces. Could it be a sled? And some large animals pulling it. His pupils contracted, and he instantly concluded. In this wild world, there were already people making sleds? And taming large animals to pull sleds. He was immensely shocked, looking at the traces in the snow. Based on their freshness, not much time had passed, only about 2 or 3 days. He immediately abandoned the search for the snow rabbit and began to study the traces before him. If I can deal with this guy, what does that snow rabbit matter? He was immensely confident. As a former SEAL instructor, he had the capital for confidence. He observed the direction in which the sled was moving and confirmed its path. Then he followed the direction of the traces and continued searching forward, his gaze filled with brutality and bloodlust. In the American live stream, the host and audience saw this scene, and the atmosphere instantly ignited. 5-star General MacArthur was extremely excited. Friends of the Free Nation, Anderson has finally discovered the traces left by Zhang Yu of the Dragon Nation. Next, our Anderson will showcase his tracking ability. Once he locks onto the correct direction, he will present us with an exhilarating hunt. That fellow from Dragon Nation Zhang cannot survive in the hands of our Anderson. Moreover, this time Anderson has the chance for outside hints, while Dragon Nation Zhang and his beautiful vase do not. Anderson discovered. He has already started tracking. Let Dragon Nation Zhang see what a true elite is. Don't think that just because you've killed a few smelly fish from Cherry Blossom Nation, Allied Nations, and Agar Nation makes you awesome. Track him, take him down. Rob his reindeer and sled, along with that beautiful vase. The hunting moment has arrived. Dragon Nation Zhang, welcome glorious death. Anderson will achieve a double kill, restoring 2,000 of resources for our beautiful country. Our beautiful country will be great again. Chapter 114, The Last Stand of Baba Sheep Nation. In the Dragon Nation Command Center, the expressions of everyone were somewhat grim. The thing they feared most had happened, and the key was that it occurred so early. Anderson had discovered the traces of Zhang Yu's sled. The critical point was that Anderson still had the chance for outside hints, while Zhang Yu had already used up that one precious opportunity. The commanding officer asked in a deep voice. How is Xiao Rui doing? Has the specific location been confirmed? Li Guodong shook his head. No, Xiao Rui has been staying in the cave except for going out to gather firewood. She hasn't gone out, and the food has been brought back by those 2 wolves when they went hunting. Hearing this, the commander clasped his hands behind his back, his face darkened as he paced back and forth. Everyone fell silent, their worried faces fixed on the commander, as if only this old man could calm their anxious hearts. After a moment, the commander stopped and looked at Li Guodong. We can't wait. Once the beautiful country's Anderson uses the off-field hint opportunity and starts to move, it will be too late for us to act. Upon hearing the commander's words, everyone nodded in agreement. They understood that Anderson, a former SEAL team instructor, was quick and no one could guarantee they could match his speed. Alright, I will contact the Babayan Kingdom immediately and ask them to use the off-field hint opportunity to warn Zhang Yu. If done correctly, the commander didn't finish, only squinting his eyes. But everyone present was smart. They all knew that once Babayan's player Amir met with Zhang Yu and Su Jin, if they performed well, they could turn the tables on Anderson. Not only Anderson, but also the players from Kangaroo Country, Siam Country, and Myanmar could potentially be targeted too. The commander returned to his office and immediately connected to the encrypted line with Babayan's commander, Musharraf. After skipping the pleasantries, the commander got straight to the point. Old friend, the situation is urgent. Anderson from the beautiful country has discovered the traces of our player Zhang Yu's activities. Given Anderson's abilities, it won't be long before he finds Zhang Yu's cabin, and the situation is very dangerous. He paused for a moment, thinking before continuing. You know that both Zhang Yu and Su Jin have lost their off-field hint opportunities, and according to our observation, your player Amir is not far from Zhang Yu, about 9 to 10 kilometers away. Old friend, could you help us just this once? You've seen Zhang Yu's character and abilities in the live broadcasts. And you witnessed the loyalty of our Dragon Country player, Xia Chen, when facing temptation. The commander's tone was sincere, also mentioning Xia Chen. It should be known that Musharraf had previously sought help from the Dragon Country for Iqbal, and Xia Chen had taken Iqbal in, allowing him to survive. On the other end of the line, Musharraf from Babayan fell silent for a moment, finally making a decision, and said in a deep voice, alright. Since we in Babayan are allied with Dragon Country, and Dragon Country has helped our players, I have no reason to refuse. I will immediately activate the off-field hint opportunity, guiding Amir towards Zhang Yu, hoping they can successfully meet and fight together. But what? Speak freely. The commander asked sternly. We in Babayan have one request. Musharraf fell silent again, as if he was deep in thought or struggling to express himself. The atmosphere became tense and quiet. After a moment, Musharraf finally spoke up. Old friend, you should know that our Babayan is divided into two factions. If I help you now, I will completely offend the beautiful country. We will have no way out. So, we can help you. We can hand over Anderson's head to you, or even all future heads can be given to your Dragon Country. But we want to guarantee that once you are on the verge of victory, you must take us Babayan into your Dragon Country, wait for our resources to recover, and then allow us to be independent once more. Musharraf's proposal was incredibly heavy. The request concerning the fate of the Baba Sheep Country. This is not just an alliance match, but a gamble on the nation's destiny. He has staked the entire future of the Baba Sheep Country on the Dragon Country achieving the final victory in the wilderness survival. The commander-in-chief fell silent. This strategy of absorbing other countries through ultimate victory was planned by him and the entire think tank corps. However, it was a complete absorption, not just restoring resources and then splitting away. The commander-in-chief quickly weighed the situation in his mind. He thought about the dual factions within the Baba Sheep Country and the current state of the wilderness world. He made a decision. Commander Musharraf, I agree to your request. And thank you for your trust in the Dragon Country. Our Dragon Country and Baba Sheep Country will fight together in Blue Star and Wilderness World, striving for a future for our nation and our people. Once this move is made, it will mean that the pro-Dragon faction in Baba Sheep Country will completely crush the pro-Beautiful faction. Because the Beautiful Country will not allow a top 10 player to die because of the Baba Sheep Country. Good, thank you for the trust, Commander. From this moment on, the Baba Sheep Country will advance and retreat with the Dragon Country, sharing life and death together. I will immediately order the initiation of the external prompt opportunity, Musharraf said solemnly. No. Not yet, we need to discuss the content of the prompts and the allocation of heads, the commander-in-chief interrupted. Musharraf looked puzzled. Didn't Anderson's head say it was for your Dragon Country? Ha ha ha, no. It's not just one Anderson's head, your Baba Sheep Country may not have noticed. On the shores near Amir, there are also players from the Kangaroo Country, Siam Country, and Myanmar. Adding Anderson, there are currently 4 heads, the commander-in-chief laughed heartily. The fact that the Baba Sheep Country could do this exceeded his expectations. He thought it would be enough to persuade Musharraf to use the external prompt, but unexpectedly, he gained the entire support of the Baba Sheep Country at once. Hearing this, Musharraf considered for a moment and then spoke. Old friend, why don't we split the 2 heads equally between our countries? That would be the most fair distribution. The commander-in-chief shook his head in refusal. No. Your Baba Sheep Country's area and total resources are so limited, even if you restore 1,000, how much resource can you obtain? Our Dragon Country has vast territory and abundant resources. If we can restore 4,000ths of the resources, that's a lot. Musharraf frowned, his tone filled with confusion and displeasure. Old friend, we are allies, we can't let your dragon country have all the meat while our Baba Sheep country has nothing but soup. How can I explain this to our people? Don't worry, my old friend. Our dragon country will not shortchange our allies. We will take the heads and restore the resources, while at the same time we will compensate you for the loss of resources. Chapter 115, Encountering the Ice Country Player. In the wilderness world. Baba Sheep country player Amir was roasting a fire in a small cave dug in a hillside. Suddenly, an external prompt from the Baba Sheep country jumped out before him. What? Anderson from the beautiful country, Zhang Yu from the dragon country, and players from the kangaroo country, Siam country, and Myanmar are all near me? And I have to give all the heads to the Zhang Yu? Amir frowned, his heart filled with confusion. What is the commander-in-chief doing? It's one thing for me to remind Zhang Yu, but now I have to listen to his commands and even give him my heads? What is going on? Amir looked at the flames dancing in the campfire before him, his brow tightly locked. The commander's orders were hard for him to understand and even felt somewhat suffocating. He, Amir, had survived in the wilderness world until now and considered himself quite skilled, yet he was now being asked to leave his shelter, cross the lake, remind, and ally with an unknown player from the dragon country while having to follow his orders and even give away his spoils? What is so special about Zhang Yu? Suddenly, he remembered that the name Zhang Yu had appeared in the wilderness prompts, and it seemed not just once. He closed his eyes and quickly recalled in his mind. Right. It seems that the name Zhang Yu has appeared 3 times. This guy seems to have completed 3 kills, restoring 3 parts per thousand of resources for Longhua. This information exploded like thunder in Amir's mind. 3 kills. Sakura country, elegance country, federation country. 3 parts per thousand of resources. In this wilderness world, where resources are scarce and even basic needs cannot be met, Zhang Yu had actually completed 3 kills. This means that Zhang Yu's strength and mindset are absolutely among the top tier of all contestants. The doubts and unwillingness in Amir's heart were instantly replaced by a chill and shock. Thinking again about the content of the commander's prompt outside, he gained a whole new understanding. This was not about attaching oneself to a weak ally, but rather joining a hunting team led by Zhang Yu from Longhua. Then, under his leadership, they would start hunting contestants from beautiful country, kangaroo country, Siam country, and Myanmar. Then why should all the kills be handed over to Zhang Yu from Longhua? Won't our Baba Sheep country get nothing? Amir still felt confused inside. Maybe in Blue Star, Baba Sheep country and Longhua have already discussed the distribution of benefits. As for fully following his command, Amir mumbled. But this time, there was no longer any resistance in his tone. Facing a strong player with 3 kills, obeying his command is not a shame but a wise move. Having figured everything out, Amir no longer hesitated, his gaze becoming firm. He closed the livestream and began to check and gather all his supplies and weapons, then crawled out of the cave, moving quickly towards the direction of the lake. On the other side of the lake, Zhang Yu had already sat back on the sled, continuing his search along the lake's shoreline, completely unaware of the turmoil happening outside. He did not search along the shoreline on his side but crossed the lake to reach the landing point from yesterday, heading in the opposite direction from yesterday. The sled glided over the unfamiliar snow, and Zhang Yu was keeping a full 12 points of attention, observing his surroundings. The sled moved smoothly, and Zhang Yu's gaze was carefully watching like a hawk. What the heck? What is that? A cat or a tiger? What the heck? That's a lynx, I've encountered it before. Is it really seeking death by approaching me? I think this lynx might have seen that the sled is missing some decorations and wants to offer its fur to me. Suddenly, the bullet screen started to go crazy, but there wasn't much concern, it was all about having fun. Not far from Zhang Yu's right front, in a sheltered stony beach, he caught a glimpse of a gray-brown figure, standing on a giant rock, gazing at him. Those eyes were cold and alert, focusing tightly on Zhang Yu and the reindeer in front of the sled. The bullet chat in the livestream was still joyfully discussing, but Zhang Yu's heart was a bit tense. Lynx is one of the top predators in the wilderness, aside from bears, mountain lions, and wolf packs. He raised his recurved bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the lynx, but did not shoot, just coldly watching it. The reindeer maintained a steady pace and continued to move forward. Zhang Yu didn't want to take the initiative to attack. On one hand, the distance was indeed a bit far, and on the other hand, if he missed the shot, the arrow could be wasted and lost. If he angered the lynx, it would only make things more troublesome. The lynx locked eyes with Zhang Yu for a few seconds, seemingly recognizing that Zhang Yu was not easy to deal with. It let out a low warning from its throat. Lightly jumped down from the stone, and with a few quick movements, disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Seeing the lynx move away, Zhang Yu did not relax, he remained cautious. His gaze stayed fixed on the direction the lynx had gone until the sled was completely out of the lynx's range, and only then did he finally feel at ease. The sled continued to move forward. After progressing for more than half an hour, Zhang Yu stopped the sled due to a pressing need. He greeted the live broadcast room briefly, then closed the stream, and jogged into the dense forest to relieve himself. After shaking it off, he comfortably pulled up his pants. At that moment, a glimpse from the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of a series of footprints deep in the forest. That is human footprints. Zhang Yu instantly became alert, gripping his bow and arrow a little tighter. He quickly approached, carefully inspecting. He found that the footprints extended from the southeast, seemed to linger briefly in this spot, and then turned back toward the southeast. Zhang Yu stepped next to the footprints and made one of his own for comparison. He noticed that the footprints across from his were clearly shallower and smaller. It could even be a woman. Zhang Yu quickly pondered, should he run away or delve deeper to investigate? As Zhang Yu was conflicted, the atmosphere inside the Dragon Country Command Center was heavy. Report, after analysis, Zhang Yu's location has the Ice Country contestant Isabella. Isabella? Is there specific information on her? The commander furrowed his brows, looking at the live broadcast of Isabella on the big screen, along with Zhang Yu's black screen. Isabella, 24 years old, rank 2489, a singer. Threat level is low, Li Guodong reported to the commander, holding the information pulled up by his subordinates. Chapter 116, Finding Isabella. Isabella was sitting in a tree hole, completely unaware that her footprints had already been discovered by Zhang Yu. In front of her, a small fire was burning, with a mouse skewered on a stick above it. The mouse was roasted to a golden, crispy brown, sizzling with oil, and the rich aroma of grilled meat filled the small tree hole. Isabella eagerly took down the mouse, paying no mind to her painfully burned hands. Her eyes were fixed on the mouse, and she forcefully tore off a leg, blew on it, and took a satisfying bite. A burst of savory meat flavor flooded her mouth, and she contentedly squinted her ice-blue eyes. When she first entered the wild world, she had chosen 3 starting supplies, a snare, a machete, and 5 kilograms of beef jerky. At the beginning, she relied on the 5 kilograms of beef jerky and some berries and wild grass to get by for a long time, and later, lucky enough to find a decaying tree hole, she finally had a safe place to rest. With the snare, she occasionally caught small animals like wild chickens, snow rabbits, mice, and squirrels, allowing her to survive. However, 2 heavy snowfalls led to food shortages. The snow capped the wild grass and bushes, causing her to have gone hungry for 3 days. Today, she braved the cold and routinely checked her traps. Finally, in one trap, she found this frozen mouse, allowing her to enjoy a warm meal. In the Ice Country live broadcast room, host Olaf watched Isabella's satisfying eating appearance on the screen, a happy expression on his face. Our ice woman, Isabella, after experiencing 2 brutal blizzards, enduring hunger for 3 whole days, relied on her unmatched willpower and never-give-up survival spirit, has finally received divine favor. A mouse, our Isabella can finally have a hearty meal to face the upcoming challenges. The bullet screen was flooded with encouraging and heartwarming words. Isabella is amazing. Hang in there, God will surely favor you. Although Isabella's ranking is not high, she is making steady progress, believing that she can return to Blue Star alive. I hope Isabella wins. Her songs are so beautiful, I'm afraid I won't be able to hear her voice again in the future. No. I just watched the live broadcast of Zhang Yu, the 8th-ranked contestant from Dragon Country, and it seems he is near the place where Isabella found the mouse yesterday. Zhang Yu did not start his live stream. He held a bow and arrow, using the cover of trees and snow, moving forward along the footprints' direction. The further he went, the more chaotic the footprints became. But it was clear that they were all from a single person. Zhang Yu bent down, carefully distinguishing. He discovered that these footprints had not been left in just one day, some were new and some were old, suggesting that the owner walked here often. This indicated that the owner of the footprints likely had a relatively fixed shelter nearby or an area of frequent activity. He carefully distinguished. And soon he identified the direction in which the footprints had most frequently traveled. He slowed down, treading lightly with each step, afraid to make even a slight sound. After another 5 minutes of walking, suddenly, he stopped. He caught a faint smell of smoke in the air and the aroma of roasted meat. It was only his strong senses that allowed him to notice it. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't have detected it. He crouched down, carefully sniffing the roasted aroma in the air. South. Zhang Yu confirmed the direction of the scent and began to move carefully southward. At this moment, inside the Dragon Country Command Center, the atmosphere was somewhat tense as everyone argued about Zhang Yu and Isabella. I think we should contact Ice Country to send an external alert to let Isabella know about Anderson from Beautiful Country and Amir from Barbarian Goat Country. Relying solely on Amir may not be enough to find Zhang Yu, said a member of the think tank. No. That would startle the snake. If Ice Country does not follow our plan and directly warns Isabella to stay alert, Zhang Yu will be in danger. We cannot take that risk, another person retorted. Danger? Just because of Isabella, the singer? She is just a singer, not a professionally trained soldier. What kind of threat can she pose to Zhang Yu? Wouldn't Zhang Yu be able to handle her with one hand? I suggest we still contact Ice Country and trade the opportunity for an external alert for Isabella's life. Using all one's strength to fight a rabbit, and it's not that I underestimate Zhang Yu. His performance in the wilderness world has indeed been outstanding, earning us 0.3% of resources for Dragon Country. But we must remember that he is indeed a drifter, without systematic military training, and if he really falls into Isabella's hands, the loss would be great. I agree. Those outside my clan will have different hearts. I fear that Zhang Yu will shelter Isabella. One night, when Zhang Yu and Su Jin are asleep, she could strike. We would lose 2 contestants at once. No one can bear that kind of blow, said a young think tank member. Seeing the crowd arguing, the commander turned to Li Guodong and asked. You think tank members don't have a specific plan now, what do you think? Li Guodong's expression was serious. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. Commander, I think we should not contact Ice Country. Oh? Why? The commander looked at Li Guodong in surprise, not expecting to hear that from him. On one hand, Amir from Barbarian Goat Country has already begun to act, while Anderson is still at the original location. We should have full faith in our allies. Secondly, Ice Country indeed appears to be an ally of Beautiful Country. I do not trust them too much. Let's not even discuss Isabella's threat. What if they didn't send the hints we requested, but instead provided Zhang Yu with false information? We have no way to stop it, we can't even warn Zhang Yu. Upon hearing this, the commander-in-chief solemnly nodded. Your analysis is correct. In that case, let's not contact the Ice Nation. At this moment, Zhang Yu had quietly climbed up a spruce tree, using the advantage of the high vantage point to carefully observe the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed, not far away, an unprecedented density of footprints near a fallen giant tree, and smoke was billowing from one end of the tree. I've got you. Zhang Yu's heart sank. He knew he had found the hiding place of that person. But Zhang Yu did not go down immediately. Instead, his gaze circled around like a hawk. Fearing this might be a carefully set trap. Chapter 117, Kill or Let Live? Zhang Yu crouched on the tree like a stone, completely still as he surveyed the area. Half an hour later, he finally confirmed that there were no ambushes around. His extraordinary perception faintly sensed that there was only one person inside the giant tree. And that person had no guards and would even hum a few tunes from time to time. Zhang Yu secretly marveled at how beautifully this woman sang. If he captured her and locked her up in a wooden house, letting her perform during his free time could even be a source of entertainment in this wilderness. At the Ice Nation Command Center, the atmosphere was extremely tense due to the barrage of reminders. Immediately retrieve the recording from Dragon Nation's Zhang Yu's livestream and analyze the environment before he shut down the stream. The Ice Nation's Commander-in-Chief, Sol, ordered with a serious expression. The recording was quickly retrieved and analyzed, and everyone present wore anxious expressions. Because, it was confirmed that Zhang Yu was indeed near their contestant, Isabella. Zhang Yu must have found Isabella's tracks, an official asserted. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be offline. He wouldn't take this long just to go to the bathroom. I suggest we immediately use the external hint opportunity to warn Isabella to hide or move. The Vice Commander, Shale, voiced his objection. Hide? Move? How could she hide or move? Zhang Yu is ranked 8th among the best, and how about our Isabella? Perhaps she could survive hiding in a tree hole, but out in the wilderness, there is only one outcome, death. My suggestion is to immediately contact the Dragon Nation and see what their stance is. Only if the Dragon Nation is willing to act, can Isabella have a chance to survive. Upon hearing this, the official jumped up and shouted. That won't do. We are a member of the Beautiful Nation Alliance and have already reached an agreement with the Beautiful Nation. If we discuss with the Dragon Nation now, won't the Beautiful Nation and its allies know? Isn't that self-destruction? We should send an external hint, urging Isabella to fight back against Zhang Yu from the Dragon Nation. Even if it means death, she should die bravely. The Ice Nation commander, Sol, looked gloomy as he watched the two arguing, his mind swirling with thoughts. Seeing them arguing more fiercely, he impatiently slammed the table and shouted. Shut up! Will arguing solve the problem? Will it save Isabella? Everyone, be quiet. Isabella licked the grease on her hands, feeling the little bit of pitiful fullness in her stomach, greedily eyeing the half of the old mouse left in her hand, suppressing the desire to eat. The feeling of hunger still followed her like a shadow, but reason told her that this half of the mouse was her only support for survival. She had to conserve it, she had to be thrifty. She carefully wrapped the remaining half of the mouse in clean leaves and stuffed it into a relatively dry crack deep in the tree hole. Beware of being stolen by other small animals. Having done this, she added some damp firewood to the nearly extinguished campfire, then curled up next to it, wrapping herself tightly in a small blanket made of the fur of mice, snow hares, and other small creatures, just quietly staring at the snow outside the tree hole. She knew that compared to other competitors, there was a significant gap. She was just a singer, without any experience or skills. Compared to those top competitors, she didn't have a strong body, nor systematic knowledge. But she was not discouraged. Her only goal was to survive as long as possible, to keep a spark of hope for the Ice Nation, and to seek a chance to live for herself. Just as Isabella was dazedly staring at the snow outside the hole, her thoughts drifting far away. She seemed to hear a sound, like the snow being stepped on, or something brushing against the branches. She suddenly came back to her senses, her heart racing, straining to listen. 1 second, 3 seconds, 1 minute passed. And besides the sound of the wind, there was no other noise. Was it an illusion? Or was it some animal? Isabella shook her head. Maybe it's just my hunger causing me to hear things, or it could be the snow sliding off the tree. She comforted herself, her tense nerves relaxing again. Then, just as she was starting to calm down and prepare to daydream again, the entrance of the tree hole, covered by branches and stones, was pushed aside by a big hand. A tall, fully armed figure appeared at the entrance like a ghost. What terrified Isabella the most was the bow in that person's hand, already drawn back, with an arrow steady and aimed right at her chest. Ah! Isabella let out a scream of fear, her eyes revealing despair, her body instinctively shrinking back, pressing tightly against the wooden inner wall. The small blanket in her hands fell, exposing her trembling body from fright. Don't kill me, she raised her hands high, tears rolling down her cheeks, her eyes filled with despair yet pleading as she looked at Zhang Yu, her voice trembling. I don't have a weapon, I only have a little food, it's all yours. Please, don't kill me. In the Ice Nation's live broadcast room, the host, Olaf, suddenly stiffened his smile, leaping from his seat, screaming. No. Isabella, quickly hide. The Dragon Nation is known for peace, right? We haven't wronged you, and neither has our Ice Nation, please stop. Don't. Zhang from the Dragon Nation, stop. God, save her, save Isabella. It's over, everything is over. I will never hear Isabella's heavenly voice again. Zhang Yu, you butcher, you even harm women. Are the contestants from the Dragon Nation all cold-blooded creatures? What is the command center doing? Hurry and contact the Dragon Nation. Save Isabella. At this moment, the director from the Dragon Nation's live broadcast switched the screen to the Ice Nation's broadcast room. The host, Xiaosa, instantly retracted his professional smile, his face revealing a serious expression, but upon closer look, one could still see the excitement he couldn't hide deep in his eyes. He quickly adjusted his tone, speaking as steadily as possible. Dear viewers, we are now witnessing an unexpected situation. Our contestant Zhang Yu seems to have encountered the Ice Nation's contestant Isabella during his exploration. Currently, Zhang Yu holds absolute initiative and advantage. Is Master Yu so amazing? Could it be that today our Dragon Nation will recover resources? Wow! This is Isabella, a professional singer, her voice is amazing, I still have several of her songs on my playlist. Master Yu, can you show mercy? Hey, I can't bear to watch. Look, this beautiful girl is scared to tears. Killing her would be a pity, keeping her might be useful? Useful? What use? Isn't there just one Susu? Why do we need another one? Is one enough? I'm almost tired of looking at it. I suggest you add another one, Susu on odd days and Isabella on even days. As for the 7th, let's go together. Can you handle that? No breaks? Iron kidney? Chapter 120, Zhang Yu's pressure. The commander of Ice Nation, Sol, called the commander of Dragon Nation, and both sides were in close discussion. And half an hour later, Zhang Yu and Isabella finally opened the live stream again. Inside the tree hole, the bonfire was even more intense, clearly having been fed with plenty of firewood. Zhang Yu sat on the ground, leaning against the tree wall, beads of sweat covering his forehead. He squinted his eyes, staring at Isabella, who was lying next to the bonfire, lost in thought. Isabella's ropes had been untied. But her hands were still bound behind her back, and the ropes around her ankles were gone. The dirt and tear stains on Isabella's face had been wiped away, revealing a slight flush, her golden hair disheveled. The despair and fear in her eyes seemed to have faded considerably, replaced by a sense of submission and a hint of satisfaction. Her clothes were also in disarray, awkwardly worn, and most strikingly, a rope was around her neck, like a dog collar, with the other end held in Zhang Yu's hand. That pose looked just like walking a dog. What's with this look? Is you playing such tricks? Neck collar plus leash. I seem to understand something. It seems Yu's male instinct has overcome his reason, surrendering to the instinct of reproduction. Wow, Susu seems to be losing favor. Exotic style plus roleplay plus 36E, no matter how you look at it, Susu has no chance. The chance for her fiancé has come again. Could Susu be going back to her fiancé's embrace? Zhang Yu looked at Isabella, pondering inside, should I kill her? After all, bringing her back poses a certain threat. Without any hints from the outside, I don't know what the Blue Star Command is thinking, whether to kill or keep her. Outside hints. Zhang Yu's gaze shifted slightly, right. Outside hints. With that thought, Zhang Yu looked at the slumped Isabella with a peculiar gaze. Originally, Isabella was lying on the ground, feeling a bit uneasy, secretly observing Zhang Yu. But seeing Zhang Yu looking at her oddly, she thought, did he want her again? So, she struggled to get up, her eyes filled with seduction, twisting her waist, walking in front of Zhang Yu, and sitting directly on his lap, leaning against his chest, whispering in his ear, taking his earlobe in her mouth. Thinking of it again? Her voice was captivating, mesmerizing beyond measure. Is it coming again? Did you specially start the live stream for us? And let us see the stars of Ice Nation? Oh my! Half an hour again? Can you hold on? I suspect this little girl has bad intentions, planning to drain you dry. Zhang Yu felt his heart race again, stirred by Isabella's words and actions. However, he touched his somewhat sore waist. And suddenly pushed Isabella down onto the ground. Alright, it's time to talk business. Zhang Yu stood up, looking down at Isabella without caring about her shocked expression, stepping on her chest, then pressing a knife against her neck, asking. Now I ask, and you answer, understood? Isabella was stunned by Zhang Yu's sudden brutality. In 1 second she was entwined, and in the next second, she was ruthlessly pushed to the ground, followed by a big foot stepping on the very place that had just been cherished and caressed. Her face quickly turned red from pain and shame. I understand. Please don't kill me. I will definitely satisfy you. She lay on the ground, her golden hair covered in grass clippings. The originally delicate face, like that of a doll, was now covered in tear stains. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, everyone, both the hosts and the audience, were frozen in place by Zhang Yu's actions. They had thought Zhang Yu might close the live stream again, but they never expected to see the scene before them. Little Sa stared wide-eyed at the screen, opening his mouth several times but not producing any sound. In the end, he just coughed twice. Professor Yuan Sen, what do you think? Professor Yuan Sen's face was equally shocked, his mouth agape as he tried to say something. Cough. From the perspective of behavior science, this human individual, reflects the complexity and diversity of human behavior. That's right, that's it. As he spoke, he felt he was running out of words, so he simply closed his mouth and stopped talking. I'm completely stunned. Grandpa Yu's move. I want to call him the god of ruthless detachment. Holy shit. 1 second they were deeply in love, the next second they were ready to draw their swords. This plot is more thrilling than any action movie I've seen from the Cherry Blossom country. Isabella, who am I? Where am I? Are you a man? Zhang Yu cleared his throat twice and asked solemnly. Have you used your off-site hint opportunity? Isabella quickly shook her head, repeatedly answering. No. I haven't used my off-site hint opportunity. Whatever information you want, I can let the Ice Country use it, just please don't kill me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's frown relaxed. He shouted to the sky. Dragon Kingdom Commander, if you have any information to tell me, please contact the Ice Country to send out the off-site hint. If I do not receive an off-site hint, I will directly kill Isabella. By the way, please add at the end of the off-site hint how many keys are on the cabinet to the right when entering my home. Upon hearing this, everyone in the live broadcast room erupted. What is Uncle Yu doing? Why ask about how many keys? Holy shit. There's such a move? Uncle Yu is amazing. Now the Ice Country can't lie either. Uncle Yu is awesome. Professor Yuan Sen was also a bit shocked. Oh my god. This is brilliant. Zhang Yu's action is truly a stroke of genius. Zhang Yu is setting up a verification code. An answer only he and the Dragon Kingdom know. Think about it, if the Ice Country conveys false information to deceive Zhang Yu would have no way to tell. But Zhang Yu asked about the number of keys. This information can only be obtained through investigation by the Dragon Kingdom Command. The Ice Country definitely won't know the correct answer. Little Sa quickly reacted and continued. In this way, if the off-site hint does not have the correct answer, then Zhang Yu will know that the Ice Country has not reached an agreement with the Dragon Kingdom. This means he will know that the message from the Ice Country is definitely problematic, and can directly kill Isabella. And if the answer is correct, then Isabella will also know that the Ice Country and the Dragon Kingdom have reached an agreement on Blue Star, and will not have hostile thoughts towards Zhang Yu. At least for a short time. Professor Yuan Sen nodded. Exactly. In this way, the Dragon Kingdom Command can even request to jointly participate in sending the off-site hint. This will ensure the accuracy of the information. Zhang Yu is truly amazing. Chapter 121, Departure Back to the Cabin. In the Ice Country Command, the atmosphere was tense, everyone stared at the screen in silence. Finally, it was the Deputy Commander Shaler who spoke. He turned to the Commander Soul and said, "Commander, hurry up and contact the Dragon Kingdom, since a decision has been made, why hesitate any longer? Isabella's life is now entirely in your hands. Do you want to watch as Isabella dies, then lose 1% of the Ice Country?" His words struck Soul's heart like a dagger. He was the commander of the Ice Country, how could he not care for it? But thinking about how the Alliance, led by the beautiful country, would view the Ice Country after this move, he hesitated in his heart. On one hand was the player and land of his own country, on the other hand was the attitude of his allies. Finally, his stiff body leaned back against the chair, and he sighed lightly. "Since I have already made up my mind, forget it, then let's contact Dragon Country." As he spoke, he picked up the phone and dialed out. Zhang Yu added another piece of firewood to the fire, while sitting beside it, watching Isabella shrink and shiver on the other side of the fire, brainwashing her. "Don't blame me. If your Ice Country contacts Dragon Country, I naturally won't harm you, and I will take you back to my shelter, where you won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. But if your Ice Country does not contact Dragon Country, and the two sides do not reach an agreement, then it means your Ice Country has abandoned you. I can't be sure if I will act against you, but if I do, don't blame me." As Zhang Yu spoke, he took down a piece of roasted smoked meat from the fire, handed it to Isabella, and said in a gentle tone, "Eat something, this is bear meat. I know you are not full, eat a little, it tastes much better than rat meat." Isabella obediently accepted the bear meat with her bound hands, then wolfed it down like a starving person amidst tears. Zhang Yu also began to eat beside her. After all, after a long day of work, it was time to replenish his strength. The only regret was that the wolf meat, cougar meat, bear meat, and those kidneys were eaten too early, leaving none behind. Should I go out to hunt some more? Then replenish a bit? Zhang Yu thought as he looked at the beautiful yet disheveled Isabella. Time slowly passed by. The audience in the livestream was watching Zhang Yu and Isabella with great interest, chatting idly. At this moment, Su Jin was at the wooden cabin, working hard to dig the frozen soil outside the deer shed. The soil closer to the deer shed was better, but the ground a little further away remained very hard. She had no choice but to light a fire on the frozen ground to soften the frozen soil with the heat of the flames. Finally, a deep trench had been dug around the deer shed. Sweat soaked her forehead, freezing into white frost in the temperature of more than 20 degrees below zero. She stood up and wiped her sweat with her sleeve, taking a long breath. "Next, I need to arrange some sharp wooden sticks and broken stones." She looked at the fruits of her labor over the past half day, feeling both tired and happy. The trench was deep enough, she just needed to bury sharpened wooden stakes and some broken stones, then cover them with soil soaked in water and compact it, forming a solid underground defense line to block the wolf pack's underground advance. After resting for a short while, she began to work busily again. The wooden sticks were ready-made, a product of the night she spent with Zhang Yu last night. She kept inserting the sharp wooden stakes into the ground, while sprinkling some broken stones in between. As she worked, she occasionally looked up towards the lake, her eyes filled with hope and worry. Little White ran around her feet, occasionally bringing some small stones. Oh! Poor Susu, working hard for this home alone, tirelessly strengthening the deer shed. How could she have thought that Yuga was outside messing around? Oh! Yuga, how can you treat our Susu this way? What is so good about that golden-haired, blue-eyed vixen? Our Susu is the hard-working and capable one. Susu, stop working. Your home has been stolen. Think about it, what if Yugu brings Isabella back? Then it will be a good show to watch. Ha ha. Zhang Yu checked the time, it was getting late, almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Get up, come with me. I will take you back to the wooden cabin. Behave on the way, don't try any tricks or attempt to escape. If Ice Country hasn't reached an agreement with Dragon Country yet, we'll talk about it then. Hearing this, Isabella's body trembled slightly. She struggled to get up from the ground. The chest and lower body that had been trampled still ached faintly. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Zhang Yu, just silently nodded. Yes. I will be obedient. Zhang Yu carried a bow and arrows and a backpack, holding a machete in his right hand and leading a rope in his left, walking behind Isabella. Isabella walked silently in front, with a collar made of rope around her neck. Her messy blonde hair stuck to her forehead, her pale face filled with fear and despair. She knew that her life and death depended entirely on Zhang Yu's whim. The two walked one after the other, heading towards the lake, without exchanging a word. After about half an hour, they arrived at the place where Zhang Yu had parked the sled and reindeer. The reindeer was quietly lying on the snowy ground under a tree, having already eaten all the moss in front of it. Seeing Zhang Yu return, it got up and affectionately shook its head. Upon witnessing this scene, Isabella, who was still filled with fear, stood frozen in place. The reindeer was a national treasure of their ice country, their history was inseparable from reindeer. Even now, when reindeer had gone extinct globally, for still existed in the oasis of their ice country. But she never expected to see a reindeer here, one that had been tamed by the man who had wronged her. Zhang Yu took some moss from his backpack and threw it in front of the reindeer, then carefully checked the condition of the sled and the reindeer. After confirming everything was normal, he said to Isabella, "Get on, sit in the front, hold on to the handles." Isabella, still in shock, was startled awake by Zhang Yu's words. She clumsily climbed onto the sled, sitting sideways at the front, bending over, her bound hands resting on the handle beside her. Zhang Yu untied the reindeer's harness, climbed up onto the sled, and sat down in the back seat. He then secured the rope that was leading Isabella to the side handle. Then he gently shook the reins. "Let's go. Back home." Chapter 122, Ice Country Outside Tips. Zhang Yu raced down the path back to the cabin. To be honest, his heart was also a bit unsettled right now. He had just focused on satisfying himself, not thinking of Su Jin, and now, thinking about the two that were about to meet, he felt a sense of déjà vu, like bringing a mistress to meet the legitimate wife. He shook his head violently, throwing this absurd thought behind him. Then he looked at the hunching Isabella, her hands gripping the handle, trying hard to maintain her balance. His heart softened slightly, and he spoke. "Come sit on my lap, it must be tiring for you like this." Upon hearing this, Isabella's body stiffened for a moment. But as the rope around her neck shifted, she obediently sat on Zhang Yu's lap. Then, tentatively, she slowly leaned back, snuggling into Zhang Yu's embrace. Zhang Yu said nothing, letting his hand wrap around her chest, shaking the reins to make the reindeer speed up slightly. What is going on here? Just now he was stepping on her, and now this? I'm a psychologist, let me explain. This is Zhang Yu slapping and then giving a sweet date. He wants to train Isabella to develop Stockholm Syndrome. What is Stockholm Syndrome? Seeing this comment, Little Saw also spoke up, asking Professor Yuansen. Professor, do you know what Stockholm Syndrome is? Professor Yuansen thought for a moment and replied. Stockholm Syndrome, also known as the hostage syndrome. It primarily manifests when the victim, after being abused, not only does not hate the abuser but develops dependence, affection, and gratitude toward them. To make the other party develop this mentality, one cannot continue the abuse, instead, there needs to be a switch between abuse and occasional kindness. This intermittent change in state makes the victim feel that as long as they behave well, they can receive kindness, leading them to believe it is their own fault that caused the abuse. Gradually deepening the reliance on the perpetrator's kindness. Wow! Is there really such a perverted plot? It's truly unheard of. Can someone who was abused actually develop feelings for their abuser? There should be, although I haven't seen it. But in the action movies from the Cherry Blossom Country, aren't there many such plots? You upstairs have exposed yourself. You secretly watch action movies from the Cherry Blossom Country. Where's your bottom line? Where's your morality? What's the website? Mine's blocked, send me a website, please. Zhang Yu, of course, did not know the excitement in the live broadcast room. At this moment, part of his mind was on driving the sled, while another part was captivated by the surrounding majesty. The sled raced across the lake, rising and falling from time to time. Zhang Yu could clearly feel that majesty brushing against his arms. Suddenly, he felt Isabella's body stiffen in his arms, then she let out a long breath and slumped against him. He knew that Isabella's external hints had arrived and hurriedly asked. What's wrong? Did the external hints come? Isabella quickly sat up, turned to the side, her eyes revealing hope, excitedly saying to Zhang Yu. The external hints have come. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Yu covered her mouth and said. Shut down the live broadcast first, then talk. Hearing this, Isabella quickly closed the live broadcast room. Seeing Zhang Yu nod, she finally spoke. The external hints say that on your path yesterday, there were 5 contestants. At 11:17, the Babayang allies are looking for you, at 13:23 the Kangaroo Nation, at 14:39 the Siam Nation in Myanmar, and at 16:25 the beautiful country has found no trace. As she spoke, she looked strangely at Zhang Yu and continued. Also, there are no keys at your home. Hearing this, Zhang Yu laughed heartily, reached out to touch her golden hair, and said with a smile. Isn't this normal? Who puts the keys at the entrance? Besides, who would remember how many keys they have? Zhang Yu pinched Isabella's little face and kissed her before saying. Alright, this means that on Blue Star, Long Country and Ice Country have come to an agreement, so you can safely go back with me. If you perform well in the future, I will have Long Country communicate with your Ice Country and transfer you to our Long Country, so you can stick with us until the end. Isabella's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Her voice trembled with unbelievable excitement. I will definitely perform well, you can let me do anything. Zhang Yu nodded. A slap, a sweet date, then a tempting pancake, this series of moves would keep this woman in line for now. As for whether the transfer would really happen, that's another story. At least for now, it would reduce unnecessary trouble. Of course, the premise is that your performance has to satisfy me in Long Country. I will definitely satisfy you. As she spoke, she squatted down. Another round of clouds and rain. Isabella puffed up her little mouth. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu lay back in the sled seat, letting out a long breath, his body intertwining with fatigue and relief. Finally calming down, he began to think about Isabella's messages. 5 contestants, including one from Baba Yang, are allies and are looking for me. This is a good piece of news. It means I can gain a temporary ally and strengthen the team's power. As for the Siam nation and Myanmar, these 2 countries' contestants can be ignored for now. They also sway left and right on Blue Star, and I believe they won't dare to cross such a vast lake to trouble me. But they can't be ignored either. Kangaroo Nation, alone, it's not a big deal, but if they team up with the Beautiful Country contestants, it will be trouble. Beautiful Country, extremely dangerous. They have also found traces of the sled. The Long Country Command Center sending this news means this person is indeed very dangerous and has already discovered my tracks. If I add the external hints to that, I will be in great danger. Zhang Yu was analyzing in his heart. The brow furrowed involuntarily. I still need to deal with the Kangaroo Country contestants first. If I let them team up, I will be at a great disadvantage. Of course, it's best to first join forces with the Baba Sheep Country contestants, and then take action. But then the distribution of the heads will be another issue. After all, I am different from Isabella. Isabella exists as a trophy or rather a slave, and she does not have a voice, but the Baba Sheep Country contestants are different. He was torn inside, wondering whether to meet up with the Baba Sheep Country contestants or to look for the Kangaroo Country contestants first. Time slowly passed as Zhang Yu pondered. Isabella also regained her composure. Seeing Zhang Yu frowning, she leaned into his arms, reaching out to massage his brow, softly saying, "Are you worried about the pretty country contestants?" Zhang Yu didn't say anything, just reached his hand into Isabella's clothes. "I have a companion in my shelter. You need to get along well with her." Chapter 123. 2 Women Meet. The sled continued forward. After the 2 discussed, they reopened the live broadcast room. At this moment, Isabella lay in Zhang Yu's arms, her face flushed. Her hands had been untied and were now cluelessly grasping the handrails on both sides. Zhang Yu sat on the sled, and from a distance, he could already see the lakeshore. He reminded Isabella again. "My place has a friend named Su Jin, from the Dragon Country. After you go there, get along with her well, and don't create any conflict, understand?" "Yeah, I understand. I will definitely get along well with her and absolutely won't cause you any trouble." Isabella obediently nodded, tilting her head back to look up at Zhang Yu. "As long as you don't kill me, I will listen to you in everything." Zhang Yu pursed his lips and didn't say anything more, but inwardly he was thinking about how to explain things to Su Jin later. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, everyone watched the sweet scene between Zhang Yu and Isabella, and thought about the soon-to-meet Su Jin and Isabella. Smiles filled everyone's faces. A dramatic romance is about to unfold, front row selling the legendary sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. I can't wait to see Su's expression. Will it be shock, anger, or a compromise? Evil smile. Just guessing, Su will first glare at Yu, then coldly scrutinize the Ice Country girl, and finally silently turn around to continue reinforcing the deer shed. You're thinking this, but I'm thinking, how will the 3 of them sleep at night? Does it mean 3 people squeezing on one bed? Just thinking about it makes me bleed from my nose. What are you thinking? I guess the biggest possibility is to let Isabella sleep in the deer shed, so Yu might sneak attack at night. He. Little Sa looked at the barrage and was amused. It seems the audience is very interested in Zhang Yu's romantic affairs. But after all, this is their private matter, we shouldn't focus too much on it, we should respect their privacy. Lu Fei slightly frowned, worriedly saying, "What I'm most afraid of now is that Su Jin won't understand Zhang Yu's decision, leading to internal team conflicts. If that happens, it wouldn't be a good thing. I hope Su Jin can understand, otherwise, the good situation might go wrong." Professor Yuan-san also showed a worried expression but still tried to steer the conversation back on track. Zhang Yu's action does indeed have its purpose, it certainly isn't out of instinct for reproduction. Furthermore, I believe Zhang Yu did this to ensure that Su Jin won't have any major objections. Let's wait and see how things develop. After passing the lakeshore, the outline of the wooden house became clearer in the twilight. Zhang Yu looked at the wooden house that was within reach, took a deep breath, suppressed the inexplicable unease in his heart, and continued to drive the reindeer, pulling the sled towards the wooden house. Isabella had already left his embrace, arranged by him to sit on the platform at the front of the sled. At this moment, she stared wide-eyed with shock at the wooden cabin not far away. As they were about to reach the cabin, Zhang Yu could see the chaos around the deer pen very clearly, but the ground had already been covered with dirt, indicating that Su Jin had completed the reinforcement of the deer pen underground. Xiaobai had already heard the noise and was the first to rush out through the crack of the cabin door, excitedly running to the now still reindeer, wagging its tail and making a woo-woo sound. Then, the cabin door was pushed open, and Su Jin's figure appeared at the entrance. She was covered in dirt, her cheeks flushed, her hair matted with sweat sticking to her face, clearly just finishing the reinforcement of the deer pen. She looked like a student waiting for praise from a teacher, with a face full of joy and expectation. However, when she saw the scene on the sled, her smile instantly froze. It has begun, it has begun. The main scene is coming. Expecting. Su Jin, I've been working hard all day, reinforcing the deer pen and cooking, and you turned around and brought back a foreign girl. What does that mean? What's about to unfold is a large family ethical drama of the main wife tearing apart the mistress. Let us all look forward to it. At this moment, not only were the Dragon Country people watching, but even foreign countries had live broadcasts streaming Zhang Yu's scene, eagerly awaiting the upcoming events. Su Jin pushed open the cabin door and saw Zhang Yu, as well as Isabella, who was sitting next to Zhang Yu with messy blonde hair. Her mind buzzed, going blank. Her hands unconsciously gripped the doorframe tightly. Zhang Yu braced himself, stopped the reindeer, patted Isabella, signaling her to get off, and jumped down from the sled himself. I'm back. Zhang Yu tried to calm himself down, making his voice sound more natural. This is Isabella, a competitor from Ice Country. We encountered some incidents on the way, and I will explain more to you after we go inside. Saying this, he led the reindeer into the pen. Isabella knew her situation, but looking at Su Jin, and recalling what Zhang Yu had just done to her, a wave of defiance surged within her. She slightly nodded to Su Jin, appearing to be generous, and said to her, Hello, I'm Isabella, a competitor from Ice Country. From now on, we will be companions. As she spoke, she extended her right hand. Seeing Isabella's demeanor, Su Jin was not willing to back down. She did not stretch out her hand but countered. Companions? You are from Ice Country, and we are from Dragon Country. How could we possibly be companions? You must know that in the wilderness world, only one country's competitor can survive in the end. We are natural enemies. Oh? You never know, our Ice Country and Dragon Country have already reached an agreement on Blue Star. Of course, the reason this agreement was able to be reached is thanks to Zhang Yu's efforts. Moreover, Zhang Yu agreed that later I will have my registered residence moved to Dragon Country. Isabella said proudly to Su Jin. Hearing this, Su Jin was about to say something more. But she was interrupted by Zhang Yu. He settled the reindeer and walked to the middle of the two women, feeling more pressure than facing a pack of wolves and a grizzly bear. He scratched his head, organizing his words. Then, he briefly explained the process of encountering Isabella, the negotiations between Dragon Country and Ice Country, and his thoughts. Of course, certain details of their interaction were selectively omitted, and he also did not mention anything about the other 5 country competitors. The situation is like this: Dragon Country and Ice Country have reached a cooperation, keeping her gives us another ally. Zhang Yu concluded, looking at Su Jin with a very calm gaze. Oh. So that's how it is. In that case, how should we arrange for her? Where will she sleep tonight? After hearing Zhang Yu's words, Su Jin nodded as well. Since the two countries of Blue Star have already come to an agreement, she naturally doesn't want to say much. Wow. You good? Is he really this good at tricking people? How many girls has that mouth deceived? Su, don't listen to Zhang Yu's nonsense, he is lying to you. Only I truly care for you. Come back to my side, I will love you as before. Wow. My fiancé up there has shown up again? Chapter 124, 3 people together. Stop talking at the door, let's go inside. Zhang Yu wrapped himself in his clothes. The previous vigorous exercise had made him sweaty. Although Isabella blocked the wind in front of him, he still felt exceptionally cold at this moment. He looked at Isabella, who stood beside him, her hair already frozen but still seeming fine, and couldn't help but secretly marvel, as expected of a person from the Ice Nation, she probably has some anti-freeze genes in her bones. Isabella's eyes instantly sparkled. She was already covered in sweat and the cold wind blew straight onto her from the sled. Her sweat-soaked underwear had already frozen. Yet, before, she was forced by life and death situations and couldn't focus. Now, seeing Su Jin, she didn't want to lose the advantage, so she can only pretend to be strong. At this moment, after Zhang Yu spoke, she suddenly felt cold all over and quickly said, Right, let's go inside to talk. Seeing this, Su Jin also didn't want to say much, silently stepping aside to let the two enter the wooden house. The door of the wooden house closed, blocking the cold outside. Inside the house, it was very warm. The aroma of food coming from the pot rushed towards Isabella as she entered. This made her ice-blue eyes widen involuntarily in shock. She stared with greedy eyes, scanning everything in the room. Sturdy, warm wooden walls, a fireplace glowing with dark red coals, a clean, flat wooden bed, and the pelts of mountain lions, wolves, and brown bears, along with neatly stacked charcoal in the corner. Everything here compared to the cold tree hole she had been curled up in before was like the difference between heaven and hell. Especially the flames dancing in the fireplace and the bubbling food in the pot, which fiercely impacted her senses. Is this meat soup? Looking at all of this, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Her stomach betrayed her and let out a loud growl, clear in the small space of the wooden house. Her face instantly turned red, and then she realized something, awkwardly lowering her head. Little Saw looked at Isabella's shocked expression, akin to a rural person visiting a grand mansion, and couldn't help but laugh. It seems the contestant Isabella is shocked by our Dragon Nation's Zhang Yu's luxurious wild villa. No wonder, compared to the tree hole she lived in before, this really is like a 5-star villa. Lu Fei also smiled, her tone filled with pride. Yes, Isabella's previous days were very difficult. She couldn't even bear to finish eating a mouse. But this is the situation for most contestants. In contrast, look at us Zhang Yu and Su Su, we not only have a wooden house but endless food, burning charcoal, and even transportation tools. How can it be compared? Who wouldn't be shocked by this? Ah, this foreign girl's expression is exactly like mine when I first entered a rich classmate's villa. Yuka, stay low-key, sit down, and don't show off. Little girl, now you know serving me wasn't in vain, right? If I take these things out, even the men have to bow down. Poor child, what tough days has she lived through? If you serve our Yugu and Su Su well, I guarantee you will eat and drink well. Is the mood of the Ice Nation audience now envy, jealousy, or relief? Switching from hell mode to easy mode all of a sudden, does this girl think she's going to heaven? The mood of the Ice Nation audience, envy? Jealousy? Hate? Or relief? In the Ice Nation live broadcast room, the audience's feelings were even more complex. Looking at their precious contestant. In the warm shelter of someone else's home, I swallowed hard at the sight of food, my stomach growling. That feeling was both bitter and strangely fortunate to be with the right people, while also filled with worries for the future of our country. Before, I watched Zhang Yu's livestream, and I thought it was just like this, but now that I wait for Isabella to join him, I realize his stockpile of supplies is simply out of this world. It feels like without any surprise, Zhang Yu should be the champion. Sigh. At least Isabella is safe now, with a warm place to stay, and no worries about food and clothing. But what about our Ice Nation? Yes, what will our Ice Nation do? With this move, we have offended the beautiful nation. What will our allies led by the beautiful nation do? Inside the wooden cabin, Sujin silently served 2 bowls of steaming meat soup in front of Isabella and Zhang Yu. You've been busy all day, you must be tired. Please eat first, we can talk after you finish, Sujin said. Thank you, Isabella replied timidly, holding the hot soup and glancing at Zhang Yu, as if seeking his approval. Zhang Yu had already changed into dry clothes and was sitting by the fireplace. Seeing her, he nodded. Eat, if it's not enough, there's more in the pot. With Zhang Yu's permission, Isabella couldn't hold back anymore, quickly devouring the food before her. Su Jin watched with a frown, sitting beside Zhang Yu, she quietly asked. Why does she still have to look to you while eating? Zhang Yu leaned close to Su Jin's ear and whispered. I was going to kill her, but then I thought she still has a chance for outside hints, so I might as well make use of her. I didn't expect the Dragon Nation and Ice Nation to reach an agreement, so I had to bring her back. What the heck? Make use of waste? So comfortable when used, then becomes waste after done? Men's words are deceitful. Su Su, don't listen to his nonsense, he has thoroughly consumed her behind your back. What Grandpa you said is not wrong. He originally wanted to kill Isabella, but indeed the Dragon Nation and Ice Nation reached an agreement. Killing and using are not conflicting. Zhang Yu took a big sip of the meat soup before continuing to ask. How's the reinforcement of the deer pen? It's done, the wooden stakes and rubble have been filled in, and the soil has been compacted. Su Jin replied, but her gaze couldn't help but glance at the hard-working Isabella, her expression complicated. Look at Su Jin's complex little eyes, has she discovered something? Indeed, women's sixth sense is very strong, especially for beautiful women like Su Su and Isabella, their sixth sense is off the charts. Didn't you see back then, when Grandpa Yu had the intent to kill, Isabella immediately reacted and tried to seduce him? Sigh, listening to you say this is indeed the case. My girlfriend's sixth sense is incredibly strong, every time I chat online with female online friends, she seems to know. What if those female online friends are all accounts created by your wife to chat with you? What the heck? That could really be possible. Inside the command center of the beautiful nation, Old Tay was throwing a fit. He slammed the cup in his hand hard on the ground and shouted angrily. Waste. A bunch of waste. So many people can't even figure out Isabella's location, if they had, it would have been great to let her meet with Anderson. And now? Damn Ice Nation. How dare they betray the alliance? They must be properly punished. Quickly contact all allied countries, I want to hold an online meeting. Chapter 125, The Decision of the Ice Nation Command Center. In the video conference, more than 20 national commanders gathered together. Besides Old Tay and commanders from Sakura Nation and John Nation who appeared, all other individuals were hidden behind black screens. Even the voices were encrypted. This led to nobody besides Old Tay knowing exactly which countries were in this alliance. Betrayal. This is a thorough betrayal. The actions of the Ice Nation have seriously harmed the interests of our alliance. I demand that Ice Nation be declared hostile and that we take revenge. The beautiful nation's commander, Old Tay, shouted angrily in the video conference, and all the commanders from other nations dared not speak, fearing to touch his bad mood. Finally, the commander from John's nation spoke up. Mr. Old Tay, have you contacted the Ice Nation's commander, Sol? We need to confirm what information they provided from outside. As soon as he said this, everyone unanimously agreed. Yes, let's first confirm what information they provided, so that we can respond. Do you think I haven't contacted them? I reached out to Sol right away, and he told me that this is an agreement between them and Dragon Nation, and he cannot inform us, but it does not affect our alliance. Old Tay said, growing more and more furious that he ended up laughing. Ha, how ridiculous. They've made an agreement with Dragon Nation, but still want an alliance with us. How ridiculous. Isn't your beautiful nation infiltrated by someone at their high level? Hasn't there been any news back? The commander from Sakura Nation asked. Old T's face turned darker and he shook his head. No, Locke seems to be completely missing. No matter how I try to contact him, I can't get through. Then I contacted another person. He told me that Locke entered the Ice Nation's command center and hasn't come out since. Hearing this, the commander from John's nation frowned. Are you saying that Ice Nation has completely turned to Dragon Nation? Old Tay nodded. Yes. We can be 90% sure. Upon hearing this, all the commanders in the video collectively gasped. Meanwhile, in the command center of Ice Nation, Locke had already been imprisoned. Commander Sol looked at his deputy commander, Shale, and asked in a low voice. Shale, we have completely offended Beautiful Nation and its allies, and there is no turning back now. What conditions can Dragon Nation offer us? Shale was taken aback, then replied defensively. Commander, aren't you the one in contact with Dragon Nation? Why are you asking me? Sol stood up, walked in front of Shale, and stared into his eyes, speaking solemnly. Shale, let's be straightforward. I know you're close to Dragon Nation. And you've had continuous contact with them. I am not like Locke, who can betray the interests of Ice Nation for himself. I have dedicated everything to Ice Nation, and I am willing to die for it. I have not acted against you out of concern for the future of Ice Nation. The reason for this choice is that I see Dragon Nation has the highest chance of winning. For the future of Ice Nation, I made this decision. Now our Ice Nation has no way out. We can only follow Dragon Nation all the way to the end. You need to understand, you are also an Ice Nation citizen, so tell me, what conditions can Dragon Nation offer us? Shale no longer pretended, standing still and looking straight into Sol's eyes. After a moment of thought, he said. Commander, since you know, I won't hide it from you. Yes, I am indeed close to Dragon Nation, but above all, I am an Ice Nation citizen, and I cannot stand by as you and Locke betray Ice Nation. The only condition I discussed with Dragon Nation is that we unconditionally obey their orders, and once the situation of winning is clear, Ice Nation will join Dragon Nation. Upon hearing this, Sol was stunned on the spot, his whole body trembling with anger, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Shale, yelling furiously. Shale, you are betraying your country. I valued you so much, how could I not anticipate that you are even more shameless than Locke? Get out of here immediately. Facing the furious Sol, Shale seemed unconcerned, just smiled and continued. Commander, please don't get angry, let me finish. Sol, filled with rage, laughed in anger. Fine. I want to see what else this traitor has to say. Commander, this is my promise to Dragon Nation, but Dragon Nation promised me that once we integrate into Dragon Nation and restore 10% of the resources from winning, it will allow us to restore the Ice Nation once again. As soon as these words were spoken, Sol froze in place, his face's anger seemingly paused by an unseen hand. He stared hard at Shale, his voice trembling with disbelief. You? What did you say? Repeat that. Shale's smile gradually faded, becoming extremely serious. This is the reason I dared to betray the nation. The Dragon Nation's commander promised that after winning the championship and restoring 10% of the resources, they would separate us from the Ice Nation and restore our country. Sol's face was filled with disbelief, unable to accept that the Dragon Nation would make such a promise. He knew that previously, resources obtained from killing were distributed randomly, not evenly across all regions. If the 10% of resources were mostly allocated to the Ice Nation, then the Dragon Nation would be helping them for nothing. He couldn't believe there was any country that would make such a decision after having the upper hand in winning. Is this true? Why would the Dragon Nation agree to such conditions? What benefits do they get? But there are conditions. All resources restored in the Ice Nation will be allocated by the Dragon Nation. They will investigate the total amount of resources in our country and then distribute 10% of the resources to us comprehensively. There are both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that we have a smaller area, which can help us avoid a situation of very little resource restoration, but the disadvantage is that we may be constrained by the Dragon Nation. Only then did a look of realization appear on Sol's face. I said there must be conditions. But this is good, at least it shows that the Dragon Nation is sincere in cooperation, and the conditions put forth have been carefully considered. Shale then added. The Dragon Nation's ambitions don't stop here, they are likely already planning the world order after winning in the wilderness world. They might use this opportunity to annex some nations, and the restored resources can be used to pull and divide other countries. They might even build a true cross-world alliance centered around the Dragon Nation by providing resource aid or helping restore the environment. At that point, the alliance led by the beautiful nation may very well fall apart. Upon hearing this, Sol took a sharp breath. He had never considered it from this perspective. The Dragon Nation's ambitions were so vast. And we, the Ice Nation, will become the closest demonstrators of the Dragon Nation. Our early allegiance will set an example for the whole world. It will tell them that cooperating with the Dragon Nation brings tangible benefits, unlike the beautiful nation that only knows oppression. Sol remained silent for a long time. All that filled the room was the sound of his heavy breathing. Finally, he suddenly raised his head and said to Shale, "Contact the Dragon Nation immediately, I want to speak with their commander." Chapter 126 Zhang Yu's decision. In the wilderness world, Zhang Yu was staring at the bed with a frown. Wondering how he should sleep tonight? Right now, there was only one wolfskin blanket, and the mattress was made of mountain lion skin and brown bear skin. How should he allocate them? Su Jin also noticed the issue, quietly standing beside Zhang Yu, wanting to see what decision he would make. Meanwhile, Isabella seemed completely unaware, happily sitting by the fireplace, playing with the little white creature. Zhang Yu surveyed the wooden house and decided to clear the bed where Su Jin had originally slept. He then placed the clothes obtained from killing the non-union contestants on the bed and said to Isabella, "You can sleep here from now on, it's much better than that tree hole." Isabella obediently nodded, looking very satisfied. This place was indeed much warmer and safer than her previous tree hole. There was the continuous heat from the fireplace, and the wooden cabin provided a strong, enclosed space, so she wouldn't be woken up by the cold wind at night or worry about being attacked by wild beasts anymore. Are there any extra undershirts here? My clothes are soaked with sweat, it feels uncomfortable. Isabella lowered her head. The sound is very light. Zhang Yu had not yet had the chance to speak, and Su Jin walked towards the backpack that stored their clothes, taking out a piece of clothing and handing it to Isabella. Although it's a bit big, it can still be worn. If you think it's too big, then wash your own clothes, hang them by the fireplace, and return them in the morning when they're dry. As she spoke, she walked to the bed and pulled out a mountain lion skin from under the wolf fur blanket, spreading it over Isabella's bed, and then said, "Use this to cover up at night, it's warmer." She then looked at Zhang Yu with a tone of resentment. "What? Do you still want to watch her change her underwear here?" Zhang Yu gave a dry laugh and walked out of the wooden house. After Isabella changed her clothes, he entered the wooden house again. He burrowed into the wolf fur blanket and did not say anything more. For some reason, seeing Su Jin again made him feel a sense of guilt and the feeling of being caught in a wrongdoing. He lay there quietly until Su Jin arranged everything and also crawled into the blanket, lying in his embrace, letting out a sigh of relief. He reached out to wrap his arms around Su Jin's slender waist, with his chin resting on her forehead. Zhang Yu could clearly feel that Su Jin was not asleep. He remained silent, and for a moment, the room fell into silence. Half an hour later, perhaps tired from the day, or perhaps Isabella already had this habit, she unexpectedly started to snore. At this moment, Su Jin turned around, looked into Zhang Yu's eyes, and slowly said, "Are you really prepared to keep her?" Zhang Yu felt a sudden heaviness in his head. Did Su Jin discover something? Was she going to question him after Isabella fell asleep? But soon, he calmed himself. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom and the Ice Kingdom have reached an agreement. And right now, we are in great danger, with competitors from 4 countries around us, and only one competitor from Baba Sheep Country might be an ally. Having one more person means a bit more safety. At worst, we can use her as bait. Upon hearing this, a worried expression appeared on Su Jin's face. Did the outside give any prompts? Do we need to pay attention to anything? Have they already formed a group? Su Jin asked a series of questions, forgetting her previous resentment and filling with worry. Zhang Yu lowered his voice even more, almost whispering into Su Jin's ear. "Don't worry, I'm here. Right now, the most dangerous competitors are from the beautiful country. The outside prompts clearly marked it as extremely dangerous, which means it is indeed dangerous. As for the competitors from Myanmar and Siam, they have formed a group, but they are not very dangerous. What I'm mainly concerned about is if the competitor from Kangaroo Country and Anderson from the Beautiful Country come together, that would be troublesome. Hearing this, Su Jin's already worried heart sank even lower. She nervously asked, "What should we do then?" Zhang Yu felt Su Jin tense up in his arms and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. It won't be so easy for them to gather. According to the prompts, they are estimated to be almost 15 kilometers apart, so it won't be easy for them to converge. Besides, I've decided to look for the competitor from Kangaroo Country tomorrow. I'll try to eliminate him first. That way, only the competitor from the Beautiful Country will be left." As for the Baba Sheep Country competitor, Zhang Yu didn't continue, only tightening his hold around Su Jin's waist a little. "What about the competitor from Baba Sheep Country? I think for safety's sake, it's best to meet up with him and then go together to eliminate the competitor from Kangaroo Country," Su Jin said. Zhang Yu shook his head. "I'm still considering it. There are pros and cons to teaming up with him. The advantage is that it will be a bit safer, but the downside is the issue of sharing the bounty. If this leads to conflict or plants hidden dangers, then it would be counterproductive, so I need to think more." Su Jin fell silent for a moment, burying her face in Zhang Yu's chest, her voice muffled. "I understand, but you must promise me that safety comes first, regardless of resources or anything else." "We do our best, but you must promise me to return to Blue Star together alive." "Don't worry." Zhang Yu kissed her beautiful hair. "I know my limits, so just sleep peacefully. Tomorrow, there will be a lot to do. You and Isabella need to prepare in advance, and build another wooden house, whether for the Baba Sheep Country players to stay or for Isabella to stay, it all needs to be ready." Su Jin responded, no longer speaking, but wrapped her arms around Zhang Yu's waist. Outside the wooden house, the cold wind howled, while inside the wooden house, the fire in the fireplace flickered, bringing a bit of warmth. At this moment, inside the command center of the Beautiful Country, Old Tay was lying on the sofa, frowning in thought. The Supreme Commander of Ice Country, Seoul, had always refused to tell him the information from outside the scene. No matter what methods he used, he couldn't find out. It should be that they provided Anderson's information to Zhang Yu. He already had a guess in his heart. What should I do? Should I notify Anderson? He was also without a plan now, caught in a dilemma. Initiating external hints meant losing an important strategic point. Now, he had no idea what Zhang Yu's next move was. Using the external hint, Anderson could very well fall into a passive situation. And if they didn't use the external hint, once Zhang Yu closed the live broadcast and acted secretly, then Anderson could very well be in danger. Whichever choice he made was a gamble. Just then, there was a knock on the office door, and the head of the think tank rushed in with a tablet in hand. "Mr. Tay, there's a major discovery. It's very likely that we can eliminate the two players from Dragon Country in one fell swoop." Chapter 127, Encountering Celinda. Old Tay was sitting in the office chair, his face full of joy. "Are you serious? Have you verified it?" "I have checked with past recordings, and it has been confirmed that the player Celinda from Kangaroo Country is about 13 kilometers east of Anderson. He just needs to follow the lakeshore west to discover Anderson's footprints by the lake." The head of the think tank nodded in response. "Good." Old Tay slapped the table, excited, even the little remaining golden hair on his head bobbed twice. He picked up the phone next to him and dialed the commander of Kangaroo Country directly. "Hello, I am Old Tay. I want you to immediately use Celinda's external hint, let him head east for 13 kilometers to meet up with our Anderson, and then go hunt Zhang Yu together." "Ah, black screen, black screen. This wild world is really something. Why is it allowed for players to close the live broadcast? How wonderful it would be if this function was cancelled. I'm so worried about Yugu. What if Isabella has any ideas at night and takes action while they are asleep? That would be terrible. Up there, I don't even care to talk about you. Are you worried about Yugu and Susu? You just can't see their situation, and your heart is itching. However, I recommend you go watch Ajay from the Indian country and Chun Jisoo from the Korean country. These two really do some phase work at night. It's truly eye-watering." "No. Are they both still alive? How are they surviving? What about food? What about warmth? I thought they were dead long ago." He. "I go to AJ's live broadcast room every night to watch. They've really tried every action. But, I have to say they are truly lucky. They found a cave, and it has quite a few dry branches plus a frozen lynx, so they've been living comfortably." Wow. It turns out that surviving in the wild really depends on luck. A lucky player is terrifying. Although Zhang Yu's personal live broadcast had gone black, there were still quite a few viewers casually chatting here. Everyone was chatting back and forth until dawn broke. In the wilderness world, it was not yet bright. Zhang Yu had already gotten up early, while Su Jin was also awakened by Zhang Yu's movements, with only Isabella still sound asleep. Since she came to the wild world, she has not slept well. From the beginning of fear and worry, to later enduring hunger, everything tormented her. Until later, 2 heavy snowfalls came, the temperature dropped suddenly, and at night, it was so cold she couldn't sleep. Now that she has arrived at Zhang Yu's wooden house, she could finally put everything down and sleep well. While eating breakfast, Zhang Yu finished explaining Su Jin's work, then shouldered his bow, grabbed his machete, and drove the sled swiftly towards the lake. For today's action, Zhang Yu got up unusually early. He normally woke up around 7, but today he got up around 4, and he even specially told Su Jin not to start the livestream. This time, he would take the initiative and charge directly to the residence of the Australian competitor. As for the competitor from the Barba Goat country, if he encounters him, he will take him along. If not, he will deal with the Australian competitor first and then return to look for him. If he is still alive, he will bring him to find Anderson. If he froze to death, then he can only blame his bad luck. Zhang Yu raced according to the expected direction, with the reindeer sprinting wildly on the ice. At this moment, the Australian competitor, Saland, was packing all the supplies from the shelter, carrying an axe, and walking towards the lake. He received an out-of-bounds tip from the commander of the Australian team last night, but it was too late, and the outside temperature was nearly minus 30 degrees, so he did not set off immediately. He calculated the time. The distance was about 13 kilometers, which would take 3 to 4 hours if there was no snow. At this moment, there was half a person's height of snow outside, making walking very difficult. In 1 hour, he could barely cover a kilometer. To reach Anderson before dark, he had to leave enough time. So, he decided to start before dawn. This way, he could have enough time to search for Anderson over there and avoid spending the night in the minus 30-degree wild world. The light broke the darkness, spreading across the land. Salin struggled through the snow, tightening his clothes, and lowered his head to move along the shoreline. Ha! What sound? He suddenly heard a faint sound of snow being crushed and lifted his head to look around. Just as he turned around, he saw an unforgettable scene for a lifetime. There was a reindeer, pulling a wooden sled, sliding across the ice at an astonishing speed. What shocked him even more was that there was actually a person standing on the sled. This person had black hair and black eyes, holding a curved bow, with an arrow already nocked, pointing straight at him. Zhang Yu, the name suddenly popped into Salin's mind. How is he here? And has a sled? The immense shock left him stunned in place, even forgetting to hide. He stared blankly at the sled, carving a line in the ice as it charged toward him. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Damn! Salin snapped back to reality and cursed silently. Seeing the gleaming arrow, he no longer cared about anything, threw down his backpack, and desperately dashed toward the trees on the shore. But the snow hindered his speed, making each step feel like moving through a swamp. Zhang Yu watched Salin flee like a rat and casually opened the livestream. After all, if he kills without showing off, wouldn't that make the kill meaningless? How could he return to Blue Star as a respected streamer who could make countless money? The moment the live stream started, tens of millions of viewers flooded into his personal stream within an instant. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country livestream switched its focus to Zhang Yu. Watching Zhang Yu play with Salin like a cat with a mouse, little Sal was happy but no longer had the previous excitement. Perhaps he had become accustomed to seeing Zhang Yu kill. Dear viewers, Zhang Yu is truly an efficient hunter. He has once again found his prey. This time, the opponent is Salin, ranked 476 from the Australian team. We can see that he is currently trying to escape, while Zhang Yu is following behind him at a leisurely pace. By the way, I just received a message from the director that Celinda closed the live stream last night, probably because he received a tip from outside to look for the American player Anderson. Professor Yuanson said. We can see that Celinda only has an axe as a weapon, while Zhang Yu has a bow and arrows, along with a reindeer. In terms of speed, Celinda is completely at a disadvantage, and the range of weapon attacks, an axe and a bow and arrow cannot be compared at all. And Zhang Yu's archery skills, I believe everyone can see. I can hardly think of any possibility for Celinda to survive. Woohoo! Our Dragon Country is going to increase resources again. It feels so bad. I really hope other countries can also increase their resources. #nervousface hashtag. Safe travels to the brothers from Kangaroo Country. Remember not to mingle with the Americans in your next life. Sigh, it feels so bad. Resources are going to be restored again. I just don't know if the neighboring Kimchi Country and Cherry Blossom Country are feeling bad about it. Chapter 128, Killing Celinda. While everyone in the live stream was discussing fervently, Zhang Yu deliberately shook the reins of the reindeer, slowing down a bit to closely follow Celinda. He calmed his mind and quietly aimed at Celinda, then intentionally shot an arrow off target. Ah! A miserable scream echoed, startling some animals in the snowy forest to scatter. Celinda fell headfirst into the snow, wailing in agony while clutching his wounded leg. This arrow, shot a little to the side on purpose, was aimed directly at his calf. Watching Celinda suffer in front of him, Zhang Yu didn't let his guard down. He allowed the reindeer to continue to slow down, but did not completely stop, always ready to accelerate with a shake of the reins. He knew that his advantage was the bow and arrow, so he had to control the distance well, never giving the opponent a chance for close combat. "Hey, brother on the ground, can you still talk?" Zhang Yu bent his bow and knocked another arrow, keeping a lookout for the surroundings, then shouted loudly at Celinda. "Brother? Ha, with someone like Master Yu as a brother, Celinda is truly out of luck. No, no, no. He must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of good fortune to have this lifetime's chance to sacrifice himself for our dragon country to restore resources. #nervousface hashtag. What is Master Yu doing? Why not kill him directly? This is very dangerous. There's no need to take the risk." Seeing that the other side didn't respond, Zhang Yu again shot an arrow into Celinda's other calf, then shouted again. "If you don't say anything, the next arrow will be aimed at your head." Ah! Celinda let out another heart-wrenching scream. He struggled in the snow, fear of death overwhelming him. Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me." Celinda finally broke down, tears streaming down his face as he shouted loudly. "Don't kill me. I surrender, I will tell you everything, please don't kill me." He dared not hold on to any luck, raising his hands high, looking at Zhang Yu with sheer terror. I am Celinda from Kangaroo Country. I was just about to meet with Anderson from the Americans. I know his location. I can take you there, help you find him, just spare my life, I will do whatever you say, I beg you." He was already incoherent, shouting out all the information he knew, afraid that speaking slowly would result in an arrow piercing his skull. This was also the reason why Zhang Yu did not kill him immediately. It was because he wanted to extract useful information from Celinda, especially Anderson's location. Searching bit by bit was simply too slow. If he could get some useful information from him, it would greatly reduce time and danger. The reindeer slowly walked through the snow, and Zhang Yu asked from the sled. "If you want to live, share some useful information. Anderson's location can be found along the lake shore heading west." "I know all this, do you need me to say it?" Zhang Yu only knew the approximate location was to the west, not far from the lake, but seeing Salin follow the lake shore, he thought to taunt him a bit. Just as the two were talking, a large number of viewers from Kangaroo Country flooded into Dragon Country's livestream, yelling furiously. "Despicable dragon people, Zhang Yu is a butcher, our Salin has already surrendered, why continue to torture him? Do you have any humanity left? Do dragon people only use such sinister tactics? Unable to fight face to face, they only dare to sneak attack from a distance with long-range weapons? Despicable dragon people. He knows he can't fight us face to face, only relying on the advantage of weapons to sneak attack from afar. Dragon Country will definitely pay for today's actions. Anderson from Beautiful Country will take revenge for us Kangaroo Country." The Kangaroo Country viewers continued to curse, with many others from different countries fanning the flames. When it comes to trolls, who can outdo Dragon Country's viewers? Naturally, they were not willing to be outdone, quickly launching a counterattack. "Ha ha ha, in the wilderness world, it's kill or be killed, and you talk about humanity? Aren't your Kangaroo Country players going to join forces with Anderson from Beautiful Country to target Master Yu? Now that you're about to be killed, you're double standard? Ha! Spit. Kangaroo Country are all shameless double standard dogs. Originally planning to strike first, but ended up being struck first by Master Yu, and suddenly started whining. Suggest you check your brains, it's really not fully developed. If you're weak, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, then don't play. Just wait until your area is reduced by 1%, it'll be so comfortable." Little Sa originally saw only curses from Kangaroo Country in the livestream, and wanted to speak up to shift attention. But as Dragon Country's army moved, Kangaroo Country's viewers were quickly sprayed into disarray, and they also shut up, just standing quietly, watching the screen and secretly enjoying it. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Salin was stunned, panting heavily, his face pale from blood loss and fear. He hurriedly said, Yes, to the west, not far from the lake, about 11 kilometers away, you can see his footprints by the lake. Beautiful Country has already found you, let me go meet him, and then we can hunt you together. Please. I only know this much. I've told you everything, please, spare me." Salin begged desperately, hoping Zhang Yu would spare his life. Zhang Yu's gaze swept over Salin, and it seemed he only knew this much, so there was no need to continue asking. Under Salin's desperate gaze, he slowly pulled back the bowstring. The arrow, glinting coldly, aimed at his head. No. Salin crumpled to the ground, blood spreading underneath him, shaking his head, his eyes filled with despair. Whoosh. The arrow shot out, piercing through the cold wind, emitting a short muffled sound. Salin's body trembled, and then he completely slumped in the snow, the light in his eyes quickly fading. Kangaroo Country player Salin has died, remaining players 2778. Congratulations to Dragon Country player Zhang Yu for the kill, reward Dragon Country resource recovery 1000th, punishment Kangaroo Country area reduction 1%. The cold notification sound appeared in all live streams and in front of the players. In Dragon Country's live stream, after a brief silence, it quickly erupted. Wow! Master Yu is amazing! Our Dragon Country's resources have recovered 1000th again. At this rate, we're not far from a complete recovery. Master Yu is amazing. You are the savior of our Dragon Country. If Master Yu succeeds, he will be recorded in history. Years from now, Master Yu's name will become legendary. The legend that saved Dragon Country. Who dares to stand tall? Only my Master Yu can. From today on, I decide the whole of Dragon Country will build a temple to worship Master Yu. 4000 of resources. What a concept! Zhang Yu neatly put away the bow and arrow, urging the reindeer to move forward. He remained alert, surveying the surroundings. After confirming safety, he finally got off the sled, quickly stowed away the arrows, and then checked Celinda's backpack and body. Other than the axe and some food, there weren't many valuable discoveries. He picked up the axe, stripped off the clothing, and swiftly returned to the sled. He did not linger too long, not even looking back at the corpse, adjusted his direction, and the sled began to head toward the middle of the lake. He was searching for the contestants from the Barba Sheep Nation, to confront Anderson together. Chapter 129, The Beautiful Nation's Reaction. Amir, the contestant from the Barba Sheep Nation, was curled up in a snow hut built from piled snow. After receiving an out-of-bounds tip yesterday, he directly stepped out, wanting to cross the lake and find Zhang Yu on the other side. But he overestimated himself and underestimated the snow. After half a day, he hadn't even reached the center of the lake. Night temperatures dropped sharply, and he had no choice but to dig a hole in the snow and make a small snow hut, curling up inside to shelter from the cold wind. He was about to get up and continue walking to the other side of the lake. At that moment, notifications appeared from the wilderness world. Contestant Celinda from Kangaroo Nation has died, 2,778 contestants remaining. Congratulations to contestant Zhang Yu from Dragon Nation for completing a kill, rewarding Dragon Nation with a restoration of 1000th of resources, punishing Kangaroo Nation with a 1% reduction in area. Zhang Yu killed another one. Amir's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. How did he find the contestant from Kangaroo Nation? A deep doubt swirled in his mind. This trip across the lake to find Zhang Yu was to remind him of the existence of these contestants, then cooperate with Zhang Yu to eliminate them. But who would have thought that before he even saw Zhang Yu, he had already begun eliminating the enemy's contestants? Is he really that strong? Amir finally understood why the commander had told him to listen to Zhang Yu completely, even giving all the kills to him. No! I must find him immediately and tell him about the contestant Anderson from Beautiful Nation. Amir struggled to get up, ignoring his stiff and cold body, forcefully pushing aside the snow blocking the entrance of the snow hut and stepping into the wilderness. Inside the wooden hut, Isabella finally got out of bed, sitting by the fireplace. And Su Jin was preparing breakfast for her while conveying Zhang Yu's work requirements. Today we need to build a wooden hut together. The contestants from Barba Sheep Nation might also come over, and we can't stay here anymore. Isabella's eyes sparkled as she looked at the boiling meat in the pot, nodding her head. Notifications from the wilderness world appeared before the two women. Su Jin's homemade wooden spoon clanged into the pot with a splash of broth. She was first stunned, then a smile blossomed on her face. He did it again, she exclaimed excitedly. For her, each kill by Zhang Yu not only meant the recovery of resources for Dragon Nation but also that Zhang Yu had solved another enemy, ensuring his safety. As long as the two could safely survive, that would be the greatest fortune. Sitting beside her, Isabella's body slightly stiffened. She lowered her head, her expression complex, filled with both excitement and worry, even mixed with strange feelings. Another one died, from Kangaroo Nation just in one morning. Did he really kill one? She silently thought. A chill rose within her. She had just told Zhang Yu about the out-of-bounds notifications yesterday, and today, someone had died right after going out. He was just killed. Killed by Zhang Yu. And she had once been pointed at by him with a bow, a woman without the strength to even tie a chicken, yet she survived. Not only had she survived, but he also brought her back to this warm shelter, with food, safety, and even freed her from loneliness. An absurd thought, one she could not control, quietly surged in her mind. Am I special? Does he like me? At least he is willing to give me a chance to live? Even bringing herself to the place where he lived. Remembering the craziness and tenderness on the sledging in the tree hole and the lake yesterday, her cheeks couldn't help but flush. She secretly lifted her eyes, quickly glanced at Su Jin, who was happily making breakfast for himself, then quickly lowered her head. Maybe I can replace you and win Zhang Yu's favor. At this moment, Anderson also received a survival prompt. Because he did not receive any external prompts from Beautiful Country, he was unaware that this incident happened right beside him. Zhang Yu will be a strong enemy in the future, he frowned and thought. It's just that I haven't had the chance to meet him. If I do encounter him, I will make him feel what the iron fist of beautiful country really is. Then he stopped paying attention to Zhang Yu and focused all his attention on the sled tracks on the lake's surface. Who could it be? Who can tame large animals to pull sledges in the wilderness? He was still tangled up in this matter. It shouldn't be James. He had always known James. If it were about killing animals, James was definitely top-notch. But if it were about taming animals, that was definitely something this old friend couldn't do. Could it be Zhang Yu? Thinking of this, he immediately frowned. It shouldn't be. This person is not far from me. If this person were Zhang Yu, I would have noticed some clues. After all, I have already killed 4 people, so it's impossible not to leave some traces. He immediately dismissed this guess in his heart. Forget it, let's go to the lakeside and track for a bit. Thinking this, he immediately got up, packed some food and weapons, and walked towards the lakeside. At the command center of beautiful country. Old Tay was once again furious. Everyone in the command center lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him, afraid of provoking his anger. A bunch of useless trash. Really a bunch of useless trash. You, and the kangaroo country too. To be scared by the dragon country people to the point of exposing Anderson's location. What should we do? Tell me now, what should we do? Old T's expression was dark, his cold gaze sweeping around. Everyone trembled in fear from the scolding, not daring to speak. Useless. You are all a bunch of useless. Old Tay turned around, staring at Zhang Yu and Anderson on the screen, his face serious. Commander, I think it's time to use the external prompt to notify Anderson. Right now, Zhang Yu is heading towards Anderson's direction. And he no longer has any external prompt opportunities. Now that we notify Anderson, he can set a trap or even ambush, placing Anderson in the dark and Zhang Yu in the light. A member of the think tank said, but did not elaborate, stopping at that. As an excellent subordinate, especially one under Old Tay, they must not finish their words. They need to give the leader a chance to show off, that way, the leader will be happy, and when he's happy, he will promote you. Hearing this, Old T's expression instantly brightened. That's right. With this, Anderson can lie in ambush and catch Zhang Yu off guard, killing him in one go. He slapped his thigh and shouted loudly. Quick, think about what the external prompt should send. Chapter 130, Anderson's Trap. In the command center of beautiful country, the opportunity for the external prompt was quickly activated. Old Tay had his feet propped up on the table, staring darkly at the screen showing Zhang Yu, thinking, Dragon country kid, let's see how you deal with this. In the wilderness, Anderson was on the lake, tracking forward along the sled tracks. Suddenly, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. It was the external prompt from the commander. What? It's really Zhang Yu. Anderson was shocked, frozen in place, a flicker of light flashing in his eyes. He actually dares to come find me? Truly ignorant of his own situation, does he really think I'm a waste like Sarander? A strong sense of crisis and killing intent surged in his heart. With such an aim, it's no surprise he's deadly. Since Zhang Yu has killed several players. Strength must not be weak. But who is Anderson? A former SEAL instructor, skilled in the art of combat, how could he be weak? Want to hunt me? Then let's see who the real hunter is. A fierce excitement surged in Anderson's heart. Finally going to meet a living person. Ha ha ha. Let James have his glory first, it makes me feel a bit useless. If I can kill Zhang Yu directly, then. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then let me give you a surprise. Anderson took down his bow and arrow, already having a plan in mind, preparing to return to the dense forest by the shore to lay an ambush. He retreated all the way. Yes, he walked backward, each step falling into his own footprints, until he returned to the lake where he started. Then he walked normally towards the direction of his shelter. He even made the footprints very obvious, as if afraid people wouldn't see them. He walked back and forth several times, finally standing by the lake, looking at these footprints with a satisfied nod. These footprints were quite tangled, but not chaotic. A glance could tell they were from a normal person walking, not someone faking a mystery. This was a trap he deliberately set for Zhang Yu. An experienced hunter can discern all of this, only the real can fool the hunter. He believed Zhang Yu was an experienced hunter. If he discovered this place, he would definitely investigate closely, and checking requires stopping. And that moment would be his opportunity. He wiped away the traces from where he stood, made a big detour, walked from a dark forest to a rocky slope, and then dove into the pile of rocks. Here the geography was high, with a clear view, allowing direct observation of the lake's surface. At the same time, it provided excellent concealment and shooting position. Now, the trap was set, he just needed to quietly wait for the prey to follow the tracks and step into this carefully prepared trap. It is unknown whether Anderson was confident or simply forgot, but the whole setup didn't close the live broadcast, perhaps wanting to kill Zhang Yu before all of Blue Star and make a name for himself. At this moment, in the Beauty of America live room, 5-star General MacArthur suddenly stood up, his face filled with a proud smile. He pointed at Anderson, perfectly hidden among the rocks, and said with delight, "Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. This is the quality of our beautiful country's elite warriors. Anderson is not just a soldier, he is a tactical master." He waved his arms as if victory was already in hand. "A perfect layout, exquisite ambush. That kid Zhang Yu from Dragon Country thinks he is a hunter? Ha ha, he is walking step by step into the grave that Anderson has prepared for him." Anderson fully utilized the terrain and psychology, turning passivity into initiative. Once Zhang Yu arrives here, all of his actions will be exposed in Anderson's sight, while our contestant Anderson hides in the shadows, ready to deal the fatal blow. Ha ha ha, the dark horse of Dragon Country? In front of our SEAL instructor, he's just a joke. Instructor Anderson will make our beautiful country great again. What Dragon Country will completely submit at our beautiful country's feet? Ah, Zhang Yu is truly pitiful. If he hadn't encountered our instructor Anderson, he might have lived well. But Lady Luck did not favor him, and that's fine, our instructor Anderson will inherit his wooden house, his reindeer, his food, and his woman. At this moment in Dragon Country's live room, the atmosphere was indeed a bit heavy. No matter how surprised Zhang Yu appeared, he remained just an unemployed drifter. In the minds of the crowd, soldiers were always more convincing, especially a SEAL instructor from such an elite army. Little Sa, with a worried face, watched Zhang Yu, who was rushing ahead. Watching Anderson hidden among the rocks, worried, said, "Dear viewers, the situation is indeed somewhat dire. Anderson must have received outside tips from the beautiful country, knowing Zhang Yu's movements, thus setting up an ambush. I don't know if Zhang Yu can discover this and turn the danger into safety." At this moment, Lu Fei's face turned pale, her tightly clenched hands were held against her chest. Anderson is a former Navy SEAL instructor, his ambush must be deadly. But over here, we no longer have the chance for outside tips. What should we do? I hope the command center can come up with a solution. She knew Zhang Yu had already used up his chance for outside tips, but now, the only ones to rely on were Zhang Yu and the command center. Professor Yuansen was also filled with worry, his brow furrowed, but he still tried to comfort everyone. Everyone stay calm. We must stay calm at this moment. Contestant Zhang Yu is usually cautious, and he might detect the clues. We've been through so much, we should fully believe in Zhang Yu. He will surely create miracles again. But Professor Yuansen's words could not dispel the gloom in the hearts of the audience. The bullet screen in the Dragon Country livestream was already overwhelmed with worry. The beautiful country is really insidious, actually using outside tips to create information gaps. Anderson's position is too tricky. As Yu Yi comes over the lake, he is completely exposed to his sight. If it really goes as Anderson expects, stopping to check his steps, then it's over. Where's the Dragon Country command center? Hurry up and think of a way to remind Yu Yi. It's over, it's over. Yu Yi is falling into the trap. Stop, don't move forward. Oh heavens, let there be a big rock so that Yu Yi can fall off the sled and get a little hurt. What kind of wild thought is that? You need to know Yu Yi is a master of archery. I have seen Anderson, although he is good at archery, he is nowhere near Yu Yi, so relax, Yu Yi might not necessarily lose. Chapter 131, Saving the Country of Baba Sheep, Amir. At this moment, almost everyone was focused on the live stream of Zhang Yu and Anderson. This was a direct confrontation between the Dragon Country and the beautiful country in the wilderness world, and it was a clash between two of the top 10 players. Almost all countries were paying attention to this confrontation, whether allies of the beautiful country or members of the Dragon Country camp, all were waiting for the result of this confrontation. Regardless of who wins this confrontation, it will have a significant impact on the situation, and it might directly determine the final direction of this wilderness survival. If Anderson wins, the beautiful country will successfully suppress the rising momentum of the Dragon Country, which would greatly boost morale. Those indecisive countries observing from the sidelines may directly lean towards the beautiful country camp. The cohesion and deterrence of the beautiful country alliance will reach a new height. If Zhang Yu wins, it will make the Dragon Country the #1 country in the wilderness survival world. This will proclaim to the entire Blue Star that the Dragon Country has the strength and capability to defeat the beautiful country. This will undoubtedly stabilize the confidence of those countries cooperating with the Dragon Country, while also prompting allies of the beautiful country, like the Ice Country, to re-evaluate the situation and seek cooperation with the Dragon Country. This is a battle of morale, a battle of confidence, a battle that will decide the future of the nation. The winner will gain enormous strategic initiative, and the attractiveness of their camp will increase like a snowball. The loser will not only lose land but will also see their leading camp falter, allies lose confidence, and onlookers retreat. In the command center of the Bear Country, everyone held their breath, feeling conflicted. They hoped for the Dragon Country to defeat the beautiful country's arrogance while feeling worried and wary of Zhang Yu's rise. If only they could both suffer heavy losses and die together, a staff member murmured. allies of the beautiful country, especially the cherry blossom country, among others. They were cheering madly for Anderson, hoping he could kill Zhang Yu and completely crush the Dragon Kingdom. The Baba Sheep Kingdom, Ice Kingdom, and others had already put all their bets on the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, they were all sweating in their palms, silently praying that Zhang Yu could succeed in defeating Anderson. At this moment, Zhang Yu was completely unaware that he had become the focus of the entire Blue Star. He was driving his sled, speeding across the lake surface. Just as he thought last night. He did not plan to directly seek out Anderson, as that was far too dangerous. After all, the outside tip specifically warned of extreme danger, and he was not the type to be arrogant. He had to be more careful with such warnings at the national level. He planned to first look for the Baba Sheep Kingdom's contestant, as having one more person would mean one more layer of protection. Zhang Yu's sled arrived at the estimated location, and he scanned the white expanse of snow with sharp eyes, but found nothing at all. He could not help but slow down, beginning to search through the center of the lake. The biting cold wind made his face ache. Zhang Yu wrapped himself in the mountain lion fur he had specially brought, which made him feel a little more comfortable. After searching for an hour, just when Zhang Yu was about to give up searching the lake's center and prepare to head to the opposite shore, he noticed a slightly raised area in the left front, as if there were traces of someone. Zhang Yu immediately shook the reins, causing the reindeer to slow down and head towards the raised area in the left front. Zhang Yu took off his recurve bow, nocked an arrow, and remained alert. As the distance slowly closed, he finally saw it clearly. It was a snow cave, with the entrance blocked by a door made of accumulated snow, and the ground around it was full of footprints. Someone is there. Zhang Yu's heart sank. He did not rush closer but instead circled around the snow cave from a distance to observe, ensuring there were no ambushes nearby before slowly approaching. If there is someone inside, come out. Zhang Yu stood 5 meters away from the cave entrance, aiming his bow at the entrance. Although he could basically confirm it was a contestant from the Baba Sheep Kingdom, after all, no one would be in the center of a lake with nothing in this kind of weather. But he remained cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry. Inside, there was a rustling sound, and then a curled-up figure trembled as it crawled out. It was Amir. His face was pale and purple, wrapped in everything he could find to keep warm, but he still shivered uncontrollably, his nose running, freezing in the cold wind. He lay on the ground, looking at Zhang Yu with hopeful eyes. Is it Zhang Yu from the Dragon Kingdom? I am Amir from the Baba Sheep Kingdom. I came to meet up with you. Our national commander sent an outside message, asking me to find you to relay information, and then follow your command. He was shaking from the cold, his teeth chattering. Speaking took a lot of effort. Zhang Yu scrutinized Amir carefully. The other party lay in the snow, in terrible condition, almost lost his combat ability, but the pleading in his eyes seemed sincere. What information? Zhang Yu asked, wanting to be cautious. Anderson from the beautiful country found the traces of your sled and is tracking you, and the kangaroo country. Amir trembled as he spoke, but before he could finish, Zhang Yu interrupted him. He could already confirm this was a contestant from the Baba Sheep Kingdom, so he did not need to listen any further, and instead asked. Why are you here? Why didn't you move on? Amir forced a smile, shivering. It's too cold, the snow is too deep, I can't move. I can only dig this, wait for you to find me, or wait to die. As he said this, he glanced at the reindeer and sled behind Zhang Yu, also confirming that this person was indeed Zhang Yu, since at this stage, who else could tame reindeer? Seeing Amir's dreadful state, Zhang Yu knew that looking for Anderson had to be put on hold for now. In Amir's condition, not to mention providing help, Zhang Yu feared he would freeze to death while searching for Anderson. But the Baba Sheep Kingdom was an ally of the Dragon Kingdom. In order to remind himself, Amir had become so nearsighted, if he turned a blind eye to it, it would indeed be bad. Forget it, once he recovers, we'll go find Anderson together. Can you climb onto the sled? Zhang Yu asked. Amir's eyes burst with a strong desire to survive, desperately nodding his head. Yes, I can. As he said this, he struggled to rise, but his legs went weak, and he fell back into the snow. Zhang Yu frowned, jumped off the sled, and checked Amir's limbs. The frostbite was severe, but luckily, there were no injuries to the bones. As long as he warmed up in time, it shouldn't be a big deal. Hang in there. Zhang Yu said, half supporting and half dragging Amir onto the sled. He draped a mountain lion skin over Amir, then simply tied it down with a rope. Thank you. Amir was overwhelmed with gratitude. Although his body was still shaking, he felt much warmer with the thick fur. I'll take you back first, everything can wait until you heal. Zhang Yu said calmly, returning to the driver's seat, shaking the reins, and turning the sled toward the cabin. Thanks to our friends from Dragon Country for rescuing our country's athlete. May the friendship between our two nations last forever. IP address, Baba Sheep Country. The one above is being too polite. Your athlete's bravery and loyalty to friends are admirable. If it weren't for reminding Zhang Yu, Amir wouldn't be frozen like this. Can you stop bragging above? Go check on Anderson, he's almost frozen into a fool. Chapter 132, Treating Amir. Zhang Yu rushed all the way, braving the cold wind, and finally arrived at the cabin. Su Jin was leading Isabella in building a new wooden cabin, but progress was very slow. On the ground were only some slightly arranged logs neatly stacked, with not even a basic foundation visible. They heard the commotion, looked up to see Zhang Yu, but before they could be happy, they saw a shivering person wrapped in a mountain lion skin. Zhang Yu, what is this? Su Jin put down her tools and hurried over, her eyes filled with confusion. Isabella followed closely behind. Is this the athlete from Baba Sheep Country? Isabella curiously examined the person in front of her. Zhang Yu nodded. Yes, this is Amir from Baba Sheep Country. I found him in the middle of the lake, frozen. Zhang Yu briefly explained and then jumped off the sled to start untying the ropes that secured Amir, saying, "We need to get him inside right away. Whether he can pull through depends on him now." Upon hearing this, Su Jin immediately understood the urgency and quickly turned to say, "Hurry, Isabella, let's help lift him into the cabin." The three of them lifted Amir, half carrying and half dragging him into the cabin. Put him by the fireplace to warm up a bit. Isabella, take off his clothes and change him into something dry. Su Jin quickly cleared a spot in front of the fireplace and laid the mountain lion skin flat on the ground. Isabella then removed Amir's wet clothes that had already frozen and began to change him into dry ones. Amir's body was frozen and stiff, his whole body showing a bluish color from the cold. Zhang Yu placed Amir on the mountain lion skin, positioning him as close to the fireplace as possible. Zhang Yu squatted down, checking Amir's limbs. His fingers and toes were clearly frostbitten, but the color only showed a bluish tint and had not turned black, so it should be okay. Isabella, pour a cup of hot water, add some salt, and feed it to him. Oh. Isabella replied, hurriedly following the instructions. She brought a cup of hot water, carefully lifted Amir's head, and fed it to him little by little. Su Jin stood by, watching Amir's pitiful condition, worriedly asking, "Will he be okay?" "It's not a big problem, the frostbite isn't severe, and he got timely treatment. As long as his body is not too weak or he doesn't have any underlying health issues, he should be fine." Zhang Yu replied plainly, without much emotional fluctuation. Whether Amir lived or died, there were benefits to him for both scenarios. There are both advantages and disadvantages. He now does not know whether it is good or bad. The advantage is having a strong arm, even a target to draw enemy fire. But the disadvantage is that there is an additional foreign person. You must know that this wooden house already has one foreigner, Isabella, and now there will be another, Amir. Isabella is fine, being a woman, it is easy to manage. But Amir is a young and strong man. If he harbors bad intentions and acts secretly, it will be a disaster. This is also the main reason why Zhang Yu has been hesitating about whether to find Amir. After gulping down a few sips of hot water, Amir finally let out a comfortable groan, and his body began to warm up gradually, gaining some sensation. Amir struggled to move but was firmly held down by Zhang Yu. "Don't move. During the recovery from frostbite, the skin will itch painfully. You must endure it, or you will scratch your skin raw," Zhang Yu said blankly, without any expression. Amir gasped for breath, nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude and fear. He knew that if it weren't for Zhang Yu finding him in time and bringing him back, he would surely have frozen to death. As the hot water settled in, Amir's body temperature gradually rose, and his senses became sharper. He began to take in his surroundings, and when he saw Isabella's exquisite and beautiful western face, a glimmer of astonishment and greed surfaced in his eyes. But he quickly concealed it and averted his gaze. The atmosphere in the wooden house was somewhat subtle. Isabella was tending to Amir, Su Jin was starting to prepare dinner, while Zhang Yu sat nearby, playing with Xiao Bai, but the corner of his eye remained fixed on Amir, not knowing what he was thinking. In the Babayan Country livestream, the host finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, his face beaming with happiness and joy. "May the Almighty God bless, our warrior Amir has finally been rescued. It is Zhang Yu from Dragon Country who extended a helping hand at a critical moment and saved him. This is a mutual effort, a true manifestation of friendship between the Dragon Country athlete and the Babayan athlete. I cried, the brothers from Dragon Country are truly kind, this friendship we Babayan will remember. Where are those who questioned our alliance with Dragon Country? Come out and see, this is a real ally, the ally we need. Not like those beautiful countries, ready to strike against allies at any time. Zhang Yu, no, from now on, I will also call you Brother Yu." The bullet screen was already flooded with comments like "Long life friendship" and "Thank you, Dragon Country brothers." Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country livestream, Xiaosha also looked much more relaxed. Great. Competitor Zhang Yu successfully found Amir from Babayan Country and brought him back to the wooden house for treatment. This shows our Dragon Country competitor's sense of responsibility towards our allies. Professor Yuan Xin chimed in. That's right, from Xia Chen to Zhang Yu, our Dragon Country athletes have always upheld this sense of responsibility. In such extreme environments of the wilderness world, it is crucial to go far and stable by building reliable alliances and teams. I believe that all the countries watching will see our dragon country's attitude towards allies, which is unmatched by certain countries. I hope all countries can reconsider their relationships and join hands with Dragon Country to create a new future. Although the host was promoting Zhang Yu's rescue actions, the bullet screen was filled with concerns. That said, it still feels a bit unsafe. You must know that according to the rules of the wilderness survival world, ultimately, only one country's athlete can survive. If this is not decisively addressed, all allies will eventually become opponents. Indeed. But we must believe in the command center, they will surely resolve this issue. Some upstairs are overly worried. The opponent isn't resolved yet, and they're already thinking about the final step? We need to take one step at a time. First, let's deal with Anderson in front of us before considering the future. Having more people in the team is good, but it can easily lead to internal conflicts. I just carefully watched Amir and found something off about the way he looked at Isabella. We must be cautious, you. After all, he's a foreigner, so keep your guard up. What if he gets up at night, stabs you, and then occupies Susu and Isabella? You'll have plenty to cry about. Chapter 133, Setting Amir in the Deer Shed. Amir slowly recovered, and he began to feel his hands and feet. He crawled up and sat up. His gaze slowly scanned the wooden house, and his pupils involuntarily widened. Sturdy wooden walls tightly sealed the cold wind outside, and the charcoal in the fireplace burned, giving off reassuring warmth. Heavy wolfskin blankets and a brown bear pelt lay on the wooden bed, and he was covered with a mountain lion hide. How abundant this was! Compared to his previous shabby shelter, this was simply heaven and earth apart. He also noticed ceramic jars next to the fireplace and a few pieces of hanging cured meat. This was not wild survival. This was clearly a fully equipped, well-stocked wilderness villa. Thinking about how he had curled up in that drafty shelter, eating inconsistently, and fearing for his life from freezing or being attacked by beasts or foreign competitors. The huge contrast made him feel a little dizzy, followed by an indescribable shock that swept over his whole body. At this moment, he finally understood why the commander-in-chief told him to listen to Zhang Yu's instructions. That little bit of unhappiness instantly vanished. He even began to secretly complain about his country's commander-in-chief in his heart. With such a big support right next to him, why didn't he give an external hint sooner, so he could meet up with Zhang Yu? Then he wouldn't have had to endure so many days of worrying and rough living. Did you all make this? Amir couldn't help but ask, his voice filled with disbelief. He scanned over Su Jin, who was cooking dinner, then glanced at Isabella, and finally fixed his gaze on Zhang Yu, who was playing with a snow fox. Zhang Yu didn't turn around, he just lightly responded with an as an answer. Isabella looked at Amir without speaking, while Su Jin gave him a friendly smile. Yes, all of this was done by Zhang Yu. He's amazing. Amazing. Amir kept repeating these three words in his heart. He previously knew through external hints and the occasional kill notification that Zhang Yu was incredible. But witnessing this wilderness villa with his own eyes, he truly understood what this incredible meant. This was not just combat power, it was an astonishing ability to survive. In the wilderness world, combat power is useful, but survival ability is definitely more important. In this wilderness world, Zhang Yu had already established such a solid base, with endless food, a warm wooden house, and even two beautiful companions. And here he was. Turns out wild survival could be like this. Look at Amir's little expression, from baffled to shocked to envious, it's just too funny. Amir, I thought I came for wild survival, but you was here for a wilderness vacation. Haha, here we go again. Every time someone sees our used shelter, they are shocked. First it was Isabella, now it's Amir. Ha, no one expected the wilderness could be like this. Dropping from hell mode directly into easy mode, I would be confused too. The room fell silent again. Su Jin had prepared dinner and walked over to Zhang Yu, tugging at his sleeve. He pointed outside the house. Zhang Yu understood, Su Jin must have something to say that couldn't be shared in front of everyone. He stood up and followed Su Jin outside. As soon as he stepped out, a chilling wind swept by, making him shiver uncontrollably. Under the puzzled gazes of Isabella and Amir, Su Jin closed the wooden door, pulled Zhang Yu a bit farther away, and then asked, "How will we arrange for accommodation tonight? The new wooden cabin won't be ready for a while. How will the four of us sleep?" The wooden cabin was already cramped, and with 4 people squeezed in, there clearly wouldn't be enough beds. Zhang Yu nodded, frowning, he hadn't considered this issue. Being cramped together was indeed tight, and he certainly didn't want Isabella and Amir to share one bed. What if he and Amir shared a bed? No. He wouldn't compromise his preferences. He glanced at the nearby deer shed and said, "Let him stay in the deer shed for now." Deer shed? Su Jin was taken aback. Is that okay? The 3 of us will stay in the wooden cabin, and he will stay in the deer shed? Though the deer shed was warmer than outside, it housed wild chickens and reindeer, it wasn't exactly a place for people. If he resented it, that wouldn't be good. Moreover, even if he could stay there, there was no fireplace, so the night temperature would still be low. Zhang Yu nodded and said, "Yes, in the deer shed. I will go build a simple fireplace for him over there, and you get some hay or something to make it cozier for a night or two. Tomorrow, we will speed up and try to finish the wooden cabin." After discussing this, the two went back into the wooden cabin. "Isabella, come with me." Zhang Yu grabbed a hatchet and a homemade wooden shovel and stepped out, heading towards the nearby deer shed. Hearing Zhang Yu's call, Isabella quickly stood up and jogged into the deer shed. Inside the deer shed, the light was dim, with only a bit of soft light seeping through the wooden door. Isabella's cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart raced. She watched Zhang Yu's back, many thoughts flashing through her mind. He called her here alone, could it be that he wants? She bit her lip, feeling both nervous and a bit excited, subconsciously walking towards Zhang Yu. "However, you clean up this area here, remove the rubble, weeds, and reindeer droppings, and try to smooth out the ground." Zhang Yu didn't look back, just pointed to a spot near the dirt slope, speaking calmly. Isabella froze, her face showing shock and disappointment. Just this? What else?" Zhang Yu turned around to look at her. "Hurry up and get to work, it needs to be cleaned up before bedtime, and we also need to build a fireplace for Amir. Of course, if you want to share a bed with him, that's fine too." "No. I'm on it now." Isabella shook her head vigorously, rolled up her sleeves, took the shovel from Zhang Yu's hands, and began to clear the area. And Zhang Yu didn't sit idle either. He dug a small hole in the wall and began carefully creating a groove on the outside of the dirt wall to connect it with the original flue. Then he mixed some mud to seal the outside of the groove, successfully completing a simple flue. After that, he used stones to block the hole on the outside a bit more and filled the gaps with mud. In less than an hour, a simple but fully functional small fireplace took shape. Zhang Yu lit some thin twigs and added some charcoal, the flames ignited, and smoke successfully entered the flue, with only a little smoke escaping, but it was not a big deal. Meanwhile, Sujin and Isabella had cleared the area, laying down a thick layer of dry grass and dried leaves. Zhang Yu looked at all this and nodded in satisfaction. Tonight, Amir would have to endure it. Chapter 134, Anderson sat in vain. While Zhang Yu was building the fireplace, on the opposite shore of the lake, Anderson was shivering from the cold. He had been hiding in a pile of stones for over 3 hours now, waiting for Zhang Yu's arrival. To reduce the chance of being discovered, he did not dare to move, not even to think about going to the bathroom. The heat from his body was slowly being taken away by the cold rocks and frigid wind, and his limbs had long since gone numb and stiff. Damn it, why isn't he here yet? Anderson felt restless, his teeth chattering from the cold. He should have arrived by now. He is driving a sled, even if he is slow, he should be here. Did he take a wrong turn? Or did something else delay him on the way? Various guesses floated through Anderson's mind. Time passed second by second, the sunset painted the sky red, and the temperature dropped again with the sunset. In the beautiful country's live broadcast room, 5-star General MacArthur looked grim as he watched Anderson, still lurking in the pile of rocks, uncertain of what to say. Finally, he sighed, our Anderson has done everything to the extreme. As long as that little Dragon Country kid comes, he will be killed on the spot. But this Amir from the Barbary Sheep Country showed up at the wrong time, saving the Dragon Country kid's life. If he hadn't appeared, the Dragon Country kid would probably have been dead. As he spoke, he slapped the table and grew excited again, but it doesn't matter, in the face of absolute strength, luck and development are nothing more than empty talk. I believe our Anderson will show the Dragon Country what true strength is. It's all that Barbary Sheep Country player's fault. If it weren't for him, the Dragon Country kid would be dead. Hasn't the Barbary Sheep Country always been indecisive? Why did they side with the Dragon Country this time? Barbary Sheep Country, damn traitors. We cannot be fooled by them again. The command center must punish the Barbary Sheep Country, along with all their allies. It's so disgusting. Damn Barbary Sheep Country, just wait, when we win the championship, we will play you to death. Anderson felt as if he were frozen on the rock, his blood almost solidifying. He knew he could not continue waiting like this. It was getting dark, Zhang Yu could not possibly come now. Continuing to ambush like this was just waiting in vain, with risks of frostbite or even freezing to death. I miscalculated. Anderson felt somewhat helpless in his heart. This Zhang Yu was not only powerful in combat but seemed to have strange luck or intuition as well. He slowly began to move his stiff limbs while carefully observing the surroundings, only rising after confirming there were no abnormalities. He started stretching and promoting blood circulation. After a moment, feeling slightly warmer, Anderson's face grew darker. He did not expect that the carefully laid ambush would end up being a failure, and he wasted a lot of stamina in the cold wind for nothing. A humiliation. Simply a humiliation. He scanned the lake surface again, no longer hesitating, gathered his gear, and, under the cover of dusk and terrain, swiftly left the ambush area, heading towards the shelter. He needed to replenish his strength and heat to prepare for the ambush tomorrow. Seeing Anderson leave, the viewers in the Dragon Country live broadcast room burst into laughter. Oh ho, did you not expect that? Our Great saved his brother and didn't have time to play with you. Letting you wait for more than 3 hours, truly a crime. Anderson's face turned green, he froze for nothing, and got nothing. I love watching their plans fall through, it's great. Before, those people in the beautiful country broadcast room were so arrogant, now they are all wilted, not saying a word, huh? Don't pop the champagne yet. This is just the first day, Anderson will surely not give up, and he might ambush again tomorrow. You Great must be careful. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Zhang Yu and his 3 companions were eating dinner around the fireplace. Amir's condition had clearly improved a lot, he was holding a large bowl of steaming meat soup and enjoying it heartily. Zhang Yu took a few simple bites. Put down the clay bowl, looking calmly at Amir, Zhang Yu opened his mouth and said, Amir. Amir immediately put down the bowl, sat up straight, looked at Zhang Yu, and waited for his instructions. Your body is recovering faster than expected, which is a good thing. However, the new wooden house won't be ready for a while, and it is indeed inconvenient for 4 people to squeeze into this wooden house, especially with 2 women. For the next few days, you'll have to stay in the deer shelter. Zhang Yu spoke in a flat tone, without any intention of asking Amir's opinion. But don't worry, the fireplace in the deer shelter is already built, and the beds are set up. The conditions are a bit harsh, but you'll be perfectly warm. Amir was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted, showing no dissatisfaction on his face, and nodded. Okay, no problem. Brother Zhang Yu, you saved me, provided me a place to stay, and I have fire for warmth. I am already very grateful. The deer shelter is also good, much better than where I stayed before. Su Jin felt a bit heartbroken, wanting to say something, but thinking about how it wouldn't be good to squeeze in the same wooden house with a strange man, she held back and remained silent. Meanwhile, Isabella was eating the meat soup with her head down, not saying a word, not even glancing at Amir, as if she hadn't heard anything. Zhang Yu nodded. It's great that you think this way. Don't worry, the new wooden house will be completed in less than 2 days, and then you can move in. No rush, I can stay in the deer shelter, I'm strong enough, and besides, I have fire, so I won't freeze. It's just... he said, his expression turning worried. It's just, what about the American contestant? He has already discovered the sled tracks, and if he follows them, we might. Besides, he still has some outside hints he hasn't used, and it's unrealistic for us to ambush him. Hearing this, Su Jin also looked at Zhang Yu, her face full of worry. Anderson has always been the biggest threat to everyone, a person marked as extremely dangerous by the country is certainly not simple to deal with. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and spoke to Amir. Don't worry. In this cold weather, I believe you have experienced it. It's almost impossible to travel such a distance and launch an attack in this kind of weather. After a pause, he turned to Su Jin and comforted her. Tonight, we'll lock the door, and we have little Bai with us, its alertness is very strong. Zhang Yu didn't worry much, as long as the door was closed properly from the inside, even if Anderson crept over under the cover of night, he would accomplish nothing. Even using fire as an attack wouldn't work. After all, he had dug a hole under the bedboard and into the hillside, directly connecting to the outside. Except for Su Jin, the other 2 didn't know about this, not even the livestream audience. It's worth mentioning that he had closed the livestream for several nights straight to hide this cave and dug it secretly. If Anderson really came, it would make things easier, just give him a surprise attack.